You married the Empress of every man's dreams. But you couldn't feel happy at all. You even purposely avoided her. Because for 10 years after marriage, she wouldn't let you touch even a finger. Even though you finally became the strongest being ruling over all ages, you still couldn't melt this iceberg. Now you've been reborn to 10 years ago, secretly vowing never to bother this human empress again. Today happens to be your wedding day with Li Xiao. The wedding ceremony is now nearing its end. Once you and Li Xiao complete the bowing ritual, you will officially become husband and wife. But just as you're about to speak up, to end this ridiculous wedding, your bride-to-be Li Xiao speaks first, saying wait. Hearing this, the bustling guests at the scene all quieted down and turned to look at Li Xiao, only to see Li Xiao rip off the red veil covering her head, and then, in front of all the wedding guests, say word by word, this marriage, I'm not going through with it. Her voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Everyone at the scene was shocked. No one had expected that the second daughter of the Lu family, one of the 5 great families of Changle City, Li Xiao, would publicly cancel the wedding on her wedding day. In an instant, everyone at the scene started discussing wildly. But only I looked calmly at Li Xiao, looking at her piercing eyes. At that moment I knew. This woman, like me, had also been reborn. Sure enough, the next second, Li Xiao casually threw the red veil in her hand toward my face, then said coldly, I'm not getting married. You shouldn't have any objections, right? I didn't make a sound, just quietly looked at her. In the previous life, after marrying Li Xiao, it was basically me fighting at the front until my head was broken and bloody, while Li Xiao sat back enjoying the fruits, enjoying the large amount of resources I one-sidedly gave to her. I never thought that in this rebirth, she would be the first to propose not getting married. But that's fine too. At least I won't have to bear the blame for canceling the wedding. While I was thinking, Li Xiao directly turned around, walking in one direction, then came to a handsome young man. Su Yixuan, are you willing to take me away? This Su Yixuan was Li Xiao's childhood friend and male bestie. Also Li Xiao's first love. In the previous life, Li Xiao considered not being able to be with Su Yixuan as a lifelong regret. After marriage, she often argued with me about matters concerning Su Yixuan. Now living again, she naturally wants to make up for this regret. At this moment, Su Yixuan also stood up from his seat. He looked at the beautiful woman before him, stunned for a full 3 seconds. Then seriously said, now? Su Yixuan obviously thought he had misheard. After all, today was still Li Xiao's wedding, and she was about to become another man's wife. Hearing this now would naturally make him feel confused. But Li Xiao rarely showed a moving smile, asking, you don't want to? After Su Yixuan confirmed that Li Xiao wasn't joking, he grabbed her delicate body, saying somewhat excitedly, of course I want to. I'll do anything, as long as you don't leave me. Li Xiao, hearing these words, seemed to show a touch of emotion in her eyes. After thousands of years, spanning 2 eras, she finally saw again this once deeply missed lover. Even in her previous life, when I helped her ascend to the throne as the first empress of the Divine State Empire, she never had such a joyful mood as now. At the height of emotion, Li Xiao even unconsciously wrapped her arms around Su Yixuan's neck. Then in front of all the wedding guests, deeply kissed Su Yixuan. And Su Yixuan actually accepted without refusal, holding Li Xiao tightly, as if afraid she would leave his side again. Such a dramatic scene left almost everyone at the scene dumbfounded. The dignified second daughter of the Lu family not only publicly cancelled her wedding on the wedding day, but also embraced another man in front of the groom. It was hard to imagine how embarrassed the groom must feel now. However, when they looked in my direction, they surprisingly found that I seemed indifferent to the scene before me, as if it had nothing to do with me. I even yawned, looking completely bored. Only the Lu family members stood up in unison, including the head of the Lu family, Li Xiao's father, Lu Jiangshan. He slammed the table hard, shouting outrageous. The moment this voice rang out, Li Xiao and Su Yixuan, who were still kissing, immediately separated. They both looked toward Lu Jiangshan. Then Lu Jiangshan roared, Li Xiao, do you know what you're doing? Li Xiao, facing her father's accusations, appeared very calm. I'm just choosing the life I want. Lu Jiangshan, hearing this, his face became even darker. He walked forward a few steps, coming to my side. When I saw Lu Jiangshan, I politely bowed. Foster father. I was adopted by Lu Jiangshan when I was 9 years old, and brought back to the Lu family. It's been about 10 years until today. Therefore, even if I didn't marry Li Xiao, Lu Jiangshan would still be considered my half-father and teacher. But Lu Jiangshan looked at me deeply, then looked at Li Xiao again, saying coldly, what kind of life do you want? As a father, I shouldn't interfere. But have you thought about? If you leave the Lu family with this Su Yixuan, how will you control the demon power within your body? With these words, Su Yixuan's face slightly changed. Then he couldn't help but look at Li Xiao. Not just Su Yixuan. All guests at the scene actually knew clearly why Lu Jianshan wanted to marry his second daughter. To me, who had neither background nor strength, just a little ant. It was because I could help Li Xiao control the original demon power in her body. Li Xiao, as the inheritor of the demon emperor body. From the moment she was born, her body contained immense demon power. This also meant she almost didn't need to cultivate her realm to crazily increase her power. But the crazy increase in strength also had a major drawback. That is, this demon power inside Li Xiao's body could not be controlled by her. In the year Li Xiu was born, the Li family's ancestor predicted that when Li Xiu turned 16, she would die due to the backlash of the demon power inside her. At that time, many elders in the Li family wanted to give up on Li Xiu because of this, and even Li Xiu's mother cried every day because of it. This situation continued until the arrival of Chen Haoling, which brought a change. Li Jishan, out of kindness, had taken in Chen Haoling from outside, and it turned out that his presence caused a resonance with the demon power inside Li Xiu. This meant that Li Xiu's demon power could use Chen Haoling's body as a vessel, thus reducing the impact of the demon power's violent eruption. It was because of this phenomenon that Li Xiu successfully survived the calamity when she turned 16 and lived until today. At the same time, Chen Haoling's status in the Li family rose rapidly, and now, it was even on par with some direct descendants. But now, Li Xiu said that she didn't want to marry Chen Haoling anymore. But if she didn't stay with Chen Haoling, her demon power would once again go out of control. How should she deal with it? Li Xiu gave a light laugh, as if she had already anticipated that her father would ask this question. Dad, if I tell you that I have already mastered the method to control my demon power, would you still oppose me being with Yixuan brother? Upon hearing this, Li Jishan's pupils suddenly shrank. Not only him, but everyone present, including Su Yixuan, and even Chen Haoling, looked at Li Xiu in disbelief. Su Yixuan excitedly said, Xiu, you can control the demon power now? Li Xiu gave him a reassuring smile, but when she looked at Chen Haoling, she put on a high and mighty expression again. Don't think that you're the only one who can purify the original demon power in this world. After being with you for so many years, I have already mastered this skill. When Chen Haoling heard this, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. Li Xiu was talking about the time when she was with him in her previous life and learned the method of purifying the original demon power from him. At that moment, Chen Haoling curiously asked, "Oh, is what you said credible?" Li Xiu didn't argue with Chen Haoling. She simply raised one hand, and the next moment, a purple energy ball materialized 3 centimeters above her palm. As the energy ball squirmed, a faint aura of demon evil spread quietly. For a moment, many people at the scene even felt their legs trembling. Even Su Yixuan stared in astonishment at the purple energy ball, muttering, "This is the original demon power? So powerful." Before Su Yixuan could finish his exclamation, the next moment, the energy ball began to transform right in front of everyone. Ming! A loud phoenix cry sounded, and the energy ball transformed into a phoenix the size of a pigeon. It flapped its wings and flew out of Li Xiu's palm, circling around the widely family ancestral hall. Everyone at the scene saw this clearly. Even Li Jishan showed an expression of extreme surprise. As an experienced Earth-level expert, he naturally knew what this scene meant. The demon power materialized, changing in countless ways. This was a sign that the control of the demon power had reached its peak, and from this, it was clear that Li Xiu wasn't bragging. She truly no longer needed Chen Haoling to control the demon power inside her. Only Chen Haoling narrowed his eyes slightly, a barely noticeable sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. Now he understood why Li Xiu had been so eager to distance herself from him as soon as she was reborn. Even willing to publicly regret the marriage rather than marry him. After all this time, it was because she felt she could already control the demon power within her, that she no longer needed his help, which gave her the courage to publicly regret the marriage? But the truth is, Chen Haoling could almost immediately see the flaws in Li Xiao's demon power. It was like a puddle of dirty water that suddenly became clear and transparent one day. It wasn't because the dirt in the dirty water disappeared, but because all the dirt had settled at the bottom, making the surface water look very clear. Similarly, while Li Xiao's demon power seemed to be under her control, she was actually just suppressing the wild part of it, which created the current situation. However, if one day, that wild part couldn't be suppressed anymore, the consequences would be a complete backlash of her demon power. And this flaw, perhaps even Li Xiao herself was unaware of, otherwise, she wouldn't dare to mention breaking off the engagement with Chen Haoling now. With this thought, Chen Haoling took a deep breath. He didn't point out the flaw in Li Xiao's control method right away but quietly watched her perform. Soon, the little flying phoenix returned to Li Xiao's hand and then transformed into a stream of energy back into her body. Li Xiao then proudly asked her father, "How about it, Dad?" Now you should believe me, right? I, Li Xiao, can perfectly control the demon power within me. Saying this, her gaze turned to Chen Haoling as she said word by word. And he, Chen Haoling, no longer has any value for me, nor does he qualify to be my husband. Since that is the case, do I still need to marry him? This move, the sacred spring purification technique, was something she exchanged with immense resources in her previous life, aimed at controlling the demon power within her. It was precisely because of this technique that she succeeded in controlling her own demon power without Chen Haoling, and then spent nearly 1,000 years verifying the stability of this technique. In the end, she confirmed that the sacred spring purification technique had no issues, it was extremely perfect, almost meeting all her current needs. However, it seemed Li Xiao forgot that this technique was only suitable for the strongest sacred king realm. Chapter 3, A Death to Show Resolve. At this moment, the people of the Li family also looked towards Li Jiangshan, and one young member spoke up. Head of the family, since the second sister's demon power can now be effectively controlled, in my opinion, her public regret of the marriage today is also understandable. I hope the head can forgive her. Another person chimed in, yes, head of the family, Chen Haoling marrying our Xia was originally because he could help her control her demon power, so we allowed him into our family. But now that Xiao no longer needs him, there is naturally no need to continue this wedding. An older clan elder then spoke, I think Sui Xuan and our Xiao are quite good together, both are among the direct heirs of the 5 great families, and they are also a beautiful couple, well matched. Since Xiao has no more worries and has a romantic feeling for Sui Xuan, why can't we do them a favor? From this, it is not hard to see that the vast majority of the Li family members did not want Li Xiao to marry Chen Haoling. The main reason was that they deeply believed Chen Haoling was simply unworthy of their second young lady. If it weren't for Chen Haoling's ability to help the second young lady control her demon power, he wouldn't even qualify to enter the Li family's door based on his status. Now the second young lady can control the demon power, so Chen Haoling's value has disappeared. Since there is no more value, their marriage naturally doesn't need to continue. In comparison, Sui Xuan, who is well matched with Li Xiao, is actually more suitable to be her perfect husband, and besides, the two of them have long had feelings for each other, so naturally, some people want to bring them together. However, what everyone didn't expect was that after a deep breath, Li Jiangshan suddenly shouted, no. This left Li Xiao stunned, and even Chen Haoling looked at his foster father in surprise. They heard Li Jiangshan coldly say, even if you can control the demon power now, what about in the future? How long can you control it, a month or 2? If the demon power inside you backfires and turns you into a female devil like your elder sister, can you bear the consequences then? Today, this wedding between you and Chen Haoling must happen. If you dare to step out of our Li family's door with that kid Sui Xuan, then I, Li Jiangshan, will disown you as my daughter from now on. After his words fell, everyone fell silent, and they understood what Li Jiangshan was worried about. Because Li Xiao's elder sister, the current legitimate daughter of the Li family, Li Xinyue, also has the original demon power. But her physique is different from Li Xiao, her physique is the Ice Phoenix body. In terms of total demon power, it is actually only 1/10 of Li Xiao's. However, back then, there was no Chen Haoling by Li Xinyue's side, so there was naturally no one to help her control the demon power. Therefore, when Li Xinyue turned 18, the demon power within her backfired. But because the total amount of demon power was small, it didn't lead to her death, instead, it caused her to completely lose control and turn into a female devil who kills without mercy. Even today, Li Xinyue is still locked up in the 9-story demon tower in the back courtyard of the Li family. Li Jiangshan naturally worries that his second daughter, Li Xiao, will follow in her elder sister's footsteps, so even though he has seen Li Xiao completely control her demon power, he does not want to take risks. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao fell silent, lowering her head slightly, unsure of what she was thinking. But the next second, she suddenly made a move, drawing a guard sword beside her, and pressed the blade against her own neck. This action nearly frightened everyone present. Even Li Jiangshan showed a panic expression, shouting, "You crazy girl, what are you doing? Put the knife down." Even Sui Xuan tried to persuade her, saying, "Xiao, don't be impulsive. Uncle was just speaking out of anger, how could he really disown you? You mustn't do anything reckless, don't forget, today is your wedding day." Other members of the Li family also began to urge Li Xiao to calm down. But Li Xiao remained unwilling to put down the knife, even demanding everyone to stay away from her. Helplessly, everyone on the scene feared she might lose control and had to stand a bit further back. Once there was a certain distance between the crowd and Li Xiao, she looked again at her father. After 10,000 years, seeing her father again, it would be a lie to say she wasn't unhappy. After all, how could a child not love their parents? However, her father kept pressuring her to marry someone she deeply despised, even using disownment as a threat. How could anyone stand that? Then Li Xiao spoke loudly, "Dad, on what basis do you think I will become like my sister and turn into a female devil? Just because you unilaterally think I can't control the demon power for long? If that's the case, then I can say you are wrong. Totally wrong. I'm different from my sister. Her demon power will only turn her into a ruthless killer, but my demon power will only help me reach greater heights. Because I know clearly, my demon power will never go out of control, and it will never harm me. Even if, hypothetically, such a situation were to occur, I would bear the consequences alone, without dragging anyone else into it. Although I know this situation is impossible. But if you still don't want to believe me, and think I can't live without Chen Haoling, then I, Li Xiao, will have no choice but to die to make my point. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes turned to Chen Haoling. Chen Haoling remained calm, his arms crossed, looking at Li Xiao with a serene expression. Li Jianshan was silent for a moment before he asked Li Xiao again, "Why are you suddenly so resistant to marrying Chen Haoling?" Li Xiao sneered, then tears welled up in her eyes, her voice choking as she said. Because he, Chen Haoling, under the guise of helping me control my demon power, has been draining the essence from my body to strengthen his own magical abilities. You all think, why could a talentless loser like him reach the peak of chi gathering at the age of 19? It's because everything he has is built upon exploiting me. I don't want to be exploited anymore. I don't want to be drained. I want to have my own life. Li Xiao's words were so loud that almost everyone in the room could hear them. And this statement was not only what Li Xiao had in her heart, but also a cry for justice for the unfairness she had suffered. In her past life, she had endured being used by Chen Haoling as a blood pack, and in her eyes, the only reason he reached the peak of martial arts was because he had absorbed her essence demon power. Without her, he, Chen Haoling, would be nothing. In fact, to Li Xiao, everything that Chen Haoling had, including his position and wealth, was all gained through draining her fortune. So, now that she had been reborn, her life must be her own, and she would never allow Chen Haoling to exploit her again. If her father tried to threaten her to repeat the mistakes of her past life, then she would have no choice but to die to make her stand clear. Chapter 4, Chen Haoling's Choice. When Li Jianshan heard his daughter's words, he turned to look at Chen Haoling and asked, "Is what Xiao said true?" Chen Haoling thought for a moment, then nodded generously and said, "Yes, it's true." As he said this, Chen Haoling looked at Li Xiao and gave her a knowing smile. This woman thought she had stolen her opportunity, her fortune, so she resented him and teamed up with his female disciples to target him. But what was the real truth? Only Chen Haoling knew. Every time he helped Li Xiao control her demon power, he had to use a drop of his own vital blood to allow Li Xiao to master her powers more quickly. And during this process, a bit of Li Xiao's essence uncontrollably flowed into Chen Haoling's body, something that could not be controlled by human will. Therefore, to Li Xiao, it seemed as though Chen Haoling was exploiting her essence under the pretense of helping her control her demon power. But in reality, compared to the increase in power and the rise in her lifespan from successfully controlling her demon power, the loss of that bit of essence was almost negligible. Otherwise, she wouldn't still be standing here, alive and well, loudly questioning everyone. Chen Haoling gained a little source power from her, which compared to the life blood he consumed, is equally insignificant. Helping her control her demon power is actually a loss for himself, and a huge loss at that. To put it mildly, if Chen Haoling didn't consume his blood to help Li Xiao control her demon power, his strength would only have grown faster and stronger. But this woman thinks that Chen Haoling's progress is due to her own oppression? How ridiculous. Sure enough, these women are all like this. The more you give everything for her, helping her reach a height that doesn't belong to her, the more she will think it is all due to her own efforts, completely forgetting that without your help, she would be nothing. However, Chen Haoling could not be bothered to explain this to Li Xiao and the crowd on the scene, as it would only lead him into a trap of self-justification. But while Chen Haoling was too lazy to explain, others did not think so. Especially Su Yishuan, who angrily pointed at Chen Haoling, vigorously saying, "Chen Haoling, you ungrateful little man. How could you repay uncle for taking you into the Li family, providing for you, and teaching you to read and write like this?" Aside from Su Yishuan, other members of the Li family also began to accuse him one after another. A boy, fuming, said, "Elder sister is usually kind to others and never loses her temper. I was curious why she was acting so extreme today. It turns out the spark for everything is you, Chen Haoling. Chen Haoling, our Li family has treated you well, right? The family head has treated you even better than his own son, yet you treat our elder sister like this, not only draining her source but wanting to squeeze her dry for a lifetime. Don't you have any humanity left?" A girl then began to speak as well. "I told you before, this Chen Haoling is no good. It was a mistake for him to be with elder sister. You didn't listen before, now you're obedient, huh?" Just as the members of the Li family were clamoring and blaming Chen Haoling, Li Jiangshan suddenly shouted, "Enough! Everyone shut up!" In an instant, the pressure from the profound realm experts silenced the unruly crowd. They all turned to look at their family head. Li Jiangshan then looked at Li Xiao and calmly said, "I will ask you one last time, do you really not want to marry Chen Haoling?" This question was clearly already a concession. As a father, Li Jiangshan could not accept Chen Haoling's unauthorized draining of his daughter's source. It was at this moment that he realized why his daughter had such a strong aversion to marrying Chen Haoling, but he still couldn't agree to his daughter's intention to break off the engagement immediately. He then heard Li Xiao firmly say, "As long as it's not marrying Chen Haoling, you can do anything with me, Li Xiao." Her attitude was already very resolute. Seeing this, Li Jiangshan sighed helplessly. At this moment he seemed to have aged a lot. He had someone bring him a chair to sit down and then slowly said, "Whether or not Chen Haoling drained your source, I cannot be sure. Although he has admitted it himself, I will not completely believe only your words. What I believe is that when Chen Haoling was with you, your demon power indeed did not cause any disturbances. Your body has always been healthy, without any symptoms of illness. Moreover, you did indeed survive the calamity of 16 because of Chen Haoling's help. He allowed my daughter to grow up healthily and even live to this day of her marriage. And these are the facts that I see." As Li Jiangshan's words were spoken, the Li family members who had just been blaming Chen Haoling were all left speechless. Then, Li Jiangshan turned his gaze towards Chen Haoling again, saying, "Today, you are the groom of this wedding. The decision is yours, you decide whether Li Xiao stays or goes. If you agree to let her leave with Su Yixuan, then she will still be my Li family's daughter, but from now on, she will have no relationship with you, Chen Haoling. Of course, if you do not agree to her leaving with Su Yixuan, then I can take charge and force her to stay, to continue the unfinished wedding with you, and let her remain your wife. Choose." As his words fell, all eyes suddenly focused on Chen Haoling, including Li Xiao, who also looked at him. In that moment, there was a hint of pleading in Li Xiao's eyes. Having lived again, she only hoped that Chen Haoling could let her off and no longer entangle her. If it came to it, she might even kneel and bow to Chen Haoling, pleading for the two of them to never have any ties in this life. Even Su Yixuan looked at Chen Haoling with anticipation, as he stood beside Li Xiao and instinctively held her hand. Their fingers interlocked, presenting a united front. The Li family members looked eagerly at Chen Haoling, and one of them suddenly cupped his fists and bowed to him, saying, "Brother Chen, my sister and brother Yixuan truly love each other. Perhaps my sister's sudden change of heart today has made you very uncomfortable, but she is also completely forced. Right now, the family head has already nodded, so we ask you to be magnanimous and let my sister and brother Yixuan leave?" His tone was very sincere, as if he was genuinely considering his sister's feelings. Soon, more Li family members came forward to plead for Li Xiao with Chen Haoling, and a girl sweetly said to him, "Brother Chen, we know you have always liked my sister, and we know that over the years, you have put in a lot of energy and time to help her control her inner demon power. But to be fair, haven't you also enjoyed many benefits in the process? These benefits should be enough to offset your efforts over the years, right? Now that my sister is no longer bound by demon power, and she has found her love, why can't you help them, this couple in love?" At the same time, a large number of Li family members also spoke in unison to Chen Haoling. "We sincerely ask Brother Chen to allow my sister and brother Yixuan to be together." Chapter 5. Thank you for being willing to let go. Standing in place, Chen Haoling crossed his arms, watching those Li family members who had just blamed him now asking him to let Li Xiao and Su Yixuan go. This made him, Chen Haoling, seem like a real villain breaking up a couple. Unable to hold back, Chen Haoling chuckled, looking quite speechless. The reason he wasted his own life essence to help Li Xiao control her inner demon power was simply to repay the kindness of his foster parents. Otherwise, would he want to shorten his own life by wasting his life essence to help others? Also, because he valued this kindness, even after his foster parents were gone, he still regarded Li Xiao as more important than his own life. He would give her any excellent cultivation resources that he didn't use, sending them to her at the first opportunity. Even later, whatever Li Xiao wanted, Chen Haoling would do everything possible to help her obtain it. If she wanted high-grade spiritual herbs to extend her lifespan by 10,000 years, Chen Haoling risked her life to snatch that spiritual herb from the guardian beast's mouth. She wanted the spatial transmission artifact that could cross thousands of miles, so Chen Haoling sold everything she had to exchange for it. She wanted to become the first female emperor of the Divine Continent Empire, and Chen Haoling decisively handed over the kingdom she had painstakingly built, letting her become a renowned hero of the era. However, everything Chen Haoling did for her was accepted without a second thought, but she never once showed Chen Haoling any kindness. She only felt that everything she had was earned by her own efforts. It was laughable that in her past life, she foolishly dedicated so many years to her, only to be betrayed in the end. Thinking back on it, Chen Haoling couldn't help but sigh, and then took out a marriage contract from her bosom, waving it in front of everyone, saying, "This piece of paper is the marriage contract between me and your second sister. Today, in front of everyone, I will destroy it, and from now on, I, Chen Haoling, and Li Xiao will have no more connection." As she spoke, a flame suddenly rose from her hand. Thick smoke spread out, and in an instant, the marriage contract was burned clean and turned into a pile of ashes. With the destruction of the marriage contract, Li Xiao was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes, and the knife she was holding clattered to the ground. At that moment, Li Xiao felt that she was finally free, that she could finally get rid of Chen Haoling, and that she would never have to repeat the events of the past life. How could she not feel excited? At the same time, all the Li family members at the scene began to cheer, as if they were celebrating the victory of a battle. Even Su Yixuan was so moved that he couldn't control himself, turning around and tightly hugging Li Siyu. Li Siyu also tightly hugged Su Yixuan's neck, afraid that he would leave her. Then, the two of them turned to look at Chen Haoling. Li Siyu smiled at Chen Haoling for the first time, saying, "Thank you for letting go." Su Yixuan also cupped his fists at Chen Haoling, saying, "Thank you, Brother Chen, for making this possible. I will forever remember today's day." Chen Haoling nodded in acknowledgement, showing that she understood, but on the surface, she did not seem to have much of an emotional reaction. Then, Li Siyu and her husband both respectfully performed a grand bow toward Li Jiangshan, and finally turned around, hand in hand, running out of the room. When Li Siyu left with Su Yixuan, the smile on her face was sincere and full of joy. In the 10,000 years she had spent with Chen Haoling had never seen her look so happy. Even though she had given her everything she wanted, she could never make her smile. Perhaps this is the difference between love and indifference? Sitting on the chair, Li Jiangshan looked at his daughter's face full of happiness, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up slightly, but this gesture was so subtle that almost no one noticed. Perhaps deep down in Li Jiangshan's heart, he also didn't want to marry his daughter off to Chen Haoling. After all, as a parent, who wouldn't want their child to marry the person they love? Soon, everyone in the Li family left the ancestral hall with Li Siyu and Su Yixuan. The once crowded ancestral hall instantly became empty. Only Chen Haoling and Li Jiangshan remained in place. Chen Haoling scratched her head, then came to sit beside Li Jiangshan, but she sat on the steps. Li Jiangshan was sitting on a stool. At this moment, Li Jiangshan suddenly spoke, "You were wrong today." Chen Haoling took a 50-centimeter long smoke pipe from his storage ring, lit it, and took a deep puff, blowing out thick white smoke. "Adoptive father, you joke. I didn't really think of being with her? Since they have made up their minds to leave, why should I force them to stay?" Li Jiangshan smiled, taking Chen Haoling's words as a moment of anger. "If you want something, you can bring it up now. Consider it a little compensation from the Li family." Chen Haoling held the long pipe in his mouth, then thought seriously for a moment before saying, "Want something? It seems I really don't have anything. Well, if possible, I want the pass token to enter the demon exorcism tower. I wonder if adoptive father agrees." Li Jiangshan, upon hearing this, turned his head to look at Chen Haoling, whose expression was a bit gloomy, and said, "What do you want to do in the demon exorcism tower?" Chen Haoling exhaled a puff of white mist and smiled, saying, "Sister Li Xinyue has been in the demon exorcism tower for many years, right? I want to go see her." Hearing this, Li Jiangshan laughed and said no more. He casually took out a pass token and tossed it to Chen Haoling. After that, he stood up and walked towards the outside, reminding him, "When you go see her, don't get too close, or you might get hurt by her demon power." Chen Haoling casually caught the token, looking at the large demon character carved on it, and then said in a voice only he could hear, "Based on the time, Li Xinyue's demon power should not have reached the level to break the demon exorcism tower. If I go to find her now, maybe she can help me with a small task?" As he said this, Chen Haoling stood up and walked toward a small door. Walking out of the Li family ancestral hall, crossing the courtyard, he arrived at a spacious yard. In this place stood a tall building resembling a tower, more than 10 meters high, with a total of 9 floors. This tower was originally built by the Li family's ancestors to imprison unfilial descendants, later converted into a dungeon. Around the tower, powerful formations and barriers were arranged. Anyone imprisoned here would be restricted by the barrier and unable to leave. Of course, entering this place was also not an easy task. Only by obtaining the pass token from the current head of the Li family could one cross the barrier here. Otherwise, even a strong warrior in the true martial realm would not be able to shake the barrier. Holding the pass token, Chen Haoling walked through the protective barrier with ease and headed towards the inside of the demon exorcism tower. Chapter 6, An old enemy from the previous life, Li Xinyue. He soon followed the stairs to the 9th floor. However, as soon as he arrived, he felt a bone-chilling coldness attack him. This feeling was like stepping from summer into winter in an instant. Chen Haoling's gaze swept around the 9th floor. This place was quite large, measuring at least 200 square meters. Various household items were arranged around, decorated in a feminine style. Walking here felt like entering a girl's bedroom. Then, Chen Haoling's gaze fixed on a graceful figure sitting on the balcony. She had long, snow-white hair, wore a blue and white ethereal dress, and sat cross-legged in front of a long table, where an ancient guzheng was placed. The woman's fair as jade fingers gently plucked the strings, and a beautiful melody resonated. Chen Haoling couldn't help but sneeze while listening to the lovely melody. It must be said, this piece of music is very beautiful, but it has a hypnotic effect. At this moment, Chen Haoling didn't rush to disturb Li Xinyue, but instead lay down on a soft couch. This soft couch still carried the fragrance of Li Xinyue, and it was clear that this was probably the place where she usually slept. Chen Haoling listened to Li Xinyue's lovely music, then slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. He slept all the way until midnight. As the music in Li Xinyue's hands ended, Chen Haoling opened his eyes at the right moment. Then, Li Xinyue's melodious voice came over. The mighty endgame Saint King is actually hiding in a woman's boudoir, sleeping. Aren't you afraid people will laugh? Chen Haoling sat up. Hearing this, he knew Li Xinyue was also reborn like him. However, Li Xinyue was different from Li Xiao. Li Xinyue and Chen Haoling were in an adversarial relationship, even considered deadly enemies. In the last life, this female demon had pushed Chen Haoling into danger more than once, so although they couldn't be said to be life and death enemies, at least they were like fire and water. But it's funny to say, this woman in front of him, who had fought against him for nearly 10,000 years, was in the end the only one who helped him when Li Xiao and others attacked him. Chen Haoling stood up, walked over to Li Xinyue, and sat down. Being close, he could smell her charming girl's fragrance. He casually picked up a cup of tea from the long table, where there was still a lipstick mark, clearly from Li Xinyue, but he didn't mind and took a big gulp, then chuckled and said, "There's no endgame Saint King here, just a little ant who was just dumped by his fiancée." After finishing, Chen Haoling put the teacup back on the long table and looked at the stunning beauty in front of him, saying, "That sword, thank you for blocking it for me, otherwise, my head might have exploded, and I wouldn't have been able to survive until the judgment lightning disaster falls." Li Xinyue turned her head away with a displeased expression and said in a somewhat proud tone, "Don't get me wrong, I just think if you die, my life will lose a lot of fun, that's all." Hearing this, Chen Haoling smiled and grabbed a piece of cake from the long table. That piece of cake had also been bitten by Li Xinyue, but he didn't care and tossed it into his mouth. Looking at Li Xinyue in front of him, under the moonlight, her face looked exceptionally enchanting, as beautiful as a fairy in a painting, making one forget everything and become intoxicated. Chen Haoling couldn't help but chuckle. "Since we're living another life, how about we clear all our past grievances?" Li Xinyue paused for a moment upon hearing this. In fact, she had thought about clearing her grievances with Chen Haoling. After all, they had fought for 10,000 years in the previous life, and she was really tired. However, she couldn't lower her face to speak to Chen Haoling about it. But now, since Chen Haoling mentioned it himself, could she just take advantage of the situation? Thinking this, Li Xinyue smiled gently. "I don't really care, I just want to know if you can hold back from taking revenge on Li Xiao and the other women?" Chen Haoling smiled again, picked up the teacup Li Xinyue had used, and took a sip, saying, "I've already thought about it, not seeking revenge on them is a huge revenge in itself. Let them see what the real cultivation world is like, that wouldn't be bad." Upon hearing this, Li Xinyue couldn't help but look at Chen Haoling a little more closely. Oh, the dead loyal dog has suddenly changed his temperament? You're willing to let your women take risks? There was a peculiar tone to those words. Chen Haoling didn't mind, glanced at the bright moon, and felt the moonlight on his body was quite pleasant. Then he smiled and said, "They are no longer my women, what happens to them next has nothing to do with me." Saying this, he looked seriously at Li Xinyue and said in a deep voice, "Also." Li Xinyue saw his serious expression and instinctively asked, "What else?" Chen Haoling narrowed his eyes slightly and said earnestly, "From now on, you must not say I am a dying sycophant anymore." As soon as he said this, Li Xinyue burst into laughter. Her silver bell-like laughter was crisp and pleasant to hear. Her fair face turned slightly red, resembling an enticing peach that made one want to take a bite. But after her charming laughter, Li Xinyue tucked her silvery hair behind her ear, a casual movement that was extremely alluring, and then she spoke softly. "Okay, I won't call you a dying sycophant anymore. However, you specifically came to me, it shouldn't be just to say this, right?" Seeing this, Chen Haoling tossed the last piece of pastry into his mouth, then clapped his hands and smiled. "They say enemies understand you best, this saying is not wrong at all. Alright, I'll be straightforward, I urgently need a Yinling pearl." Li Xinyue's beautiful eyes widened slightly, and her gaze scrutinized Chen Haoling, then she said, "Need a Yinling pearl? Are you injured?" Chen Haoling pressed his lips together, then stood up, lifted a corner of his clothes, and revealed his abdomen. In the center of his abdomen was a glaring wound that was shocking to behold. Seeing this, Li Xinyue's small face turned pale. She looked at Chen Haoling in disbelief and asked, "This sword wound is?" Chen Haoling put his clothes back on and sat down again, sighing, "It's the sword that Li Xiao stabbed into me. I thought after being reborn, it would be fine, but who knew this sword wound would also come along? What's worse is that this sword wound pierced through my Yuan palace, causing my magic power to be unable to gather, and my realm cannot be improved. Even worse, the magic power in my body flows out through this wound, eventually leading to a drop in my realm. God knows, there's even a risk of my lifespan hastening to decay." Chen Haoling expressed all his worries in one go. The reason he wanted the Yinling pearl was also simple. Because Li Xinyue's Yinling pearl was a special product of the Ice Phoenix demon body, by condensing this Ice Phoenix power to a certain degree, one could obtain a Yinling pearl. And the Yinling pearl was one of the rare healing holy medicines in this world. Chen Haoling simply wanted such a healing holy medicine to repair his damaged Yuan palace. That was his purpose for coming here. Chapter 7, Nirvana Sutra. When Li Xinyue saw Chen Haoling's wound, worry flashed in her eyes, but it was just a fleeting moment, then she casually said, "You deserve it." The tone seemed to express some resentment, but it was unclear what Li Xinyue was upset about. Seeing this, Chen Haoling asked, "Is your current condition capable of condensing the Yinling Pearl?" Li Xinyue crossed her arms, looked aside with an indifferent expression and said, "I have plenty of Yinling Pearls, but why should I give you one? What do you have that's worth trading with me?" Chen Haoling seemed to have guessed what Li Xinyue would say and responded, "How about I help you control the Ice Phoenix power within you?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Xinyue's pupils slightly contracted, and she looked curiously at Chen Haoling. "Can you help me control the Ice Phoenix demon power within my body?" Chen Haoling nodded and then took out a scroll from his storage ring, smiling as he said, "This thing is a cultivation technique I created in my past life, called the Nirvana Sutra. It is a derivative version of my main cultivation technique, the Divine Martial Nirvana Sutra. Although it doesn't have much destructive power, it can effectively adjust the innate energy within cultivators who have special physiques, including your Ice Phoenix demon power and the original demon power of that woman, Li Xiao. Moreover, after cultivating this technique, you won't need any cultivation resources to control the demon power within your body." Li Xinyue's eyes flashed with a trace of emotion upon hearing this. In her past life, she spent over 1,000 years controlling the Ice Phoenix demon power within her body, using countless precious resources before she successfully tamed it. If what Chen Haoling said about this technique is true, she could save countless resources and focus more energy on breaking through her current realm. Perhaps, at that time, her strength could even surpass the Chen Haoling of her past life and claim the throne of the strongest person in the northern frontier continent. But then, Li Xinyue seemed to remember something. She looked at Chen Haoling and asked, "Has Li Xiao also cultivated your technique to control the demon power within her?" Chen Haoling shook his head. "I don't know where the technique she uses comes from, but one thing is certain, that thing cannot help her truly control her demon power. The reason she's fine for now is purely because the demon power has been suppressed. One day, when the suppression fails, the demon power will rebound and completely backfire on Li Xiao." Upon hearing this, Li Xinyue fell into deep thought for a moment. Earlier, she had used her spirit pet, the white dove, to observe the scene in the Li family's ancestral hall. From the way Li Xiao's demon power took shape, she didn't notice anything wrong. If even the cultivation technique Li Xiao focuses on can't ensure she has full control over her demon power, then how reliable is the technique Chen Haoling holds now? With this in mind, Li Xinyue turned to look at Chen Haoling and asked with a soul-deep question. "Why should I believe that the technique in your hands can help me control the Ice Phoenix demon power inside me?" Chen Haoling casually tossed the technique to her, then smiled and said, "You'll know after cultivating it for a while, won't you? Time will prove everything. Originally, I planned to give this technique to Li Xiao as a gift after I passed through the tribulation. But who would have thought that she would come to attack me while I was going through the tribulation? Since that's the case, there's no need to give it to her anymore." Li Xinyue was a little shaken when she saw that Chen Haoling was handing over such a precious thing to her. She then asked, "You're just giving it to me like this, aren't you afraid that I'll do something to the Yin Spirit Pearl in your possession?" Chen Haoling thought for a moment and then smiled. "We're both at the Gathering Qi realm. Your tricks really can't deceive me. Moreover, I don't think you would act against me." Li Xinyue curiously asked, "Why?" Chen Haoling glanced at the soft couch in the distance, "Because I truly fell asleep just now. If you wanted to do something to me, I would already be dead." As soon as those words were spoken, Li Xinyue's small face turned bright red. She subconsciously emphasized, "I just didn't notice you arrived, that's all. Who told you to walk without making a sound? If I had known you were really asleep, I would have bound you up and dismembered you." Who could have imagined that the Chen Haoling from her past life, who made all the top-tier experts in the northern frontier continent tremble, would? In the great sects, where even the most powerful of beings trembled in fear, the legendary demoness would occasionally show such a shy and delicate expression. Chen Haoling smiled without speaking, casually picking up a pastry from the long table and started eating it. Then he changed the topic, saying, "Why haven't you taken a bite of these pastries? It seems like they don't taste good unless you've taken a bite." Li Xinyue heard the teasing tone and coldly replied, "Do you want me to take a bite of the pastry before you think it tastes good? Should I just put these pastries in my mouth and feed them to you directly, mouth to mouth?" Chen Haoling's eyes lit up. "Can I? If so, I have no objections." Li Xinyue took a deep breath. Even though she had been reborn, Chen Haoling, this bastard, was still as annoying as in her past life. Just hearing his voice made her want to slap him across the face. But in the end, Li Xinyue did not really act on it. However, when she thought about how this bastard dared to tease her like that, she felt a surge of anger inside her. So, she decided she had to make him suffer a little too. But how to do it? After thinking for a moment, Li Xinyue's beautiful eyes lit up. She quickly took out a small jade bottle from her storage ring, then poured a thumb-sized white bead from it. She shook the bead in front of Chen Haoling, saying, "This is the Yin Spirit Pearl you wanted." Chen Haoling's eyes immediately widened. Excitedly, he said, I've been waiting for you to take it out. Hurry, give it to me. As he spoke, Chen Haoling grinned and stretched out his hand, signaling Li Xinyue to give it to him. But when Li Xinyue saw how impatient he was, she took the Yin Spirit Pearl and put it into her mouth right in front of him. Then, like sucking on a lollipop, she held the bead in her mouth and said to Chen Haoling, You want this Yin Spirit Pearl? Catch it with your mouth. For a moment, Chen Haoling's expression froze. The corners of his mouth even twitched. Li Xinyue looked at the ridiculous expression on Chen Haoling's face and couldn't help but laugh. She thought he looked really cute in that silly way. At that moment, she casually poured another clean Yin Spirit Pearl from the jade bottle and threw it to Chen Haoling, saying, Here, take it. Don't lose it, or there won't be another one. After speaking, Li Xinyue stood up and skipped happily toward the inner room's bedroom. Chen Haoling, still flustered, hurriedly caught the Yin Spirit Pearl. After seeing Li Xinyue leave, he called out, Wait, are you just going? Aren't we going to chat a bit more? Li Xinyue turned her head and made a face at Chen Haoling, saying, Go to hell. Chapter 8, The Clan Competition. 10 days later. Changyue City, Inner City, Central Martial Arena. Chen Haoling followed Li Jiangshan and a few other Li family disciples into the arena. Perhaps because they arrived late, the spectator seats in the arena were already full. Fortunately, each of the 5 major families had reserved seats, so even if they were late, they didn't have to worry about not having a place to sit. Once Chen Haoling and the others sat down, Li Jiangshan turned to him and said, I know you're still upset with Xiao, but she was your sister for 10 years. Today's clan competition is her first battle. You should at least support her a little. Chen Haoling responded flatly, Oh, but said nothing more. Looking at him, it was clear he wasn't interested in today's clan competition. If it weren't for his adoptive father forcing him to come and support Li Xiao, he really wouldn't have bothered showing up. At this point, one of the Li family disciples behind Chen Haoling, Li Mingxiao, suddenly spoke up. In previous years, the Zhou family has mostly taken the top spot, always occupying the top 3 ranks in the clan competition. The remaining 5 major families can barely split one researcher slot among themselves, and who knows if things will change this year. At this time, a girl named Li Rushwang spoke up. The Zhou family is the city lord's family, and with their deep background, they could easily take all 10 researcher slots in the clan competition. Yet, they still gave us 5 slots. Do you really expect any change? Hearing this, Li Mingxiao laughed slyly, feeling that Li Rushwang's words made a good point. Only Chen Haoling listened to their conversation without saying a word. The clan competition in Changyue City, rather than being a martial arts competition, is more accurately described as an exam. Because the sole purpose of all the talented youths who come here is the same. That is to squeeze into the top 10 and become a researcher, then represent Changyue City and go to imperial capital Xinlua Holy City for further studies. For most people born in border areas, being able to go to the imperial capital's academy for further studies is undoubtedly a matter of great honor and glory for their families. Most importantly, after graduating from the Imperial Academy, one can be incorporated into the system, thus entering the court as an official or being assigned to the military, serving the country. It is precisely because of these numerous benefits that so many talented youths flock here, even resorting to any means to snatch a researcher slot. In his previous life, Chen Haoling had entered Xinlua Holy City after ranking first in the clan competition, and it was from that moment that Chen Haoling's rise began. However, perhaps because he had already walked the same path once, this life, Chen Haoling was not very interested in participating in the clan competition. Mainly because he had already learned what he needed to learn, it was only that finding cultivation resources was difficult. He remembered that in his last life, after graduating, he was assigned to the military, and the following year, a large-scale border war broke out in the Tianzhu Empire. And without a doubt, he was assigned to the front lines. And that battle lasted a full 10 years. To be honest, he had had enough of that bloody, life-and-death existence and truly did not want to go through it again. He also hated that feeling of being restrained. In comparison, being a free and easy rogue cultivator felt much more comfortable. At that moment, Li Mingxiao suddenly exclaimed with excitement, Look! Sister Xiao Yao is coming out. As soon as he said this, Chen Haoling's gaze instinctively shifted to the arena, and he indeed saw Li Xiao Yao, dressed in red armor, holding a long sword, gracefully stepping onto the stage. Her demeanor was noble and cold, just standing there gave people the feeling of being above all. Plus, her stunning beauty excited nearly 10,000 spectators present. Beside Chen Haoling, the little girl Li Rushwang was also excitedly shouting, Xiao Yao sister, Xiao Yao sister. Aha! Her reaction was just like a fan seeing their idol. It seemed that the little girl's shout had an effect, as Li Xiao Yao really turned her head to look this way. However, more accurately, she was looking at Chen Haoling. Seeing this scene, Li Rushwang couldn't contain her excitement, even grabbing Chen Haoling's sleeve, pulling it frantically, and saying excitedly, Chen Haoling, did you see that? Sister Xiao Yao looked at me. She looked at me. Chen Haoling chuckled and instinctively wanted to pull his elbow back. But at that moment, he saw Li Xiaoyao below moving her lips. That was a special form of lip language, a language that only Chen Haoling and Li Xiaoyao could understand. What a pity. In the 10 days I was away, your strength hasn't improved at all, and it even seems to have weakened a little. I say, Chen Haoling, is your life really this bad after I'm gone? Li Xiao's words were full of sarcasm, clearly noticing that Chen Haoling's aura wasn't as strong as it was 10 days ago. But Chen Haoling didn't refute her. He responded with the same lip movements. My life is fine, my body is great, I eat well, but it's surprising that you would come to participate in this competition. That's what really feels unbelievable. Li Xiao sneered, in the past life, you rose up here, so why, can't I walk the same path just once? Chen Haoling pressed his lips together. In his previous life, he had advanced to the Imperial Academy with the first place in the clan competition, and according to the current laws of the Tianzhu Empire, any large city-state with a population over 500,000 could allow 3 accompanying study children to go to the imperial capital for further education. At that time, Chen Haoling had brought Li Xiao as one of his accompanying study children. So, Li Xiao had walked the same path of his rise. But in this life, why did she have to walk it again? Was it because she didn't want to find resources for herself? Chen Haoling couldn't understand. He didn't ask Li Xiao, only calmly replying, the clan competition is no joke, you should be careful. Li Xiao sneered, I don't need you to worry. Chen Haoling turned his head away, no longer looking at her, muttering to himself, a dog chasing a mouse. In the next moment, Li Xiao's opponent appeared on stage. Everyone's eyes quickly shifted toward the new arrival. The person was a young man around 23 years old, with dark skin, a strong physique, and holding a heavy battle axe. Chen Haoling recognized him. He was the third illegitimate son of the Qian family, Chen He. Although he was an illegitimate son of the Qian family, his combat power was exceptionally strong. His powerful spiritual energy had already reached the limit Qi gathering realm, much stronger than Chen Haoling at the moment. The cultivation realms are divided into Qi gathering realm, earth mystical realm, true martial realm, yin yang realm. Each major realm is further divided into small completion, large completion, perfection, and limit. In addition to his formidable physical strength, he could even rank among the top 10 of the younger generation in Changyue City. Li Xiao, as soon as she stepped onto the stage, encountered such a high-level opponent. It was hard to say how she would respond. Chen Haoling showed a playful smile. What had seemed like a boring clan competition suddenly became interesting. Chapter 9, Monster Power Erupts, Start. As the bell signaling the start of the clan competition rang, it announced the beginning of the match between Li Xiao and Qian He. But the moment the bell rang, Li Xiao's figure vanished from her original position like a ghost, reappearing in front of Qian He in the next second. Qian He's pupils contracted, and his dark face even turned pale. He cried out in shock, so fast. Before Qian He could react, one of Li Xiao's legs swung toward his neck. In a panic, Qian He immediately raised his arm to block. Bang! Li Xiao's leg landed heavily on Qian He's arm, causing him to fly sideways. The overwhelming power of her kick made Qian He feel as though his entire arm was about to break, and his battle axe flew out of his hand. At that moment, Li Xiao appeared in front of him again. She didn't give Qian He any time to react and stomped one foot on his chest. It was as if she was crushing an ant, stomping Qian He hard into the ground. The immense force of her stomp even caused the thick martial arts platform to dent down. A loud bang echoed quickly. Puff. Qian He felt a surge of fresh blood in his mouth. It felt like his ribs were about to break. Then, he saw a cold long sword pressed against his neck, and a cold voice said, "You lost." Qian He felt the sensation on his skin, and though he was very unwilling in his heart, he still said, "I admit defeat." With Qian He's surrender, the bell for the end of the match rang again. Silence. In the audience of nearly 10,000 people, it was quiet at this moment, with not a single sound, all eyes wide open, watching this scene unfold. Is that it? Damn, this is too exaggerated. How long has it been? Was it even 3 breaths? It's over already? No way, this Qian He is too useless. I even bet so much money on him to win, and he couldn't even last one exchange before losing? No, it should be that Li Xiao is too strong. After a moment of silence, the audience's discussions quickly erupted. Just as they doubted, on the martial arts stage, Li Xiao suddenly unleashed a powerful demonic force. In an instant, it swept across the audience like a howling hurricane, and faintly, one could even hear the cry of a phoenix. In one part of the audience, the lord of Changyue City, Zhou Hongsheng, quietly watched the scene, whispering, "Is this the power of a phoenix body? Indeed ridiculously strong. I suppose her strength should have reached the level of minor success, Earth Profound Realm?" Beside him, Butler Long respectfully said, "Reporting to Lord, this Li Xiao is the girl who eloped with the Su family boy 10 days ago." In her time with the Su family, she only took 7 days to rise from limit, gathering energy realm to minor success, earth profound realm. Moreover, with the support of origin demonic power, there should be no one at the same level who can match her. Zhou Hongsheng, upon hearing this, gently uttered an "oh" and immediately showed a playful expression, laughing. So it seems, this little girl made a very wise choice to elope at the wedding. Losing a vampire by her side instantly boosted her strength greatly. I wonder if that old guy Li Jiangshan regrets bringing that Chen Haoling back to the Li family. Butler Long pondered for a moment, calling her a vampire. I don't think it's accurate. At least Chen Haoling did help Li Xiao overcome her 16-year-old calamity. But when Chen Haoling lost her utility, she decisively discarded her. With such disposition, I believe this girl will surely achieve great things in the future. Zhou Hongsheng looked at Butler Long with surprise. Uncle Long, you think so highly of this girl? Butler Long smiled. Those who possess a phoenix body are not mediocre. As long as she can maintain this state, perhaps becoming a ruler is not impossible. Zhou Hongsheng nodded in silence. In that case, I should really build a closer relationship with her. If she can really succeed in the future, it would be a significant benefit to the Zhou family. Saying this, he looked at a nearby maid and said, "Go, take the Golden Cloud Phoenix hairpin from the storeroom to Li Xiao, saying that the city lord thinks this hairpin is a perfect match for her, and hopes she won't disappoint the city lord in her future competitions." The maid bowed and then turned to carry out the task. Outside in the audience, seeing Li Xiao's outstanding performance, the Li family members were also unable to contain their excitement. Especially that little girl, Li Ruoshang, who was so excited that she couldn't speak coherently. Sister Xiao is amazing. She actually broke through to the earth profound realm. At the age of 20, with such talent in the earthly realm, it's not bad even if placed in the imperial capital, right? If only I could become someone as powerful as Sister Xiyun. Li Mingxiao, on the side, sneered and said, "Give it up, will you? Sister Xiyun is the owner of the demon phoenix body, almost invincible at the same level thanks to her original demon power. Look at you, what do you have?" Li Rushuang was mocked by him and immediately replied unhappily, "Don't talk about me, you're not doing any better." After saying this, she puffed her cheeks and turned her head away. Even the family head, Li Jiangshan, sitting at the front, nodded gently, smiling as he stroked his goatee, clearly pleased with his daughter's performance today. Looking at it now, it was indeed a correct decision to agree to let his daughter elope with Su Yixuan. But then Li Jiangshan suddenly remembered Chen Haoling was still sitting beside him, so he quickly composed himself, cleared his throat, and said to Chen Haoling, "Xiyun's achievements today are partly thanks to you." Chen Haoling lightly responded with an "oh," stating expressionlessly, "Thanks to me?" Li Jiangshan nodded. "If it weren't for you letting them be together, perhaps Xiyun wouldn't have arrived at her glorious moment today." Chen Haoling blinked, not knowing why he felt that his adoptive father's words sounded a bit sarcastic, but still replied, "She is outstanding enough on her own to achieve what she has. It has nothing to do with anyone else." Li Jiangshan smiled and nodded again. He could tell that Chen Haoling was purposely saying nice things about Li Xiyun in front of him, but he didn't refute and chose to go along with it. But the next second, everyone on site suddenly saw Li Xiyun in the training arena, suddenly pointing at Chen Haoling's direction. This scene stunned everyone on site, and then they all turned to look at where Li Xiyun was pointing. Even Chen Haoling noticed this moment. Li Rushuang blinked and said to Chen Haoling, is Sister Xiyun pointing at you? Chen Haoling remained silent, staring closely into Li Xiyun's eyes. Then, Chen Haoling and everyone present saw that Li Xiyun's finger suddenly changed to a thumbs-down gesture, and her face showed a mocking smile. This action was downright provocative. Even Chen Haoling looked at Li Xiyun with some irritation. Li Xiyun raised her proud head and mouthed the words, "If you had come to the clan competition today, I would definitely have crushed you underfoot in a more perfect way." Seeing this, Chen Haoling understood that she felt unsatisfied because she hadn't personally defeated him. However, it's understandable for her to think this way. After all, in the previous life, she was overshadowed by Chen Haoling and now finally surpassed him in this life, so naturally, she wanted to regain her honor in front of him. To this, Chen Haoling replied with a smile, "It's been almost 10 days, can you still control the demon power inside you?" The moment Li Xiyun heard these words, she suddenly felt her heart pound fiercely, emitting. But Li Xiao still decided to go off the stage first. At the same time, she did her best to keep her current expression, avoiding anyone from noticing her abnormality. When Chen Haoling saw her leave the stage, he also lost interest in the upcoming clan competition, stood up, and prepared to leave. But at that moment, Li Mingxiao suddenly shouted at Chen Haoling, "Sister Xia won't see you right now, it's useless for you to go over. You might even get beaten up by the Su family's people if you're unlucky." As soon as these words came out, Chen Haoling paused for a moment, turned around to look at the younger boy, and said slowly, "Why do you think I am going to look for Li Xiao?" Li Mingxiao sneered, "Everyone saw Sister Xiao point at you just now. Right now, Sister Xiao has left the stage, and you are also prepared to leave. In this situation, what else could you be doing if not looking for Sister Xiao?" Saying this, Li Mingxiao stood up and walked closer to Chen Haoling, coldly saying, "So, you better not foolishly disturb her. Hearing this, Chen Haoling felt a surge of anger. When he was still the son-in-law of the Li family, Li Mingxiao treated him as if he were his grandfather, extremely obedient. Now that he had fallen from grace, he was the first to step forward and speak sarcastically. Thinking of this, Chen Haoling subconsciously touched the wound on his abdomen, then looked at Li Mingxiao and said, "If you don't want to lie on the ground, you better get the hell away from me now. I don't want to waste any more breath on you." Although 10 days ago, Chen Haoling had already obtained the Yinling Pearl from Li Xinyue to treat his damaged Yuan Palace. For some unknown reason, the degree of the wound's deterioration had not improved. So, after watching Li Xiao's match, Chen Haoling just wanted to leave the stage and rest immediately. He didn't want to stay here at all. Upon hearing Chen Haoling's rude words, Li Mingxiao also became angry. He took a step closer to Chen Haoling and said in an arrogant tone, "Did I say something wrong by telling you not to disturb Sister Xiao? Chen Haoling, don't forget you are just a foster son of the Li family now. To put it bluntly, you are no different from a dog raised by our Li family." After saying this, Li Mingxiao suddenly pointed at Chen Haoling's previous seat and shouted, "Sit down. You're not allowed to go anywhere. Otherwise, I will break your legs." As he spoke, the aura of perfection gathering Qi realm quietly released from his body, exactly at the same realm level as Chen Haoling. But this action attracted the attention of many spectators nearby, who all turned to look at Chen Haoling and began to whisper and point. Chen Haoling took a deep breath and suddenly sighed sincerely. It really is like a dragon swimming in shallow water, getting played by shrimp. It's like a tiger falling to the plains, getting bullied by dogs. Saying this, he looked at Li Mingxiao in front of him and then suddenly slapped him hard. His left face became very red and swollen, with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, making him look quite ridiculous. He angrily shouted at Chen Haoling, "You bastard! How dare you hit me?" Chen Haoling did not want to talk to this idiot anymore, turned around, and wanted to leave. But Li Mingxiao suddenly rushed over, looking like he wanted to settle life and death with Chen Haoling. At this moment, Chen Haoling raised his head and coldly glanced at him. In an instant, Li Mingxiao, who had rushed close to Chen Haoling, suddenly froze. In a moment, he felt an intense fear of death enveloping his entire body. This was not an illusion, it was his subconscious telling him that if he really took action again, he would die. After realizing this, Li Mingxiao felt as if he had turned into a zombie, standing still in place without moving. Chen Haoling ignored him and walked straight past his body toward the exit. Seeing this, Li Rushuang instinctively wanted to pull Chen Haoling back and ask what was going on, why they suddenly started fighting. But Li Jianshan spoke up, "Rushuang, don't chase after him. Let him be alone for a while." Li Rushuang turned to look at Li Jianshan and said, "But..." Li Jianshan sighed and shook his head. Xiao's current achievements are a heavy blow to him. We should give him some space to think things through. Upon hearing this, Li Rushuang pursed her lips and softly said, "I'm just afraid he will really go find Sister Xiao. If he gets beaten by someone from the Su family, it will be our Li family's shame." Li Jianshan smiled, "Don't worry, that won't happen. He can't do something like that." Hearing this, Li Rushuang finally sat back down, but her gaze was still on Li Mingxiao. He was still frozen in the same posture as before, rushing towards Chen Haoling. Li Rushuang shouted directly, "Li Mingxiao, what are you doing?" Hearing the voice, Li Mingxiao snapped back to reality. Only at this moment did he realize that Chen Haoling had already vanished. Instantly, he seemed to let out a breath of relief, collapsing weakly onto the ground, panting heavily. What just happened? Why did I feel this way? Li Mingxiao still felt a chill running down his spine. Clearly, it was just a glance, but Li Mingxiao felt every single cell in his body trembling. But oddly enough, even though he and Chen Haoling were both at perfect qi gathering level, why did he feel an immense distance between them? It was as if a weak and powerless little sheep faced a monstrous beast as big as a mountain. It seemed that just a single breath from the other could reduce him to ashes. Li Mingxiao couldn't understand and dared not think further, so he could only obediently sit back down, thinking it's better not to provoke that lunatic again in the future. Back at the rest area in the training ground, Chen Haoling found an empty seat to sit down. He gently lifted his upper body clothing. He saw a thick layer of white bandage wrapped around his abdomen, which was infused with a strong herbal scent. But after a while, the scent was permeated by the smell of blood. At the same time, the white bandage turned a bloody red. Seeing this scene, Chen Haoling frowned deeply. Just for slapping Li Mingxiao once, he had ended up reopening his wound. Great, now he had to rebandage it again. While Chen Haoling was pondering this, his shadow suddenly began to squirm. A voice that sounded exactly like Chen Haoling's rang out. "This Li family is no longer suitable for you to stay. When are you planning to leave?" Hearing that voice identical to her own, Chen Haoling frowned for a moment and then said, "At least I need to get my knife back first, right?" Chapter 11, Li Xiao's Obsession. In her previous life, before Chen Haoling went to Xinhao Sacred City, her adoptive father had given her a tang knife. This tang knife was the one that always followed Chen Haoling before entering the Li family. Its origin might be related to Chen Haoling's biological parents, and afterward, this knife accompanied Chen Haoling through countless battles. In this new life, although Chen Haoling's feelings for the Li family had diminished countless times, she still wanted to retrieve her knife. After all, at her current stage, no magical weapon was more suitable than that knife. While Chen Haoling was contemplating, her shadow began to writhe again, transforming into a person identical to Chen Haoling. It approached Chen Haoling's side and swaggeringly sat down, looking like a big shot, saying, "Once we find the boundless blade, how about we try it out on a few Li family members?" As she spoke, he excitedly licked his lips with his tongue. But Chen Haoling casually replied, "We'll see." After saying that, she took out new bandages and ointment from her storage ring, preparing to redress her wounds. The shadow, however, angrily exclaimed, "How can you be so indifferent after those Li family members bullied you so much? Not to mention, during the last time that dog Li Xiao eloped with that pile of dog crap Suishuan, did any of those Li family members say a word for you? They were all blaming you. Saying you were wrong here and bad there. Damn it, if I could have gotten out at that time, I would have killed them all." The shadow's frantic complaints did not move Chen Haoling at all. She continued to redress her wounds. Once her injuries were taken care of, Chen Haoling slowly said, "In any case, the Li family will be wiped out soon. I won't need to lift a finger then, so why waste my energy now?" Hearing this, the shadow's expression eased a little, but to be safe, he still asked Chen Haoling, "But, you won't soften your heart and intervene then, will you?" The shadow was genuinely afraid that Chen Haoling, being such a foolish person, would help the Li family survive this catastrophe. In the shadow's memory, from the moment Chen Haoling entered the Li family, she had already endured too many grievances and suffered too many beatings. In such a situation filled with anger, to help the Li family overcome their crisis would be truly unbearable. Just then, Chen Haoling chuckled lightly. After finishing with her wounds, she casually took out a cigarette pipe and lit some tobacco, saying, "If by then, my adoptive parents are still around, I might actually step in. It's just a pity, my adoptive mother passed away 4 years ago, and my adoptive father won't live much longer either." Though this was said casually, the shadow could hear the helplessness in Chen Haoling's voice. The shadow no longer shouted as before but carefully asked, "Your adoptive father knows he has a brain tumor, why won't he accept treatment? If he accepts treatment, he might live a few more years, you know?" Chen Haoling just smiled, because he doesn't want to live anymore. "In these 10 days, I've suggested helping him with treatment countless times, but he refuses and says, death is also a kind of release. At that moment, I knew he must be missing my foster mother, wanting to go down to find her." As he spoke, Chen Haoling expelled a puff of white mist from his mouth, leaning on the narcotic effects of tobacco to ease the pain in his abdomen slightly. The shadow fell silent, its body swaying before once again merging into the darkness. Soon, only Chen Haoling remained in the resting area, his brow furrowing again as he mumbled slowly, "If I really can't find my knife, then I will have to actively ask my foster father for it. I just don't know if he will give it to me right away." Recalling his previous life, Chen Haoling received the knife from his foster father just before heading to the sacred city of Silla. But according to that timeline, he still had to wait another 10 days. And his patience in the Li family was truly wearing thin. In the resting area of the Su family's contestants at the martial arts arena, inside Li Xiao's private room. Inside the room, Li Xiao sat cross-legged on a mat, desperately working on the holy spring purification technique, trying to purify the monstrous energy surging within her. But for some reason, this time the required purification power was incredibly large, and this process was accompanied by intense pain. The pain was so severe that Li Xiao couldn't help but cry out loud. If she hadn't set up a soundproof barrier when she entered, this sound alone would have been heard by those outside. This painful process lasted a full hour before it ended, after which Li Xiao collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. Only 10 days had passed since she left the Li family, but during this time, the frequency of her internal monstrous energy surging had become more and more frequent. First it was every 3 days, then every 2 days, then once a day, and now, it even surged 3 times a day. Moreover, the scale of each surge was getting bigger, and the purification power needed was becoming greater. Yet this situation clearly didn't match what happened in her previous life. In her last life, using the Holy Spring purification technique to purify the surging monstrous energy was easy to complete. Moreover, after each purification, the frequency of her internal monstrous energy surging would decrease, with the longest period being a surge that happened only once every 10 years. But why had the situation completely reversed after her rebirth? Li Xiao lay on the ground, unable to understand where the problem lay, when suddenly, she remembered Chen Haoling's figure. In her previous life, when he was around, Li Xiao had almost never worried about the surging monstrous energy in her body, as Chen Haoling always made arrangements in advance, allowing her to pass through those hardships without any pain. Now that he was gone, all the pain had turned into her own burden. Could it be that she really couldn't manage without him? Thinking of this, Li Xiao's gaze suddenly became firm again as she got up from the ground, her voice filled with anger. Can't do without him? What a joke. I, Li Xiao, can yield in front of Brother Ishuan and can yield in front of my father, but I will absolutely not yield in front of you, Chen Haoling. Li Xiao recalled Chen Haoling questioning her with lip language, can you still control the monstrous energy in your body? Every time she remembered that moment, it made her very angry. She kicked the mat beside her coldly and said, don't you just want to see me lose control of my monstrous energy, writhing in pain? In the end, would you come back crying, begging me to save you? Ah, ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Do you really think I would do what you wish? Let me tell you, you're dreaming. Don't even think about it. Even without you, Chen Haoling, I, Li Xiao, can still become the first female emperor of the Shenzhou Empire. I can also be among the 9 great saints. I can also achieve great feats. When that time comes, let's see who it is that cries, begging for forgiveness. Chapter 12, This Old Guy is Lying. In the following 3 days, Li Xiao almost crushed her way to second place in the clan competition, second only to the top genius of Chinese City, Zhou Haoran. For such a scene, even Chen Haoling was somewhat moved. Because he could see that the demonic power inside Li Xiao was on the verge of exploding, yet even so, she did not stop her footsteps. Sitting in the audience, Chen Haoling, while drawing on his smoking pipe, watched the competition below and said slowly, is it really necessary to push so hard? Even if you truly win first place and enter the Imperial Capital Academy, if the demonic power backfires completely, won't everything you've done now be meaningless? Chen Haoling didn't know what Li Xiao was thinking, so he didn't ponder on that too much. He turned his head to the side and saw his foster father approaching with Li Ruoxiang and Li Mingxiao among others. Perhaps because of being beaten up by Chen Haoling last time, this time Li Mingxiao did not provoke Chen Haoling, but instead sat quietly in his own seat without saying a word. Chen Haoling also ignored him and said to his seated foster father, can't you really find my things? Li Jianshan sighed at this moment, I've already sent someone to search the storeroom, it just might take a little more time to find. As he spoke, he looked at Chen Haoling curiously and asked, but why are you in such a hurry to get that knife? Chen Haoling casually fabricated a reason, it's nothing, I just feel that my strength might break through soon, and I want a good weapon by then. Coincidentally, the knife my biological parents left for me seems pretty good, so I want to get it back. Li Jianshan found this reason somewhat acceptable and instinctively nodded, you're at this age, it's fine. Later, I'll take you to the storeroom to pick a few good weapons. As for your knife, once I send someone to find it, I'll get it to you immediately. Chen Haoling nodded, indicating no problem. But his shadow began to squirm, and a voice immediately sounded. This old man is lying. He didn't send anyone to find your knife, he purposely hid the knife. This voice was loud, but only Chen Haoling could hear it. Chen Haoling shot a sideways glance at his shadow, then said in his heart, how do you know? The shadow immediately replied, when he lies, his eyes flicker, clearly not telling the truth. Upon hearing this, Chen Haoling secretly glanced at his foster father again before looking back at the shadow. Why would the foster father do this? The shadow screeched, how would I know? After a pause, he added, in my opinion, we should secretly find the knife ourselves. If you directly tell him what you want, it just raises his alertness, by then, if he has hidden the knife, it will be even harder for us to find. Chen Haoling took a deep breath from the smoking pipe and exhaled a cloud of white mist. If we could find it ourselves, why would I still seek him for it? At this moment, the shadow was left speechless, and then quickly asked, so what should we do now? If he doesn't take out the knife, will we be trapped in the Li family for the rest of our lives? Chen Haoling also fell silent at this point. He quietly thought for a moment before replying, let's wait a bit longer. If it really doesn't work, I'll have to wait until my strength reaches the earth profound realm and then use divine thoughts to sense it. Upon hearing this, the shadow let out a long sound, clearly unwilling to wait that long, but it seemed there was no other way to it. How long will it take for your strength to reach the earth profound realm? Chen Haoling then looked down at the wound on his abdomen. Before the Yuan Palace is healed, it's probably impossible to reach the earth profound realm, right? The shadow, somewhat frustrated, said, I'm not saying this, but what the hell is up with your wound? It's been almost half a month, and it still hasn't healed. Did Li Siyue use a divine weapon? How can a wound last so long? As soon as these words were spoken, a flash of light seemed to appear in Chen Haoling's mind, and he gently stroked his abdomen with one hand. In that moment, he seemed to guess the reason why his injury had not healed. Just as he was pondering, a loud bang suddenly resonated, drawing the attention of everyone present to the arena. Li Siyue had already engaged in battle with Zhou Haoran, the current top talent of Chinese City, and both sides moved with incredible speed. It could be described as chasing the clouds and pursuing the lightning, swift as lightning. Faced with Zhou Haoran, Li Siyue clearly lost the calm and composure she had just a few days ago. Because Zhou Haoran's strength was genuinely formidable, although he was at the same level of small success earth profound realm as Li Siyue, his foundation was much more solid, and his techniques were ever changing. Thus, even with Li Siyue's inherent demonic power, she still found it hard to defend herself. Li Siyue's figure kept retreating under Zhou Haoren's torrential assault, while her mind was constantly replaying the scene of Chen Haoling fighting this monster in her previous life. In her last life, Chen Haoling fought Zhou Haoren for a whole day and night, almost leading to a mutually damaging situation before finally defeating this monster. From this point alone, one can imagine how troublesome this guy could be. And the way Chen Haoling ultimately defeated him was completely by exhausting him. Yes, he exhausted him. At that time, Chen Haoling, with the strength of Extreme Gathering Energy Realm, forced Zhou Haoren to be exhausted until his physical and magical power was depleted, successfully defeating him. Recalling this, Li Siyue felt as if the sky was about to collapse, because the kind of battle she was worsted was a war of attrition. How could she possibly wear Zhou Haoren down? Thinking of this, Li Siyue suddenly felt flustered, even her movements with the sword became a bit behind her reactions. Opposite her, Zhou Haoren sneered, "Oh, Mrs. Su, is this it? Weren't you very strong before? Why are you getting flustered so quickly?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Haoren kicked towards Li Siyue, who instinctively raised her sword to block. Bang! Zhou Haoren's kick struck Li Siyue's long sword, forcefully sending her staggering backward for dozens of steps, until she barely stabilized herself. Chapter 13, Demonic Power Backlash, Li Siyue crying. At that moment, Zhou Haoren's sword came at her again. He was a master of wind attributes, and each swing of his sword was shadowy and intangible, yet capable of creating real destructive power. Soon, the clothes on Li Siyue were torn by countless wind blades, even the skin beneath her clothes was marked with a shallow trace of blood. Seeing this, Li Siyue instinctively felt a slight irritation, but in the next moment, the demon power within her surged once again. Immediately, a strong intent to kill lingered in Li Siyue's heart. Zhou Haoren noticed this and widened his eyes slightly, exclaiming, "Is this the original demon power? Truly impressive. Let me experience it fully." As soon as he finished speaking, the Qingfeng sword in his hand waved again, and at that moment, a whirlwind of energy formed, sweeping directly toward Li Siyue. At that moment, Li Siyue's eyes began to turn blood red, and the demon power around her body gathered into a phantom. As the whirlwind approached her, a cry of a phoenix suddenly rang out. Then, behind Li Siyue, a phantom of a phoenix appeared. Whoosh! The approaching whirlwind instantly dissipated, hardly affecting her at all. Seeing this, Zhou Haoren paused slightly, then with some surprise, said, "Oh? Not bad for defense, how about this?" Zhou Haoren charged again toward Li Siyue, swinging his sword, creating sharp wind blades that sliced toward all parts of her body. But at this moment, Li Siyue entirely ignored those attacks, her body was gradually being consumed by demon power. It felt as if a drowning person was being completely submerged. Bang! 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 As the phoenix phantom around Li Siyue gradually solidified, Zhou Haoren's attacks became weaker and weaker, as if a water gun was shooting against a wall, barely causing any impact. What's going on? Only then did Zhou Haoren begin to sense something was wrong. Because the demon power bursting from Li Siyue had become increasingly strong, even resembling the true aura of a demon beast. In the distance, the lord of Qinyue City, Zhou Hongsheng, also became puzzled upon seeing this scene, murmuring, "What is Li Siyue doing? Why is she standing still? Why has the demon power on her body become so strange?" After speaking, Zhou Hongsheng looked at his dragon butler behind him and asked, "Uncle Long, have you noticed anything unusual?" The dragon butler watched Li Siyue carefully for a moment, then suddenly his pupils constricted, exclaiming, "Her demon power is backfiring on her?" Upon hearing this, even Zhou Hongsheng gasped in shock, exclaiming, "What?" In the audience section of the Li family, Li Jiangshan, along with Li Rushwang, Li Mingxiao, and several others, also sensed that something was wrong with Li Siyue. Especially Li Jiangshan, who stood up from his seat, nervously looking toward Li Siyue and saying, "Siyue?" Li Rushwang also shouted, "Sister Siyue." Only Chen Haoling looked at everything with a calm expression, obviously having guessed that such a day would come. Meanwhile, Li Siyue was wholly enveloped in red phoenix demon power. That strong feeling of suffocation made Li Siyue want to escape, but her body couldn't move. At the same time, a strong pain from deep within her soul continuously surged. It hurt, it truly hurt. Li Siyue felt as if all her bones were being crushed again and again, flesh was being sliced open, meridians were being peeled away little by little, and her internal organs were being removed entirely. This feeling of being torn apart was the most real sensation Li Siyue was experiencing now. She was in so much pain that she almost wanted to go crazy, yet couldn't make a sound. In a daze, Li Siyue's gaze turned to the distant audience, and even from hundreds of meters away, she instantly spotted a calm figure among the crowd. Li Siyue subconsciously reached out her hand, wanting to grasp him, but found she couldn't reach at all. At the same time, her mind kept recalling the scenes from half a month ago, on the day she ran away from the wedding. In front of Chen Haoling, she kissed another man and told her father, "I am only choosing the life I want." Then she declared firmly to Chen Haoling, "Don't think that you are the only one who can purify the primordial demon power in this world. After all, having been with you for so many years, I've already mastered this skill. Then she addressed all the guests present, saying, I, Li Xiao, can now perfectly control the demon power within me. And Chen Haoling no longer holds any value for me, nor does he have the qualification to be my husband. Since this is the case, why do I still need to marry him? When her father threatened to sever their relationship to force her to continue marrying Chen Haoling, she actually pressed a knife against her own neck and said, Father, on what basis do you think I would become like my sister, a female villain? Is it just because you think I can't control my demon power for long? If that's the case, then I can say you are wrong. Dead wrong. I am different from my sister. Her demon power will only turn her into a ruthless female villain, while my demon power will help me reach even greater heights. Because I know my demon power cannot go out of control, and it certainly cannot backfire on me. But if you still refuse to believe me, thinking I can't live without Chen Haoling, then I, Li Xiao, can only resolve to die. When asked why she resisted marrying Chen Haoling, she explained, because he, Chen Haoling, pretends to help me control my demon power but is crazily draining my essence to strengthen his own magic. Everything he has is built on my exploitation. I do not want to be exploited by him anymore, I want to have my own life. Recalling this, Li Xiao suddenly burst into laughter, her laughter filled with bitterness and irony. Once, she had sworn she no longer needed Chen Haoling, even without him, she could control her demon power just fine. However, in less than half a month, her demon power had completely gone out of control, and was gradually turning on her. She had no way to deal with this tragedy. The unwillingness and despair inside her made her want to end her own life, yet she couldn't control her body to act. Slowly, she could feel her consciousness being replaced, that hazy feeling made her want to just fall asleep like that. But just as she was about to close her eyes, Li Xiao still reached her hand toward Chen Haoling's direction. Chen Haoling, husband, I'm sorry. In the next moment, a tear slid down from the corner of her eye. Chapter 14, the out-of-control Li Xiao charged toward Chen Haoling. What followed was an even more violent and raging phoenix demon power sweeping through, spreading like a storm in all directions. On the stage, Zhou Haoran instinctively raised his hand to shield his face against the surging airwaves, and the clothes on his body fluttered loudly. Then, Li Xiao's figure began to levitate. She was entirely shrouded in the illusion of a phoenix, her entire consciousness already devoured by the demon power, and at this moment, she could not distinguish between friend and foe. Her gaze fell on Zhou Haoran in the arena, and she raised her hand to wave in his direction. In the blink of an eye, feathers shot out like laser beams towards Zhou Haoran. Zhou Haoran was shocked in his heart, raising the Qingfeng sword in his hand to frantically defend against the terrifying force. With all his might, the sharp Qingfeng sword actually created afterimages, and in that moment, he truly managed to block the attack that Li Xiao had casually unleashed. But Li Xiao on the stage only sneered coldly, and indifferently spat out a word, explode. As soon as the word fell, the feathers shooting towards Zhou Haoran unexpectedly exploded on the spot. Boom! 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 The series of explosions immediately echoed in the air, and in an instant, Zhou Haoran was blown away. The scorching flames even burned away the clothes on Zhou Haoran, turning the once ethereal young master into a beggar-like figure. After rolling on the ground a few times, Zhou Haoran quickly got up, looking at Li Xiao in the sky, gritting his teeth and cursing silently. The phoenix demon power is indeed formidable. As he spoke, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his whole body going weak as he half knelt on the ground, one hand covering his chest, his breath gradually fading. At this moment, large areas of burns appeared on his skin, giving a chilling feeling. Yet Li Xiao in the sky looked at this scene without any compassion in her eyes, as if she were looking at garbage. She raised a hand again, and a bow made of flames emerged, then gently drew the bowstring. A sharp flame arrow also materialized, the arrowhead aimed straight down at Zhou Haoran. Seeing this, Zhou Haoran exclaimed, I concede. This time, you have won the contest. However, Li Xiao in the sky did not cease her actions due to Zhou Haoran's surrender, her eyes were filled with indifference and ruthlessness. She gently released her fingers that were pulling the bowstring, and the sharp flame arrow shot down towards Zhou Haoran with tremendous force. Zhou Haoran was shocked, his entire body frozen in place, as the speed of the arrow was far too fast for him to dodge. Was he really going to die here? But just as Zhou Haoran thought this, an old figure suddenly appeared in front of him and waved his hand facing the flame arrow. Whoosh! A large golden silhouette of a hand grabbed out straight. In the blink of an eye, the golden hand grew to 10 meters long, and it caught the incoming arrow. But the next second, the arrow exploded in the palm of the golden hand. Boom! The rolling shockwave exploded in the sky, even causing the ground below to shake violently. When Zhou Haoran saw someone come to save him, he excitedly shouted, Lord Long. The person was indeed the housekeeper Long from the city lord's mansion, a master at the extreme earth-profound realm, just a step away from reaching the true martial realm. This strength was a small level stronger than that of Li Jiashu's head, Li Jiangshan. Cultivation realms, gathering chi realm, earth profound realm, true martial realm, yin yang realm. Each major realm is further subdivided into small success, great success, perfection, extreme limit. After blocking that powerful arrow, Housekeeper Long glanced at Li Xiao in the sky and then turned to Zhou Haoran behind him, saying, "Young master, Li Xiao's consciousness has been consumed by the Phoenix demon power. Now, she has completely turned into a killing machine. You should keep a distance, and I will deal with her personally." Hearing this, Zhou Haoran was shocked, roaring, "Consumed by demon power? No, didn't she say earlier that she had mastered the way to control the demon power? How did I get swallowed up so suddenly?" Li Xiao's previous elopement had already become widely known throughout Qianyue City, so everyone was aware of her reason for fleeing her marriage. Therefore, when Zhou Haoran learned that Li Xiao had been consumed by demonic power, he felt profoundly shocked. In response to Zhou Haoran's astonishment, Butler Long simply replied coldly, "I don't know the exact reason, but right now, if we do not quickly suppress her, she will endanger the safety of everyone in Qianyue City." Butler Long would not forget the massacre that occurred during the outburst of Li Xinyue's Ice Phoenix demonic power. Thus, when faced with Li Xiao, whose demonic power was 10 times greater than that of Li Xinyue, his face was filled with deep concern. But in the next moment, Li Xiao and the sky turned and flew towards a certain direction. She seemed to sense how strong Butler Long's power was, so she showed no inclination to fight and swiftly left, her speed making people feel intimidated. However, Butler Long would not let her escape so easily. He shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" As he finished speaking, he chased after Li Xiao's direction. At the same time, many guards from the city lord's residence began orderly evacuating the spectators on the scene. The same was true for the Li family. However, Li Jiangshan, worried about his daughter's situation, refused to leave. Despite many people around trying to persuade him, the old man would not budge and even considered personally bringing his daughter back. Yet in the next second, Li Rushwang suddenly pointed to the distant sky and said, "Look, Sister Xiao is charging towards us." At these words, everyone terrifiedly saw Li Xiao wrapped in a phoenix illusion, flying towards the Li family at an astonishing speed. Only Chen Haoling's face turned pale as he watched the scene because he realized that Li Xiao seemed to be coming straight for him. Without much thought, Chen Haoling suddenly lunged in one direction. Just as he dodged, Li Xiao was already close. She stepped on the spot where Chen Haoling had just been standing, directly leaving a deep crater in the ground. If she had stepped on him, even if Chen Haoling didn't die, he would surely suffer greatly. The crowd gasped in shock at this scene. Li Jiangshan exclaimed excitedly, "Xiao!" Li Rushwang also shouted, "Sister Xiao!" But Li Xiao completely ignored their calls and fixed her gaze on Chen Haoling. At this moment, after dodging Li Xiao's attack, Chen Haoling quietly stepped back to ensure he stayed at a safe distance from her. And Chen Haoling's shadow yelled, "That woman is coming for you. Don't let her demonic power touch you, or she might turn you into a dried corpse." Frustrated, Chen Haoling replied to the shadow, "I know what she's coming for. No need to remind me." Chen Haoling could enhance his own magical power by absorbing Phoenix demonic power. Similarly, Li Xiao's demonic power could absorb Chen Haoling's magic, thereby boosting her strength. So, the only purpose Li Xiao had for approaching Chen Haoling was to absorb the magic power within him to enhance her own strength. In the next moment, Li Xiao let out a sharp phoenix cry, then charged towards Chen Haoling's direction. Seeing this, Chen Haoling could only turn and flee. And this scene was witnessed by the Li family in the distance, making their hearts race with fear. Suddenly, everyone panicked. Li Rushwang and Li Jiangshan hurriedly chased after Chen Haoling and the others who were leaving. Only Li Mingxiao had a face full of glee. Who told Chen Haoling to trample him in front of so many people? Now that Chen Haoling was being pursued and beaten by Li Siyuan, he naturally felt happy. Outside, after Chen Haoling rushed out of the training ground, he began to jump back and forth on the rooftops. The martial skill Step on the World was immediately unleashed. In an instant, Chen Haoling's weight was reduced to about half, and the explosive power of his legs also increased significantly. As a result, he moved back and forth on the rooftops, even leaving behind a trace of afterimage. However, running on the ground can't compare to flying in the sky. The phoenix illusion created by Li Siyuan quickly caught up with Chen Haoling. She kicked towards Chen Haoling's back. Chen Haoling's face darkened. He immediately spun around and kicked to collide with Li Siyuan's incoming kick. Boom! The collision of their feet immediately created a wave of white energy that spread outwards. Under the powerful force, countless roof tiles were blown away. At the same time, Chen Haoling was kicked away by Li Siyuan. Boom! Chen Haoling's body crashed down like a meteor, hitting the bustling street. This instantly terrified the passers-by around him, causing them to scream in shock. Yet, Chen Haoling gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain in his legs and body, immediately standing up again. On his abdomen, the bright sword wound began to act up again. Chapter 15, Chen Haoling's wound completely heals. A faint stinging sensation continuously struck Chen Haoling's pain nerves, and when he looked down, he found that the bandage around his abdomen was starting to turn red again. Clearly, the wound had started to bleed again. Chen Haoling looked at the bleeding wound with a face full of frustration. If it weren't for this damn sword wound, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state now. As Li Siyuan approached again, the stinging sensation in Chen Haoling's abdomen became even more apparent. At that moment, Chen Haoling completely understood why the wound on his abdomen had been unable to heal. It was the sword tip that had broken off inside him when Li Siyuan had stabbed him in his previous life, which was why his wound couldn't heal until now. He immediately tore off the bandage, exposing the bloody wound, and then shouted at Li Siyuan. "You worthless thing, I'm giving back." The shadow suddenly collapsed and said, "Then what else can you do now?" Chen Haoling thought for a moment and felt that it seemed true. In the next moment, his frantic footsteps suddenly halted, and as he looked towards the approaching Li Xiao, Chen Haoling took a deep breath and exhaled towards her. Combat technique, Vermilion Bird. Whoosh! A bird made of flames suddenly flew out of Chen Haoling's mouth, heading straight for Li Xiao. However, Li Xiao's phantom phoenix remained calm in the face of the vermilion bird flames, and actually collided directly with it. Boom! The instant the vermilion bird clashed with the phoenix, it immediately erupted into intense flames, igniting the shops on either side of the road. Countless passers-by were scared and shouted in chaos, with some even calling for help to extinguish the fire. Only Li Xiao, after breaking through the vermilion bird flames, discovered that Chen Haoling had actually vanished from his original spot. Next, Li Xiao began to look around, trying to find Chen Haoling. But at that moment, Chen Haoling suddenly appeared behind her and hugged her tightly. Li Xiao was startled and let out another phoenix cry, then she flew into the sky with Chen Haoling's body. With her powerful speed, she tried to shake Chen Haoling off from her back, but he held on tightly, refusing to let go. Of course, his hands were holding onto Li Xiao's waist, without touching any other part. Absolutely not. In the next moment, Chen Haoling opened his mouth and bit down on Li Xiao's neck, pulling hard. Then, streams of pure phoenix demon power started to surge into Chen Haoling's body. As the phoenix demon power entered, Chen Haoling joyfully discovered that the broken sword tip inside him was truly pushing itself out. Indeed, the old saying is right, only the one who tied the knot can untie it. In contrast, Li Xiao grew even more frantic. She struggled wildly in the sky, trying to break free from Chen Haoling, but he held on tightly without letting go. At that moment, members of the Li family, including Butler Long and others, had already rushed over. Li Jiangshan saw Chen Haoling tightly embracing Li Xiao in the sky and exclaimed, "Haoling, Xiao." As he spoke, he wanted to take action and save them both. But Butler Long said, "It's best not to act rashly, be careful for your life." As soon as those words fell, Li Jiangshan's foot, which had just stepped forward, quickly retracted. He could only watch the scene in the sky, afraid to take any action. Meanwhile, Butler Long was thinking about how to catch Li Xiao from such a high distance. In the sky, as time went by, the total amount of phoenix demon power that Chen Haoling absorbed grew larger and larger. At the same time, the broken sword tip inside him had now emerged from his wound. It was that sword tip about the length of a thumb, which had tormented Chen Haoling for half a month. At that moment, he frantically absorbed the phoenix demon power even more, and at the same time, the shadow appeared. It transformed into Chen Haoling's form and coiled around him like a snake, grabbing the sword tip with one hand, saying to Chen Haoling, "Let's absorb a bit more demon power, and when we get a chance, we will pull it out in one go." Hearing this, Chen Haoling increased his absorption speed once again. But this made Li Xiao cry out in pain, and at the same time, the phoenix demon power on her body began to visibly dissipate. Who knows how long later, as the shadow pulled hard, the sword tip that was embedded in Chen Haoling's wound was abruptly pulled out. "It's done. The sword tip is done." The shadow raised the sword tip high, shouting excitedly. As Chen Haoling felt the strange object on him finally gone, he seemed to lose all his strength. He did not hold on to Li Xiao's body but instead fell straight down from the sky. At the same time, Li Xiao, having absorbed too much demon power, also fell downward. But as they fell, the power of divine martial nirvana quietly stirred within Chen Haoling. What is divine martial nirvana? It means that after every battle, no matter how serious the injury, as long as there is one breath left, one can immediately be reborn and become much stronger. And Chen Haoling's current state just happened to fit the characteristics of divine martial nirvana. In an instant, special pure essence began to gather from the surrounding air towards his body. This pure essence is a special energy used to repair injuries, although it cannot compare to true spiritual medicine. It was now madly repairing Chen Haoling's broken body. At the same time, the spirit stones in his storage ring flew out uncontrollably. Spirit stones are essential materials needed for a cultivator's advancement, and they cannot be filled just by absorbing spiritual energy. As each spirit stone transformed into pure energy absorbed by Chen Haoling, his breath began to rise rapidly. During the fall from the sky, his wounds started to heal at an astonishing speed. At the same time, the long-sought growth of power quickly expanded at this moment. In just a few breaths of time, Chen Haoling's breath astonishingly rose from the perfect gathering chi realm to the extreme gathering chi realm level. Then, a strange qualitative change occurred in his source palace. Streams of powerful spatial force surged uncontrollably towards Chen Haoling's source palace. Below, Li Jiangshan saw his daughter and adopted son falling at the same time and fell into a momentary dilemma. But soon, he decisively rushed towards his daughter. Just as Li Xiao was about to fall to the ground, he immediately dashed over and caught her. Meanwhile, Chen Haoling lightly landed on a rooftop. As he stood upright, his abdomen was exposed to everyone's eyes. One could see that smooth skin with no trace of past wounds, not even a scar. It was hard to imagine how such horrifying injuries had completely healed in such a short time. At the same time, an extremely powerful magical wave spread out from Chen Haoling. The dragon butler, feeling Chen Haoling's aura, exclaimed, "Great perfection, earth profound realm?" Yes, at this moment, after the repair of his source palace, Chen Haoling's strength surged several realms. From the original perfect Gathering Chi realm, he advanced to extreme Gathering Chi realm, then to small achievement Earth Profound realm, and finally to the current great achievement Earth Profound realm. Not only that, but Chen Haoling's source palace also underwent a qualitative change after suffering damage earlier. At this moment, Chen Haoling calmly looked at his palm, his face filled with an indescribable joy, whispering, "Has the source palace evolved into source world? It truly confirms the old saying, fortune and misfortune are interconnected." As he spoke, Chen Haoling took a deep breath, and the feeling of gradually regaining power was indeed extraordinary. However, just as Chen Haoling enjoyed the euphoria brought by this power increase, suddenly, a loud shout came from not far away. "It's him! He is Chen Haoling! He is the one who injured Xiao!" Chen Haoling, after hearing the sound, instinctively turned his head towards the direction from where it came. When he saw Su Yixuan leading a group of Su family experts rushing towards him, Chen Haoling sneered, "Looks like a good show is about to begin." Chapter 16, This is Self-Defense. As soon as the words fell, Su Yixuan was the first to rush towards Chen Haoling. In his hand was a sharp qinglong blade, which he raised high. When he got close to Chen Haoling, he suddenly swung it down fiercely. From a few meters away, Chen Haoling could already feel the spiritual power contained in the qinglong blade. It had at least reached the level of a medium-grade Xian artifact. Such a level of magic weapon was already enough to kill a great completion of Earth Xian realm expert. And Su Yixuan, a mere limit of Gathering Qi realm cultivator, could possess such a treasure. This showed how extraordinary the Su family's foundation was. The next moment, just as the qinglong blade was about to strike Chen Haoling's head, Chen Haoling lightly raised a finger and placed it in front of his forehead. Bang! The blade of the qinglong knife landed firmly on Chen Haoling's finger but caused no harm to him, not even leaving a scratch on his skin. But the force of the strike from the blade was transmitted to Chen Haoling's body. In an instant, the building where Chen Haoling stood made a loud rumbling sound. The tiles on the roof were all blown off, large cracks appeared on the walls, and the entire house seemed about to collapse. Su Yixuan was shocked when he saw this. He muttered to himself, "What?" However, Chen Haoling didn't care about his shock. He quickly grabbed the qinglong blade with one hand and, with a spin, kicked Su Yixuan in the stomach. Boom! Su Yixuan was hit, and his body was sent crashing toward a distant house. Crash! The walls of the house were smashed, and Su Yixuan's entire body crashed inside. This scene made the rest of the Su family, who had just arrived, scream, "Young master! Young master!" Then, a large group of people rushed over and helped Su Yixuan out. At this moment, Su Yixuan was disheveled, spitting out a large amount of blood. He looked as miserable as a beggar. His gaze was venomously fixed on Chen Haoling. At this time, Chen Haoling was casually playing with the qinglong blade in his hand while jumping down from the collapsing house. Such poor workmanship, even the materials are subpar. If it weren't for the internal spiritual energy, it might not even reach the level of a low-grade Xian artifact. As he spoke, Chen Haoling casually threw the qinglong blade at Su Yixuan, slowly saying, "Here, it's yours." With a swoosh, the qinglong blade flew past Su Yixuan and embedded itself into the trunk of a tree behind him. The next moment, a thin line of blood appeared on Su Yixuan's face. If the qinglong blade had been slightly higher, his head would have been split open. For a moment, Su Yixuan's legs shook as he looked at Chen Haoling with eyes filled with intense fear. Seeing the frightened look on that guy's face, Chen Haoling sneered. He didn't bother with him and turned to leave. Now that the Yuan Palace had been repaired, and his strength had returned to the great completion of Earth Xian realm level, he was going to head back to the Li family to retrieve his treasured sword. However, just as Chen Haoling was about to leave, the dragon steward from the Lord's Manor suddenly blocked his path. "Young Master Chen, please wait." Chen Haoling stopped in his tracks. He looked at the old man in front of him and coldly said, "What is it?" The dragon steward stood with his hands behind his back. He was very tall, standing in front of Chen Haoling. He was a whole head taller than Chen Haoling. With that towering height, he looked down at Chen Haoling and said in a deep voice, You injured the second young lady of the Li family, Li Xiao, and damaged many public facilities here, even attempting to kill the eldest son of the Su family, Su Yixuan. According to the laws of the Tianzhu Empire, your actions are enough to sentence you to 3 years in prison. After hearing this, Chen Haoling glanced again at the people from the Li family not far away. At this time, his adoptive father, Li Jiangshan, was sitting cross-legged behind Li Xiao, pressing his hands on her back, channeling his energy into her to heal her injuries. Seeing the scene, Chen Haoling looked at the surrounding damaged facilities and the frightened Su Yixuan, then casually smiled and said, "So? Are you planning to take me to the government office and put me on trial?" The steward Long did not speak, but behind him, a large number of officers from the Lord's mansion had already surged in. Among them were not a few cultivators in the Qi-gathering realm, and there were even experts in the Earth-profound realm. Just counting the perfect Earth-profound realm and ultimate Earth-profound realm that Chen Haoling noticed, there were actually 5 people. This shows that the Lord's mansion truly takes today's events very seriously. However, Chen Haoling said slowly, "I just came to watch the competition at the martial arts arena today. It was that woman Li Xiao who attacked me first. I was just acting in self-defense. Moreover, she wasn't even hurt, and that Su Yixuan still has his head on his shoulders. As for the damaged buildings, I will pay however much they cost. So, I'm quite curious, are you people in the Lord's mansion that idle? To gather so many people for such a small matter." But Steward Long said seriously, "It was indeed Li Xiao's fault for attacking you first, but you retaliated and knocked her unconscious, so you also have an unshirkable responsibility. If every time something happens, it is only what you think that should count, then what do we need the Empire's laws for? What do we need us enforcers for?" At this moment, Li Mingxiao suddenly walked over and scolded Chen Haoling. "Lord Long is right, now that Sister Xiao has become like this, can you dare to say you have no fault at all? You know very well that the demon energy within Sister Xiao is highly unstable, yet you agreed for her to leave with Su Yixuan. This led to her being backfired by the demon energy today. So everything that happened today is entirely your responsibility." Chen Haoling listened to Li Mingxiao's inexplicable remarks and instinctively turned to look at him. Seeing that a large number of experts from the Li family had actually surged in behind Li Mingxiao, he suddenly understood why this coward had dared to provoke him again. Yet Chen Haoling still lazily said to Li Mingxiao, "Who was it that begged me to let Li Xiao go at the beginning? Who was it that said I had no more use for Li Xiao and was no longer worthy of her? Did I say that? Or did a dog say that?" As soon as these words came out, the experts from the Li family who had hurried over showed a hint of anger on their faces, because among these people, a significant number had advised Chen Haoling to allow Li Xiao and Su Yixuan to be together. Now Chen Haoling said in front of them that the words they had once said were what a dog said, naturally making them feel extremely infuriated. One young man stepped forward, burning with rage, and said, "Even if we asked you to let go at the beginning, it was because we simply didn't understand the situation that we said that. You, as the party involved, should know Sister Xiao's demon power the best. At that time, you should have stood firm against the opposition and refused Sister Xiao's departure. If you had insisted a little then, how could Sister Xiao's powers have turned against her? How could she have ended up like this? To put it bluntly, you are the root cause of all this, the true culprit." Among the Li family members who rushed over, many had already learned the full extent of what happened at the training ground through communication jade tablets, so when facing Chen Haoling's questioning, they appeared calm and collected. Upon hearing their words, Chen Haoling laughed in anger. In the end, everything was all his fault, and they bore no responsibility at all. Chapter 17, Beating Up the Li Family Members. It was truly ridiculous. Why were there so many oddballs in the Li family? So, Chen Haoling sneered and said, "If you think this way, then there is nothing I can do. Anyway, I will not take any responsibility for today's incident." These words clearly showed a rogue attitude, as if to say, "What can you do to me?" But at this moment, an elder from the Li family got angry. He stepped forward and shouted at Chen Haoling, "Impudence!" Chen Haoling glanced at the elder. He recognized him. He was Li Jiangshui, the elder brother of Li Jiangshan, and his strength surpassed Li Jiangshan by a considerable margin, reaching the level of ultimate Earth Profound Realm. This level was comparable to that of the housekeeper, Long. Li Jiangshui took a few steps forward, moving close to Chen Haoling, raising his hand, and was about to slap him. However, Chen Haoling stepped back a few paces, and he did not let him touch him at all. Seeing Chen Haoling actually dared to dodge, Li Jiangshui became even angrier. He roared at Chen Haoling. "Chen Haoling, don't forget who took you in and raised you. It was the Li family. If it weren't for us, you would have starved to death outside a long time ago. Now we are just asking you to admit your mistake. Is it really that hard?" Upon hearing this, Chen Haoling's mind suddenly sparked, and he immediately realized. He looked at the arriving Li family members, then glanced at the many experts from the city lord's mansion, and fully understood why they wanted him to admit fault so quickly. After all this time, they wanted him to be the scapegoat? For the City Lord's mansion, Li Xiao was a seed contestant through the clan competition, a super potential stock that could be granted land and titles, thus, they naturally couldn't imprison her in jail. As for the Li family members, Li Xiao was their family's hope for rising, so they would not let her bear the current responsibilities either. However, if Li Xiao didn't take responsibility, then who would bear the responsibility for severely injuring the City Lord's son, damaging a large number of public facilities, and causing the deaths of hundreds of ordinary citizens? The answer was obvious: whether it was the City Lord's mansion or the Li family, they both wanted Chen Haoling to be the scapegoat. After realizing this, Chen Haoling took a deep breath and said, "The one who raised me was my adoptive father, Li Jiangshan. It was my adoptive mother, Zhao Chunfang, who raised me and taught me to read and write." As he spoke, he looked up at Li Jiangxue and said casually, "Everything I eat, wear, and use in my life is basically supported by my adoptive mother's dowry, and has very little to do with the Li family." After saying this, Li Jiangxue was so angry that his eyes seemed to burst with stars, yet he did not know how to refute it at that moment. At this time, another voice rang out. "Li Jiangxue, why are you wasting your breath on this kid? Just knock him out and throw him into the government office. The officials will naturally judge him later." As soon as this was said, everyone at the scene saw over 20 experts appear on the opposite building. They all fell down in unison, with sinister smiles on their faces as they looked at Chen Haoling. Chen Haoling also recognized these people. They were elite guards of the Su family. The one who had just spoken was the current elder of the Su family, Su Jingtian, an old monster who had reached half-step true martial realm. In the distance, Su Yishuan ran excitedly towards his family's elder, shouting, "Uncle Jingtian." Su Jingtian nodded at Su Yishuan, then looked back at Chen Haoling and said, "Are you coming to the government office with us willingly, or do we have to break your hands and legs and carry you there?" As he spoke, everyone's eyes turned and focused on Chen Haoling. Yet, Chen Haoling remained calm, watching everything with a peaceful expression. On the street less than 5 meters wide, 3 forces had gathered: the Li family, the Su family, and the City Lord's mansion. In total, there were over 70 people, among whom 5 were at the extreme Earth Profound realm. Even Su Jingtian, a half-step true martial realm powerhouse, was present. This showed just how terrifying the scale of this confrontation was. Seeing this, Chen Haoling laughed, glancing at his foster father, who was still treating Li Xiao's wounds in the distance. His attention was clearly on Li Xiao, as if he was completely oblivious to the situation unfolding around him. Then, Chen Haoling turned to the elites of the Su family, the Li family, and the City Lord's mansion, and lightly said, "You want me to take the blame for Li Xiao? Sorry, but my back isn't strong enough to carry that." As he spoke, Chen Haoling suddenly punched the ground. Boom! A ball of white flame suddenly rose up, rapidly spreading out from the center of Chen Haoling's fist. In that moment, the 3 forces surrounding Chen Haoling were all pushed back by an invisible force. Then, Chen Haoling took a step and leaped into the air, slowly rotating his body a few times. Battle technique, Flame Dragon Rain, activated. In an instant, the spinning speed of Chen Haoling dramatically increased, resembling a small human tornado. Then, white fireballs flew out from that little whirlwind. Boom! 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 Those fireballs began to bomb the 3 major forces frantically, instantly causing many weaker individuals to fall over, completely disoriented. At this moment, Li Jiangxue, the elder of the Li family, shouted, "Chen Haoling, do you dare to attack your own people?" Chen Haoling stopped spinning in midair and immediately stomped toward Li Jiangxue. Li Jiangxue was startled and instinctively raised his hands to block in front of himself. In an instant, a golden shield formed in front of him. Boom! Chen Haoling's foot slammed down on the golden shield, like kicking an ancient bell, resounding with a clear ringing sound. What Chen Haoling didn't expect was that this small golden shield could actually block his kick. However, the overwhelming force still pushed Li Jiangxue back, causing him to fly out. At the same time, he spat out a large amount of blood, looking utterly miserable. Before he could react, Chen Haoling was again in front of him, raising his hand and delivering a fierce slap to his face. Smack! The sound of this slap was crisp, even distorting Li Jiangxue's face, causing several of his teeth to be knocked out. "Uncle! Uncle!" A group of young Li family members gasped in shock, then angrily glared at Chen Haoling, shouting. He just raised one palm and then charged into the crowd violently. Bang! 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 In an instant, whether it was the younger or older generation of the Li family, even the experts who had reached the Earth Profound realm, all were slapped by Chen Haoling. And that slap was extremely hard, almost distorting their faces. Even some pretty girls had their mouths crooked from the strike. When it got to Li Mingxiao, Chen Haoling charged at him like a madman. Seeing this, Li Mingxiao was instantly horrified and began to shout loudly. "Brother, Chen brother, I am your brother Li Mingxiao. You can't hit me. If you do, the family head and sister see you won't forgive you." But Chen Haoling still sneered, directly stepping on him, then raised both hands to slap Li Mingxiao's face from left to right. Slap, slap, slap. The sound of slapping continued to ring out, and in no time, Li Mingxiao's entire face was beaten into a pig's head. But at this moment, the experts from the city lord's mansion and the Su family all reacted, rushing towards Chen Haoling. Chapter 18, Li Xiyu awakens, joining forces with the Su family to suppress Chen Haoling. As Chen Haoling turned his head, he took a deep breath, and at the same time, his eyes gently closed. Essence, Kuanping breathing technique, activated. Ha, ha, ha. Chen Haoling's breathing began to enter a mysterious rhythm. At this moment, all his senses were heightened to the limit, he could clearly hear everyone's heartbeat. He could smell any scent lingering in the air. In the next moment, Chen Haoling charged straight toward the many experts rushing at him with his eyes closed. But the scene was like a fierce tiger among a flock of sheep, it seemed that someone fell every second. Though Chen Haoling's eyes were shut, he could accurately dodge each attack while counterattacking fiercely. With the Kuanping breathing technique, Chen Haoling conserved energy to an astonishing level. He felt as if he would never tire, facing so many attackers, still managing to handle it effortlessly. At the same time, his figure moved as if there were no one around, he came and went freely, his moves swift and bold, quickly taking down 4/5 of the attackers. In the end, only 8 experts barely remained standing. Of these 8, 4 were perfected Earth Profound Realm, 3 were Limit Earth Profound Realm, and 1 was Half-Step True Martial Realm. Among them, the 7 Earth Profound Realm experts were already injured to varying degrees, while the Half-Step True Martial Realm strongman had yet to make a move. He seemed to be waiting for something or observing Chen Haoling's techniques, in any case, he was just watching the show from the side. In the next moment, Housekeeper Long charged toward Chen Haoling again, while the remaining 6 high-level Earth Profound Realm experts also moved into action. The 7 seemed to have formed a tacit cooperation. During their battle with Chen Haoling, they forced him to retreat several times. For a moment, Chen Haoling actually began to fall into a disadvantageous position. And the great elder of the Su family, Su Jingtian, the half-step True Martial Realm strongman, seemed ready to take action at this point. Facing 7 high-level Earth Profound Realm experts, Chen Haoling was already struggling. If the half-step True Martial Realm expert joined in, he might really fall here. In the distance, among the Li family members, Li Xiyu, sitting cross-legged on the ground, slowly opened her eyes. Previously, because Chen Haoling had absorbed most of the violent demonic energy within her, thus. At this moment, she had regained her consciousness again. At the same time, Li Xiao noticed her father behind her, and weakly said, "Dad." Li Jiangshan, seeing his daughter had awakened, hurriedly withdrew his power and said weakly, "How are you? Are you okay?" Li Xiao turned around, her gaze sweeping the surroundings, and saw that many members of the Li family were lying unconscious. Although they were not dead, most of them were seriously injured, with the lightest one even having his jawbone fallen off. Seeing this, Li Xiao immediately spoke to her father, "Dad, what happened here? Who hurt our Li family members?" Li Jiangshan instinctively turned his head to look around, and when he saw many of his family members and his elder brother Li Jiangshui lying on the ground, his pupils shrank, and he exclaimed, "What's going on? What happened here?" At this moment, Li Mingxiao, who had been beaten into a pulp, tremblingly crawled over and said to Li Xiao and Li Jiangshan, the master of the house, that Chen Haoling is simply not human. He trembled as he recounted what had happened earlier, and then said, "Right now, Su Jingtian and Butler Long are still surrounding and attacking Chen Haoling, and it is estimated that they will capture him soon." Hearing this, Li Jiangshan immediately felt his anger rise. He shouted, "You actually helped outsiders to deal with Haoling?" Li Mingxiao cried, "Master, it was Chen Haoling who struck first. We didn't lay a finger on him." Li Jiangshan, furiously standing up, wanted to rush to Chen Haoling's battlefield to support him. Li Jiangshan knew very well how brutal Su Jingtian was. Even though he was only half a step into the True Martial Realm, his full power could rival that of a small achievement, True Martial Realm. If Chen Haoling fell into his hands, he would surely have half of his bones broken. However, just as Li Jiangshan stood up, he slumped back down again, as healing Li Xiao had drained him of too much magical energy. Moreover, at this moment, God's brain cancer began to flare up within him again, causing him to have almost no strength left to help Chen Haoling. Seeing him nearly fall, Li Xiao quickly supported him. But Li Jiangshan, filled with excitement, said, "Quick, go save Haoling. He is being attacked by a large group of masters, including a half-step True Martial expert. If we don't help him now, he might die." However, Li Xiao's face turned pale. After settling her father, she took out her magical flying sword and said to the members of the Li family present, "How many people can still move?" Upon hearing this, some members of the Li family barely managed to get up from the ground, with one person struggling to say, "Sis Xiao, Chen Haoling has offended too many people, just the few of us going over won't be of any help." Another member of the Li family added, "Yes, Sis Xiao, offending a half-step True Martial expert for one Chen Haoling is really not a wise deal, I beg you to think carefully." Facing these pleas from her family, Li Xiao shouted, "I didn't say for you to go assist Chen Haoling." Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. If they weren't going to save Chen Haoling, then what were they going to do? Li Xiao took a deep breath and continued, "We are going to help the Su family's elder to deal with Chen Haoling, and find a way to suppress him." After saying this, Li Xiao was the first to charge towards Chen Haoling's battlefield. The members of the Li family exchanged glances and quickly followed her. If it was to help Chen Haoling, they naturally wouldn't want to go. After all, the slap on their face was still stinging. They felt. It still hurts. But if it's to deal with Chen Haoling together with the Su family, then they wouldn't be afraid anymore. That slap he just received has to be taken back. The family head, Li Jiangshan, who was sitting aside, became anxious after hearing his daughter's words. He said angrily, "You idiot! I asked you to help Chen Haoling, not to help outsiders." As he spoke, Li Jiangshan wanted to stand up and rush over. But Li Mingxiao said, "Family head, don't move around. Sister Si Yuan must have her own reasons for doing this, so let's not interfere more." How could Li Jiangshan not care? If Chen Haoling really got killed, then how would he face his deceased wife underground? Thinking this, Li Jiangshan forcibly held up his body, wanting to chase after. However, the divine brain cancer in his body acted up even more fiercely at this moment, causing his legs to go weak, and he fainted on the spot. At this time, Li Siyuan led many members of the Li family, crazily rushing toward the battlefield where Chen Haoling was. Just as Li Mingxiao said, Li Siyuan's call to the Li family to help the Su family and the city lord's mansion experts suppress Chen Haoling indeed had her considerations. Because Li Siyuan understood Chen Haoling too well, she had not forgotten the name ending Sing King from her past life. The reason Chen Haoling earned this title was simply that his strength was utterly unsolvable. His power would continually grow stronger with each fight, and the damage he endured would recover rapidly. At the same time, every rise in power would come with a brief risk of losing control. In other words, as long as they couldn't kill him instantly, his strength would become stronger and more terrifying. By then, the entire Chinese city, with a population of 60,000, could be wiped out by Chen Haoling. Chapter 19, Is Chen Haoling really dead? Thinking of this, Li Siyuan said to the people behind her, "Move faster, everyone." As she spoke, she increased her own speed significantly. Actually, deep down, Li Siyuan still hoped that Chen Haoling had not been forced into a corner. Because if he hadn't, there would still be room for a turnaround, then, she could lead people to help Chen Haoling deal with the Su family, and everything would still be in time. But if Chen Haoling had already been forced into a corner, then it would be impossible, and she could only join forces with the Su family to suppress Chen Haoling, otherwise, even she would die. At this moment, tears uncontrollably flowed from Li Siyuan's eyes, and her heart began to pray, "Haoling, please don't be in trouble, I beg you, you must wait for me to come over. I will never make you angry again, I won't mess around anymore. We will return to the Li family together, remarry, and live happily together. Please, you must wait for me." Li Siyuan prayed like this in her heart, and tears flowed uncontrollably. At this time, on the battlefield where Chen Haoling was located, Su Jingtian exerted the power of half-step true martial realm to the maximum. The sharp long sword in his hand suddenly expanded 100 times, as if it were a pillar reaching the sky, shooting directly towards Chen Haoling. At this moment, Chen Haoling had already fought down all the remaining 7 high-level Earth Profound Realm opponents and was covered all over with injuries, blood dripping everywhere. When facing that long sword, resembling a pillar of heaven, coming to attack him, he didn't even have the ability to dodge, and he suddenly grabbed the heavy sword tip with both hands. Then, his body was continuously pushed backward. This feeling was like being hit by an elephant. The overwhelming impact made him have no power to resist at all. Put! Chen Haoling suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. As he held onto the heavy long sword, his body kept retreating. His 2 feet carved long trenches in the ground, while his back crashed through several houses, trees, and large rocks. Finally, he stopped in front of a small hill. A deafening roar echoed immediately, and from a distance, one could see Chen Haoling's body pierced by a colossal sword atop the small hill. Then, he became completely still. Seeing this, Su Jingtian took a deep breath and trembled as he said, "Damn it, how can he fight like this? If I'd acted a moment later, I might actually have died at his hands." At that moment, the battered long butler limped out, looking at the now motionless Chen Haoling, and said, "We just brought him here to take the blame. How are we going to explain this to the city lord now that he's dead?" Su Jingtian snorted coldly at this, who knew this brat was so powerful, and he's such a stubborn mule that he wouldn't even bow his head. Saying this, he glanced at the large number of people already fallen on the scene and added, "Find other people, see who else can take the blame." Long Butler showed a hint of helplessness on his face, but right now, it seemed like that was all they could do. At this moment, Li Xiao rushed over with her group. When she saw Chen Haoling nailed to the hill, her face turned pale, and a tear uncontrollably flowed down as she cried out, "Husband!" In an instant, a lifetime of marriage from a past life replayed like a movie in her mind. In those years, Chen Haoling was like a big child who never grew up, always sticking to her, telling her a bunch of terrible jokes. No matter what she wanted, Chen Haoling would do everything to get it for her. Though life was very dull back then, it was also extremely peaceful. Now thinking back, it felt full of happiness. But now, seeing Chen Haoling die before her, it felt like the sky had collapsed. It seemed her life, her dreams, her everything had become meaningless. Even when in her past life, Li Xiao and her group of female disciples attacked him, she never felt as desperate as she did now. Because the Li Xiao of the last life knew Chen Haoling would never die, and she had no real intention to kill him, so there was no feeling. But now, it was different. She could no longer feel Chen Haoling's breath, which meant that the man who had spoiled her for 1,000 years was truly gone, truly vanished from her world. As she said this, she wanted to rush over and save Chen Haoling. However, the members of the Li family said, "Sister Xiao, don't go over there, he's already dead, don't go." Li Xiao angrily pushed them away, shouting, "Get away from me! Stay away from my husband!" But at that moment, Su Jingtian snapped angrily, "Xiao, have you forgotten your identity? You're the daughter-in-law of our Su family, someone who is to marry my nephew Su Yixuan. How can you publicly call another man husband?" Hearing Su Jingtian's voice, Li Xiao turned coldly to him. Without saying a word, she drew her long sword and pointed it at Su Jingtian, coldly saying, "You killed my husband, didn't you? Line." As she spoke, the phoenix demonic power that had been suppressed within Li Xiao suddenly erupted again, but at this moment, she seemed able to control this power well. Su Jingtian's face darkened to the point that it seemed ready to drip with water upon seeing Li Xiao's frenzied appearance. He immediately said, "Fine, since you are seeking death, I will teach this new bride who has not yet crossed the threshold a lesson for Yixian." With that, Su Jingtian wanted to mobilize the magic power within his body. However, in the next second, a strange laughter suddenly rang out. Ha 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 ha. The laughter was very eerie, as if it came from all directions, or perhaps just from beside them. In this moment, everyone present was taken aback. When Su Jingtian heard that familiar laughter, he abruptly turned his head towards Chen Haoling's direction. Li Xiao also turned to look in that direction upon hearing the laughter. Sure enough, they saw Chen Haoling pulling the over 100-meter-long giant sword from his body with one hand, then effortlessly tossing it backwards. The giant sword, weighing several dozens of tons, was thrown thousands of meters into the air, then began to fall straight down. With a loud boom. It was like a missile, the giant sword pierced through a distant hill, even triggering a violent earthquake. Then, Chen Haoling's laughter came again, and at the same time, his body floated uncontrollably into the air. At that moment, a phantom of a Kuanping appeared behind him. Seeing this scene, Li Xiao instinctively felt overjoyed and exclaimed, "Husband!" Haowever, before she could be happy for long, her pupils suddenly constricted, as she saw the wounds on Chen Haoling's body healing at an astonishing speed. At the same time, Chen Haoling's strength was surging madly. Feeling this, Li Xiao turned pale and shouted at all the Li family members present, "Run! Everyone quickly leave here!" Chapter 20, 9 True Martial Realms. However, just as Li Xiao's words fell, Chen Haoling's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, he appeared before Su Jingtian like a ghost. So fast. Su Jingtian was greatly shocked and instinctively wanted to retreat. But Chen Haoling suddenly grabbed his hair, pulling his head down, while Chen Haoling's knee surged upwards. Bang! The knee collided with Su Jingtian's forehead, and then his head snapped back fiercely, his body following as it fell back, and a large amount of blood poured from his mouth and nose, his steps continuously retreating. Immediately after, Chen Haoling's left hand tightened into a fist, and a ball of white flame suddenly ignited. Before Su Jingtian could react, Chen Haoling's fist struck towards his chest. Boom! The extremely powerful punch, accompanied by scorching high temperatures and tremendous impact, forcefully pierced through Su Jingtian's chest. Only then did true fear appear on Su Jingtian's face. Blood flowed from his mouth as he looked at Chen Haoling and struggled to say, "The Su family will not let you go." Chen Haoling said expressionlessly, "Then I will destroy the entire Su family." As the words fell, Chen Haoling violently pulled his fist out from Su Jingtian's body, followed by a kick to him, sending him flying away. Elder brother. Nearby, a group of fallen Su family members, including Su Yixuan, all shouted with bloodshot eyes at the sight. Especially Su Yixuan, who furiously rushed at Chen Haoling, shouting, "Demon, I will fight you to the end." As he spoke, he surprisingly stood up from the ground and charged straight towards Chen Haoling. Chen Haoling looked coldly at these people. Just a moment ago, when Su Jingtian had sneak attacked him with the sky-piercing giant sword, they had all been excited as if it were a celebration. Now that they saw him counter-killing Su Jingtian, they called him a demon? How ridiculous. At that moment, Chen Haoling slowly raised one palm and suddenly waved it towards Su Yixuan. Combat technique, side wind. Activated. Whoosh. An invisible crescent-shaped energy blade flew towards Su Yixuan like the Grim Reaper's sickle. Scythe Wind was one of Chen Haoling's signature skills, which gathered a massive energy wind on his palm, compressed it to the utmost limit, and then shot it out, forming a sharp scythe blade. For warriors below the true martial realm, it was almost impossible to catch the flight trajectory of the scythe blade. Even if they did catch it, they might not be able to dodge it. This was because the flight path of the scythe blade could be altered by Chun Haoling's will. In simple terms, this skill was akin to a rattlesnake missile, combining the high destructive capabilities of stealth, penetration, and tracking. However, just as the scythe blade was about to slice Su Yixuan's head in half, a figure suddenly rushed over. She knocked Su Yixuan down and narrowly avoided the scythe's cut. Looking up, they found it surprisingly to be Li Xiao who had suddenly intervened, saving Su Yixuan's life. The two fell to the ground, entwined in an embrace that appeared utterly ambiguous. Chen Haoling crossed his arms and said slowly, "You've certainly reacted quickly. But do you really think you've escaped?" In the next moment, the scythe blade that had originally flown out suddenly twisted in midair and plunged down towards Li Xiao. Li Xiao immediately got up. Having been with Chen Haoling for 10,000 years, she knew best how terrifying the scythe wind was, but she also knew where its weaknesses lay. At that moment, Li Xiao swung the magical flying sword in her hand and met the scythe blade head-on. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing immediately echoed, and the magical flying sword in Li Xiao's hand even sparked with metallic electricity. The overwhelming force caused Li Xiao to stagger backward several steps before she managed to steady herself. Fortunately, after Li Xiao hit the scythe blade, it dissipated. Hoo. Li Xiao gasped for breath, her expression tense as she looked at Chen Haoling, whose eyes had turned crimson and shone with a strange light in the evening sky. "Not bad, you actually know the weakness of scythe wind is at the side blade. It seems you haven't been wasting your years following me." Although her move was countered, Chen Haoling did not show any signs of frustration. Instead, he appeared even more excited, grinning like a madman and saying, "In that case, how about this?" As he spoke, Chen Haoling formed a sword gesture with one hand and raised it upward. In the next instant, a giant tornado suddenly rose behind him, shooting straight up into the clouds, and around this immense tornado, thousands of scythe wind blades gathered. These scythe wind blades were compressed to the size of a palm and began to spin rapidly like circular cutting blades. Although they were smaller in size, their penetrating power and attack strength had become even stronger, making it even harder for Li Xiao to target the side blade. Seeing this scene, Li Xiao's face turned pale in an instant. At this moment, Su Yixuan also realized the terror of Chen Haoling. He turned to Li Xiao and said in terror, "Xiao, what should we do now?" Li Xiao's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. After thinking calmly for a second, she said, "Quickly go get reinforcements, call as many as possible. It's best to bring over all the strong fighters above the true martial realm. Those below the true martial realm, don't bother coming, it will be a dead end for them." Su Yixuan was stunned upon hearing this. Just to deal with a Chen Haoling, they needed to summon all the true martial realm fighters? Wasn't this a bit excessive? But the next second, Li Xiao shouted at him, "Why aren't you going yet?" After being scolded, Su Yixuan hurriedly got up and ran to get help. Then, Li Xiao turned her gaze towards Chen Haoling and said, "Haoling, can we just let today's events go? Whether it's the city lord's mansion, the Li family, or the Su family, they didn't mean to make you take the blame for me. It was just a moment of confusion, they didn't think through the consequences and made a foolish decision. Now, the one who harmed you, Su Jingtian, has already been killed by you, and you have already fought with the younger generations from both Su and Li families, as well as the city lord's mansion. Let's not fight anymore, okay?" Chen Haoling looked at Li Xiao coldly, slowly saying, "Speaking of which, I haven't settled the score with you yet. Since you're here, I will just deal with you as well." As he finished speaking, Chen Haoling's face twisted, his laughter was perverse as he waved his hand forward. In the next moment, a large number of scythe blades shot towards Li Xiao in unison. In an instant, the lightning strike surprisingly formed a great net of thunder, which forcefully blocked the attacks of those sickle blades. Boom! 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 The high-speed rotating sickle blades made a loud explosive sound upon contact with the great net of thunder, and then they all exploded. Seeing this scene, Li Xiao was slightly stunned and instinctively looked up at the sky not far away. Opposite her, Chen Haoling also showed a hint of surprise, his eyes moved upward, and he saw a handsome figure riding on a black eagle beast flying over in this direction. In addition, in several other directions, there were also different figures flying over. They either rode flying magical beasts, or controlled flying swords, or used sky-conquering garments, landing from various angles around Chen Haoling. At a glance, there were as many as 9 figures, and judging from their auras, one could find that their strength had indeed reached the level of true martial realm. Moreover, from their clothing, it could be seen that they almost all belonged to different forces, some from the city lord's mansion, some from the 5 great families, and others from various mercenary forces. It seemed that the number of true martial realm experts who came here had already accounted for 1/3 of the entire Chinua city, right? Chapter 21, Li Xiao fights to protect Chen Haoling. Then, the handsome figure who had summoned the lightning jumped straight down from the back of the black eagle beast and arrived beside Li Xiao. He glanced at the kneeling Li Xiao and gently helped her up, then softly said, "You are my Su family's daughter-in-law, how can you kneel to another man?" Li Xiao looked at this man and said, "Uncle Su." The one who came was Su Joyang, the current head of the Su family, a true small success and true martial realm expert. At the same time, he was Su Yixuan's biological father and Li Xiao's prospective father-in-law. Su Joyang smiled gently and said, "You and Yixuan are going to get married, is it still appropriate to call me uncle?" Hearing this, Li Xiao instinctively took a few steps back, her face showing a hint of panic. Seeing this, Su Joyang did not say anything further, simply thinking that she was a bit startled, which caused her current reaction. At that moment, Su Joyang looked at Chen Haoling across from him. "Jing Tian is the one you killed, right?" Chen Haoling returned to a blank expression and said, "He attacked first and wanted to kill me, can't I fight back?" Su Joyang nodded and said, "Of course you can, but the price you need." Looking at their expressions, it was clear they wouldn't let Chen Haoling off easily. Since that was the case, Chen Haoling could only drag them down with him. At this moment, Chen Haoling took a deep breath and prepared to fight. However, not far away, Li Xiao suddenly jogged over. In everyone's astonished gaze, she stood firmly in front of Chen Haoling. Then she turned to Li Jianghe and the crowd of true martial realm experts, saying, "If you want to kill him, you must first step over my dead body." This scene left everyone dumbfounded. At this time, Su Yixuan also returned to the battlefield. Upon seeing his almost fiancé protecting another man, he immediately shouted, "Li Xiao, what are you doing? Hurry up and come back. Do you know how dangerous that bastard is? Stay away from him or he might kill you too." Su Yixuan's words were filled with anger, but he controlled his emotions, not saying anything too harsh. Yet, Li Xiao laughed, "My life is already owed to him. If he wants it back, he doesn't even need to lift a finger, I would end it myself. But before that, if anyone dares to harm him even a hair, I, Li Xiao, will fight to the death with you." Her words were very decisive, clearly not a joke. The members of the Li family gathered around Li Jianghe, and one girl bravely asked, "Sister Xiao, you called us here before and said we needed to work together to suppress Chen Haoling. Why are you standing by his side now?" This question undoubtedly voiced the confusion in many people's hearts. Li Xiao carefully turned her head to glance at Chen Haoling behind her. After clearly seeing that the symbol on his forehead had not appeared, she told the Li family juniors, "The situation has changed. I can't explain the details, but I can only tell you that from now on, I will not allow anyone to harm Chen Haoling." Originally, Li Xiao's plan was, if Chen Haoling were forced into a corner, causing his fighter's blood to activate and make him stronger with each fight, then she would help others suppress him. Because once Chen Haoling entered fighter mode, he would completely lose control. At that time, the 60,000 people in Chinese City, including these true martial realm experts and herself, would all die. However, if Chen Haoling did not enter fighter mode, then the situation could be controlled. As long as it could be managed, there would be room for maneuver. Therefore, she would naturally not allow these people to harm Chen Haoling. So how to determine if Chen Haoling had entered fighter mode? The answer was the symbol on his forehead. When Li Xiao saw that the symbol did not appear, she knew that Chen Haoling had not lost control, or rather, he had not been pushed into a corner during his earlier battle with Su Jingtian. It was precisely because she confirmed this that she stood up to protect Chen Haoling at this time. But while Li Xiao wanted to protect Chen Haoling, others were not on board, especially the Su family head, Su Jingyang, who coldly said, "Chen Haoling is the culprit who killed my Su family's great elder. Li Xiao, you, as the Su family's future daughter-in-law, actually shield a murderer in public. Do you really think our Su family wouldn't dare to do anything to you?" After being scolded, Li Xiao pursed her lips and replied, "Uncle Su, if you think. As your future daughter-in-law, if I shield Chen Haoling and bring shame to your family, then from today on, the engagement agreement between Yi Xian and me is hereby cancelled." Hearing this, a murderous intent uncontrollably surfaced in Su Jingyan's eyes. Beside him, Su Yixuan shouted with bloodshot eyes, "What nonsense are you talking? You want to break off the engagement just for a Chen Haoling? Li Xiao, are you out of your mind?" Li Xiao calmly replied, "I am very clear-headed, extremely clear-headed, and I know what I must do." Her gaze turned to Li Jianghe, "Third uncle, can we end today's matter here? Continuing to fight will only cause more casualties. Look at all these corpses and the injured, isn't it enough?" Li Jianghe said nothing, just fixed his gaze on Chen Haoling, seemingly calculating what to do next. However, a powerful figure from the city lord's mansion spoke up. "And here? Li Xiao, I can't believe you said that. We can let him go, but what about those who died? What about their lives? If just because you say you don't want more casualties, he can escape all guilt, then what is the use of our Tianju law? What is the use of us law enforcers?" At this time, Chen Haoling spoke up, "Did I actively go and kill them?" His words were brief, but they clearly resonated with everyone present. Chen Haoling looked at the powerful figure from the city lord's mansion and coldly said, "Zhang Qinhu, you better understand the ins and outs of the scene before talking about Tianju law. If it weren't for your city lord's mansion people wanting me to take the blame for this silly woman Li Xiao, and even wanting to take action against me, how could I have been forced to fight back? When Li Xiao heard Chen Haoling publicly call her a silly woman, her face involuntarily turned red. Because Chen Haoling was not wrong. If it weren't for her self-righteous belief that she could control the demon power, she wouldn't have been swallowed by it during the clan comparison meeting, and there wouldn't be this mess afterward. But the man whom Chen Haoling referred to as Zhang Qianhu roared back. No matter what your reasons are, one thing is clear: you fought in the city and caused bleeding incidents. Just based on this, you should be held accountable. To Zhang Qianhu and the many experts present, if Li Xiao weren't protecting Chen Haoling, they likely would have acted directly. After all, a single Chen Haoling was not taken seriously by them. Chen Haoling then scoffed, stepped forward, and shouted, "If you want to hold me accountable." Li Jianghe is a cultivator of the wood element. He can control any plants within a 10-meter range, using this ability to defeat his enemies. At this moment, Li Xiyu is trapped on a vine-covered tree by Li Jianghe's Wood King technique. As Li Xiyu is bound, the 9 true martial realm experts on site no longer hold back, almost simultaneously unleashing their vast true essence and magical power. Even Li Jianghe is no longer planning to hold back, wanting to eliminate this trouble for the Li family. Only Li Xiyu is desperately struggling, crying out, "Third uncle, let me go, please let me go." Her voice even carries a sob, clearly in a state of extreme panic. But no matter how much she struggles, she cannot break free from the binding of the Wood King technique. Even though she possesses primal demon power, facing Li Jianghe, who is a whole realm higher than her, she still appears frail and weak. Upon hearing Li Xiyu's cries, Li Jianghe angrily shouted, "Li Xiyu, you are the daughter of the Li family, yet you are begging for an outsider. Do you even remember your third uncle? Do you even care for the Li family? Listen, if you continue to cause trouble, I will take matters into my own hands and confine you for a month." Li Jianghe is truly angry at this moment. He cannot understand how a mere Chen Haoling is worth Li Xiyu's desperate defense. But the next second, Li Xiyu said something astonishing: "I am not causing trouble, I am saving you." Hearing this, Li Jianghe was dumbfounded, and even Su Jingyang turned his head with curiosity, asking Li Xiyu, "Saving us? What does this mean? I don't understand." Li Xiyu said excitedly, "You are no match for Chen Haoling. If you continue to pressure him and push him to his breaking point, he will kill you all." Perhaps everyone on site, including Li Jianghe, thinks that Li Xiyu doesn't care about the Li family. That's why she keeps protecting Chen Haoling repeatedly. Unbeknownst to them, Li Xiyu cares deeply for the Li family, for the Su family, for everyone still alive there. That is why she desperately tries to stop them from clashing with Chen Haoling. In her previous life, she had seen too many times what Chen Haoling looked like after entering his battle god mode. That disdainful gaze toward all life still makes Li Xiyu feel weak in the knees, even now causing her heart to tremble with fear. She fears this scene will occur again, even more afraid that the Chinese city she has lived in all her life will be slaughtered by Chen Haoling without a single survivor, which is why she must stop them at all costs. However, upon hearing Li Xiyu's words, both Li Jianghe and Su Jingyang stood frozen in place. After a moment, Su Jingyang sighed and said to Li Jianghe, "You should find a doctor for your niece, her mind may already be under Chen Haoling's control." Li Jianghe shook his head, his eyes filled with disappointment as he looked at Li Xiyu, casually waving a leaf to wrap around her mouth, preventing her from speaking further. "I was originally going to spare that kid for your father's sake, but now, seeing you like this, I can't let him live. If he continues to stay in the Li family, he will ultimately become a disaster. Over time, more juniors might be bewitched by him." After saying this, Li Jianghe's gaze shifted forward. At this moment, Chen Haoling has already engaged with a true martial realm expert. However, upon seeing Chen Haoling being unilaterally beaten, Li Jianghe felt he probably wouldn't need to make a move at all. At this moment, one of the 5 prominent families, the elder of the Qian family, Qian Yunhe, walked over. He glanced at the desperately struggling Li Xiao, and a trace of sympathy emerged in his eyes. Such a young girl, being mistreated by Chen Haoling like this, truly evokes a sense of regret. At once, Qian Yunhe spoke to Li Jianghe. "After killing Chen Haoling, my Qian family will take responsibility for treating Li Xiao, right? After all, when it comes to medical skills, there are few people in Chinese city who can compare to my Qian family." Li Jianghe laughed scornfully upon hearing this. "Are you trying to give your family's young man the chance to get close to our Xiao?" Qian Yunhe smiled. "Well, Xiao is not officially married yet. Strictly speaking, she is still in seclusion. And my Qian family's legitimate son, Qian Yaohui, is also talented and comes from a prestigious family. If these 2 children can develop feelings for each other and end up together, wouldn't that be a joyous event for both our families?" At this moment, Su Jingyang cleared his throat and said with displeasure, "Brother Qian, Xiao is already betrothed to our Ishuan. Don't you think it's a bit excessive to openly try to lure her away?" Seeing Su Jingyang still nearby, Qian Yunhe awkwardly laughed a few times. The 3 old fellows actually started chatting and laughing in such an intense battlefield, seemingly unaware of the impending crisis. Only not far away, another family's elder looked darkly at the clash between Chen Haoling and Zhang Qianhu. A young man beside this elder inquired. Elder, this Chen Haoling is a member of the Li family, and today's trouble stems from the conflict between Chen Haoling and the Su and Li families. I don't understand why our Sun family needs to get involved. Sun Nianhua crossed his arms behind his back and said with a sullen face. Because this Chen Haoling is a genius, a top genius. Not to mention, just by virtue of his ability to challenge a true martial realm expert at the age of 19, he must die. At this statement, the younger man's pupils contracted sharply. Until this moment, he realized it and suddenly reacted. This Chen Haoling is actually a boy younger than him. Yet, such a 19-year-old boy can fight to a standstill with a seasoned expert, so his future achievements must be limitless. At once, this young man asked again, since this Chen Haoling is a super genius, why don't we try to win him over like we did with Li Xiao? Then we wouldn't have to take action, right? Why waste so much effort? Sun Nianhua looked at this younger man with an angry expression, furiously saying. What exactly is in your head? Can't you even understand this little thing? The reason we need to kill Chen Haoling is precisely because he is utterly uncontrollable. He dares to strike even Li family's eldest uncle, Li Jianshui, and has severely injured many younger members of the Li family. What else do you think he wouldn't dare to do? Once his adoptive father, Li Jiangshan, passes away, he will be completely unrestrained. Can you imagine what will happen then? As he spoke, Sun Nianhua took a deep breath and, looking at Chen Haoling, revealed a trace of pity in his. If he doesn't hold a grudge, then it's no big deal. But what if he does? The consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 23, 9 True Martial Realms, 7 Casualties. The younger generation felt a chill run down his spine, even breaking into a cold sweat upon hearing this. In the early years, before Chen Haoling became the favored son-in-law of the Li family, which of the younger members of the 5 great families had not humiliated him? Those seemingly insignificant incidents of oppression and persecution could very well turn into blades that stab them one day in the future. Thinking of this, the younger member looked at Chen Haoling with a cold murderous intent in his eyes. But then, he turned to Sun Nianhua and weakly said, Elder, after he became the favored son-in-law of the Li family, didn't you also oppress him? In fact, I feel like your oppression of him was even worse than ours. Now you place all the blame on us. Isn't that a bit too much? Hearing this, Sun Nianhua's eyes widened with rage, instinctively raising his hand to slap the little brat. The younger member quickly dodged in fear. Seeing this, Sun Nianhua shook his head. Honestly, he did regret having oppressed Chen Haoling back then. Back then, when Chen Haoling trained in their Sun family's martial arts school, many elders often used training as an excuse to beat him up, since he dared to pursue Li Xiu. The shocking scars still lingered vividly in Sun Nianhua's mind. As for the other families, they must have experienced similar oppression of Chen Haoling. Otherwise, their strong warriors wouldn't be present here. Thinking this, Sun Nianhua sighed in relief and spoke to himself, it's fortunate that an accident happened at today's clan competition, revealing Chen Haoling's strength. Otherwise, if we really waited until he grew up, I fear our 5 great families would all be wiped out by him. At this moment, another younger member of the Sun family approached and asked Sun Nianhua, Elder, do you need me to help? Zhang Qianhu and that Chen Haoling have been fighting for so long, yet haven't brought him down. Isn't that a bit embarrassing? Sun Nianhua felt a slight shock upon hearing this. How long has Chen Haoling been fighting Zhang Qianhu? Why has no one taken him down yet? In fact, the confrontations had reversed. Chen Haoling had gone from being beaten to pressing Zhang Qianhu to the ground. At that moment, Li Xiu's mouth, which had been shut tightly, finally opened, and her first words were, run. Chen Haoling is about to go berserk. As soon as this voice echoed, the 8 true martial realm experts around saw Chen Haoling land a powerful punch directly on Zhang Qianhu's face. With that overwhelming force, it violently knocked Zhang Qianhu's head clean off. Yes, his entire head was sent flying. At the broken neck, thick blood gushed out like a fountain. Thud. The body fell straight to the ground. Zhang Qianhu was dead. At the same time, a powerful aura surged from Chen Haoling, breaking through to the limit Earth Profound Realm level. A wave of energy emanated from Chen Haoling, causing the nearby experts to be blown back, unable to open their eyes. Li Jianhe and Su Jingyang, who had been laughing and chatting, suddenly lost their calm upon witnessing this. Especially Su Jingyang, who exclaimed in confusion, what's going on? His strength has broken through? Li Jianhe's expression grew serious as he replied, what are you joking about? How could he break through without any spirit stones? In the cultivation realm, everyone knows that absorbing the spiritual energy in the air can only be used to restore magical power, but to elevate one's realm, one must use spirit stones. Because only the energy within spirit stones is enough to support a cultivator in breaking through to a higher level. At this moment, they were witnessing Chen Haoling raising his strength from Great Achievement, Earth Profound Realm to Limit, Earth Profound Realm without any spirit stones. How could they not show a ghostly expression? At this time, Elder Qin Yunha of the Qin family saw the body of Zhang Qinhu lying on the ground. Upon noticing the crack on the storage ring on his ring finger, he immediately reacted and shouted. This kid took Zhang Qinhu's spirit stones. The reason he fought with Zhang Qinhu for so long was actually to steal his spirit stones to buy time for his own breakthrough. Once these words were spoken, everyone saw the storage ring on Zhang Qinhu's finger, and after noticing the crack, they finally understood. The crack in the storage ring meant that its restrictions had been forcibly broken, so the spirit stones Chen Haoling used to break through were taken from Zhang Qinhu. Understanding this, the 8 strong cultivators present no longer dared to underestimate Chen Haoling. They exchanged glances and, with a mutual understanding, charged towards Chen Haoling. Standing still, Chen Haoling's senses were heightened to the maximum, and a white demonic fire enveloped him. As the 8 true martial realm experts charged at him, he suddenly pressed his palms together and murmured, "Hell without boundaries, open." Whoosh! In an instant, a special airflow swirled around, and then the 8 experts who rushed near Chen Haoling spontaneously ignited in white demonic fire. The flames surged furiously, wrapping around their bodies in the blink of an eye. The intense burning sensation even pierced through their protective magical barriers. The sudden, intense burns on their bodies caused them to scream in terror, unable to even wield their magical power smoothly. Additionally, due to inertia, their momentum towards Chen Haoling did not decrease. To onlookers, it seemed as if 8 fiery figures were charging straight towards Chen Haoling. However, Chen Haoling chose neither to dodge nor resist. He simply pressed his hands on the ground and lifted his feet up, spreading them apart. Then, he began to rotate his hands forcefully, as if his feet were helicopter blades, spinning rapidly. The 8 charging experts were kicked away by Chen Haoling with one swift motion. Bang bang bang! Such a simple attack sent all 8 true martial realm experts flying. If other true martial realm fighters saw this, they would surely mock them as useless. Next, Chen Haoling stood up straight, turning his gaze towards one of the true martial realm experts and charged at him violently. Martial skill, Vermilion Bird, he immediately activated. In an instant, Chen Haoling's body was wrapped in flames like the divine bird, the Vermilion Bird, and his speed surged over 5 times. When he reached the true martial realm expert, he threw a fierce punch. Smack! But when Chen Haoling rushed toward Li Jianghe, the white spirit fire on his body dissipated. Clearly, the effect of the underworld hell had vanished. However, Li Jianghe had already been burned beyond recognition by the white spirit fire. As Chen Haoling charged at him, he stood straight and, facing the fierce punch from Chen Haoling, raised one hand to grab it. Bang! Although Li Jianghe staggered back several steps, he successfully blocked Chen Haoling's formidable punch. The first strongman from the Li family truly lived up to his name. With a twisted face, Li Jianghe shouted at Chen Haoling, "You brat." But Chen Haoling let out a cold laugh. Battle skill, Phantom, was immediately activated. In the next moment, Li Jianghe's hand that was gripping Chen Haoling suddenly grasped at nothing, as if his fist had turned into a ghost, visible but intangible. Then, Chen Haoling retaliated with a punch to Li Jianghe's chin. Battle skill, Sunburst, was immediately activated. Boom! Li Jianghe's chin was struck as if hit by a heavy blow, and with a loud noise, his entire jaw was shattered, while his body flew backwards. The sight was somewhat chilling. Chapter 24, Awaiting Death. At this moment, Chen Haoling did not immediately chase after Li Jianghe. Instead, he spun around and kicked backward. Battle skill, Step of the World, was activated. In an instant, Chen Haoling's kick leg seemed to be covered by a special shield, which protected his leg while also enhancing the power of the strike. Bang! Behind Chen Haoling, Su Jingyang slashed down with a knife onto Chen Haoling's foot, but because his foot was wrapped in the shield, Su Jingyang's blade didn't harm Chen Haoling in the slightest. But in the next second, Su Jingyang shouted, "Die!" As soon as he spoke, countless arcs of electricity suddenly enveloped Su Jingyang's slashing knife, and in an instant, these arcs covered Chen Haoling's body, rendering him unable to move. Meanwhile, Li Jianghe, who had been punched flying by Chen Haoling, got back on his feet. He immediately utilized his magic, manipulating the roots of the trees underground to form sharp, long spears. In the moment Chen Haoling was immobilized, these spears shot towards all the vital points of his body. Chen Haoling gritted his teeth and once again activated Phantom. In the next moment, his body seemed to turn into a ghost, visible yet untouchable. And those penetrating root spears all stabbed at thin air. Chen Haoling quickly broke free from Su Jingyang's electric bindings and escaped the control range of these 2 old men. It must be said, the strength of these 2 was indeed impressive. At least at this stage, there were not many who could force Chen Haoling to such an extent. After the 2 of them gasped for breath for a while, they prepared to charge forward again and fight Chen Haoling. But Chen Haoling was not ready to entangle with them anymore. Celestial technique, Flame Dragon Rain, was immediately unleashed. Suddenly, a whirlwind erupted from beneath Chen Haoling, lifting his body into the air. The rotation speed of the whirlwind reached hundreds of revolutions in just a breath of time. But that was not the end. Being at the center of the whirlwind, Chen Haoling exhaled a ball of fire that landed on top of the whirlwind. Then, just like oil fields catching fire, it instantly transformed into a sea of flames. To the onlookers, the whirlwind summoned by Chen Haoling unexpectedly turned into a flame whirlwind. The scorching heat was like a small sun dropped to the mortal realm, making the surrounding air extremely dry. But immediately after, on top of the whirlwind, fireballs erupted as if they were free of charge. Shot out in all directions. Boom! 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 In just a breath's time, thousands of fireballs were thrown out, indiscriminately attacking everything around. The entire urban area seemed to have suffered from a carpet bombing by warplanes, with numerous houses and buildings being destroyed. If this place hadn't been an abandoned area, with no one living there, this one attack would have caused massive civilian casualties. When Su Jingyang and Li Jianghe saw the countless fireballs falling from the sky, panic showed on their faces. It was hard to imagine that two powerful true martial experts would feel fear when facing a mere Earth origin realm cultivator. They tried to defend against the falling fireballs, but were blown back repeatedly. Especially for Su Jingyang, who looked incredulous, shouting, "How is this possible? A mere Earth origin realm, able to unleash so many powerful fireballs?" At that moment, Li Xiao, who was still tied to the tree, felt her heart completely sink. As someone who had lived with Chen Haoling for nearly 10,000 years, she knew just how terrifying his move Flame Dragon Rain was. Because this skill is fairy art. In simple terms, fairy art means natural power. Chen Haoling only needed to use a tiny bit of his own magic power to harness the forces of nature to fight. Just like the current move Flame Dragon Rain, which draws on the natural powers of wind and fire. The reason those fireballs could injure a true martial expert is that they could absorb the spiritual energy in the air at the moment of being shot out, strengthening themselves. The high-speed rotation of the tornado further increased the speed of these fireballs, causing such terrifying destructive power. Li Xiao watched the distant fire tornado slowly moving, then shouted to the now-charged Su Jingyang and Li Jianghe. "I told you not to push him into a corner. Otherwise, he will go berserk, and all of us, including me, and everyone in Changyue City, will die. But you just wouldn't listen. Now look." At this moment, Su Jingyang and Li Jianghe, already exhausted, turned to look at Li Xiao. Because when sending a message to them about teaming up to capture Chen Haoling, he should not have stirred into this chaos. After all, who could have imagined that such a very small matter could turn so complicated? Originally, Li Xiao injured the city lord's son, Zhou Haoren, at the family comparison meeting due to uncontrolled demon power, which wasn't a big deal. Catching Li Xiao and locking her up for a while would have solved it. Unfortunately, the city lord valued talent and didn't want Li Xiao to go to prison, yet he also didn't want to pretend that this incident never happened, so he hinted for Butler Long to find a scapegoat. However, this Butler Long was also a fool. Instead of picking someone else, he strangely chose Chen Haoling to be this scapegoat. And Chen Haoling was a stubborn one who refused to take the blame for Li Xiao, which ended up causing tremendous casualties. Then, because Chen Haoling displayed overwhelming fighting strength, he attracted the attention of 9 powerful true martial realm fighters who joined forces to attack him. At this point, Butler Long had disappeared, and Zhang Qianhu became the representative of the city lord's mansion. At this moment, the situation entered the second phase. Zhang Qianhu's reason for capturing Chen Haoling shifted from finding a scapegoat to wanting to arrest him for damaging public property and bring him in for judgment. This was not Zhang Qianhu wronging Chen Haoling, but because Chen Haoling indeed caused too much damage. If Zhang Qianhu didn't capture Chen Haoling, then his own position would be at risk, and he wouldn't be able to stay in the city lord's mansion any longer. But fundamentally, if it weren't for Butler Long's slander, perhaps Chen Haoling wouldn't have resorted to violence at all. In the end, the situation developed into the third phase. With Zhang Qianhu dead, the reasons that various families targeted Chen Haoling changed again. They turned into fears of Chen Haoling. Including Su Jingyang, nearly every family among the 5 great families of Changyue City had a past conflict with Chen Haoling. Given Chen Haoling's currently displayed terrifying potential, it was enough to make all 5 families shiver with fear. On top of that, Chen Haoling was completely uncontrollable, which further worried the families that he might retaliate against them once he grew stronger, so they all developed a murderous intent against Chen Haoling. But what was the outcome? They were all counterattacked by Chen Haoling. Chapter 25, Are you going to leave the Li family? Su Jingyang looked up at the approaching fire tornado and surprisingly felt like just sitting down and accepting death. But a careless voice suddenly rang out, "Young Master Chen, how about we end today's events here?" The moment this voice sounded, the fire tornado that Chen Haoling had transformed into unexpectedly vanished into thin air. At the same time, the madness and bloodthirst in Chen Haoling's eyes disappeared, and the runes on his forehead faded away. Then, Chen Haoling's figure also fell from the air. He looked up towards the source of the voice and saw the city lord of Changyue City, Zhou Hongsheng, with his hands behind his back, descending from the sky. Without the aid of any magical artifact and without riding any demon beast, he soared entirely by his own power. Seeing this, Chen Haoling's pupils slightly constricted. He never expected that such a powerful being existed in this small Changhua city. City Lord Zhou Hongsheng landed from above, glanced at the devastated scene and the city ruins resembling a battlefield, then shook his head before addressing Chen Haoling. The root of all this started because of me. If I hadn't hinted for Uncle Long to find a scapegoat for Li Xiao, perhaps this incident wouldn't have occurred at all. I apologize to you, this matter is my fault. Zhou Hongsheng actually bowed and apologized to Chen Haoling. At this moment, Chen Haoling had already regained his senses and did not react much to Zhou Hongsheng's apology. After all, it was this guy's moment of thoughtlessness that nearly cost him his life several times, so there was no way he could show him any goodwill. However, as the saying goes, you shouldn't hit someone who is smiling, since the other party has already apologized, and with Chen Haoling's current strength, he could not possibly be a match for Zhou Hongsheng. He decided not to dwell on it. After calmly thinking for a few seconds, he said to the city lord Zhou Hongsheng, "You just said that today's matter ends here. Does that mean you won't pursue my killing of these people? And you won't hold me accountable for the destruction of this place?" Hearing this, Zhou Hongsheng chuckled. "I have already said that the matter began with me. If it weren't for me, there wouldn't be these issues now, so naturally, I won't hold you responsible. It's just that the families that lost their powerful true martial experts, I can't guarantee they won't seek revenge on you." Upon hearing this, Chen Haoling unexpectedly let out a slight sigh of relief. For him, as long as the city lord in front of him wouldn't target him, that was enough. As for the other families, they were not a concern at all. So, Chen Haoling calmly said, "Alright, let this matter end here today. From now on, neither side is allowed to mention it again." Zhou Hongsheng nodded in satisfaction, indicating it was no problem. Then, he gently waved the folding fan in his hand, and the next moment, a mist spread out. This mist seemed to be some kind of herb, very fragrant and pleasant, quickly enveloping the injured people lying on the ground. Then, Chen Haoling was shocked to see that those who were critically injured, at the moment they came into contact with the mist, their wounds healed rapidly. Even Li Jianghe, whose jawbone Chen Haoling had shattered, restored to his original appearance at that time. Seeing this scene, Chen Haoling couldn't help but feel irritated, realizing he should have killed Li Jianghe first. At the same time, many juniors present all stood up from the ground. Since these juniors were not the main targets of Chen Haoling's earlier killings, their injuries were mostly not fatal. Under the treatment of the city lord's mist, they quickly recovered and stood up again. At this moment, Li Xiao ran over. She glanced at the city lord, then slightly bowed, before looking at Chen Haoling and nervously saying, "Haoling, are you okay? You weren't hurt just now, were you?" As she spoke, she even wanted to reach out to check Chen Haoling's body. But Chen Haoling took a step back, intentionally creating distance, and coldly said, "Mrs. Su, you should be more concerned about your brother Ishuan right now, instead of asking me if I'm hurt." Li Xiao's face showed a hint of depression, but she didn't argue back. At this moment, adoptive father Li Jiangshan came running over with a bunch of younger members of the Li family, shouting toward Chen Haoling and the others. "Haoling, Xiao, Jianghe." The three turned simultaneously to look in Li Jiangshan's direction, and after seeing him arrive, they greeted him. Li Jiangshan first looked at Chen Haoling and said nervously, "Haoling, how are you? Where are you injured? Let me take a look." Chen Haoling felt a bit awkward about his adoptive father's concern, and even felt a bit displeased. After all, when he was attacked just now, his adoptive father hadn't helped him. Instead, he had been treating Li Xiao's injuries. Now that everything was over, he only appeared now, which felt like a bit of an afterthought. However, as the saying goes, you shouldn't hit someone who is smiling, and Chen Haoling did not show any signs of displeasure to his adoptive father, but calmly said, "I'm fine, they didn't harm me at all, so you don't need to worry, adoptive father." Upon hearing this, Li Jiangshan let out a small sigh of relief and then turned to look at his daughter Li Xiao, asking about her safety. Behind Li Jiangshan, Li Jiangshui, the eldest uncle of the Li family, saw that Chen Haoling was completely unharmed and couldn't help but clench his teeth, speaking in a low voice. "Damn it, a bunch of useless trash, so many people couldn't even handle a tiny Chen Haoling." Clearly, Li Jiangshui still remembered the slap that Chen Haoling had given him before, so seeing Chen Haoling surrounded but unhurt made him feel somewhat displeased. On the other side, Li Jianghe, the third uncle of the Li family, stepped forward and said, "Big brother, let's go back." Seeing his younger brother's disheartened look, Li Jiangshui unexpectedly said, "Third brother? What's wrong with you?" Li Jianghe glanced at Chen Haoling. After witnessing Chen Haoling's terrifying strength firsthand, his confidence was severely shaken. Perhaps starting today, he would no longer show himself as the #1 expert of the Li family. Li Jianghe did not respond to his brother but simply said tiredly, "We've been fighting all night, it's almost dawn, let's go back and sleep." Saying this, Li Jianghe pulled his brother back toward the Li family home. Meanwhile, many younger members of the Li family, seeing the scene of the city in ruins, curiously asked Li Xiao what had happened, and why the area was so devastated. Li Xiao, feeling a bit unhappy after getting called out by Chen Haoling, just answered the younger siblings' questions in a perfunctory manner. Perhaps because the misunderstanding with Chen Haoling had been cleared up, Li Xiao suddenly felt less eager to marry Su Yixuan, so she chose not to go back to the Su family with him, but followed her father back to the Li family. Of course, Li Jiangshan did not forget to invite Chen Haoling along as they returned. On the way, Li Jiangshan kept asking Chen Haoling and Li Xiao if they felt unwell, wondering if they needed to see a doctor or something. But both of them answered absent-mindedly. At this moment, Chen Haoling suddenly said to his adoptive father, "By the way, adoptive father, can I have my sword back?" Hearing Chen Haoling's words, Li Jiangshan's expression changed, and he looked at Chen Haoling seriously. "Have you already decided to leave the Li family?" Chen Haoling did not deny it. Li Xiao's pupils shrank as she looked at Chen Haoling. Chapter 26, The Boundless Blade in Hand, but you didn't sign up for the clan comparison competition, nor do you need to go to the new Luosheng city for further studies. Why do you want to leave the Li family? Li Xiao came closer to Chen Haoling, her eyes filled with confusion and resentment. Chen Haoling, however, only coldly asked, "Does it concern you?" Li Xiao got angry, arguing, "Even if I'm not your wife, I have been your sister for 10 years. Can't I even ask where you plan to go?" Chen Haoling fell silent for a moment and then uttered 4 words, "Wuxia Sword Sect." Upon hearing this, Li Xiao was stunned, and even his adoptive father showed a hint of surprise, asking, "Wuxia Sword Sect is the #1 power among the 12 cities in Tiandu. The top experts inside are as numerous as the stars. Even though they recruit new disciples every year, their entry requirements are extremely high, even more difficult than winning first place in the Chinese City Clan comparison competition." As these words fell, the look in his adoptive father's eyes turned somewhat complicated as he gazed at Chen Haoling. "I'm not trying to discourage you, but with your current qualifications, the possibility of joining the Wuxia Sword Sect is quite low." Chen Haoling, however, smiled slightly. "I never said I wanted to become a disciple of the Wuxia Sword Sect, I just want to go to that place." Hearing this, Li Xiao seemed to think of something. She pressed her lips together and then said, "If you are looking for her, I advise you not to go at this time. With her temperament, she is likely to kill you on the spot." Chen Haoling ignored Li Xiao, just once again turned his gaze to his adoptive father. "Anyway, the rules of the Li family state that all descendants who are 20 years old must go out for training. Coincidentally, I'm almost the right age, and there's nothing wrong with going out for training at this time." After hearing this, the adoptive father sighed deeply. Although he had long known this day would come, his heart still showed a hint of reluctance. After all, he had raised the boy since he was young. Although there was no blood relation, he had long regarded Chen Haoling as his own son. After thinking for a moment, the adoptive father said in a testing tone, "I can return your knife to you, but could you stay in the Li family for a few more days before leaving?" Chen Haoling blinked and asked with some confusion, "Is there a difference between leaving a little earlier or later?" The adoptive father let out a melancholy laugh. 3 days from now will be when our Li family and the Su family sign the alliance. I hope you can participate, and after that, if you want to leave, I will never stop you." What the adoptive father did not say was that with his current physical condition, he probably wouldn't last until the 3rd day. He hoped to see Chen Haoling and Li Xiao by his side before he passed away. This might be his small selfish wish. After hearing these words, Chen Haoling's expression changed slightly, and even Li Xiao showed a hint of panic. Because both of them almost knew that the day of the Li family's extermination was coming soon. Chen Haoling frowned slightly and then nodded, saying, "All right, I'll wait until the Su and Li families finish their alliance before leaving." Li Jiangshan nodded with satisfaction upon hearing this. "Your knife is in the storage room under the ancestral hall of the Li family. Follow the corridor to the end, and you will see it." As he spoke, Li Jiangshan took out a jade pendant and handed it to Chen Haoling. "This is the key to open the storage room, you can go get it yourself." Chen Haoling accepted the jade pendant and then said gratefully, "Thank you, adoptive father." After that, Chen Haoling eagerly walked towards the Li family residence. At this moment, the adoptive father's gaze turned to Li Xiao. Seeing her dazed expression, he called out, "Xiao?" Li Xiao finally came back to her senses and asked, "Dad, what's wrong?" The adoptive father asked somewhat puzzled, "What are you thinking? You looked so engrossed?" Li Xiao's eyes showed a hint of anxious embarrassment as she smiled awkwardly, "Nothing, nothing at all." Seeing this, the adoptive father felt something was off with his daughter's behavior, but since she was unwilling to say more, he didn't press further. In the storage room beneath the Li family's ancestral hall. Originally, Chen Haoling thought this place would hold many treasures of the Li family, which is why it was built so secretly, leaving him searching for a long time without finding it. But when he entered, he discovered that this place was just an ordinary storeroom, really just a place for piling up clutter. In here, he hardly found anything valuable, no wonder there wasn't even a guard. Following the direction pointed out by his adoptive father, Chen Haoling quickly found his boundless blade in a wooden box. He saw that the blade's dark sheath was engraved with a golden dragon scale pattern. These patterns wrapped around the sheath in circles, and although it had not been used for many years, there was not a single bit of rust on it. Chen Haoling raised his hand gently to take the boundless blade out of its groove. Unlike traditional large knives, Chen Haoling's boundless blade is more accurately described as a tang saber. The blade is extremely straight and slender, only 3 fingers wide, but its length approaches 3 feet, nearly 1 meter. Looking at the sword that he had searched for so long finally returning to his hand, the bittersweet feeling in Chen Haoling's heart is something no one else could understand. Then, he raised his hand to draw the blade from its sheath, wanting to test if its power was still as fierce as in his past life. However, when his hand grasped the hilt, he found that the blade seemed to be stuck in the sheath and could not be drawn out. At that moment, the shadow appeared, sitting with his legs crossed on the table in front of Chen Haoling, slowly saying, "This blade hasn't been consecrated yet, how could you possibly pull it out?" Upon hearing this, a flash of insight lit up in Chen Haoling's mind as he suddenly remembered that the boundless blade needed to be consecrated first, otherwise, it would stick to the sheath, rendering it unusable. Immediately, Chen Haoling said, "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. But speaking of which, how did I consecrate this blade in my last life?" He scratched his head, a thoughtful expression on his face. The shadow reminded him, "Didn't you slay a group of otherworldly creatures with spiritualine blood to consecrate this blade?" Chen Haoling echoed, oh, as he almost forgot. In his last life, after graduating from the Imperial Academy in the holy city of Xinlua, he was sent to the front lines. At that time, it was to deal with the invasions from the otherworld. During that process, Chen Haoling had slain countless monsters, allowing the boundless blade to be successfully drawn. Recalling this, Chen Haoling was slightly startled and exclaimed, "But the otherworldly beings are not attacking now. Where do I find someone with spiritualine blood to consecrate the blade?" The shadow reminded him, "The elders of the Li family, as well as those in the advanced earthly and true martial realms, have all awakened their spiritualine blood, haven't they? In 4 days, on the night of the full moon, if you slaughter them, it will be just right for the consecration ritual, won't it?" Upon hearing that the Li family members were the targets, Chen Haoling subconsciously showed a look of resistance, but as he remembered how the Li family had treated him, this resistance quickly faded away. After thinking for a few seconds, he said, "All right, on the night of the full moon in 4 days, I'll take the Li family members to consecrate the blade. Since my adoptive father won't be around then, I have no ties to the Li family anymore, and it will also let them serve their last bit of remaining value." Chapter 27, Li Xiao's plan to save the Li family. Just as Chen Haoling was thinking this, suddenly Li Xiao's voice came in from outside. "Chen Haoling, are you there?" Chen Haoling turned to the direction of the voice, a trace of displeasure evident on his face. Why has this fool come? Although somewhat unhappy, he still walked straight out. Once he reached the corridor, he saw Li Xiao looking around attentively, clearly searching for Chen Haoling. When she spotted him, she hurriedly jogged over, her face instinctively breaking into a joy-filled smile. "Husband." However, Chen Haoling raised his hand to signal her to stop, not to approach him. "What do you want? Just say it directly." Seeing Chen Haoling's cold attitude toward her, Li Xiao's mood dropped again, but she quickly readjusted her mindset. "I want to arrange for Rushwang to marry Su Yixuan, but my relationship with her isn't great, she might not listen to me, so I hope you can persuade her. After all, in the entire Li family, only you and she are relatively close." Chen Haoling's eyes widened sharply at these words, then he fixedly stared at Li Xiao. As for that little girl Li Rushwang, Chen Haoling did indeed have quite a fondness for her. After all, among the younger generation of the Li family, she was the only one who treated Chen Haoling genuinely like an elder brother. During the time when Chen Haoling first arrived at the Li family at the age of 10, she was the only one who stood up to scold others when Chen Haoling was bullied, telling them not to bully him. So, in a way, he subconsciously regarded this girl as his sister to take care of. But now, Li Xiao actually told him that she wanted to marry Li Rushwang to Su Yixuan. How could Chen Haoling possibly endure that? In an instant, Chen Haoling abruptly extended a hand and fiercely grasped Li Xiao's neck, slamming her against the wall. Due to the force being a bit strong, the wall behind Li Xiao shook, and her face turned red from the impact. Yet, Chen Haoling gritted his teeth and said, "You don't want that trash Su Yixuan yourself, but you want to push him onto someone else? Li Xiao, are you asleep? Do you really think I would agree to help you persuade Li Rushwang?" Li Xiao coughed forcefully, feeling a strong sense of suffocation wash over her, and she struggled to say, "Let me finish my words." Chen Haoling took a deep breath, then flung Li Xiao into a nearby pile of clutter. This left Li Xiao in a very embarrassing state. But she quickly. Somewhat dissatisfied, he said, "Have you forgotten how the Li family was exterminated in the last life? It was precisely because 3 days later, when the Su and Li families were forming an alliance, they couldn't come to an agreement and then both sides got into a fierce fight, ultimately leading to the main combat forces of both families being severely damaged, and falling from one of the 5 great families. But if Li Rushwang marries Su Yixuan, the outcome will be different. As long as the 2 families establish a kinship relationship, then regardless of whether the alliance is successfully formed or not, both families will not take action against each other. As long as they do not clash, the tragic events of the last life will not happen again, right?" In fact, when Li Xiao just returned to life, she had already planned this idea. However, her original plan was to marry Su Yixuan herself and use her own position to mediate between the Su and Li families, thereby avoiding further conflict between the two families. And her purpose for attending the clan competition was right here. She wanted to achieve a good ranking in the clan competition to increase her importance in both the Su and Li families, thus making both families think twice before creating conflicts. However, ever since her demon power went out of control, Li Xiao realized that she had wronged Chen Haoling, and from that moment on, she no longer wanted to be with Su Yixuan. On the contrary, the bits and pieces of her life with Chen Haoling in the last life became her most cherished thoughts. But if she doesn't marry Su Yixuan, then who should take her place? Li Xiao almost immediately thought of Li Rushwang. Because she is also a legitimate daughter of the Li family, in terms of status, appearance, and knowledge, she is worthy of Su Yixuan. However, since Li Xiao wasn't familiar with Li Rushwang, she could only turn to Chen Haoling. After hearing Li Xiao's words, Chen Haoling lightly spat out 2 words, idiot. Then he walked outside on his own. Li Xiao was unhappy upon hearing this, and hurriedly ran to catch up with Chen Haoling, saying, "Who do you think is an idiot?" "Chen Haoling, can you think of a better way than me?" Chen Haoling remained silent and walked straight out of the ancestral hall, intending to go to his adoptive father's room. At that moment, however, Li Xiao blocked his path, angrily saying, "Chen Haoling, are you even listening to me?" Chen Haoling's footsteps were forced to stop. He was about to scold her to get away, but upon further thought, he realized that in order to keep the Li family from being destroyed in the short term, it seemed he needed her help, so he restrained the dissatisfaction inside him and said, "What you just told me about the Su and Li family's alliance breaking, and then both sides fighting, resulting in a loss of combat power and ultimately falling from the 5 great families, where did you hear all this?" Li Xiao replied directly, "Isn't it in the report from the Lord's mansion of Changyue City? In the last life, when we were studying in Xinhan Holy City, there just happened to be news about the extermination event in Changyue City in a newspaper. I remember I shared all this with you, have you forgotten it so quickly?" In the capital of the Tianzhu Empire, postal newspapers had already developed, so in her last life, Li Xiao could learn about events happening in distant Changyue City from the far-off capital. At that time, when she learned about her family's extermination, she cried for a long time. After hearing Li Xiao's words, Chen Haoling looked at her with a puzzled expression and said, "You actually believe what the newspaper says? If it said that I, Chen Haoling, had transcended and ascended, would you believe that too?" This remark was filled with sarcasm. Chapter 28, The Truth of the Li family's extermination. Li Xiao slightly frowned her willow-like brows. "This is an event officially reported by Changyue City, why can't I believe it?" Chen Haoling casually took out his smoking pipe, lit the tobacco, and found a stone bench to sit down, puffing on the pipe as he spoke. "The downfall of the Su and Li families has deeper reasons, it is far from being as simple as you think." Li Xiao was sitting opposite Chen Haoling, instinctively asking, "Deeper reasons?" Chen Haoling thought for a moment and ultimately decided to tell her the truth about the demise of the Su and Li families. "At first, like you, I believed what was reported in the newspaper. But later, when I promoted to the Holy King realm and used divination techniques to analyze past events, I realized that things were not as the Changyue City Lord's mansion reported." Li Xiao's face revealed a hint of tension as she cautiously asked, "Could it be that other family forces intervened, causing the destruction of the Su and Li families?" Chen Haoling shook his head, speaking concisely. "The Su family raised a demon embryo about 100 meters underground in their main hall. They wanted to hatch this demon embryo to gain immense power. But to hatch the demon embryo, a key drug is needed. That is the blood of the spiritual Yin. And this kind of blood flows only in the veins of the Li family within the entire Changyue City. The Su family attempted to entice the Li family to their home through a so-called alliance, intending to kill all the Li family members and use their blood plasma for the demon embryo. However, the Su family's ancestor didn't expect that once the demon embryo successfully hatched, it would emerge as a demon with the bloodline of the demon god. It was that monster that wiped out the Su and Li families. Later, the monster's killing spree attracted the attention of the City Lord's mansion, especially City Lord Zhou Hongshang, who was drawn to the power of this demon. He also thought about using the demon to elevate his own level, so he secretly brought the demon back to the City Lord's mansion. He ordered the execution of everyone who knew about the demon and fabricated a reason to make the world believe that the downfall of the Su and Li families was due to conflict between them. After saying this, Chen Haoling looked again at Li Xiao. "Now do you understand? It was that bunch of bastards from the Su family who brought this upon themselves by raising a demon under their mansion, resulting in the simultaneous fall of the Su and Li families. So, when you say marrying Li Ruoxian to Su Yixuan could prevent the tragedy of the Su and Li families being exterminated, that itself is a joke. Moreover, in 3 days, it won't just be a loss of major strength, it will be a tragedy where the entire Su and Li families will be wiped out. Therefore, what we need to do is not find someone to marry the Su family but figure out how to prevent the Li family from going to the Su family to finalize the ridiculous alliance in 3 days. After finishing all this, Chen Haoling let out a long sigh, thinking, if the Li family members all die after 3 days, then no one will be left to offer him sacrifices at the altar. But at this moment, Li Xiao stood up from her seat, her face darkening, and without a word, tried to walk out. Chen Haoling called out to her, "Where are you going?" This woman could help him persuade the people of the Li family, so she still had value to him. At that moment, Li Xiao turned to look at Chen Haoling, her eyes filled with deep disappointment and anger. "Chen Haoling, I thought you were someone who could clearly distinguish right from wrong in major issues. But I didn't expect that you were still as selfish as before. Is it just because I kissed Su Yixuan at the wedding that you want to slander and insult the Su family? Is it because I hope Li Rushwang can marry Su Yixuan that you are forcing those empty, baseless assumptions onto the Su family? Yes, I am indeed sorry for you. I know I owe you too much, perhaps I can never repay it in this lifetime. But that does not give you a reason to treat me like a fool. What demon fetus? What spiritual blood? With such a rich imagination, why don't you write a novel? Perhaps you could make a fortune from writing. Or maybe you simply can't stand to see Li Rushwang find her own happiness, so you slander Su Yixuan and the Su family?" At this moment, Chen Haoling got angry. He slammed the stone table, and with the strength of a limit-level lower realm expert, he nearly shattered it into pieces. He stood up, staring fiercely at Li Xiao, and said viciously, "I slander the Su family? Li Xiao, do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" Li Xiao seemed no longer afraid of Chen Haoling, especially after seeing the smashed table. She coldly laughed even more. "What's wrong? Did I hit a nerve, and now you're angry? You really haven't changed at all. After someone exposes your thoughts, you only know to use force to soothe your fragile and sensitive pride." Saying this, Li Xiao thought carefully and continued, "I understand now, it's because those juniors in our Li family once bullied you, and some elders from the Su family mocked you. That's why you can't stand to see the Su and Li families do well? You don't want their alliance to be successfully established? You just want to see the alliance between the Su and Li families break apart, eventually fighting to a mutual destruction, then you'll feel comfortable, right? This is your true thought, isn't it?" Chen Haoling suddenly shouted, "Bullshit. The Su and Li families aren't my maternal family. Whether they do well or not has nothing to do with me. I just don't want them to die so quickly, that's why I kindly reminded you, hoping you would persuade the higher-ups of the Li family. Don't let them believe the lies of the Su family. But you, this fool, think I'm measuring a gentleman with a villain's intentions? Fine, just wait. When the Su family's demon fetus hatches, leading to everyone being wiped out, then you'll know how to write the word cry." Li Xiao argued back again, "Demon fetus? Chen Haoling, get it straight, this is the Tianzhu Empire, not the Abyss Demon Realm. Can an unhatched demon fetus survive outside of the demon realm? Can you at least sketch some draft before you speak nonsense? If you are unwilling to help me persuade Li Rushwang, you can tell me straightforwardly. There's no need to find these nonsensical excuses. I'm not a fool, and the Li family isn't either. In this world, you are not the only smart one. If you still treat everyone as fools, then one day you will also become a pitiful big fool." Chen Haoling felt his face redden with anger, but on the flip side, Li Xiao's words truly caught him off guard. Indeed, as a product of the demon realm, logically speaking, the demon fetus could not leave the Abyss Demon Realm before hatching. It was like tadpoles produced by frogs, if they left the pond, they could also not survive. It was the same principle. After a moment of silence, Chen Haoling suddenly calmed himself down. He felt he really didn't need to argue with this foolish woman. Whatever. I've said what I needed to say. I've reminded you. The most I can do is this. Just leave it to fate, Chen Haoling said, appearing nonchalant. Chapter 29, The Downsides of the Divine Martial Nirvana, The Catastrophe. He didn't want to waste more words with Li Xiao and turned to leave. Li Xiao stood still, wanting to catch up with Chen Haoling and clarify things, but thinking of his words made her hesitate. In the end, Li Xiao huffed in dissatisfaction and said, "This is so unreasonable. I will definitely push for the alliance between the Su and Li families. I will protect everyone in the Li family and absolutely won't let the tragedies of the last life repeat." With that, she turned and left. It was clear that Li Xiao did not believe a single word of what Chen Haoling said. Or perhaps, she preferred to believe what she believed. Chen Haoling walked angrily down the road, cursing, "I must be crazy for talking so much with that stupid woman, and she nearly drove me mad. People who don't know might think I'm the fool instead." At this moment, a shadow took on Chen Haoling's form, following behind him, and said, "Do you want to go find your adoptive father and see if he can stop the alliance between the Su and Li families in 3 days? Chen Haoling replied irritably, "If Li Xiao doesn't believe what I said, would my adoptive father believe it? He probably doesn't even know what a demon fetus is, how can he help me stop the alliance from being established in 3 days? The shadow kept up with Chen Haoling and said, "You don't need him to fully believe you, just find a way to delay the alliance by 1 day. As long as it's postponed to the 4th day, when the full moon arrives, there will be enough people from the Li family to offer you a sacrificial blade." Hearing this, Chen Haoling's brow furrowed tightly. Indeed, the shadow was right, he didn't need his adoptive father or the Li family's higher-ups to believe in the demon fetus. As long as he could find a way to delay the alliance by one day, then the sacrificial blade issue could be resolved. However, just thinking of Li Xiao's smug face made Chen Haoling feel annoyed and he said. That fool Li Xiao said that promoting the alliance can save the Li family, right? I'm quite curious about how she would react if she really saw the Li family being massacred by demons. The shadow was shocked by this and hurriedly blocked Chen Haoling's path, seriously saying. Hey, Chen Haoling, you're not serious, are you? Just because of a little provocation from that foolish woman, you want to let demons slaughter the Li family? Chen Haoling replied in a nonchalant tone, anyway, there are people with spiritual Yin blood everywhere, not just from the Li family. At worst, I'll search all 12 cities in Tiandu Mansion, am I really afraid I can't find 30 people with spiritual Yin blood? At this moment, the shadow became angry and suddenly shouted, then what about going to the Endless Sword sect? What about your blood will I? Do you still want it to open? Are you going to deal with the impending catastrophe in a month? As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Haoling's expression stiffened slightly, and a drop of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Damn it, because that woman Li Xiao angered him, he almost forgot about his important mission. The reason he was going to the Endless Sword sect was simple, he needed a treasure there called Hell's Blood. This drop of Hell's Blood was crucial for Chen Haoling to unlock his blood will I. But to obtain Hell's Blood, there was one important condition, the boundless blade in Chen Haoling's hand. Because only the boundless blade can break the tomb of Hell's Blood and extract the blood. Thinking of this, Chen Haoling felt embarrassed when he looked at the furious shadow and smiled awkwardly. I was reckless, almost forgetting the main matter because of Li Xiao's anger. I will go find my adoptive father right now, and come up with a way to postpone the alliance between the Su and Li families. The lives of the Li family can only be harvested by me. Seeing that Chen Haoling had finally regained his calm, the shadow felt relieved and said. Li Xiao is becoming a hidden worry for you now, find a time to get rid of her. Chen Haoling nodded seriously and immediately walked toward the study where his adoptive father was, while also asking the shadow. By the way, shadow, how do you know that the catastrophe of calamity will break out within a month? The shadow spoke casually, just a guess. A guess? Chen Haoling looked at him in surprise, not expecting the usually cautious shadow to use the word guess. But even if it's a guess, there should be some basis for it, right? Random guessing isn't your character. The shadow crossed his arms over his chest and said seriously, let me ask you, in your last life, how long was it from when you obtained the divine martial nirvana scripture to the first outbreak of the catastrophe of calamity? Chen Haoling thought for a moment, I got the divine martial nirvana scripture from a necromancer gravesite on the Longshuiyuan battlefield. From the moment I started practicing it to when the first catastrophe of calamity arrived, it was about 2 months, right? At this point, Chen Haoling's pupils suddenly widened in shock. He quickly turned to the shadow and asked. Are you saying that starting from the day I was reborn until the end of next month, it corresponds to the time when the catastrophe of calamity broke out in my last life? The shadow pursed his lips and said. I just said this is my guess. When the catastrophe of calamity will actually break out is still uncertain, I can only calculate based on a 1-month minimum time. If the catastrophe of calamity really arrives within this month, and your boundless blade has not yet been activated, and your blood will eye is also not opened, how will you protect yourself? Chen Haoling immediately felt a cold sweat break out on his back upon hearing this. He recalled the moment in his last life when he had just obtained the divine martial nirvana scripture. At that time, the preface of this martial art had reminded Chen Haoling that the so-called divine martial nirvana scripture actually had another nickname, 9 deaths to become a god technique. In short, if one practices this technique, they will go through 9 major life and death tribulations, and these tribulations are what the shadow referred to as the catastrophe of calamity. As long as one can withstand these 9 tribulations, they can break through the limits of the current cultivation system and reach a higher martial realm. But if one cannot withstand it, then the result will be death. Chen Haoling still couldn't forget the scene when the first catastrophe of calamity broke out. That catastrophe involved many powerful beings ranked among the top 100 in battle power within a 100-mile radius, all attacking Chen Haoling simultaneously. And those powerful beings were all unfamiliar to Chen Haoling, they came to kill him purely under the control of the catastrophe of calamity. It was that encounter that made Chen Haoling feel the terrifying nature of the calamity clearly for the first time. Because it was also the closest he had ever come to death in his life. The subsequent second catastrophe of calamity was 100 times more extensive and difficult than the first. Moreover, the patterns of their appearance grew increasingly bizarre. There were meteorites falling from the sky that struck Chen Haoling, as well as necromantic beings going out of control and chasing him, alongside swarms of billions of insects besieging him. But no matter which calamity it was, they were all fraught with peril for Chen Haoling. Recalling this, Chen Haoling took a deep breath. Standing before the shadow, he said. Now I really regret practicing the divine martial scriptures, otherwise, I wouldn't have so many troubles now. The shadow slowly replied. If there were no divine martial scriptures, could you have grown to the level of Saint King? Upon hearing this, Chen Haoling chuckled again. The shadow didn't seem wrong. Forget it, no need to dwell on it. As the saying goes, a meal must be eaten bite by bite, and a journey must be taken step by step. Let's first handle the matter at hand before thinking about anything else. Chapter 30, Chen Haoling's spirit stones are used up. Saying this, Chen Haoling resumed walking, but the shadow spoke again. Your storage ring is out of spirit stones. You will need to find a way to get more, otherwise, don't even think about breaking through to the true martial realm in your lifetime. In the cultivation world, any cultivator who wants to enhance their strength and break through their current realm needs an important resource, which is spirit stones. Even Chen Haoling was no exception. Previously, when he promoted from Perfect Gathering Energy Realm to Great Achievement Earthly Profound Realm, he consumed all the spirit stones in his storage ring to succeed. In total, it took 537 spirit stones for just 3 realms, meaning he spent an average of 179 spirit stones to advance one realm. It might not seem like much, but it nearly drained Chen Haoling's entire fortune. Moreover, the worst part was that, as cultivation realms rose higher, the amount of spirit stones required would increase exponentially. For instance, later when Chen Haoling advanced from Great Achievement Earthly Profound Realm to Limit Earthly Profound Realm, it took a staggering 1380 spirit stones for just 2 realms. Though these spirit stones were from Zhang Qinhu's fortune, they still made Chen Haoling feel a pinch in his heart. From this, it's not hard to see how shocking the demand for spirit stones is as strength increases. At that moment, Chen Haoling's face darkened as he said, I am already at Limit Earthly Profound Realm. To advance further would require reaching the level of True Martial Realm. At that time, the total needed spirit stones will have to reach at least 2,600 stones. I just don't understand, why do other cultivators only need a bit over 860 spirit stones to reach the true martial realm while I need over 2,600? That's more than 3 times the amount. The shadow casually replied, who told you to build such a solid foundation? The total number of spirit stones consumed will naturally be more than others. Chen Haoling innocently retorted, if I don't build a solid foundation, how can I become invincible at the same level or even compete against higher ones? Hearing this, the shadow twitched his mouth. He felt Chen Haoling truly belonged to that type who wanted everything. He wanted a strong foundational level but didn't want to consume too many spirit stones. Was that even possible? In the end, the shadow stopped talking and turned back, merging into Chen Haoling's shadow once more. At that moment, Chen Haoling arrived in his foster father's study. However, when he entered, he found many people present in the study. Among them were Uncle Li Jiangshui, third Uncle Li Jianghe, several clan elders of the grandfather's generation, along with some young boys and girls of Chen Haoling's age. Get out! The instant Chen Haoling stepped into the study, a loud roar suddenly erupted. Chen Haoling turned to look at the speaker and found it was Uncle Li Jiangshui, who was currently pointing angrily at Chen Haoling. Didn't you hear what I said? Get out! Ignoring him completely, Chen Haoling walked straight into the study, and respectfully saluted his foster father, as a form of greeting. Li Jiangshan nodded, then said to Li Jiangshui, elder brother, we are not discussing any secret meeting here, there's no need to ask outsiders to leave. In Li Jiangshan's words, Chen Haoling had already become an outsider. Although Chen Haoling no longer cared, his expression still changed slightly. But Uncle Li Jiangshui said mercilessly, head of the family, it's because you have spoiled this kid too much that he has become more and more disrespectful. Li Jiangshan waved his hand, signaling it was okay, and then said to Chen Haoling, since you are here, take a seat, just in time for the clan discussion on the alliance with the Su family 3 days later, you can listen in. Chen Haoling nodded and immediately found a place to sit down. It was only then that he noticed Li Xiao was also there, sitting directly opposite him, chatting with Li Rushwang about something. The 2 girls seemed to be having a good chat. It was easy to guess that Li Xiao was urging Li Rushwang to marry Su Yixuan. Meanwhile, beside the 2 girls, third Uncle Li Jianghe remained silent, but his gaze occasionally drifted toward Chen Haoling. However, when Chen Haoling's eyes met his, he quickly looked away. Clearly, after witnessing Chen Haoling's true fighting power, Li Jianghe had become very wary of him. At that moment, he might not even dare to consider himself the #1 expert among the elderly of the Li family. At this time, the family head Li Jiangshan spoke to everyone present. The Su family has proposed to exchange the usage rights of the 3-generation copper mirror for 1 month for the ownership of 1/3 of our Li family's spiritual fields. I assume everyone has no objections? An elder of the Li family, Li Zhaokong, spoke lightly. Although the 3-generation copper mirror can help our Li family's descendants awaken their innate talents and abilities, a 1-month usage period is still a bit too short. Moreover, giving away 1/3 of our Li family's spiritual fields as an exchange is not very worthwhile. Head of the family, I think it is necessary for us to negotiate further with the Su family. We should at least extend the usage period of the 3-generation copper mirror to more than 6 months. Or, we could reduce the total amount of spiritual fields we give to them to between 1/10 and 1/20 of the original amount, so that it aligns with our Li family's interests. Once this was said, many people nodded slightly, indicating that the elders' points were valid. Hearing this, a thoughtful expression appeared on Chen Haoling's face. He had been curious about why the Li family would agree to an alliance with the Su family, as both families had not been close enough to form a blood oath alliance. Now, hearing the conversation between his adoptive father and the elder, Chen Haoling began to understand. It turned out, after all this time, that the Su family had offered their ancestral treasure, the 3-generation copper mirror, usage rights as bait to lure the Li family into a trap. At the same time, they also proposed that the Li family give away a third of their spiritual fields as bargaining chips, thus increasing the credibility of this alliance. It seems the Su family was indeed doing a lot of planning to drain the blood of the Li family's upper echelons to nourish the demon fetus. Thinking of this, Chen Haoling looked again at his adoptive father Li Jiangshan, who slowly said, "Regarding the extension of the usage rights of the 3-generation copper mirror, we have negotiated for a long time. 1 month is the bottom line that the Su family can offer. If we do not accept, they will say that they are fine with not forming this alliance." At this time, Uncle Li Jiangshui spoke up. "Even if the usage rights of the 3-generation copper mirror cannot be extended, we should not just give away 1/3 of our spiritual fields like this. Don't look at this 1/3 of the spiritual fields as not much. It took 3 generations of my Li family to accumulate them. Now our generation is supposed to just give them all away. Isn't that too much of a loss? Head of the family, from my perspective, the Su family isn't genuinely looking to ally with us either. We no longer desire the right to use the 3 generations copper mirror. Let's put this matter to rest." Once these words were spoken, many younger members echoed in agreement, almost all claiming that the Su family was being too aggressive and that aligning with them offered no benefits. But at that moment, Uncle Li Jianghe spoke up. "The 3 generations copper mirror can awaken the talents and powers of future generations, even stirring bloodline strength. How long has it been since my Li family has seen a genius emerge?" At this statement, those who were previously clamoring against the alliance fell silent. However, Uncle Li Jiangshui then said, "The Su family is merely taking advantage of the fact that we won't give up the right to use the 3 generations copper mirror, which is why they are asking for so much. I say we shouldn't appear too eager. At least we should make those bastards wait a bit, or else they might really think the Li family can be easily pushed around." Everyone nodded in agreement. Li Jianshan looked at the reactions of the crowd, then turned to Chen Haoling nearby, asking, "Haoling, what do you think about this matter?" Chapter 31, Do you understand? Fool. Chen Haoling smiled, then stood up, saying loudly, "I agree with Uncle's viewpoint. The Su family dares to ask for an exorbitant price just because of the 3 generations copper mirror. Do they think the Li family is a beggar? However, just as Uncle said, we Li family do indeed have a great need for the 3 generations copper mirror, so the alliance is indeed necessary. So how can we maintain our current interests while also securing the right to use the 3 generations copper mirror?" Chen Haoling walked to the center of the study, addressing his adoptive father and many clan elders. 3 days from now, on the day of the alliance, our Li family will directly default on the agreement. When the time comes, the ones who will be in a hurry will definitely be the Su family, not us Li family. The reason, everyone should understand, is that besides our Li family, no other family can truly utilize the 3 generations copper mirror since every family has its own way of awakening bloodline strength. Therefore, that item is only of some use to our Li family. Imagine if this 3 generations copper mirror cannot be traded with our Li family. For the Su family, what difference would it make between this copper mirror and a slab of brick? Thus, this is the key point: which of our families can hold their ground the longest will reap the greatest benefits. As long as we can wait until the Su family can't stand it anymore and comes to negotiate with us, then it will be our Li family's turn to set the conditions. Chen Haoling's line of thought was quite simple: if the alliance between the Su and Li families could not be stopped, then they should find a way to delay the date of the alliance, even if just for 1 day. Because the 4th day would be the night of the full moon, when the Li family would have enough living sacrifices to use for the ritual. But if Li Jianghe and these clan elders were resolutely set on forming an alliance in 3 days, then there would be no need to wait until the 4th day. The Li family would be completely slaughtered by the demonic creatures. When the members of the Li family present heard Chen Haoling's statements, their eyes lit up, clearly thinking that his plan was indeed a good one. However, at that moment, Uncle Li Jianghe stood up and coldly said, "This is utterly ridiculous. The alliance date between the Su and Li families was set 3 months ago. Do you think just because of your words alone we should delay it? What if the Su family decides not to accept the alliance again because of our default at that time? Don't forget, even if the 3 generations copper mirror has no use in Changyue City, does that mean nobody in all of Tiandu Prefecture's 12 cities will need it? As long as that thing can produce value. They simply do not care about allying with our Li family. But our Li family genuinely needs the 3 generations copper mirror to activate the bloodline power of our descendants. Furthermore, these descendants cannot wait too long. If they miss the age to activate the bloodline, who will bear the responsibility then? Is it you? Chen Haoling." Li Jianghe clearly disagreed with Chen Haoling's suggestion to break the agreement. He still insisted on fulfilling the promise in 3 days. Chen Haoling looked at Li Jianghe and said, Third uncle, our Li family has its own magical tools to activate the bloodline of our future descendants. It's just that it's broken and currently unusable. Once it's repaired, will we still need to look at the Su family's face? Moreover, can those children not wait this little bit of time? Li Jianhe coldly questioned, can you guarantee that it can definitely be repaired? Even if it can be fixed, can you ensure it will be ready before the children's bloodline activation day? Once Li Jianghe's words were spoken, many clan elders at the scene sighed in unison. They were considering borrowing the Su family's 3 generations copper mirror because they did not know if the Li family's tools for activating the bloodline could be repaired. Although the cost would be a bit high, concerning the future of their descendants, they could grit their teeth and endure it. Chen Haoling sneered, so, is third uncle insisting on handing over 1/3 of the Li family's fertile land to the Su family to exchange for 1 month of using the 3 generations copper mirror? 1/3 of the fertile land. Third uncle, you must know how much this amount is, right? Moreover, on what basis do you determine that just because we break this agreement once, the Su family will definitely not ally with us? At this moment, Li Xiao suddenly stood up and scolded Chen Haoling. Enough! Chen Haoling, are you done yet? Do you really dislike seeing the Li family doing well? Chen Haoling's gaze turned towards her. I am giving you advice, how is that not wanting the Li family to do well? Li Xiao then stepped forward and said to the clan leader. Dad, earlier outside, Chen Haoling discussed the alliance between the Su and Li families with me. His meaning is very clear, he wants to stop our families from allying. I even scolded him harshly at the time, but I didn't expect him to come here to cause trouble again. Li Jianshan was slightly taken aback by this. He turned to Chen Haoling and asked, why do you want to stop the alliance between the 2 families? Chen Haoling glared at Li Xiao fiercely and retorted. I just felt that the Su and Li families allying might be a scheme by the Su family to harm our Li family, which is why I opposed the alliance. But later I realized that the alliance is actually a matter between the 2 families, which is why I came here to discuss it with everyone. Li Xiao turned her head and angrily scolded Chen Haoling, you're talking nonsense. Chen Haoling, my dad took you in and raised you this big, is this how you repay the Li family? As she spoke, she looked at Li Jiangshan and said. Dad, Chen Haoling has always remembered how our Li family's younger generation oppressed and bullied him when he was young and also remembers how the Su family offended him in the past, that's why he is deliberately causing trouble. If he really wanted to promote the alliance between the Su and Li families, why would he bring up such a strange suggestion of breaking the agreement? To put it simply, he still wants to muddle the waters and ruin the alliance between our 2 families. Chen Haoling frowned tightly and turned to look at Li Xiao, directly communicating with an understanding look that only the 2 of them could comprehend. Is your brain stuck in the door? Li Xiao responded with her own look, I've already said it. In this rebirth, I will definitely protect the Li family, safeguard every person, and absolutely will not let the tragedies of my past life happen again. Chen Haoling argued, how can you protect the Li family? Just relying on your so-called marriage alliance? Marrying Li Rushwang to the Su family will prevent conflict between the 2 families? Li Xiao retorted, isn't that possible? Chen Haoling looked at her with a blank expression, conveying with his eyes, the best way to avoid conflict is for the Su and Li families to not meet at all. You should stand with me to stop the alliance, not talk nonsense here. Li Xiao scoffed, you really want to stop the formation of the alliance, I didn't guess wrong. Chen Haoling, you have disappointed me too much. I never expected you would be this kind of person. Chen Haoling countered, how can you guarantee that there won't be a conflict after the Su and Li family's marriage? I still say, as long as the 2 families don't come into contact, those troubles won't happen. Why can't you understand that? Li Xiao pressed on, if the Su and Li families don't form an alliance, how will we face the beast wave crisis a year from now? Only with a successful alliance between the 2 families can we maximize our strength and seek a glimmer of hope in that crisis. If both families act independently and fight alone, even if the Li family isn't wiped out in 3 days, they will completely fall apart because of the beast wave crisis a year later. Do you understand now? Fool! Chen Haoling took a deep breath, he now understood Li Xiao's concerns. After all this time, she was worried that the Li family wouldn't survive the beast wave crisis in Qianyue City a year later. Though he wanted to tell her that the troubles of a year later should be discussed a year later, he really didn't want to talk to this woman anymore. At that moment, he turned his gaze to his adoptive father. Though he and Li Xiao exchanged many glances with meaning, to outsiders, it just looked like they shared a brief stare that lasted 1 second, so hardly anyone noticed anything unusual. Chapter 32, Li Jianshan got angry and confined Chen Haoling. He heard Chen Haoling say to his adoptive father, the breach of contract strategy I proposed is beneficial or harmful to the Li family, you should be able to distinguish clearly. The elders and uncles present should also be able to tell. If I didn't fully consider the interests of the Li family, I wouldn't have made these statements. But Li Jianshan brought the topic back to the initial question, asking Chen Haoling. You just said that you suspect the Su family has bad intentions and wants to harm our Li family. I want to know why you have this suspicion? Chen Haoling was shocked. How should he answer? Should he tell his adoptive father that he was a reborn person, so he knew that later, the Su family would use the blood of the Li family to feed the demon fetus? He thought that if he said this, he would be treated as a lunatic and then thrown out. Thinking of this, Chen Haoling pondered for a few seconds and then said, returning to my adoptive father, the Su family and our Li family have never been on good terms, and this time, the alliance was initiated by them. They even offered their family heirloom as a bargaining chip, so I suspect there might be some hidden agenda here. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present burst into laughter and looked at Chen Haoling as if he were a fool. Even Li Jiangshan shook his head. Our Li family and the Su family have had relations for generations. Since the time of Xiao's grandfather, we have had kinship. Now you say our two families are not on good terms, is that not a joke? Chen Haoling's expression froze. Even his uncle Li Jiangshui said, the relationship between the Su and Li families is well known throughout Qianyue City, but as a member of the Li family, you seem to understand nothing. I really don't know how you've been surviving in the Li family all these years. Just based on your words, we can basically conclude that Xiao Yao was right, you indeed want to destroy the alliance between us and the Su family. Just a moment ago, Li Jiangshui was complaining about how disgusting the Su family was, but now, when it comes to Chen Haoling, his attitude towards the Su family has made a complete 180? This certainly gives a feeling of being targeted. Chen Haoling, however, said loudly, what does it matter how good the relationship is? Even if they are as close as brothers, once interests are involved, there will be a day of mutual conflict. Uncle, can you guarantee that the Su family has no other intentions towards the Li family? Chen Haoling's words have indirectly admitted that he wants to sabotage the alliance between the Su and Li families. At this moment, the adoptive father stood up and said loudly to Chen Haoling, I can guarantee that the Su family has no other intentions toward the Li family. Chen Haoling looked at his adoptive father, astonished, why? Then, the adoptive father walked out from behind the table, coming to Chen Haoling. Looking at the son he had raised since childhood, his eyes revealed a trace of disappointment, as if he was saying he had failed him. In the next moment, there was a soft slap sound. Then, to everyone's utter disbelief, Li Jiangshan actually raised his hand and slapped Chen Haoling's face. Although the slap was not hard, in front of so many people, the humiliation was truly overwhelming. In an instant, Chen Haoling's face turned red as he stared blankly at the man who had adopted him. Adoptive father, you hit me? Li Jiangshan, furious, said, I am the head of the Su family, Su Jingyang, our life and death friends. Back when we joined the army, we saved each other's lives more than once. Even Xiao Yao and their family, Yixuan, were originally betrothed as children. If it weren't for your ability to help Xiao Yao regulate her inner energy, do you think I would let you take Yixuan's place to marry Xiao Yao? The connection between the Su and Li families didn't begin with your generation, it existed many generations ago. And you, Chen Haoling, you are merely an adopted son I took in from outside. What qualification do you have to slander the Su family before me like this? Even saying they would harm our Li family? If it weren't for the Su family's kindness in lending us the 3-generation copper mirror, how would we activate the bloodline power of the children in the Li family? The Su family's great understanding of righteousness is turned into such filth in your mouth? You even want to incite discord between our two families. Chen Haoling, what is it that you wish for? Chen Haoling stared fixedly at Li Jiangshan, realizing that in his eyes, he was still less trustworthy than the Su family. The next moment, he said, adoptive father, do you think? Don't call me adoptive father, I don't have a son like you. Li Jiangshan interrupted Chen Haoling before he could finish his sentence. This left Chen Haoling speechless. Then Li Jiangshan, filled with rage, shouted, call someone. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of guards rushed in from outside, cupping their fists to Li Jiangshan and saying, Lord, what are your orders? Li Jiangshan coldly said, Chen Haoling has slandered our allies, intending to incite discord between the Su and Li families and maliciously obstruct the alliance. His crime deserves punishment. Line. Even Chen Haoling couldn't help but laugh at this moment. He licked his lips and thought, just because he said a few bad things about the Su family, Li Jiangshan wanted to cut ties with him as father and son? Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. It is hard to accept that the Li family has not been exterminated yet. At that moment, Chen Haoling clasped his fists towards Li Jiangshan and said, I will obey the orders of the head of the Li family. From this moment on, Chen Haoling's address for Li Jiangshan changed from adoptive father to head of the Li family. Li Jiangshan's already reddened old face flashed a hint of reluctance, but soon, he composed himself again. He waved his hand, signaling the guards to take Chen Haoling away. But just as those guards were about to move forward to detain Chen Haoling, he raised his hand and said, No need, I can walk myself, I know the way to the demon-suppressing tower. After saying this, Chen Haoling stuffed his hands in his pockets and walked straight outside. The attendants could only follow him closely, monitoring as he entered the demon-suppressing tower. However, after seeing this, Li Xia became a bit flustered. She hurriedly stepped forward and said, Father, Chen Haoling is probably just drunk or still half asleep, that's why he said those nonsense, you don't need to clash with him like this. A punishment of copying the family rules a few times would be enough, a lifetime of imprisonment seems a bit too harsh. Although Li Xiao also disapproved of Chen Haoling's remarks about the Su family and Su Yixuan, she really couldn't bear to see him imprisoned in the demon-suppressing tower for life, so she rushed to plead for him with her father. But Li Jiangshan turned to look at her and said, "If you dare to plead for him again, you will share the same crime." Li Xiao was stunned and immediately shut her mouth, not daring to say another word. She recognized the kind of look in her father's eyes, a look that only appeared when he was extremely furious, suggesting that Chen Haoling must have truly angered him today. At this moment, an aunt pulled Li Xiao outside the study and gestured for her to shush, signaling her to say nothing more. Li Xiao glanced at the scene inside the study and said, slightly aggrieved, "I didn't say anything wrong, why is he angry at me?" The aunt sighed helplessly. She patted Li Xiao on the back of her hand and comforted her. "Your father has too many connections with the Su family, and he has received too many favors from them. In his heart, he has long regarded the Su family as his second family. His trust in the Su family has reached a level where he could entrust his life to them. Otherwise, why do you think he hesitated when the Su family proposed for the Li family to give up 1/3 of their spiritual fields to them? So, he will not allow anyone to defame the Su family, including Chen Haoling, and also you." Li Xiao, upon hearing this, replied somewhat strangely, "He has received a lot of favors from the Su family? I was unaware of that." The aunt smiled. "You were too young back then, many things you still don't understand. Just be careful in the future." Li Xiao pursed her lips. She suddenly thought, if her father knew that Chen Haoling had even killed the Su family's elder, Su Jingtian, last night, what would he think? Would he seek out Chen Haoling with a sword to avenge Su Jingtian? If that situation really happened, Chen Haoling might go berserk again. And without the city lord's intervention, the entire Li family could face destruction. At this moment, Li Jiangshan's voice came from the study. "The matter of the Su and Li families forming an alliance is settled. The Li family will give 1/3 of their spiritual fields to the Su family in exchange for 1 month's use of the 3 generations copper mirror. Is there anyone opposed?" With this voice spoken, there was no response in the study. Clearly, just now, Li Jiangshan's handling of Chen Haoling had frightened everyone. Everyone fell silent, not daring to provoke the family head at this moment, so there were no objections. Chapter 33, The Traitor in the Li Family, Li Jianghe. On the way to the demon-suppressing tower, Chen Haoling spat angrily at the ground beside him. His face still felt a bit fiery and painful. At this moment, if anyone dared to provoke Chen Haoling, he would definitely kill them with a single slap, showing no mercy at all. But at this time, everyone saw him like a plague god, each one avoiding him, not daring to frown at him. At this moment, a shadow reappeared, glancing at the slap mark on Chen Haoling's face, and could not help but shake his head. I didn't expect that old fool Li Jiangshan would be so stubborn, actually believing in the Su family to this extent. Chen Haoling took out his smoking pipe from his storage ring, lit it up, and cursed as he spoke. It's really a violation of natural law for the Li family to not be exterminated. Such a group of old fools deserve to be eaten by monsters. It could be seen that Chen Haoling was still very angry now. The shadow felt a bit guilty and pursed his lips. After all, it was he who had urged Chen Haoling to discuss delaying the alliance with Li Jiangshan. As a result, now Chen Haoling had not only been slapped by Li Jiangshan but had also been cut off from their father-son relationship and was ordered to be imprisoned in the demon-suppressing tower. Who could feel good about this situation? Thinking of this, the shadow suggested, since we cannot stop the alliance between the Su and Li families, can you find an opportunity to capture 30 people from the Li family and hide them, then kill them on the night of the full moon? Chen Haoling chuckled. Do you still think I retain my cultivation from the previous life? 30 high-level Earth Profound Realm members of the Li family are needed to satisfy the lighting condition of the Boundless Blade. With so many strong people, with my current strength, it would not be easy to kill them all, let alone capture them alive and confine them until the full moon? What do you think I am? A deity? The shadow, somewhat regretful, said, This won't work, that won't work. Then how will your Boundless Blade be lit? Chen Haoling cursed, how would I know? We'll talk about it then. Behind Chen Haoling, several guards responsible for escorting him now showed doubtful expressions. Because from their perspective, it seemed as if Chen Haoling was talking to someone, but there was no one beside him. It looked as if he had been possessed. Among them, one guard leader, Li Qingyun, revealed a hint of pity and said, The family head severing relations with him must have been a huge blow. It's a shame for such a young and talented guy to be ruined like this. That night, in an underground cave 100 meters deep beneath the Su family's ancestral hall. More than 40 senior members of the Su family had gathered here, including family head Su Jingyang and ancestor Su Luoyang. Even Li Xiao's little lover, Su Yixuan, was present. Everyone was gathered around a blood pool. The blood in the pool was still bubbling up as if it were boiling water. Although it was blood, it emitted a chilling red light, and the air was filled with a strong bloody smell that made one gag. And it was as if bugs were crawling. When looked at closely, it would be discovered that those blood vessels were actually drawing plasma from the blood pool to nourish the life form within the eggshell. At that moment, the ancestral figure of the Su family, Su Luoyang, took a step forward and knelt first before the original demon egg, then began to chant obscure and esoteric spells. Around him, other high-ranking members of the Su family followed suit, mimicking the ritual. As if their worship made the demon egg respond, it slightly swayed at that moment, and a powerful aura began to spread outward. But soon after, the huge demon egg fell silent again, as if nothing had happened at all. Once the worship ceremony ended, the people of the Su family slowly stood up from the ground. Then, Su Luoyang turned to Su Yixuan and asked, "Has that woman Li Xiao not returned yet?" When Su Yixuan was questioned, a look of panic first crossed his face. He then explained, replying to the ancestor, "Ever since Li Xiao's demon power erupted, she has not contacted me actively, and I am not quite clear on the specific reason." As he spoke, his voice trembled a bit, seemingly very afraid of this ancestor before him. Hearing this, Su Luoyang took off his black cloak, revealing his bare, dry upper body. Looking up, one would be horrified to see that his withered body was covered with a dense swarm of poisonous scorpions. Those scorpions were constantly gnawing at Su Luoyang's flesh, yet he seemed completely unconcerned, as if he had entirely disregarded the pain on his body. Su Luoyang lightly said, "The spiritual Yin blood within Li Xiao is the purest in the entire Li family. If you cannot capture her to offer to our lord, I will throw you into this blood pool." Upon hearing this, Su Yixuan knelt with a thud, bowing deeply and saying, "I will definitely capture Li Xiao. Please give me a little time, ancestor." Su Luoyang then looked at the head of the Su family, Su Jingyang, and asked. Su Yixuan quickly explained, "Except for Li Xiao, I haven't provoked any other girls from the Li family." Su Jingyang thought for a moment and then followed the younger generation out. Su Yixuan naturally followed along. Soon, everyone arrived at the Su family's reception hall. As soon as they entered, they saw Li Jianghe wearing a mask. He took off his mask and said to Su Jingyang, "I've taken care of the alliance matter. Li Jiangshan has agreed to lead a third of the Li family's senior members to confirm the alliance in 3 days." Upon hearing this, Su Jingyang instinctively felt a bit happy and stepped forward with a smile. "Really? Thank you so much, brother Li, please sit down." As he spoke, his gaze turned to a girl beside him. It was surprisingly Li Jianghe's own daughter, Li Rushwang. However, at this moment, Li Rushwang's mouth was taped shut, her hands were tied, and even her powers were completely sealed. In this state, someone who didn't know would think that Li Jianghe was a human trafficker. Su Jingyang curiously asked, "Brother Li, what is going on here?" Li Jianghe casually found a seat and poured himself a cup of tea, then said, "My daughter Rushwang is about the same age as your son Yixuan. They can be considered a good match. I think we might as well add a marital relationship to our existing connections. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Su Jingyang looked at his son Su Yixuan, but Su Yixuan panicked and exclaimed, "Uncle Li, I've already promised an engagement with Xiao. It's not appropriate to discuss other girls now. Please reconsider, Uncle Li." Li Jianghe, however, sneered and did not look at Su Yixuan. Instead, he stared at Su Jingyang and said, "I promised you that I would bring Li Jiangshan and my brother along with a bunch of people to your Su family. After you get rid of them, you'll nominate me as the new head of the Li family. But if Li Jiangshan really dies, who can ensure that your Su family won't turn against me? To be on the safe side, I need a marital relationship as insurance. Of course, the half of the spiritual fields that I promised you will still be provided. You don't need to worry about that." Hearing this, Su Jingyang laughed. He understood what the other was implying and said with a smile, "Brother Li, you really are a meticulous person. If I continue to refuse, it would seem a bit ungracious. Since our Yixuan and Li Xiao's marriage is not entirely settled, it can still be changed. Let's choose the day of the alliance between our two families in 3 days to hold the wedding, shall we?" Li Jianghe clapped his hands and laughed heartily. "I just love talking to someone straightforward like the head of the Su family." Beside him, Su Yixuan instinctively wanted to say something, but Su Jingyang waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for further words, he would handle it. Su Yixuan then closed his mouth again. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Rushwang began to struggle intensely. She looked at her father in disbelief, making muffled sounds. Clearly, Li Rushwang never expected that her father would collude with the Su family to eliminate Li Jiangshan and the Li family's top members just to become the family's head. To ensure that the Su family wouldn't seek revenge later, he planned to marry her off to that sleazy Su Yixuan and gain some insurance, which was simply outrageous. At that moment, Li Rushwang's first thought was to escape from this place immediately and tell her head Li Jiangshan everything. She wanted to inform him that the Su Li alliance was fake, that it was all just a trap, and the Su family's goal was to swallow more than half of the Li family's spiritual fields. Her father, Li Jianghe, to become the head of the Li family, chose to be the dog of the Su family. However, the more she wanted to struggle, the tighter the ropes around her body became, eventually tightening so much that she fell directly to the ground. Chapter 34, Li Ruoshan's Self-Rescue. Seeing this, Su Jingyang pretended to be concerned and said to Su Yixuan beside him, "What are you still doing there? Did you not see your wife fall? Hurry and help her." Only then did Su Yixuan react, making a couple of sounds before gently helping Li Ruoshan up, while asking, "Ruoshan, are you okay? Did you hurt yourself?" His tone was very gentle, but to Li Ruoshan, it sounded particularly disgusting. If her mouth weren't sealed, she would have screamed, "Stay away from me." However, Suishwan seemed completely unaware of the disgust in her eyes and even picked her up in a strong embrace, speaking to Li Jianghe and Su Jingyang, saying, "Dad, Uncle Li, you two chat slowly, I will take Ruoshang downstairs first." Su Jingyang reminded, "Be gentler with the girl, don't lose her." Suishwan responded with a no and then cheerfully carried Li Ruoshang towards the backyard. At this moment, Li Ruoshang was still sobbing and struggling, calling out towards Li Jianghe, seemingly seeking help from her father. However, Li Jianghe had a blank expression as he sipped his tea, completely ignoring Li Ruoshang's cries for help. This scene made a crystal-clear tear roll down Li Ruoshang's cheek. At that moment, her heart felt filled with despair. Soon, Li Ruoshang was thrown into a guest room by Suishwan, landing roughly on the bed. Then, Suishwan immediately closed the doors and windows before coming close to Li Ruoshang. Looking at this delicate beauty, Suishwan ripped off the tape covering her mouth, and immediately, Li Ruoshang's curses echoed. "Bastard, let me go. If I lose even a hair, I will make sure you die a miserable death." Although Li Ruoshang's insults sounded crazy, they seemed light as feathers to Suishwan, lacking any real force. He glanced at the ropes binding Li Ruoshang and leisurely said, "You need to understand, it's not me who came onto you, it's your father who sent you straight to my bed. Even if I let you go, where could you go?" Li Ruoshang immediately argued, "I want to go back to the Li family and tell everything to the family head, Li Jiangshan. I will let everyone know and have them deal with you disgusting insects." Suishwan let out a cold laugh, lifting a hand to gently tuck Li Ruoshang's hair behind her ear, then smiled and said, "If that's the case, then I definitely won't let you go. Did you hear the conversation between your father and my father just now? Your father wants to use us to remove Li Jiangshan and the other high-ranking members of the Li family, allowing himself to take over the family head position. In exchange, he would give up half of the Li family's total assets as a reward for us. Unfortunately, his overly cautious personality makes him afraid that after we get rid of Li Jiangshan, we would get rid of him too, which is why he decided to betroth you to me. Though, you might not be as pretty as Li Xiao, and your figure isn't as good as hers, you could still be considered a little beauty. If you are willing to live a proper life with me, I wouldn't mind taking you as my wife. However, if you insist on seeking death, wanting to tell the Li family about what happened today, then I can only make you shut up forever." Li Ruoshang's heart instantly turned cold upon hearing this, her nostrils reddened, and tears streamed down her face in big drops. Although she was filled with despair to the utmost, she stubbornly said, "Your plans will not succeed. Even if I don't go and inform the family heads, they will still know your plans." Suishwan paused his hand that was about to undress Li Ruoshang and suddenly asked curiously, "How will Li Jiangshan and the others know our plans? Be clearer." Li Ruoshang took a deep breath, then said pitifully, "You probably don't know, right? This morning, Chen Haoling has already talked to our family head about this. He had long suspected that your Su family had bad intentions and might strike against our Li family on the day of alliance, so he informed the family head in advance. Before long, you will suffer the wrath of the Li family. At that time, you, your father, and everyone in your Su family will not be able to escape." After hearing this, Suishwan couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. "I don't deny that Chen Haoling indeed has some abilities, both strength and insight. Unfortunately, he is now locked up in the Demon Suppression Tower, likely he won't be able to come out by the time of the alliance. If you are hoping for him to save the Li family, you might as well take off all your clothes and lay on the bed waiting for me." Upon hearing this, Li Ruoshang's eyes widened in anger. She seemed to want to refute, but didn't know how to respond. Seeing her expression, Suishwan knew she had probably compromised. Thus, he stood up unceremoniously, took off his outer coat, and prepared to enjoy this beauty. However, Li Ruoshang suddenly said, "Can you give me some time to adjust? If you touch me now, I will definitely fight back to death, and you will surely end up unsatisfied and possibly injured. But if you are willing to give me some time to accept all this, I will willingly take off my clothes and even serve you actively." Suishwan paused his movements slightly and thought about this for a moment upon hearing her words. Indeed, this kind of thing should happen when both sides are willing to ensure the best experience. If the other party is fighting back desperately or even putting up a fight, the experience would be greatly diminished. Thinking of this, Suishwan then said, "All right, I will give you a few days to gradually accept all this. However, don't think about playing any tricks. No one can escape from the defense barrier of my Su family." After saying this, Suishwan waved his hand casually, even loosening the ropes on Li Ruoshang, and then swaggered out of the room. But immediately after, the sound of the door being locked came. Li Ruoshang, seeing this, immediately got up. She first checked around to see if there were any surveillance tools. After confirming there was none, she opened her mouth and took out a storage ring hidden under her tongue. However, since her magical power was sealed, she could not open the prison inside the storage ring. Thus, Li Ruoshang smashed the storage ring hard onto the ground. Bang! With this smash, the storage ring was shattered, and a communication jade slip that was stored inside floated up. Since she had been caught by Li Jianghe before without any preparation, all her communication jade slips with Li Jiangshan or other high-ranking members of the Li family had been taken away. And now, this remaining communication jade slip was actually to contact someone else. The person was the female demon of the Li family, Li Xinyue. Although she is currently imprisoned in the demon-suppressing tower of the Li family, as long as she tells her everything here, she should be able to find a way to send the message out. At that moment, Li Rushwang picked up the communication jade tablet, wrote some words on it, and pressed a button to send the message. After doing all this, Li Rushwang put away the jade tablet, and the only thing left for her to do was wait. On the other side, inside the Li family's demon-suppressing tower. In the room of Li Xinyue, Chen Haoling lay bare-chested on Li Xinyue's soft couch. Beside him, Li Xinyue was only wearing a thin white belly band, gently applying medicine to his back. Seeing the scars on Chen Haoling's body, she couldn't help but giggle. The dignified and holy king was actually injured like this by 8 small true martial realm warriors. If those old fossils in the wild ancient realm knew about this, they would probably laugh themselves to death. Although Li Xinyue teased him, her hands were constantly spreading the misty ice phoenix demon power to heal the wounds on Chen Haoling's body. But Chen Haoling, feeling a bit displeased, said, "I keep saying there's no end holy king here, only a little ant in the earth-profound realm." Chapter 35, Rich Beautiful Sister Hugs Tight. Li Xinyue rolled her eyes, not pleased, and said, okay, fine. I won't say anything more. Then, she suddenly leaned close to Chen Haoling's ear and whispered sweetly. By the way, were the things you said to Xian before true or false? A small Su family has such great power to get demon fetal flesh eggs? And they want to hatch it? Aren't they afraid of being discovered by the city lord's mansion, leading to their house being raided and exterminated? Chen Haoling opened his eyes and glanced at her. He had to say, Li Xinyue was also very beautiful, with delicate features and fair, moist skin. Even without any makeup, she was still breathtakingly beautiful. But Chen Haoling slowly said, I'm not really sure where the demon fetal flesh eggs come from. As for whether they are afraid of being discovered by the city lord's mansion, they must be afraid, otherwise they wouldn't have kept this matter so hidden. Li Xinyue rested her chin on Chen Haoling's shoulder, a delicate finger tapping on her red lips, showing a thoughtful expression. If the Su family really succeeds in hatching that demon fetus, I guess everyone in our Li family will be doomed. Saying this, she looked at Chen Haoling with a smile and said, should we participate together then? Chen Haoling was taken aback and casually said, participate in what? Li Xinyue said as a matter of course, to slaughter the Li family members together. Do you really just want to sit back and do nothing? Upon hearing this, Chen Haoling was slightly startled. He turned to look at Li Xinyue's stunningly beautiful face and suddenly remembered that this woman was notorious in her past life as the evil phoenix demon Empress for her bloodthirsty and brutal nature. It didn't seem strange for her to say she wanted to slaughter a family. At that moment, Chen Haoling asked, did the Li family offend you too? Li Xinyue opened her eyes wide and said with dissatisfaction. Since the outbreak of my demon power when I was 16, I have been locked in this demon-suppressing tower by those old geezers of the Li family for almost 10 years. You tell me, how did they offend me? Even my father, I wish I could slap him twice, let alone the others. Hearing this, Chen Haoling suddenly understood. He sighed softly. If the monster is really hatched, we probably won't be able to handle it. At that time, let's just stay here. Li Xinyue, hearing this, cast a disdainful glance at Chen Haoling and slowly said. Coward. It's just a monster, right? In my last life, I killed more demon emperors and demon overlords than you can count, so why should I be afraid of them? Chen Haoling, looking speechless, replied. Sister. Do you still have the cultivation from your last life? Are you just going to show it off? Li Xinyue sat up and raised her hand to form a magic seal. In the next moment, a powerful wave of magical energy spread out. Chen Haoling, feeling that energy, widened her eyes and exclaimed. Extreme true martial realm? No way, just half a month ago, you were still at Qi Gathering Realm. How long has it been? You're already a true martial realm? Li Xinyue huffed playfully, tucked her long hair behind her ear, and proudly said. Do you think everyone is as useless as you? As she spoke, she made a disgusted expression. This scene was caught by Chen Haoling, and in an instant, her face actually turned red. In the last life, Chen Haoling had actually been involved with Li Xinyue. But their relationship was too special, so it remained hidden. She remembered one time during intimacy when she wasn't in a good condition, causing Li Xinyue to get angry. After that, whenever Li Xinyue looked at Chen Haoling unfavorably, she would call Chen Haoling a waste. Even later, when Chen Haoling regained her vigor, this habit didn't change. Thinking of this, a hint of embarrassment appeared on Chen Haoling's face as she approached Li Xinyue and forced a smile. Tell me how you did it. Even if you aren't lacking spirit stones, shouldn't your breakthrough be faster than this? Li Xinyue's expression softened a bit, then she proudly said. Kiss me, and I'll tell you. Chen Haoling blinked, as if hesitating. Li Xinyue frowned and said unhappily. What, you won't? Chen Haoling said nothing and gently kissed Li Xinyue's cheek, only then did Li Xinyue show a satisfied expression. Can we talk now? For some reason, at this moment, Chen Haoling felt a sense of shame like a kept man. And Li Xinyue mischievously said. It's mainly thanks to your Nirvana scripture that my Ice Phoenix demonic power underwent a mutation, and now it has evolved to the level of extreme cold Ice Phoenix power. With this power, I was able to suddenly break through to extreme true martial realm. As she spoke, she looked at Chen Haoling, wrapped her arms around Chen Haoling's neck, and playfully said. Now do you still think I can't handle that monster? Chen Haoling, after hearing this, showed a look of realization, and then seemed to think of something, grinning. Since your strength has surged so much, can you help me a bit too? Li Xinyue replied with a teasing tone. Oh, the great endgame Saint King, asking a little woman like me for a power boost? Chen Haoling felt a bit uneasy from her teasing tone but thick-skinnedly said. I need 2,600 spirit stones to advance to true martial realm, but I used up all my spirit stones during a fight with those 8 true martial realm powerhouses last night. So, I was thinking, if you have extra spirit stones, could you lend me some first? I'll pay you back as soon as I have money. Li Xinyue paused for a moment and then couldn't help but start laughing heartily, her laughter bright and lively. It even made Chen Haoling feel like crawling into a hole. Then, Li Xinyue took out a special pouch for storing spirit stones from her storage ring. Suddenly, she shook in front of Chen Haoling and laughed softly. Spirit stones? I have plenty of those. There are 4,000 top-quality spirit stones here, enough for your promotion. But why should I give them to you? Chen Haoling blinked and asked, so what do you want? Li Xinyue thought for a moment, then sat on Chen Haoling's lap and said sweetly, be my male pet. I'll give you 30,000 spirit stones every month. Of course, if you perform well and make me happy every night, I could increase it to 60,000 spirit stones. How about it? Chen Haoling's eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth, saying, you really want me to be your toy boy? Li Xinyue rolled her eyes, I'm not forcing you. If you want to accept, then accept, if you don't, forget it. As she spoke, Li Xinyue tried to put the pouch back into the storage ring. Chen Haoling quickly said, wait. Li Xinyue looked at Chen Haoling with a bright smile, asking, do you agree? Chapter 36, Li Xiao arrives. Chen Haoling pressed his lips together and suddenly said, you have to let me try your spirit stones to see if they're useful, right? If they don't work, wouldn't I be at a big loss? As he spoke, he glanced at Li Xinyue's beautiful face and alluring body, thinking that it might not be such a loss after all. Hearing Chen Haoling's shameless words, Li Xinyue scolded, get out of here. You want to freeload? Before she could say more, the communication jade slip suddenly rang. She turned her head, and Chen Haoling instinctively asked, who's messaging you in the middle of the night? Li Xinyue didn't speak but lightly got off the bed and tossed the pouch containing spirit stones to Chen Haoling. Chen Haoling caught it with joy in his heart. But at that moment, Li Xinyue said, it's a message from Li Rushwang. Chen Haoling looked up and asked, Li Rushwang? Why is she messaging you so late? Li Xinyue shook her head, intending to check what was said. But just then, there was a knock at the door, followed by a trembling voice from outside. Sister, are you asleep? Upon hearing the voice, Li Xinyue was startled, even Chen Haoling was dumbfounded. They both recognized that voice, Li Xiao. But why was she here so late? Li Xinyue shouted outside, wait, I'll put on some clothes and come out. Then, Li Xinyue turned to Chen Haoling and said fiercely. Listen up, you stay here properly, don't go anywhere, do you understand? Chen Haoling said helplessly, I'm not even married to her anymore. What are you afraid of? Li Xinyue stubbornly said, what I'm afraid of is none of your business. Listen well, Chen Haoling, if you let my sister know about our relationship, you will never get a single spirit stone from me again, understand? Chen Haoling's mouth twitched. Though he was still a bit unhappy, he nodded to show he understood. Only then did Li Xinyue, satisfied, pick up a coat nearby and put it on as she walked toward the door. Chen Haoling grimaced at her back, thinking that if he didn't need her spirit stones to improve his strength right now, he would have turned against her long ago. Outside, as soon as Li Xinyue stepped out, she saw Li Xiao curled up on the ground, looking very uncomfortable. Li Xinyue gasped, Xiao. What's wrong? What happened? Li Xiao struggled to open her eyes, and upon seeing her sister come out, she trembled as she said. Sister, the demon power in my body has acted up again, and I can't hold it back. I wanted to find Chen Haoling. Help me, but I couldn't find anyone else, so I came to you. As she spoke, Li Xiao looked at Li Xinyue with tear-filled eyes, a look of pitiful desperation on her face. Sister, can you help me send a message to Chen Haoling and ask him to save me? If this goes on, I might really die. Li Xinyue understood after hearing this, she could still feel the swirling demon power in the other person. However, given Chen Haoling's personality, would he really help Li Xiao dispel her demon power? But the next moment, Li Xinyue seemed to think of something. She immediately tapped her storage ring, and soon after, a scroll appeared. She handed the scroll to Li Xiao and said, "Follow this method to maintain the operation of the magic power within you." Li Xiao took the scroll and subconsciously asked, "Will this work?" Li Xinyue replied, a bit irritated, "If it won't work, why would I give it to you?" Hearing this, Li Xiao sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at the operation path and the mental mantra on the scroll. With just one glance, she was immersed in the world of this cultivation method. Without much thought, Li Xiao began to operate the magic power within her according to the path described. In no time, the demon power within Li Xiao calmed down and stopped raging. At the same time, her hands slowly lifted out to the sides. From an outsider's perspective, one would see that the palm of Li Xiao's left hand was absorbing rich elemental energy, which was then flowing into her body. And the palm of her right hand released a burst of black murderous energy. The cultivation method that Li Xinyue gave to Li Xiao was the Nirvana Sutra, previously gifted to her by Chen Haoling. The method to control the demon power was very simple. It absorbed elemental energy with the left hand to neutralize the violent energy within the demon power. Those violent energies would change into murderous energy through a special path. Finally, this murderous energy would be expelled from Li Xiao's right hand. This was like pouring a large amount of clean water into a filthy pool. Once all the dirt settled in the pool, the sludge from the bottom could be drawn out, achieving purification of the water. With the boost of the Nirvana Sutra, Li Xiao's demon power quickly stabilized, and her complexion improved considerably. Seeing this, Li Xinyue let out a slight sigh of relief. But the next moment, she suddenly saw Li Xiao spit out a large mouthful of fresh blood, her face turning red again. Seeing this scene, Li Xinyue's expression stiffened slightly as she said, "Are you done? But weren't things just in a great upheaval?" Chen Haoling responded lightly, "The Nirvana Sutra is like medicine, it needs a little time to work. Can't you be a little more patient?" Li Xinyue's little face flushed, and she said a bit shyly, "Aren't I just too anxious?" Chen Haoling chuckled. At that moment, Li Xiao also opened her eyes, her gaze instantly locking onto Chen Haoling. Because at that moment, Chen Haoling was only wearing shorts, and Li Xinyue was holding his hand. Their actions seemed very ambiguous at that moment. Suddenly, Li Xinyue let go of Chen Haoling's hand and said to Li Xiao, "Xiao, we're not what you think. Let me explain." Li Xiao's gaze turned back to her sister. On her sister's neck, a bright red strawberry kiss mark was particularly obvious at that moment. Looking at Chen Haoling who came out of her sister's room, Li Xiao instantly understood. No wonder she couldn't find Chen Haoling earlier, he hadn't escaped the demon suppression tower at all but had been in her sister's room. Realizing this, tears flowed down Li Xiao's face, and she said with a face full of grievance, "Why?" Chapter 37, The Limit of Li Jianshan Approaches. Chen Haoling did not directly answer the question but casually found a chair to sit down, slowly saying, "After controlling the demonic power, you can go back, this is not a place for you." As he spoke, Chen Haoling glanced at the Nirvana Sutra that was placed beside Li Xiao, and he didn't need to think to know who gave it to her. But Li Xiao wiped the tears from her face, grabbed the Nirvana Sutra in her hands, came to Chen Haoling, and questioned, "Alright, I won't ask about your relationship with my sister, but can you at least tell me what this Nirvana Sutra is about?" Chen Haoling took out his smoking pipe, took a puff, and with a strange expression, asked, "What is it about?" Li Xiao said indignantly, "You already had a way to help me control the demonic power inside me, why didn't you give this to me earlier? If you had given it to me sooner, would I have betrayed you in my last life?" Goodness, this statement essentially placed the entire blame for Chen Haoling's assassination in his previous life squarely on his own shoulders. Chen Haoling felt insulted by the intelligence of the question but still responded, "Considering Li Xinyue's feelings, the Nirvana Sutra was only perfected by me the day before the tribulation. I originally planned to give it to you after I completed the tribulation. But on the day of my tribulation, you suddenly led people to assassinate me. If it weren't for your sister intervening to block one of your deadly attacks, I might not have survived until the tribulation arrived. You should know what happened later. After being reborn, you said you could control the demonic power by yourself now and no longer needed me, so naturally, I wouldn't chase after you. Conveniently, I just gave this Nirvana Sutra to your sister. I just didn't expect that she would pass it on to you." As he spoke, Chen Haoling's gaze turned to Li Xinyue again. Li Xinyue's little face also flushed slightly, looking a bit embarrassed. But Li Xiao froze in place, the Nirvana Sutra in her hands falling to the ground. She looked at Chen Haoling in disbelief and said with difficulty, "Perfected just a day before the tribulation? No, that's impossible. Even if you perfected it, you wouldn't necessarily give it to me. Then why didn't you mention this to me before? You must be lying to me, right?" Li Xiao clearly could not accept everything Chen Haoling said. Because, once she admitted it, her motive to attack Chen Haoling would become a joke. But Chen Haoling let out a puff of white smoke and said to himself, I originally wanted to surprise you, that's why I didn't tell you. Instead, you gave me a huge surprise first. After hearing this, Li Xiao could no longer hold herself together, and a strong feeling of grievance and sorrow intertwined in her heart. When she looked at Chen Haoling at that moment, it seemed she had many things to say, but did not know where to start. In the end, she didn't say a word but suddenly knelt in front of Chen Haoling with tear-filled eyes and said, Husband, I was wrong, can you give me one more chance? I beg you, don't leave me. I won't dare again. Just treat my actions before as a small moment of willfulness. As long as you can forgive me, I am willing to do anything you ask, okay? I am begging you. Chen Haoling looked at Li Xiao and couldn't help but sneer. Having lived together with her for so many years in the last life, he truly understood this woman's character. Did she really know she was wrong? Did she truly hope Chen Haoling could forgive her? Not necessarily. If today, the demonic power within Li Xiao did not flare up again, would she still say these things? This morning, Li Xiao had fiercely confronted Chen Haoling in front of the entire Li family, and that scene still echoed in his mind. Of course, Chen Haoling understood that she might just want to save her family, which was why she argued passionately with him in the study. But that didn't justify her trampling on Chen Haoling's dignity. Even if she disagreed with Chen Haoling's views, she could simply stay silent in her place. Did she really need to stand up to help everyone attack him? Chen Haoling ultimately ignored Li Xiao, and he was too lazy to care about the Nirvana Sutra that she learned from him, turning to walk into another room. He certainly couldn't stay in Li Xinyue's chamber, so he could only return to his own room. But when Li Xiao saw Chen Haoling about to leave, she once again pleaded in despair, Chen Haoling, husband. However, Chen Haoling didn't even glance at her, only leaving Li Xiao crying uncontrollably. At that moment, Li Xinyue came to her side, softly saying, he has already left. Tears streamed down Li Xiao's face, her emotions still unable to calm down, and she yelled at Chen Haoling's back. Chen Haoling, listen to me, no matter how much you hate me, I don't care. Unless you kill me, I will find every way to make you forgive me. In the distance, Chen Haoling's mouth twitched at those words, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. But in the end, he did not really act. When Chen Haoling returned to his room and prepared to lie down for some sleep, Li Xinyue walked in. She was still wearing the same light clothing as before, and even from the neckline, one could see the thin bra. Li Xinyue shyly approached Chen Haoling and sat beside him, saying, Xiao has already left. Chen Haoling leisurely uttered one word, oh. With that, he turned around, not wanting to engage with Li Xinyue. But Li Xinyue, seeing this, spoke in a pitiful tone. Li Xiao is after all my sister. In the last life, after spending so many years together, I naturally couldn't just watch her die without helping, could I? Chen Haoling casually said, I didn't say you did anything wrong. Since I've given you the item, it's yours now, whom you decide to give it to afterward has nothing to do with me. Hearing this, Li Xinyue knew that Chen Haoling was still angry, so she leaned beside him and softly said, how about this? From now on, until you advance to the extreme true martial realm, I will take care of all the cultivation resources you need, including spirit stones. Now, you should be feeling better, right? Upon hearing this, Chen Haoling's eyes widened, and he sat up seriously, looking at Li Xinyue and asking, are you serious? Li Xinyue sweetly hummed in affirmation. As the legitimate eldest daughter of the Li family, even though Li Xinyue had been locked in the demon-suppressing tower for 10 years, during that time, the Li family had never stopped providing her with cultivation resources. However, due to the special nature of Li Xinyue's Ice Phoenix demon power, she couldn't use any of these resources, so they were all stored away. Just think about it, how vast must the accumulation of cultivation resources be over 10 years? With this thought in mind, Chen Haoling's expression finally eased a bit. 3 days later. At the Shinshur, for 30 p.m., in the courtyard of the Li family. Li Jianshan, dressed in a very formal outfit with the assistance of servants, suddenly coughed vigorously a few times, and then his face turned entirely red. This scene startled many of the servants, some were even ready to call for a doctor. But Li Jianshan said, don't panic, it's fine. Seeing this, the servants still expressed their concerns, saying, Patriarch, today is the day the Su and Li families sign the alliance, can you really manage with your current health? Li Jianshan waved his hand to signal it was okay. Then he slowly said, after today, the Li family should finally stabilize, and by then, my presence won't matter anymore. Clearly, Li Jianshan already knew his time was almost up, so he had completely given up any hope for treatment. But perhaps because he thought about the upcoming signing of the alliance, Li Jianshan's mood improved significantly, and his complexion looked a bit better. Suddenly, he turned to the people below and said, where's Haoling? Have him get ready quickly, we need to leave in half an hour. As soon as these words were spoken, several servants exchanged glances. One of them stepped forward and said, Patriarch, the young master has already been locked in the demon-suppressing tower. Chapter 38, Chen Haoling, you have disappointed me too much. Li Jiangshan, upon hearing this, remembered the argument that had occurred in the study 3 days ago. The excitement in his expression faded away. After a moment of silence, he stood up from his seat. Let's go see him. Saying this, Li Jiangshan led the way outside. Before leaving, he made sure to have some gifts prepared for both Chen Haoling and Li Xinyue. After all, they were both his children, and he didn't want to show favoritism. Arriving at the 9th level of the demon suppressing tower, Li Jiangshan suddenly felt a powerful magical energy rapidly sweeping through. When he walked up, he saw Chen Haoling and Li Xinyue engaged in battle. Chen Haoling's aura still hovered at extreme earth profound realm, caught in a state of trying to break through but unable to do so. Meanwhile, Li Xinyue's strength had already reached the true martial realm, and she was at the extreme true martial realm, nearly a whole major realm higher than Chen Haoling. Yet, under these circumstances, Chen Haoling was surprisingly able to keep up with Li Xinyue in their fight. And it was apparent that Li Xinyue wasn't holding back at all, yet they fought evenly. Seeing the scene made Li Jiangshan feel a bit astonished. On one hand, he felt joy at Chen Haoling's strength growing significantly in such a short time. On the other hand, he saw that his eldest daughter, Li Xinyue, had achieved an incredibly detailed control over the Ice Phoenix demon power. This was a stark contrast to 10 years ago when Li Xinyue was consumed by demon power, turning into a ruthless female devil. He raised his hand and threw a punch towards Li Xinyue's direction. Immediately, a ball of vermilion bird flames shot straight out from Chen Haoling's fist, heading directly towards Li Xinyue. However, Li Xinyue let out a cold laugh, clapped her hands together, took a deep breath, and exhaled forward. Whoosh! A bone-chilling cold burst forth, and a white-blue cold energy quickly formed a flying ice phoenix, directly colliding with Chen Haoling's vermilion bird. Boom! The two completely opposite energy attributes, ice and fire, clashed against each other, making the entire demon suppressing tower gently shake. It was also accompanied by a dense mist of steam pouring out. When the energy finally settled, Li Jiangshan stepped forward, clapped his hands, and praised, "Good. Not bad." At this, both Chen Haoling and Li Xinyue turned to look in Li Jiangshan's direction. When Li Xinyue saw it was actually Li Jiangshan who had come to the demon suppressing tower, she revealed an indifferent attitude and turned away, pretending not to see. Chen Haoling, however, was not as cold and greeted Li Jiangshan with cupped fists, saying, "Greetings, head of the Li family." Upon hearing Chen Haoling's address of head of the Li family, Li Jiangshan's expression paused slightly. It seemed he suddenly remembered that 3 days ago, he had already severed ties with Chen Haoling. In an instant, the expression on Li Jiangshan's face became somewhat awkward, not knowing what to say. But in the end, he still chose to act as if he hadn't heard it and gently said to Chen Haoling, "Have you gotten used to staying in the demon suppressing tower these few days?" Seeing his demeanor, it was obvious he wanted to ease the relationship with Chen Haoling. However, Chen Haoling coldly replied, "It's all fine. Does head of the Li family have anything to say?" Faced with such a cold response, Li Jiangshan couldn't say it didn't hurt, but he still forced a smile and said, "Today is the day of the alliance between the Su and Li families. As your father, I brought you a new outfit. If you have time, come with your adoptive father to the Su family. By the way, bow your head to old Master Su, admit the mistake, and this matter will be considered settled. How about that?" Chen Haoling raised an eyebrow, looking at Li Jiangshan with some confusion and said, "Bow my head to admit mistake? Why should I bow my head and admit a mistake to the Su family?" Hearing this, Li Jiangshan's previously amiable expression turned gloomy, but he still spoke in as calm a tone as possible. "Last time, you accidentally killed the Su family elder, Su Jingtian. Did you forget that so quickly? The Su family is very angry about your actions. They even want to cause trouble at the city lord's mansion. If things go poorly, today's alliance between the Su and Li families might be called off. If it weren't for your father paying them a large compensation, do you think they would let it go so easily? You should take this opportunity today to personally apologize to them, bow your head. Isn't that the proper thing to do?" After hearing this, Chen Haoling smiled, "Head of the Li family, sometimes I really wonder, do you belong to the Li family or the Su family? Why are you so willing to be a bootlicker for the Su family? Also, let me reiterate. It was that Su Jingtian who attacked me first, and every move was a killing blow. I was just passively defending. If I had been the one who died that day, would you have let the Su family come over to bow their heads and apologize to you?" This remark instantly made Li Jiangshan somewhat furious. He originally wanted to come over and ease the relationship with Chen Haoling, but instead, he clashed with himself once again, even boldly uttering such rebellious words. At that moment, Li Jiangshan angrily said, "The Su family just didn't understand the situation back then, which is why such a conflict occurred. They didn't do it on purpose? Besides, aren't you doing fine now? Do you have to wait until the relationship is so tense for you to feel comfortable?" At this point, Chen Haoling shouted back, "The bunch of bastards from the Su family are coming to chop my head off, should I still reason with them?" Or do you need the whole Li clan to be harmed by them before you realize how treacherous the Su family is? Outrageous. Li Jiangshan suddenly picked up a teapot and smashed it on the ground. At that moment, he was once again mad, his face flushed from anger because of Chen Haoling. He pointed at Chen Haoling and angrily shouted, "Who are you talking to?" Chen Haoling fell silent at that moment and slowly said, "I am simply stating a fact." Li Jiangshan took a few steps forward, his eyes wide with anger as he said, "Are you saying that how to be the head of the Li family requires you, an outsider, to teach me?" "Yes, that's right. I am old, and I am almost done for, but my eyes are not blind. I can still see who truly cares for the Li family and who wants to harm it." At that moment, Li Xinyue hurriedly stepped between the two, anxiously saying, "Dad, stop talking. If Chen Haoling doesn't want to go to the Su family, it's fine. He can stay with me." Upon hearing his eldest daughter's advice, Li Jiangshan's anger finally eased, but his gaze towards Chen Haoling was filled with disappointment. "Xiao said before that you don't want the Su and Li families to form an alliance because you were bullied by the younger generation of our two families in the past. At that time, I didn't believe it, because I thought my son wouldn't be so petty, holding grudges over such trivial matters. Especially on such significant issues, he should be able to distinguish right from wrong. Now it seems that I just slapped my own face. The Su family has contributed so many resources to help our Li family, yet in your mouth, they have become treacherous? Chen Haoling, you have disappointed your father too much." After saying this, Li Jiangshan placed his hands behind his back and turned to walk towards the stairs. At that moment, a servant was carrying various delicate pastries for Chen Haoling. He glanced at Chen Haoling, then looked towards Li Jiangshan and said, "Head of the family, what should we do with these gifts?" In response, Li Jiangshan knocked over the tray of exquisite pastries onto the ground and even stepped on them with his foot. Several servants, seeing this, hurriedly knelt on the ground, not daring to provoke Li Jiangshan anymore. Only Chen Haoling quietly watched all of this, clearly furious yet feeling powerless to do anything. Chapter 39, Li Rushwang has escaped, and is going to inform Li Jiangshan. After all of Li Jiangshan and the others left, Li Xinyue stepped forward and said to Chen Haoling calmly, "If I were you, I would have struck directly instead of getting myself this angry." Chen Haoling glanced at the woman beside him and coldly said, "Are you trying to use my hands to get rid of your father?" Li Xinyue crossed her arms and smirked, "Ever since he caused the death of my biological mother, he has not been my father anymore. Calling him dad is just to save face in front of others." Hearing this, Chen Haoling suddenly remembered that Li Xinyue and Li Xiao did not share the same mother. Years ago, Li Xinyue's mother fell seriously ill. When the need for a very expensive medicinal herb arose, Li Jiangshan refused to pay the hefty cost due to a serious financial crisis in the Li family. As a result, Li Xinyue's mother missed the best rescue time and passed away. Li Xinyue hated Li Jiangshan for this her entire life. Thinking of this, Chen Haoling suddenly glanced out the window. Seeing the sun about to set, he said to Li Xinyue, "It's getting dark, we should leave here soon." Li Xinyue, hearing this, replied arrogantly, "If you want to go, go ahead, I'm not leaving." Saying this, she went to sit at a table. Chen Haoling, puzzled, said, "What's going on? Have you developed feelings from living in the demon suppression tower for so long?" Li Xinyue poured herself a cup of tea and smiled brightly, saying, "Soon, I will witness the scene of the monster slaughtering the Li family. If I miss it, I will regret it for life." Hearing this, Chen Haoling grinned lewdly, "That does seem right. Anyway, we don't lack a little time, so it's fine to leave after this big show is over." However, as his words fell, Chen Haoling's breath suddenly started to surge violently, and his heart thumped forcefully several times. In an instant, Chen Haoling's face turned pale, as if he could barely stand. Li Xiao, seeing this, was slightly startled and said instinctively, "Hey, Chen Haoling, what's wrong with you?" As she spoke, she stepped forward, wanting to support Chen Haoling. But Chen Haoling excitedly said, "I think I'm about to break through to the true martial realm." Upon hearing this, Li Xinyue was slightly delighted. "Wow, your breakthrough is really at the right time." Saying this, she took out a bag containing spirit stones and tossed it to Chen Haoling. "Here, it contains 3,000 spirit stones, it should be enough for you." Chen Haoling, not being polite, caught it with one hand. "Thanks, I will return it to you later." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Haoling directly walked into the training chamber without giving Li Xinyue a chance to reply. Li Xinyue, seeing this, suddenly wore a chilling smile. She then sat back down and muttered to herself, "The spirit stones I gave you, of course, need to be repaid, but not now, and not in the form of spirit stones." As she spoke, her soft pink tongue licked her lips, looking like she had Chen Haoling completely wrapped around her finger. At the hour of the rooster, 6 p.m., in front of the Su family's ancestral hall, Su Jingyang and his son were checking the various traps that had been set up. For this day, to take down the entire Li family, they had prepared for nearly half a year. Victory or defeat was determined today. At this moment, Su Yixuan suddenly asked Su Jingyang, "Dad, why can't we secretly get rid of that Li Ruoshang?" Su Jingyang turned to look at his son. "It's already been 3 days, haven't you dealt with her yet?" Su Yixuan lowered his head in shame. That woman never gives in. If I force her, she will bite me. With such a person, I really don't want to deal with that kind of thing. To be honest, sometimes I think it would be better to just kill her, saving us all this effort. However, as soon as these words left his mouth, Su Jingyang turned around sharply and slapped Su Yixuan's face hard. Smack! The sound of the slap was exceptionally clear, immediately leaving Su Yixuan stunned. One hand covered his face, his eyes wide as he stared at his father. Dad. Why did you hit me? Su Jingyang, frustrated, said, Is your brain clogged with too many spirit stones? Do you know who Li Ruoshang is? She is a trump card that Li Jianghe planted in our Su family. If you kill her, will Li Jianghe still help us bring the Li family over? Su Yixuan felt a bit wronged after being hit, but after hearing his father's words, he said again, I know I was wrong. Su Jingyang then snorted coldly. At times, he even doubted whether Su Yixuan was his own son. Why does he only have a good appearance but a pig's brain? But at that moment, a servant rushed in, rolling and crawling, his face filled with terror as he shouted at Su Jingyang and his son, Master, something bad has happened. That Li Ruoshang, she is missing. The father and son gasped at the same time, then Su Yixuan grabbed the servant, shouting, Missing? Are you joking? I spoke with her just an hour ago, and in such a short time, she has disappeared? The servant was almost crying, pointing towards the room, and shouted, Young master, we searched the entire room, even the other guest rooms, and truly did not see her. Su Yixuan's face turned pale upon hearing this. He threw down the servant and looked at his father. Su Jingyang's face was also extremely dark, but he said nothing, turning and quickly walking to the room where Li Ruoshang was. Su Yixuan hurriedly followed. What a joke! If Li Ruoshang escapes and tells the Li family about Su family's plans to deal with them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if those old fools from the Li family don't believe her, it could still increase the costs for Su family to deal with the Li family. The worst case scenario is that the Li family becomes alert and simply doesn't come, making it almost impossible to hatch the demon fetus. With this in mind, Su Jingyang unconsciously quickened his pace. Soon, the father and son arrived at Li Ruoshang's room. Sure enough, in the small room, there was no one left. Where was Li Ruoshang's shadow? Seeing this, Su Jingyang turned to his son Su Yixuan and questioned, Where is she? This girl has always been under your watch, why is she missing now? Su Yixuan knelt down with a thud, stammering, Dad, I don't know. She was here before, but suddenly, she just disappeared. Upon hearing this, Su Jingyang angrily slapped Su Yixuan again, knocking him back to the ground. Su Jingyang was about to hit him a few more times to vent his anger when he suddenly felt a strange wave of energy. He turned to look at a painting, then walked over. The moment his finger touched the painting, a faint spatial pulling force rushed in. Seeing this scene, Su Jingyang's pupils shrank sharply, and he growled, Spatial teleportation artifact? As he spoke, he seemed to understand something and immediately shouted to the Su family guards around, Come. A group of Su family guards hurriedly stepped forward and clasped their fists, saying, We greet master. Su Jingyang pointed at the painting and said, Follow this passage and bring back that woman Li Ruoshang. If you can't bring her back, be prepared to lose your heads. The guards all clasped their fists in response, then they rushed to the painting and pressed their hands on it. Immediately, the spatial force from the painting transported their bodies away. Su Jingyang fixed his gaze on the painting, then looked at Su Yixuan, You go with them to chase. If you can't find her, don't come back. Su Yixuan hurriedly clasped his fists and respectfully replied, Understood. Saying this, he also entered the painting. As the feeling of dizziness washed over him, Su Yixuan saw that he had arrived at the western district of Chaingyue City, and there was less than 1,000 meters left to the Li family. If Li Ruoshang had escaped from this place a long time ago, wouldn't that mean she had already reached the Li family now? Chapter 40, Trapped. In fact, things were exactly as Su Yixuan thought. At this moment, a dirty and disheveled Li Ruoshang was galloping on horseback, running without stopping even for a moment. Soon, she saw the big gate of the Li family's estate. In an instant, hope lit up in Li Ruoshang's eyes. There was help. The Li family could be saved. She just needed to tell everything that happened to the Su family to the Li family's head, Li Jiangshan, so everyone could be saved. At the same time, Li Jiangshan, Li Xiao, Li Jianghe, Li Jiangshui, and other high-ranking members of the Li family had already walked out from the estate's gate. The group laughed and chatted, looking very happy. Even Li Jiangshan, who was tormented by illness, wore a big smile at this moment. However, as they stepped out the door, they suddenly saw a ragged figure running towards them. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the person was Li Ruoshang, whom they hadn't seen for a few days. But what kind of appearance did she have now? She was wearing a red wedding dress, with a crown on her head, looking like a bride running away from marriage. At this moment, Li Ruoshang shouted at Li Jiangshan, Second uncle, it's a lie, everything is a lie, the Su Li alliance is a. Before Li Ruoshang could finish her words, Li Jianghe suddenly rushed towards her and, just as he got close, threw a packet of knockout powder towards her mouth and nose. The powder instantly made Li Rushwang lose consciousness, and the last two words conspiracy did not even escape her lips before she collapsed straight down. Li Jianhe hurriedly caught her body, crying out, Rushwang, Rushwang, what happened to you? Wake up! Somebody! Quick, someone come! This sudden scene instantly drew all the high-ranking members of the Li family towards them. Li Jianshan asked in confusion, what happened? Su Yixuan reprimanded, are you an idiot? My father is afraid that stupid woman will stop the higher-ups of the Li family from going to the Su family. Now that she has been knocked out by Li Jianhe, Li Jianshan and the others are heading to our Su family according to plan. Since that's the case, that woman has no value to us anymore, so why should we keep her? Saying this, Su Yixuan stood up and said to the others, if you want to wait, then keep waiting. I'm going back. The others, however, were unwilling to leave because the family head had said that if they did not bring the person back, they would have to pay with their lives. They couldn't bear such a crime. On the carriage heading to the Su family, Li Jiangshan asked his daughter Li Xiao, I haven't seen Rushwang for the past 2 days, I thought she was in seclusion. I didn't expect her to suddenly appear here, and the things she said were quite strange. Li Xiao showed a puzzled expression and said, she said everything is fake, and then mentioned that the Su Li alliance is just a joke. Li Xiao struggled to recall what Li Rushwang had just said, then continued, it's a pity she didn't finish her sentence before passing out. And the timing of her fainting is too coincidental, as if Li Jianghe deliberately knocked her out. Upon hearing this, Li Jiangshan's eyes widened slightly. He turned to Li Xiao and asked, are you saying that during the days she disappeared, she obtained some special information and tried to tell us, but was knocked out by her father? Li Xiao shook her head, I don't know the specific reason, but one thing is certain, today's Su Li alliance seems to be not as simple as we see on the surface. Hearing this, Li Jiangshan suddenly showed a bit of worry. For some reason, he recalled the words Chen Haolang had said to him before, no matter how good the relationship between the Su and Li families, even if they are as close as brothers, once it involves interests, there will be a day of mutual slaughter. Who can guarantee that the Su family has no other thoughts about the Li family? After recalling this, Li Jiangshan raised his hand and took out a talisman from his storage ring and handed it to Li Xiao. Li Xiao subconsciously took it and asked, what is this? Li Jiangshan inexplicably said, this is a space transmission talisman. You fold it up and put it in your mouth. If you sense anything wrong, just bite it. It will quickly transport you away. Li Xiao looked at her father and then asked, Father, are you worried that the Su family really has bad intentions towards us? Li Jiangshan shook his head and said firmly, I have never doubted the character of the Su family and absolutely believe in their promises. But I am worried that a third party besides the Su family will interfere in the alliance between our two families. Hearing this, Li Xiao suddenly realized. She nodded subconsciously, then folded the transmission talisman and gently placed it under her tongue. Soon, the high-ranking officials of the Li family arrived in front of the Su family's residence. At this moment, the Su family had already prepared a grand welcome ceremony, and the one coming to greet the Li family was the family head, Su Jingyang. When he saw Li Jiangshan get off the carriage, he even came forward to support him personally. Brother Jiangshan, it has been a long time, you seem to be in better spirits, Su Jingyang said, holding Li Jiangshan's hand as they walked towards the Su family residence. Li Jiangshan laughed heartily, I'd been on the verge of death, how could I be getting better? Su Jingyang chuckled, what are you talking about, Brother Jiangshan? After this year, you will only be 50, you can still live a few hundred more years. Li Jiangshan laughed heartily a few times. The two of them, while laughing and chatting, walked into the Su family mansion. At the same time, more than 40 others followed in one after another, but Li Xiao couldn't help but glance back at the large door behind her. Once all the Li family members entered, the Su family's big door quietly closed. Looking at the closed door, Li Xiao suddenly felt a strong sense of unease lingering in her heart. At the same time, she also sensed a faint fragrance wafting through the air. Although the fragrance was not obvious, it could easily be mistaken for some kind of floral scent. But with the experience from her past life, Li Xiao was not easily deceived. She quickly realized this was not flower fragrance, but a kind of drug. However, why would the Su family have this special drug? This question made Li Xiao's face turn ashen in an instant, as she suddenly thought of a certain possibility. At that moment, she stopped contemplating whether the scent was floral or drug-related and hurriedly rushed toward her father. But Li Jiangshan had also caught a whiff of that strange floral scent at this time. In an instant, his legs felt weak, and he nearly fell to the ground. Su Jingyang quickly supported him and laughed, saying, Brother Jiangshan? What's wrong? Are you okay? Li Jiangshan's expression was somewhat dazed, his gaze at Su Jingyang's face became blurred, even appearing double. Then, he heard the screams of the Li family members echoing in his ears. He struggled to turn his head back, and a group of men in black suddenly attacked the Li family, blood instantly splattered everywhere. Seeing this scene, Li Jiangshan's eyes widened in rage as he shouted, Who are you? How dare you ambush my Li family members? As he spoke, he wanted to rush in to save his family. However, as a mere perfect Earth Profound Realm practitioner, how could he move after inhaling a large amount of bewitching powder? Almost as soon as he took the first step forward, he collapsed straight to the ground. His consciousness became extremely blurry at that moment. He struggled to look at Su Jingyang, then reached out a hand, wanting to grab Su Jingyang's clothes, while weakly saying, "Jingyang, quickly, help save my family, hurry." After Li Jiangshan uttered the last word, his raised hand fell limply. Until the last moment before losing consciousness, he never suspected that the Su family members were behind the attack, showing just how much he trusted these outsiders. At the same time, other senior members of the Li family also fell one after another at this moment. Chapter 41, Li Jiangshan cried, Li Xiao went mad. Even Li Xiao felt a strong sense of weakness surge within her. If she hadn't detected the toxin of the bewitching powder in advance and held her breath, she would have likely met the same fate. At that moment, she wanted to bite down on the teleportation talisman hidden in her teeth, preparing to escape and bring reinforcements to save the Li family members. But at this time, a figure appeared almost silently behind her and suddenly struck her on the back of the head with a stick. Bang! With this blow, Li Xiao lost consciousness immediately. But just before she fell, she managed to see the person who attacked her. Suishuan. She struggled to spit out those 3 words before her eyes closed, and she completely fainted. Yes, the person who suddenly appeared behind Li Xiao was her little lover, Suishuan. He was the one whom Li Xiao had eloped with on her wedding day, the one she yearned to be with. But at this moment, he suddenly launched a sneak attack on Li Xiao. At that moment, Suishuan looked down at Li Xiao from above and sneered, "How foolish. You've already escaped the Su family, yet you dare to return. Well, if that's the case, let's make you one of the nutrients for our Su family's deity." When Li Jiangshan and Li Xiao woke up, they found themselves tightly bound and locked in an iron cage. Then, Li Xiao saw, outside the iron cage, a large group of Su family members surrounding a giant devil embryo flesh egg, bowing and worshipping it. It looked like they were performing some ancient ritual. The moment Li Xiao recognized the devil embryo flesh egg, she was stunned. She never expected that everything Chen Haolang had told her was true. The Su family really raised a devil embryo, and it was an oversized devil embryo flesh egg over 4 meters long. It seemed that it was about to hatch at any moment. After the Su family's worship ceremony ended, under Su Jingyang's orders, they began dragging the Li family members out of the iron cage one by one. Then, in front of Li Xiao and Li Jiangshan, they cut one Li family member's throat. The bloody scene made everyone horrified. In the next moment, that Li family member was tossed straight into a blood pool, followed by a chilling scream. Before long, the person thrown in was reduced to a skeleton, completely becoming the nourishment for the devil embryo flesh egg. At the same time, more Li family members were methodically dragged out, their throats slashed, and thrown into the blood pool. During this time, many cried out for help towards Li Xiao and Li Jiangshan, head of the family, "Second miss, save me, save me. I don't want to die. Help me, help me." But no matter how that person wailed, they still faced the fate of being thrown into the blood pool. Seeing this scene, Li Xiao's eyes went bloodshot, and she cursed at Suishuan and the others. "Suishuan. You bastard, how could we trust you so much, and you betray us? Son of a bitch, you will die a horrible death. You will eventually go to hell." However, Suishuan merely looked indifferently at the execution platform. After a moment, he suddenly turned to Li Xiao and smiled sinisterly, "If you had been honest and married me back then, I might have pleaded with the ancestor to spare you. But unfortunately, you should not have cancelled the wedding. Li Xiao, for this reason alone, I can have you executed torturously, without any chance of survival. Or do you think of me as that waste Chen Haolang? Thinking that even if you cancelled the wedding privately, nothing would happen. If you really think so, then you are dead wrong. I will torture you bit by bit, making you regret coming into this world." As Suishuan spoke, his expression was extremely cruel, filled with hateful rage. Li Xiao, upon witnessing this, was frozen in shock. The childhood friend she had grown up with, the boy who felt like a neighborhood brother, had such a vicious true side. Once Li Xiao realized this, she slumped helplessly to the ground. Was it really for this person that she abandoned Chen Haolang? The man who had cared for her faithfully for over 10,000 years? Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Li Xiao suddenly began to laugh maniacally. While laughing, she frantically slapped her own face, realizing how Chen Haolang had treated her so well, yet she had ignored it all. Suishuan, the bastard, did nothing, yet she poured her heart out for him. Why had she been so foolish, so mindless? For the sake of a stone, she gave up a whole mountain of gold. Pa 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 pa. The sound of her wildly slapping her own mouth echoed, and at the same time, she wailed in despair, "Husband, I'm sorry, I was wrong, I really was wrong. Ah ha 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 ha." Seeing Li Xiao in such a crazed state, everyone silently kept calm, almost all of them remaining silent. In comparison, Li Xiao's backer, Li Jiangshan, remained much calmer. He sat there, dazed, staring blankly at the Su family members, watching as they decapitated his relatives, one by one, and tossed their heads into the scalding blood pit. His relatives begged him for help before dying, but he could do nothing. It was pitiful, laughable, and tragic. At this moment, a tear also slipped from Li Jiangshan's eyes as he murmured to himself, Haolang, you were right, it was the adoptive father who wronged you. Thinking back to when Chen Haolang had repeatedly told him not to trust the Su family easily, or else it could lead to the ruin of his family. But he didn't believe it and thought Chen Haolang was just being suspicious, misjudging the Su family as villains. In the end, every word Chen Haolang spoke was true, but he didn't believe a single one. He even slapped Haolang and severed their father-son relationship, even ordering Haolang to be imprisoned for life in the demon-subduing tower. From the beginning to the end, the foolish one was Li Jiangshan himself. Realizing this, Li Jiangshan's emotions completely broke down. Though his face showed no expression, tears streamed down his face in large drops. If only he had sat down and talked with Chen Haolang, asked for his opinion on the Su family, would these things have happened now? Karma? Is it really karma? Li Jiangshan closed his eyes in despair, unwilling to look at his decapitated family members. Because in Li Jiangshan's heart, it was he himself who pushed his own relatives to the guillotine. Chapter 42, Li Jiangshan decides to die with the Su family. Just when Li Jiangshan was in despair, he saw his younger brother Li Jianghe being dragged out of an iron cage by the Su family. Then, Li Jianghe, like a mad dog, began to curse at the Su family members. Su Jingyang, Su Luoyang, you treacherous beasts! You will die a horrible death. I will never let you go, even if I become a ghost. But Su Jingyang, feeling a bit irritated, grabbed his hair and said viciously, we are the ones who broke our word? Li Jianghe, don't forget, who sent Li Rushwang to our Su family? What did you say back then? You treated her as a hostage, left her with us to ensure we would eliminate Li Jiangshan, then help you ascend to the position of the head of the Li family, and after that, she could marry our Ishuan. But what happened? She ran away. She even wanted to expose our plan to those fools from the Li family, almost ruining our big scheme. For that alone, I wish I could tear you into 1,000 pieces. Hearing these words, Li Jianghe's rage suddenly stabilized, then he revealed a chilling smile. Fortunately, she managed to escape. Otherwise, if she had really fallen into your Su family's hands, she would likely not have escaped with her life. Fine, this time, I, Li Jianghe, admit defeat. But Su Jingyang, don't get too smug. If you dare to harbor such things, your Su family will eventually be destroyed by them. I'll be waiting for you below. Saying that, Li Jianghe suddenly detonated his spiritual palace. With a soft explosion, Li Jianghe's abdomen seemed to be hit by a rocket, and a large mass of blood and flesh exploded on the spot. Then, he fell straight down, his breath completely gone. Su Jingyang watched this scene. The eyes gently squinted, and a foot kicked at Li Jianghe's corpse, sending him into the pool of blood. Li Jianghe was dead, almost causing no ripples, while the remaining members of the Li family continued to be slaughtered, their screams still ongoing. But that bloody scene was clearly visible to Li Jiangshan and his daughter Li Xiao. In an instant, Li Jiangshan understood why Li Jianghe had been so eager to push for the alliance between the Su and Li families earlier. It turned out he wanted to use the Su family to eliminate the current high-level officials of the Li family, and then sit in the position of family head himself. Unfortunately, the Su family turned against him halfway and killed him too. Realizing this, Li Jiangshan suddenly laughed out loud. My Li family has stood tall in Changyue City for over 200 years, yet I never expected to die at the hands of my own people. Ha ha ha. His laughter was filled with bitterness and desolation. But soon, his laughter came to an abrupt stop, and his gaze turned cold as he looked at the Su family members present, then at Li Xiao beside him. At that moment, Li Xiao looked like a broken doll, slumped on the ground, her eyes vacant, giggling foolishly. Clearly, today's scene dealt a heavy blow to Li Xiao. Li Jiangshan approached her, grasped her shoulders with both hands, shook her vigorously, and then spoke softly, Li Xiao. Li Xiao numbly turned her head to look at Li Jiangshan, but she couldn't say a word. Li Jiangshan took a deep breath and said solemnly, after we escape, go immediately find someone from the Lord's mansion and ask them to bring the Lord over. Right now, apart from the Lord, perhaps no one else can deal with that thing. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao's previously vacant eyes suddenly regained a hint of clarity as she grabbed her father's arm. Dad, what are you going to do? Li Jiangshan glanced at the Li family members still being slaughtered and calmly replied, I want to correct my mistakes. As he spoke, Li Jiangshan pulled away Li Xiao's hand and slowly stood up, his hands forming an obscure seal. At the same time, a special source energy surged violently in his mind. Then, his aura began to swell wildly, quickly rising from perfect Earth grade to limit Earth grade, and it was about to reach true martial realm levels. Seeing this, Li Xiao slightly narrowed her eyes. Her father was actually stimulating the divine brain tumor in his mind. Because the divine brain tumor is a condition that only cultivators can contract, this tumor gathers all the magical power of the cultivator into the brain. Thus, when a cultivator stimulates this tumor, the magical power contained within it quickly flows back, resulting in a sudden increase in cultivation. It could even surpass their peak strength. But there is a serious consequence to this. That is, the brain suffers severe damage and the body's organs rapidly shrink, leading to death within 3 hours. Realizing this, Li Xiao immediately called out, "Dad! Stop! You will die!" But the seal in Li Jiangshan's hand did not stop changing, and his aura continued to rise. Yet, he couldn't help but turn to look at Li Xiao behind him, smiling. "When you go out, remember to say I'm sorry to me and Haoling," I wrongly accused him. "If he still wishes to call me a foster father, please burn a bit more paper money for me next year on this day. And also let him know that I am very proud to have a foster son like him in my life." As he finished speaking, Li Jiangshan's aura once again expanded, and at that moment, it surged into minor accomplishment of true martial realm levels. And this scene quickly attracted the attention of many guards from the Su family. Even Su Jingyang turned his head in disbelief to look at Li Jiangshan. What happened? Isn't the poison of 10 fragrance bewitching powder supposed to seal all their cultivations? Why does he still have such strong power? At this moment, the elder ancestor of the Su family also looked over, his eyes slightly narrowing, and then he coldly said, "It's the brain cancer toxin. He has activated the brain cancer toxin, causing his magic power to backflow." Upon hearing this, Su Jingyang's pupils slightly contracted, and a look of regret appeared on his face. He actually forgot that Li Jiangshan still had this trump card. If he had known, he should have removed Li Jiangshan beforehand. "Everyone, attack together. Kill Li Jiangshan for me. We absolutely cannot let his aura continue to grow." Su Jingyang shouted, leading the charge toward the iron cage where Li Jiangshan was. But at that moment, the iron cage suddenly exploded with a loud bang, and then a figure shot out. He threw a punch at a Su family guard, and astonishingly, he blew apart this high-ranking earth-profound realm body. With a soft sound, a mist of blood blossomed like flowers. Su Jingyang and the others were momentarily stunned, and their forward momentum came to a halt, followed by the appearance of Li Jiangshan before them. The originally emaciated Li Jiangshan had transformed into a super strong man, 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles. His aura even reached the level of great completion, true martial realm. Seeing this scene, Su Jingyang's face instantly turned extremely ugly, and the over 40 Su family experts around him also looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Chapter 43, Why are you shouting? But the elder ancestor of the Su family, Su Luoyang, was the first to step forward, slowly saying to Li Jiangshan, "The backflow time of the brain cancer toxin's magic power can only last for less than a quarter of an hour. After a quarter of an hour, you will die without us needing to lift a finger, and your death will be extremely tragic. Li Jiangshan, why bother?" Li Jiangshan, with an easy expression, replied, "A quarter of an hour? That's enough. Anyway, my body condition cannot see the sunlight of the next day, so I might as well make the most of the dying moments." With that, Li Jiangshan let out a loud roar, and his aura expanded significantly once more. This time, his strength actually swelled again, reaching the level of perfection, true martial realm. This level was also when Li Jiangshan held the position of head of the Li family at his peak. If it weren't for the brain cancer, his strength would not have fallen to the earth-profound realm. Then, Li Jiangshan charged straight into the crowd of Su family experts, terrifying power fluctuations sweeping in, instantly causing countless people to flee in panic. Even Su Jingyang was forced to continuously retreat. Only the elder ancestor Su Luoyang could barely cope. While Li Jiangshan was in a frenzied battle with the people, Li Xiao quietly slipped out from the original iron cage. She glanced back at her father, who had almost attracted all of the Su family's power, tears in her eyes, and bit down on the hidden teleportation talisman in her mouth. In the next moment, Li Xiao's body seemed to turn into a spirit, visible but intangible. With a soft sound, Li Xiao shot straight out. Her speed was so fast that even Chen Haolang could hardly keep up. Soon, with the power of the teleportation talisman, Li Xiao flew out of the Su family mansion, but she did not follow the head of the family's instructions to find the city lord's mansion, but instead rushed to the Li family estate. Because Li Xiao knew exactly how terrifying the devil's fetal egg was. Once the monster is successfully hatched, even if the lord of the city personally comes, it is absolutely impossible to subdue it. What's even worse is that the first thing the monster will do upon entering the world is seek out the blood of Yin spirit owner to provide nourishment for its growth. I ask, which family in the entire Changyue city has the most owners of the blood of Yin spirit? There is only one answer, the Li family. Therefore, once the monster descends, it will immediately come to the Li family and conduct a wild massacre against the people within the Li family. So, right now, in order to protect the Li family, the only thing Li Xiao can do is take all the Li family members and hide first, then escape. Soon, Li Xiao returned to the Li family mansion. The head guard of the Li family, Li Qingyun, saw Li Xiao and stepped forward to ask. "Second miss? Didn't you go to the alliance ceremony of the Su and Li families? Why are you back so soon?" Li Xiao stepped forward and loudly spoke to Li Qingyun and the other guards. "Go! Wake up everyone in the Li family, whether they are direct line or collateral, anyone with the surname Li, wake them up, and then make them head to the monster suppression tower immediately. Hurry! Li Xiao spoke very urgently, clearly something very serious had happened. Li Qingyun was somewhat puzzled, but still instinctively obeyed the family order, beginning to wake up those of the Li family who were still fast asleep. Meanwhile, Li Xiao rushed to her father's room, desperately searching for her father's family master order. Because only the family master order can open the protective barrier of the monster suppression tower. Otherwise, even if all the Li family members were gathered, they would not be able to enter that cursed place. While searching frantically, Li Xiao was also calculating the time in her heart. Based on her knowledge of abyss monsters from her previous life, the monster egg was already at the critical point of hatching. At most 10 minutes, the monster egg would hatch. From the time she escaped the Su family until now, it had already been about 5 minutes, which meant there were only 5 minutes left until the monster hatched. Even considering that the monster would prioritize slaughtering the Su family members after hatching, that would only delay it for about 20 minutes at most. Once the Su family members were killed, the next target would be her Li family. Therefore, in total, she had only about 25 minutes left, not even half an hour. But in this short time of 25 minutes, she needed to find the family master order and get all 765 members of the Li family to hide inside the monster suppression tower. Only by relying on the tower's powerful defensive barrier could they possibly resist the monster's attack. As long as they could hold on until dawn, when the sun rose, the monster would leave on its own. Then she would have enough time to lead the Li family to escape from Chanyue City. This was Li Xiao's plan of hide first, then escape. However, just when Li Xiao was frantically searching for the family master order, a voice of cursing suddenly rang out. Who is it? Why are you making so much noise in the middle of the night? Li Xiao turned around and was surprised to find that the person was her third aunt, Zhenjinyi, who was the wife of her third uncle, Li Jianghe. What was strange was that her third uncle's wife was in her father's room and dressed so revealingly and coolly. But before Li Xiao could figure out what was going on, she saw a jade pendant hanging around Zhenjinyi's neck. Wasn't that the family master order that opened the protective barrier of the monster suppression tower? After searching for so long and not finding it, it turned out it was hanging around her third aunt's neck. Immediately, Li Xiao stepped forward, wanting to take the family master order from Zhenjinyi's neck. But Zhenjinyi saw this and exclaimed sharply, Li Xiao, what are you doing? Zhenjinyi stepped back, surprisingly dodging Li Xiao's grasp. At that moment, even Li Xiao was shocked. She looked at Zhenjinyi in surprise and whispered, True martial realm? She never expected that her usually unassuming third aunt was actually a powerful warrior in the true martial realm. Zhenjinyi then noticed Li Xiao's intention, seemingly because of the family head's token around her neck. Without hesitation, she took down the jade pendant and coldly questioned, What do you want the family head's token for? Li Xiao, you better understand this, your father is still alive. Moreover, even if he were dead, it's not your turn to be the family head. But Li Xiao eagerly extended a hand and said, Just give me the token first. The specifics are complicated, I will explain it to you later. Zhenjinyi, however, proudly placed the token behind her, No way? This item was specifically entrusted to me by your father, and I can't give it to anyone, including his daughter Li Xiao. Li Xiao, angered, shouted, This concerns the lives of 765 members of the Li clan, do you think I'm joking with you? Hearing Li Xiao daring to scold her, Zhenjinyi immediately became furious and boldly confronted her. What are you yelling about? Li Xiao, don't think that just because you are the daughter of the Li family head, you can be so disrespectful. Even if I am an outsider, I am at least your elder. Is this how you talk to your elders? Li Xiao could no longer hold back and yelled, Give it to me quickly. Stop dragging this out with me. Otherwise, everyone will die. Chapter 44, Angry Li Xiao. At this moment, Zhenjinyi was also fuming, her face turning red, and a rebellious feeling welled up in her heart. The more you want it, the less I can give it to you. Soon, Li Xiao burst forth with all her strength, her speed suddenly accelerating, quickly catching up with Zhenjinyi's escape. Seeing this scene, Zhenjinyi immediately screamed, Murder! Murder! Someone help! However, before she could make more noise, Li Xiao successfully closed the gap, stepping on her and intending to snatch the family master command from her hand. At that moment, a loud roar echoed. Unreasonable! In the next moment, Li Xiao saw a wave of magical energy sweeping toward her. Boom! Li Xiao was knocked back repeatedly. When she looked up, she saw the patriarch elder of the Li family, Li Haiping, standing firmly in front of Zhenjinyi. Seeing someone come to her rescue, Zhenjinyi immediately got up, hiding behind Li Haiping, and sobbed. Elder, Li Xiao has gone crazy. She actually wants to kill me. Please, elder, you must capture Li Xiao. As she spoke, 3 more elder patriots stepped forward, all of them being formidable warriors, glaring fiercely at Li Xiao. Among them, the chief elder, Li Haiping, angrily shouted at Li Xiao, what on earth are you doing? Do you know what you just did? If your uncle sees you trying to kill his wife, do you know how serious the consequences will be? Seeing so many elders gather, Li Xiao shouted in anger. Li Jianghe is dead. My father is also dead. Everyone who went to join the Su Li alliance was killed by the Su family. That group of scum from the Su family wants to use the blood of our Li family to nurture a demon fetus to gain powerful strength. That is why they planned this Su Li alliance. My father activated the malignant tumor in his brain to help me escape and went out with the enemy. I am back now to save the entire Li family. In her fury, Li Xiao laid everything bare. However, the many elders present exchanged glances. Li Haiping then asked, how can you prove that what you said is true? In that moment, Li Xiao felt dizzy and retorted, who would joke about life and death matters? Especially now, how can I prove it? Li Haiping raised his hand to signal her to stop talking and said solemnly, what you said has nothing to do with chasing your aunt. Li Xiao took a deep breath, trying to stay calm to obtain the family master command, and said, the demon fetus should have hatched by now. From what I know about it, it must be slaughtering the Su family members right now. Even if that monster is powerful, it must be suppressed. With that, the second elder stepped forward, his gaze icy as he stared at Li Xiao. Li Xiao, your actions are very suspicious right now. I seriously doubt the credibility of your words. Hearing this, Li Xiao felt a surge of anger with nowhere to vent. She pressed on, Lord City Master can't control that thing. Even if he takes action himself, he will be killed. If you still don't believe what I'm saying, I will swear by my life that my words have absolutely no falsehood. If I utter a single lie, then may I be crushed to pieces and suffer the pain of being eaten alive by countless ants. This was already considered a deadly oath, showing just how anxious Li Xiao was at that moment. But the chief elder, Li Haiping, roared loudly, no. With this thunderous shout, Li Xiao froze again. Then Li Haiping said seriously, I will send someone to verify whether what you said is true. If it is true, then I will naturally arrange for the clan to evacuate. But if it's false, then I will punish you severely in place of your father. As he spoke, Li Haiping turned to Qian Jingyi behind him, coldly saying, before that, this family master's command token will stay with me. No one is allowed to take it. Chapter 45, Li Xiao is locked in the demon suppression tower. Li Xiao was already stunned, staring blankly at Li Haiping. In another 7 or 8 minutes, the monster will come to kill us. What are you even verifying? But Li Haiping completely ignored Li Xiao and, in front of her eyes, put the family master's command token into his own storage ring. At that moment, the head guard, Li Qingyun, hurried over to Li Xiao and Li Haiping, saying, Miss, Elder, not good. Someone in the clan has clashed with our guards. Li Xiao turned to Li Qingyun and asked, clashed? What kind of clash? Li Qingyun succinctly replied, we just followed your command, miss, to wake up those members of the Li family who were still sleeping. As a result, after they were disturbed, they cursed at us. Even though our guards clearly told them this was Miss's order, they still spat out insults and they were very hurtful. One of our guards couldn't stand it and got into a heated argument, and then both sides erupted into a physical conflict. Soon, other clan members joined the fray, and our guards were too afraid to fight back, ending up bleeding with their heads broken. After hearing this, Li Xiao nearly fainted. Could reincarnators really not change the outcome of events? In the last life, the heavens allowed the entire Li family to be wiped out. In this life, was the same ending destined to play out again? Was the Li family doomed to vanish in the river of history? Just as Li Xiao thought this, a large group of angry Li family members marched over, carrying 2 or 3 dozen guards. They threw the guards, bleeding and battered, at Li Xiao's feet. Then a leading young man, Li Yuza, questioned Li Xiao. Second miss, could you explain? What does it mean to disturb our peaceful dreams in the middle of the night? As soon as this was said, hundreds of other Li family members began to question Li Xiao. Their emotions were very agitated and angry. Clearly, they were angered by Li Xiao's actions. After all, who could feel good being woken from their sleep in the middle of the night? Li Xiao shouted at them in anger, disturb your peaceful dreams? In a little while, you'll be losing your lives and you still have time to sleep? Hearing this, Li Yuza was slightly taken aback and instinctively asked, what do you mean? Li Xiao repeated what she had just said to Li Haiping to these people. After finishing, she looked at them angrily. I want to save you all, I want all of you to survive. But what about you? This one wants to stop me, that one wants to oppose me? Do I really have to kneel down and beg you to hurry up and escape before you will move a step? When Li Yuza heard this, he smashed the wine jug in his hand onto the ground and shouted at Li Xiao, pointing at her. Shut the hell up. Li Xiao, usually I give you some face, that's why I call you second young miss. Do you really think you have a big face? What's with all this nonsense about demon fetus, demon creature? Are you still asleep, or have you read too many novels to go crazy here? So, you're the only smart one in the entire Li family? You know everything? Do you think our Li family's intelligence department is made up of blind people? If the Su family really had any movements, wouldn't our intelligence department know? Do we really need you to act like a hero here? You're really acting like you're sick or something? As he spoke, Li Ziyu spat on the ground beside him. Li Ziyu was the son of Li Jianshui, the elder of the Li family, and among his peers, he was the only one brave enough to speak to Li Xiao like this. From his words, it was easy to hear that Li Xiao and her talk about demon fetuses and demon creatures had made a huge impact on their understanding. So, they instinctively thought Li Xiao was drunk or still half asleep to be saying such nonsense. It wasn't just the younger generation, even the few elders felt that Li Xiao's claims were too absurd, almost without any credibility. Even Qian Jingyi stepped forward, saying, "This woman is already acting like a crazy person. When she came to the head of the house's room just now, she didn't say a word and just wanted the head's command. I didn't give it to her, and she even wanted to kill me. Ziyu, elders, you must punish her well, even if she is the head's daughter, she shouldn't behave like this, right?" The chief elder, Li Haiping, then raised his hand to signal everyone to stop talking. Only then did the noisy crowd calm down. But Li Haiping said lightly, "I have already sent our Li family's spies to the Su family to gather intelligence. Soon they will return with the news, and then we will judge whether Li Xiao's words are true or not. If she is really just making things up, I certainly won't let her go. Of course, if what she said is true, then we should retreat if necessary and make the preparations we need." Although some people still felt dissatisfied with the chief elder's statement, they did not raise any further objections. Only Li Yuza crossed his arms and looked at Li Xiao, saying, "What a damn piece of crap, just like that Chen Haoling, always talking about useless things." At this moment, Li Xiao took a deep breath. Faced with Li Yuza's insults, she suddenly calmed down. For a moment, she seemed to understand Chen Haoling's mentality a bit. Soon, Li Haiping's communication jade slip received news, and then he turned on the external sound of the communication jade slip. The voice of the Li family's intelligence department spy quickly echoed at the scene. "Report, Elder. We have already investigated around the Su family and found no abnormalities. The head and several clan elders are currently at the ancestral hall, toasting and chatting, and it seems the alliance matter is progressing very smoothly." As soon as this voice echoed, everyone's gaze focused on Li Xiao. That expression seemed to say, "How do you explain this now?" Li Xiao, however, turned her head and said, "This is the voice of the Su family members. Although their voices have been disguised, it is absolutely certain that they are not the spies of the Li family." At this moment, Li Yuza's patience had clearly run out, and he loudly scolded Li Xiao. "Enough! Li Xiao, what do you want to do? Is it fun to argue like this? You say the Su family has raised some kind of evil spawn to harm our Li family members. Now, the elders have given you an opportunity to send someone to the Su family to investigate. Now, the news has come back, and you say the voices are fabricated. What is it? Do you want all of us to go to the Su family? Only when you see everyone happily toasting with celebratory wine, will you give up?" At this moment, Qian Jingyi interjected, "I'm afraid by then, this woman will say those Su family members are disguised as some kind of monster. This woman always has so many strange excuses." At this moment, even the usually good-tempered elder Li Haiping could no longer tolerate it. He said to his personal guard, "Come here." Many guards stepped forward and cupped their fists, saying in unison, "We are here." Li Haiping announced loudly, "Take Li Xiao and all her attendants and lock them up in the demon suppression tower. Wait for the head of the family to return and deal with them personally." As soon as the words fell, those guards responded with cupped fists. Then, they all marched up to Li Xiao and took out handcuffs, restraining Li Xiao's hands. At the same time, a powerful expert of great accomplishment, true martial realm, personally held the family head's order, escorting Li Xiao to the demon suppression tower. But at this moment, Li Xiao obviously was still unwilling to give up. Perhaps she really didn't want to see the Li family destroyed like this. She shouted at Li Haiping and the others. "Li Haiping, Li Yuza, Qian Jingyi, you bunch of fools, ignorant waste, you are the Li family's sinners, unable to distinguish the truth from falsehood. The Li family is being destroyed by you stupid people." As Li Xiao was dragged further away, her voice slowly faded away. Once Li Xiao was taken away, Li Haiping spoke to the members of the Li family present. "Disperse, disperse, those who should go back to sleep, those who should patrol, go patrol, don't gather here, looking like a mess." Upon hearing his words, everyone retreated like a tide. Li Yuza, however, sank his face and looked at his communication jade tablet. Strangely, his father Li Jianshui almost never drank alcohol. According to reason, after sealing the Suli alliance, he should return immediately and generally wouldn't stay outside for such a long time. Moreover, even though he sent a message to his father had not replied for a long time, which was quite bizarre. However, after thinking about it, Li Yuza didn't take it too seriously. After all, his father was such a big person, he couldn't possibly get lost, right? Thinking this, he went back to sleep by himself. In the Su family, within the ancestral hall courtyard, the ground was now littered with the bodies of the Su family members. Their deaths were almost unbearable to look at, some even had their heads missing. This scene was simply more terrifying than hell. And in this courtyard, a huge figure stepped on Su family head Su Jingyang's chest with one foot, one hand gripping the Su family ancestor Su Luoyang's neck, and the other hand holding a communication jade tablet. Just now, Su Luoyang had watched helplessly as this monster imitated the voices of the Li family members and sent a message to the elder Li Haiping. Seeing that this monster had such astonishing intelligence, Su Luoyang realized what kind of monster he had unleashed. Not far away, Li Jiangshan's body was pinned against the wall by a spear. His body had already transformed from the original super muscular man image. He turned back into his original dry state, his eyes blurry, staring fiercely at that huge figure. The thing stood about 4 meters tall, with black skin, resembling some kind of ape-like creature. Its body was covered in tightly wound muscles, and under its skin, countless insects could be seen wriggling. When it turned its face, Suishuan saw his own face grafted onto its face. This monster was a creature hatched from the magic egg of the demonic fetus. Blood Demon Moro. One of the 8 great demon tribes from the Abyssal Demon Cavern. It possessed incredibly strong defense, and with its offensive power, its strength upon birth was equivalent to the combined power of 20 extreme true martial realm warriors. In fact, with just a little growth, it could even withstand the attacks of Yin-Yang realm warriors. With a powerful stomp, Blood Demon Moro crushed the Su family head, Su Jingyang, into a pile of meat paste under a terrified scream. A once mighty hero had fallen. In its other hand, Su family's ancestor, Su Luoyang, still clung to his last breath. Weakly, he spoke to Blood Demon Moro, saying, "Great Lord, I am your devout follower, your most loyal slave. We are not your enemies. Please spare us." Up until this moment, Su Luoyang was still pleading, hoping Blood Demon Moro would spare them. But Blood Demon Moro simply chuckled. Its mouth released Suishuan's voice, saying, "Food, food, so delicious." Saying this, it opened its blood-red mouth and stuffed Su Luoyang's head inside. In an instant, Su Luoyang screamed in agony, "No!" But it was already too late. As Blood Demon Moro's teeth sank down, a large spray of blood shot out. This old monster, who had lived for 140 years, met his end at that very moment. At this point, the entire Su family was completely wiped out. After finishing, Blood Demon Moro walked toward Li Jiangshan, laughing eerily, and said to him, "Food, more food. I want more." Li Jiangshan weakly replied, "The city lord will definitely kill you." But Blood Demon Moro opened its mouth and ate Li Jiangshan's head in one go. With that, the Li family had lost its head of the family. With a gulp, as Blood Demon Moro killed Li Jiangshan, all of Li family's memories rushed into its mind. Then, it grinned wickedly, "Food, so much food, I want more, I want more." As it spoke, the muscles on its back began to squirm, and 2 skeletal frames suddenly burst out from under its skin. The skeletons extended outwards, forming 7 or 8 bones in one direction. Then, countless blood vessels grew on the bones, and a layer of skin covered them. In the blink of an eye, huge flesh wings grew from Blood Demon Moro's back. They looked like bat wings, but were larger and longer. With a powerful flap, the wind surged, and Blood Demon Moro's body rose into the air, flying directly toward the Li family's direction. The sky at that moment rumbled with thunder, as if crying, or perhaps angry. Soon, blood-soaked rain poured down. On the 9th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower, Li Xinyue watched as the small rain began to fall. A strong sense of unease gripped her. This feeling was like the one from her past life when she encountered a deadly danger, making her feel restless and anxious. But clearly, her strength had already reached the extreme true martial realm. Why would she still feel like this? As she thought this, her gaze suddenly turned toward the Su family's direction. She muttered, "Has it come? So fast." Then, she looked again in the direction of the training chamber. It had been several hours since Chun Haoling entered, and she wondered when he would come out. In front of the Li family mansion, 2 guards were still yawning, looking half asleep. But suddenly, a dark shadow fell from the sky and smashed heavily in front of them. This startled the 2 guards, making them jump awake, shouting, "What happened? What's going on?" However, when they looked at the sudden dark shadow, a wave of instinctive fear surged in their hearts. Then, the dark shadow charged straight toward them. Boom! This time, both guards and the Li family gate were smashed down together. Following this, the Blood Demon roar let out a beastly howl that echoed to the sky. This roar, like the Grim Reaper from hell, announced its arrival needed a heavy sacrifice of lives. Meanwhile, in a room, Li Haiping was still lying on a bed with Qianjingyi, lazily saying, "In a little while, Jiang might come back. Are you still daring to come here?" Qianjingyi smiled coyly, like a gentle little rabbit, snuggling in Li Haiping's arms, saying, "That dead guy, when he comes back, he'll smell of alcohol and fall asleep immediately, and won't even notice if I'm in the room." Chapter 47, Strange Change. Li Haiping chuckled, that's right, if he cared enough about you, you wouldn't need to sneak out to meet someone. Qian Jingyi pouted her lips, somewhat displeased, saying, what sneak out? That sounds so unpleasant. I'm just making friends, you know? Li Haiping laughed heartily, alright, making friends it is. Just as the two were chatting and laughing, someone suddenly knocked loudly on the door, followed by an urgent voice calling in. Elder, bad news, big trouble. Li Haiping frowned upon hearing the voice, saying. What's wrong? Is Li Xiao causing trouble again? Didn't I tell you? Once you lock her in the demon suppression tower, just ignore her. If nobody pays attention to her for a long time, she won't cause trouble anymore. His words were filled with displeasure, but Li Haiping still dressed himself quickly and walked toward the door. But at that moment, the voice outside said. No, Elder, it's a monster. A monster suddenly appeared in our Li family's courtyard and is crazily slaughtering our family members. Because of this, several people have already been eaten by it. At these words, Li Haiping's expression changed slightly. He quickly opened the door and asked in confusion, monster? What kind of monster? You can't be talking nonsense here, you must be still half asleep, right? The servant, filled with emotion, replied, it's real. The monster is 4 meters tall with a pair of fleshy wings behind it. Its strength is immense, and even Earth-profound realm experts were easily killed by it. Great Elder, you must hurry and see. Upon hearing this, Li Haiping's face slightly changed. At this moment, the words Li Xiao had said before suddenly came to his mind. But just then, Qian Jingyi stepped out, saying, don't think too much. It must be that Li Xiao's doing again. Li Haiping furrowed his brows and said to Qian Jingyi, whether it's her doing or not, I should go take a look. Saying this, he took the family head's command token from his storage ring and handed it to Qian Jingyi. Just to be safe, you should go hide in the demon suppression tower for a while. Wait until there's no danger, then come out. Seeing this, Qian Jingyi pouted, you want me to go to that kind of scary place? I won't go. I wouldn't go even if I were killed. Even if that monster eats me, I won't go. Just as Qian Jingyi was acting cute, the ceiling of their room suddenly collapsed under the weight of something heavy. The whole room shook violently. This scene startled both Qian Jingyi and Li Haiping, making them turn to look in the direction of the falling object. Then, their pupils slightly shrank. They saw the blood demon, with several bodies of the Li family in its mouth, chewing away while fixated on Li Haiping and Qian Jingyi. The moment Qian Jingyi saw the blood demon, her little face turned pale with fright as she let out a shriek. She immediately grabbed Li Haiping's family master token and ran madly toward the demon town tower. Meanwhile, Li Haiping stared at the blood demon in terror. At the same time, a strong sense of fear began to spread. This feeling was like a mouse encountering a cat, a fear stemming from the depths of their soul. The blood demon let out a ghostly scream and charged towards Li Haiping. Li Haiping instantly summoned his magical powers. The aura of ultimate true martial realm was unmistakably revealed at that moment. His left hand clenched into a fist and he threw a punch toward the blood demon. But the next second, there was a loud bang, and Li Haiping was sent flying as if he had been hit by a rhinoceros. He was knocked down hard, spitting out a large pool of blood. His body rolled several times on the ground. At the same time, the blood demon excitedly stepped on Li Haiping's head. Li Haiping was shocked and quickly spun around, barely dodging the demon's stomp. He then drew out his magic weapon, the flying sword, and roared, Sword Chi, come east. With that, he floated into the air, and hundreds of sword shadows gathered around him. As he let out a loud shout, these sword shadows twisted around him like a dragon and then flew straight up, before plummeting back down. The countless sword shadows aimed directly at the blood demon below. Pooh! 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 In an instant, hundreds of sword shadows turned the blood demon and everything within 10 meters around it into a sieve. Especially the blood demon, whose body was pierced by several sword shadows, leaving it unable to move an inch. At that moment, Li Haiping shouted again, explode. He formed a seal in his hand, and those sword shadows exploded at the same time. Boom! 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 Like the most violent and powerful bomb, the terrifying sound waves instantly flattened everything within a 20-meter radius. Several buildings collapsed on the spot, and the ground trembled as if it had experienced a small earthquake. Thick clouds of smoke rose into the air. There is no denying that Li Haiping, as one of the strongest in the Li family, had incredible power. It's not an exaggeration to say that beneath the yin-yang realm, very few could match him. When the smoke cleared, they saw that the entire area had caved in, and the surrounding buildings had almost turned into piles of rubble. The blood demon at the center of the explosion was reduced to a grotesque mass of meat. It let out a sound like an old man moaning. Pieces of the blood demon lay scattered around. At this moment, many Li family members who had rushed over cheered joyfully upon seeing this. Long live the Great Elder! The Great Elder is mighty! Even Li Haiping let out a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, this monster was still within a range they could fight against. But the next second, behind Li Haiping, a piece of minced flesh suddenly turned into a flesh knife, and then it shot straight toward Li Haiping. Li Haiping's heart jolted in shock, and he instinctively dodged to the side. All of a sudden, a loud plop echoed. To Li Haiping's surprise, his left shoulder was actually cut off at that moment by the flesh knife formed from the blood shredder demon's minced flesh. The entire arm was caught by the flesh knife, then sent to the demon's main body, where it was devoured in one bite. At this moment, Li Haiping screamed in pain. His whole arm had been severed, and the blood spurted out violently. At the same time, the blood shredder demon's form changed again, the rotten flesh shape suddenly turning into that of a crawling creature. Its wounds instantly healed at that moment, and it even grew a third and fourth arm. 4 arms, 2 legs, and a pair of flesh wings behind it, truly, a disgusting flesh monster. At the same time, an indescribable stench rushed over, a smell as if rotten meat had been thrown into a sewage pit and soaked for 49 days. It nearly made many people vomit on the spot. Not only that, the blood shredder demon's body length kept growing, from the original 4 meters to now 6 meters long. Then, the blood shredder demon crawled straight toward Li Haiping. Seeing this scene, the Li family members around them were all terrified and scattered in panic. At this point, Li Haiping looked in horror at the blood shredder demon, crying out wildly. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I am the supreme elder of the Li clan, just spare me, I can give you anything, wealth, women, even the entire Li family, please don't kill me." At this moment, it was clear that Li Haiping was completely terrified by the blood shredder demon, even speaking nonsense. However, when the blood shredder demon got close to him, it opened its extremely foul-smelling, large mouth. Chapter 48, the guardian barrier of the demon suppression tower could not be opened, the Li family was completely desperate. At that moment, Li Haiping's mind suddenly replayed the words that Li Siyuan had said to him earlier. "Li Jianghe is dead. My father is also dead, all those who went to join the Su Li alliance, they were all killed by the Su family. The Su family wants to use the blood of the Li family members to raise a demon fetus, to gain great power. I've returned now, to save the entire Li family. I want to get the family leader's command token, to open the demon suppression tower's barrier, and let the whole family hide in the tower. As long as we wait until dawn, when the sun rises, the demon will leave on its own, and then the Li family can escape this calamity and flee from Changyue City." Just over 10 minutes ago, Li Siyuan's words were still vivid in his mind, but now Li Haiping could no longer hold back, because how could he have imagined that the demon that Li Siyuan spoke of was actually real? At that moment, he nearly regretted everything. If he had acted on Li Siyuan's instructions earlier, if he had led the Li family to hide in the demon suppression tower, then would today's disaster have been avoided with the tower's protection? When Li Haiping realized this, he screamed in despair, as if trying to declare his inner frustration to the heavens. But at that moment, a figure suddenly rushed over, and in Li Haiping's astonished gaze, it kicked the blood shredder demon's face. Boom! The force of the kick was so powerful that it even sent a piece of flesh flying off the demon's face, and its head was violently tossed to the side. Looking up, I found that the one who attacked was none other than Li Yuza, who had just been here. I guess his sweet dream must have been disturbed again, but this time it wasn't the Li family who woke him up, but this blood demon. I saw Li Yuza shout loudly at Li Haiping, "Elder, run away." This loud shout immediately brought Li Haiping back to his senses, and he quickly stood up from his seat, then shouted towards the Li family present. "Everyone listen up, hurry to the demon suppressing tower to take refuge, no mistakes allowed. Those who disobey will be killed on the spot." Many of the younger Li family members hurriedly responded and immediately rushed towards the direction of the demon suppressing tower. Each one ran as fast as they could, almost reaching their life's limit, wishing their parents had given them an extra pair of legs. Perhaps this is the sad reality of the Li family. When someone warned them that danger was approaching, they refused to run to safety because they were disturbed from their sweet dreams. Only when the danger truly arrived did they realize the urgency, rushing forward one after another, afraid that if they were a second late, they would be eaten by the demons. At the scene, other elder members of the Li family also rushed over, including some fathers and pillars of the younger generation, all gathered. Looking around, there were actually 10 at the true martial realm and 20 at the earth profound realm. This shows just how deep the Li family's foundation really is. Even after Li Jianshan and Li Jianghe were killed, they still retained so many strong warriors. However, even with so many powerful fighters, they were still pushed back repeatedly against the blood demon. Helpless, these older elders could only unleash their life essence to erupt all their power, buying time for the younger generation to escape. Li Haiping, as the chief elder, felt his fighting spirit reignite at this moment, and he let out a loud roar, 9 dragons binding heaven formation. Saying this, the 10 true martial realm and 20 high-level earth profound realms stood at 30 different positions and formed seals. In an instant, a golden spatial formation materialized. It directly locked onto the blood demon, and from a distance, it looked like golden chains binding its limbs. This successfully slowed down the blood demon's movement. But it only delayed, not fully trapping it. Its body was still moving and getting closer to the demon suppressing tower. Li Haiping turned his head with difficulty and, seeing that the demon suppressing tower was now within reach, shouted loudly to everyone. Block it for me. Many of the younger ones have not entered the tower, we absolutely cannot let it get any closer. As he said this, Li Haiping pushed his hands forward, pressing firmly on the golden spatial formation. It felt like pressing against a transparent glass wall. On the other side of the wall, the blood demon, like a crazed beast, kept pushing forward. No matter how hard Li Haiping tried to resist the blood demon's advance, it all seemed futile. At this moment, an elder pulling the chain suddenly said, "What's going on at the demon suppressing tower? Why are there still so many people who haven't gotten in? How much time has passed?" At this time, Li Yuza also looked up towards that direction, using his pupil technique to see the situation at the demon suppressing tower. After understanding what was happening there, he shouted, "Elder, the protective barrier won't open. All the younger members of the Li family can't get in." As soon as this was said, all the elders of the Li family, who were still fighting desperately, were left dumbstruck. Especially Li Haiping, who furiously shouted, "What nonsense is this? How could the protective barrier possibly not open? Did the family head's command seal break?" Li Yuza glanced over there again and then said, "I'm not sure. Anyway, that woman Xian Jingyi is still messing with something. I don't know what kind of nonsense she's doing, but the protective barrier just can't be opened. The people outside can't get in at all." Li Haiping, hearing this, was so angry that he screamed to the sky, "Xian Jingyi, you fool! If I survive today, I will personally chop off your head." Saying this, he turned to Li Yuza and yelled, "Yuza, go open the protective barrier yourself. If necessary, you can act first and report later." Li Yuza, hearing this, released the chain in his hand and said, "Okay, I'll be right back." With that, Li Yuza left the elders to resist the blood fiend Mo Luo on their own while he rushed to the front of the protective barrier's door. At this moment, many of the younger members of the Li family were still screaming, "Let us in, let us in." And Xian Jingyi was still fumbling with the stone tablet, looking very anxious, but for some unknown reason, the family head's command seal, which used to work every time, was not working today. The protective barrier showed no response, but the blood fiend Mo Luo was already close. If it wasn't opened soon, everyone would die. At this moment, Li Yuza rushed over and yelled at Xian Jingyi, "What the hell are you doing? Why haven't you opened the protective barrier yet?" Xian Jingyi, seeing Li Yuza coming, began to cry out in panic, "This damn thing. I don't know what's wrong, it's not working. The barrier has no response." Furious, Li Yuza walked up to the stone tablet, personally inserted the family head's command seal into the groove, and poured his mana into it. But, just as Xian Jingyi said, the protective barrier still showed no response, as if it were broken. Seeing this, Li Yuza's eyes turned blood red. He grabbed Xian Jingyi by the neck and shouted, "Fool, what did you do to the family head's command seal? Why isn't it working now?" Xian Jingyi, at a loss, pitifully said, "What could I have done to it? I'm depending on it to stay alive too." Li Yuza, enraged, shouted, "Then what's going on now? The family head's command seal has always been in your care. Now it's broken, and you still want to shirk responsibility?" Upon hearing this, Xian Jingyi's tears instantly streamed down. She bitterly said, "Why are you shouting so loud? Maybe that thing was already broken to begin with. It can't be opened now, but it's not my fault." At this moment, Li Yuza's anger was almost about to explode. If that stupid woman hadn't stopped Li Siyu when she came looking for the family head's command seal, the large formation would probably have been open long ago, and they wouldn't have reached such a state now. "Idiot, I'm going to kill you." In his rage, Li Yuza drew his long sword, intending to kill this foolish woman. But at that moment, a voice came from inside the protective barrier, "Li Yuza." Li Yuza turned around and saw that it was Li Siyu, Li Qingyun, and the other guards. They had been locked in the demon suppression tower by Li Haiping earlier, so now they were appearing inside the protective barrier. When Li Yuza saw Li Siyu, he shouted excitedly from across the barrier, "Sister, what's going on? Why isn't the family head's command seal working?" At this moment, only then did he call Li Siyu sister. But Li Siyu, not holding any grudges, immediately responded, "The family head's command seal can only be used once a day. After it's used, it has to wait until midnight the next day to be used again. When Li Haiping locked us in earlier, it was used once. If you want to use it again, you'll have to wait 12 more hours." Chapter 49, The Li family is finished, totally finished. Upon hearing this, Li Yuza's face turned pale. Li Yuza felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, only once a day? The next use has to wait for 12 hours? What kind of joke is this? How can several elders hold out for so long? As he spoke, his eyes started to panic, and he became flustered. When he looked at Li Xiao, he kneeled down and said in a pleading tone, "Sister, I know you must have a way, right? I beg you, please find a way to save us. If we all die, the Li family will be completely finished." Li Xiao glanced at the approaching blood fiend demon Luo in the distance, then said, "Wait, I will draw a spell seal and mark it on the protective barrier. Then, you and I will simultaneously launch our strongest attack on that spell seal. In this way, we can create an opening in the protective barrier. Once everyone gets inside, the opening will automatically heal. At that time, we will be saved." Upon hearing this, Li Yuza immediately became excited and said, "Really? Then sister, hurry up and take action, I will definitely cooperate with you." The other younger members followed suit, saying, "Second miss, if you have any other orders, we will follow them immediately." At this moment, they actually complied with Li Xiao's commands obediently. Li Xiao wanted to speak and arrange for them to help, but at that moment, Li Qingyun suddenly said, "Miss, we can't do this now." Li Xiao and the people outside the barrier simultaneously turned their attention to Li Qingyun. They heard Li Qingyun coldly say to Li Xiao, "That monster is less than 200 meters away from us. If you open the barrier now, the monster might breach through that opening and destroy the entire barrier. If it really comes to that, not just them, all of us will die." Li Xiao was instantly frozen upon hearing this. Indeed, if they opened a gap in the barrier now, even if it could heal automatically, it would still mean exposing a weakness to the Blood Fiend Demon Luo. If Blood Fiend Demon Luo seized the opportunity and launched a frenzied attack on that opening, the entire protective barrier would be destroyed. As Li Xiao looked at the people outside the protective barrier, she hesitated. But the people outside were angrily shouting, especially Li Yuza, who slammed his fist on the barrier and yelled at Li Qingyun. "Li Qingyun, you! Do you forget so quickly their curses, their accusations against you?" Li Xiyuan glared at Li Qingyun and shouted, "I am the legitimate eldest daughter of the Li family, my father is the head of the Li family. Now that my father is gone, no matter what, I will protect the Li family." As she spoke, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Xiyuan began to carve a magic seal on the Li family's barrier. Li Yuza, witnessing this scene, was so excited that he nearly cried out. He joyfully said to Li Xiyuan, "Sister, from today on, you are my reborn parents. In the future, if you say south, I will absolutely not say west, if you say east, I will not say north. My life, Li Yuza, belongs to you." Even Xian Jingyi knelt down to Li Xiyuan at this moment, crying and saying, "Xiyuan, I'm sorry, it was my third aunt's wrongdoing, she wrongly blamed you. Don't worry, once today's matter passes, my third aunt will definitely work hard to make it up to you." However, Li Xiyuan completely ignored their words of gratitude. She continued to focus on carving the magic seal. But just as the seal was about to be completed, Li Qingyun and his group of bodyguards suddenly took action against Li Xiyuan. This scene happened too quickly and too suddenly, almost catching everyone off guard. Even Li Xiyuan looked on in horror. At this moment, she was pinned to the ground, unable to move, and angrily shouted, "Li Qingyun, what are you doing? Are you trying to rebel?" Li Qingyun, equally furious, replied, "Miss. Even ants are greedy for life, let alone we living people? That monster has already arrived, if you open the barrier now, we will definitely die. Even if you are not afraid of death, I am scared, my brothers are scared, we do not want to die in the mouth of that monster." With Li Qingyun's loud shout, in the next moment, there was a soft thud. Then everyone saw a head suddenly flying over, crashing down heavily on the shield protecting the barrier. This scene shocked everyone, even Li Yuza almost collapsed to the ground in fear. Because they saw that head was actually Li Haiping's. From the expression of terror on his face at the moment of death, it was clear how cruel the bloodthirsty demon had been to him. Then, when they turned their heads, they saw the bloodthirsty demon had already charged into the crowd of the Li family. It had grown countless tentacles, and on the tips of the tentacles, there were even mouths. With tentacles extending over 100 meters, the attack range of the bloodthirsty demon also extended to over 100 meters. The 30 tentacles shot out, immediately unleashing a frenzied massacre on the entire Li family. In an instant, heart-wrenching screams echoed, as all tried to escape, only to be pierced through the heart by the tentacles. At that moment, the entire Li family was filled with a rich smell of blood, various corpses, and severed limbs piling high. Seeing this, Li Yuza was utterly desperate, kneeling helplessly on the ground. The Li family is finished, completely finished. But then, a wave of overwhelming hatred surged around Li Yuza, and he yelled at the bloodthirsty demon, "Even if I die, I will still take a piece of your skin." Saying this, Li Yuza took out a large axe weighing over 100 kilograms from his storage ring. He then stuffed a handful of pills into his mouth. By overextending his body and depleting all his lifespan, Li Yuza's strength rapidly soared at this moment. In an instant, he progressed from extreme earth profound realm to great accomplishment true martial realm, and then, gripping the axe, he charged straight at the bloodthirsty demon. At this time, the bloodthirsty demon had already entered its third stage. Become like a lizard man, lying on the ground, crawling with hands and feet. The human face of Sui Xuan, which had once been intact, had already been ruined in the battle. Now, it turned into a skull-like face, but the hands and feet still retained their human form. The difference was that it had 4 arms, 2 legs, and a pair of fleshy wings growing behind it. In the middle of the wings, that is, along its back, disgusting tentacles sprouted. Each tentacle had a mouth at its tip, and the surface of the tentacles was covered with poisonous thorns. Once touched, death was almost certain. But Liuza didn't care about any of this. When he saw the bloodthirsty demon Luo slaughtering his Li family members, killing his younger siblings, he knew he had to fight the bloodthirsty demon Luo to the death. Holding a large cleaver, he charged towards the bloodthirsty demon Luo. Perhaps with the belief that he would die, at this moment, Liuza's speed was even faster than his peak period, and he even cut off several tentacles. Chapter 50, Chen Haoling exits the seclusion, extreme true martial realm. In the distance, the major families of Qingyue City, along with the true martial realm experts from the city lord's mansion, nearly 50 people in total, all rushed toward the bloodthirsty demon Luo's direction. In fact, as soon as the bloodthirsty demon Luo appeared in the Li family, these experts had already sensed the thick demonic aura. Especially when they saw that this monster had slaughtered hundreds of people from the Li family, completely wiping them out, they were so furious they almost wanted to strike immediately to slay it. But City Lord Zhou Hongsheng signaled to others not to act rashly, and suggested they observe the bloodthirsty demon Luo first. So, they watched helplessly as one true martial realm expert after another from the Li family fell into the mouth of the bloodthirsty demon Luo. Zhou Hongsheng looked at Liuza fighting the bloodthirsty demon Luo, his face turning grim. He whispered to himself, "Where did that damn Su family get this monster from? Already 20 true martial experts have died in its mouth, and if this continues, everyone will end up as its meal." At this moment, Butler Long spoke, "The Su family is all dead. To find out where they got this thing from, we probably need to investigate thoroughly. As for how to deal with this monster right now, I think we should strike immediately to prevent further casualties." Zhou Hongsheng hesitated upon hearing this. Last time, to stop Chen Haoling's rampage, Zhou Hongsheng had used a secret technique to temporarily elevate his power to the yin-yang realm. But after the secret technique, his body had fallen into a very weak state. Now, his strength had fallen back to the extreme true martial realm. And with this level of power, trying to deal with that monster was nothing short of seeking death. But at this moment, the experts from the Sun family could no longer stand by. They spoke to the City Lord, "City Lord, let me go and probe this monster's depth." Saying this, the expert at the perfect true martial realm didn't wait for the City Lord's reply, and rushed toward the bloodthirsty demon Luo. This person clearly could not accept watching a group of powerless Li family juniors being slaughtered so cruelly, so he wanted to take action against the bloodthirsty demon Luo personally. Then, experts from the Qian family, Zhao family, and other families also took action, joining the fight to save others. More than 50 top-level experts, 40 of them immediately moved, with many strong individuals from the City Lord's family also joining the fray. Clearly, these people knew very well that if they allowed the monster to continue eating people, its strength would grow even stronger. Once it reached a new height, perhaps no one would be able to stop it. The principle of the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold was something these experts definitely understood. They knew that if they wanted to survive, they had to act. To protect the younger generation of his family, he must take action now. Zhou Hongsheng could only choose to accept this. Below, Liuza was kneeling on one knee, his left arm gone, and wounds covering his body, totaling over 100. But he showed no sign of retreat, his eyes fixed intensely on the bloodthirsty monster approaching him step by step. Liuza gasped heavily, turning his head to look behind at 7 or 8 childhood members of the Li family, then shouted at the bloodthirsty monster. "Beast, my Li family will not be destroyed. Today I might die, but in the future, my descendants will surely avenge me." As he spoke, Liuza surprisingly picked up his heavy machete, wanting to unleash his own magical power and perish in the explosion with the bloodthirsty monster. But the bloodthirsty monster let out a strange screech, its mouth chewing on the remains of many Li family members, appearing very pleased. It clearly understood Liuza's words, but completely disregarded them. At that moment, it opened its mouth and stuck out its tongue. That tongue shot out like a frog's tongue, aimed straight at Liuza, clearly intending to render him completely useless. Within the protective barrier, Li Xiao's eyes widened in horror as she desperately struggled, wanting to rush out and protect the young ones of the Li family. But her body was firmly held down by Li Qingyun, preventing her from moving even a bit, forced to watch her younger siblings being killed. However, a flash of blade light descended, slashing the monster's tongue the instant it was about to reach Liuza. This scene stunned many onlookers. Immediately after, countless powerful figures fell from the sky, surrounding the bloodthirsty monster. At this time, the powerful figure Qian Yongxing turned his head to glance at Liuza behind him and praised, "Kid, you did well, you're a man. Now let us handle the rest." Seeing the newcomers, Liuza excitedly exclaimed, "Uncle Qian?" Even Qianjingyi, hiding in the distance, was thrilled, saying, "Brother." Qianjingyi ran out with excitement on her face, "Brother, you finally made it. I thought I was going to die here today." Qian Yongsheng glanced at his foolish sister and helplessly said, "Stay back, don't come too close." Qianjingyi obediently responded, then helped Liuza step aside. Now, over 40 top-tier powerhouses raised their weapons all at once and charged toward the bloodthirsty monster. In a flash, a brutal battle erupted, and many nearby buildings collapsed under the terrifying waves of magical energy. On the 9th level of the demon-suppressing tower, Li Xinyue lounged on a soft chair, eating fruit while watching the scene below. This time, she enjoyed the show thoroughly, perhaps due to the overwhelming number of strong figures present. At this moment, she felt no fear that the bloodthirsty monster would come her way. But at that moment, the training room suddenly opened, and the long-absent Chen Haoling slowly stepped out. However, Chen Haoling emerged bare-chested, his tight muscles radiating explosive beauty. He walked over to Li Xinyue's side, glancing down at the battle below and asking, "What stage has this developed to?" Li Xinyue shot him a glance and replied for herself, "You finally came out, I thought you had died in there." Chen Haoling replied slowly, "I broke through a few small realms, so it took a bit of time." Upon hearing this, Li Xinyue instinctively said, "Broke through a few small realms? Don't tell me you've already reached the perfection, true martial realm level?" Chen Haoling sat down, casually picked up a cup of tea, took a big gulp, and then said, "I've reached the limit, true martial realm, but all the spirit stones you gave me are completely used up." Li Xinyue's pupils slightly constricted upon hearing this. On one hand, she was shocked that Chen Haoling had suddenly broken through from the limit, Earth Profound Realm to the limit, true martial realm. On the other hand, Li Xinyue had given Chen Haoling nearly 27,000 spirit stones over time. Had he consumed all of it in such a short time? It's important to know that other cultivators only need about 9,000 spirit stones to rise from limit, Earth Profound Realm to limit, true martial realm. But Chen Haoling's consumption was 3 times higher than that of ordinary cultivators. What level must Chen Haoling's strength have reached? Thinking of this, Li Xinyue said to Chen Haoling again, "The Li family, with over 700 members, has now lost about 600, leaving only some elderly, weak, women, and children. Basically, we are done for. Right now, the city lord and other powerful families in the city have come to help, and there are about 30 true martial realm warriors below. Although they are still in the advantage, if time drags on, it will probably change." As she spoke, she glanced at the sky. There was still about half an hour until dawn. She then looked at Chen Haoling, "With your current strength, can you deal with the blood evil demon?" Chen Haoling fell silent and took a full 10 breaths before slowly saying, "I am not a match for that thing. If I encounter it, I may die." Li Xinyue was somewhat startled, looking at Chen Haoling, clearly not expecting him to admit so bluntly that he couldn't defeat the blood evil demon. However, just at this moment, the blood evil demon below suddenly turned to look in their direction. Immediately, it let out an excited shriek, drool pouring from its mouth, looking as if it had discovered some incredibly delicious food. Chapter 51, Diverting Disaster Eastward. This scene happened to be seen by Li Xiao not far away. She followed the blood evil demon's gaze and saw Chen Haoling, who was in the 9th layer of the demon suppressor tower. In an instant, a light bulb went off in Li Xiao's head, and she was stunned to realize that she had completely forgotten about this variable, Chen Haoling. With his strength, even if he couldn't kill the blood evil demon, at least he could hold it back, giving the remaining elderly, weak, and sick members of the Li family time to escape. But would Chen Haoling help her deal with the blood evil demon? Probably not. Thinking this, myriad thoughts began to whirl in her mind. Soon, she thought of a good plan. And this plan was quite simple, just 4 characters, diverting disaster eastward. Forcing Chen Haoling to step up and handle the blood evil demon. But this way, she and Chen Haoling might never reconcile, and he would surely resent her for a lifetime. However, to protect the remaining elderly, weak, women, and children of the Li family, she had to do it. Between family and Chen Haoling, she chose family. At this moment, outside the protective barrier, the blood evil demon seemed to have fallen into a frenzied state, beginning to scream excitedly, and its attacks became more and more ferocious. The 30 or so true martial realm warriors gathered around it were quickly forced to retreat. Even Chen Yongxing was nearly thrown to the ground. A hideous blood mark appeared on his chest. That was the mark left by the tentacles of the blood demon. Does this beast never tire? After beating for so long, it still has such energy. Chen Yongxing gasped heavily, the fiery pain in his chest making his face flush red. But the next moment, he saw the blood demon let out a tremendous roar, and then its tentacles began to change again. Some tentacles had their tips transformed from mouths into sharp blades, while others grew heavy exoskeletons resembling hammers. Even some tentacles had heads sprouting from them. Yes, heads. Those strong warriors devoured by the blood demon had all become part of it. Immediately, the tentacles that turned into blades started to swing wildly around. Swish, swish, swish. The speed of the blades slicing through the air was incredibly fast, creating afterimages as they cut through. Clang! A warrior from the Sun family blocked one of the blade cuts with a single strike. But the next moment, another tentacle followed closely behind. The tip of that tentacle was a mouth, and it opened wide towards the Sun family warrior, then a burst of black demon fire suddenly sprayed out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Crash! In an instant, the searing demon fire ignited the Sun family warrior, turning his body into a fiery man, and within a short time, he was reduced to a pile of charred remains. Seeing this scene, all the strong warriors from various families fell silent, their eyes filled with deep fear as they looked at the blood demon. Clearly, this monster's strength exceeded their understanding. Perhaps only a true yin-yang realm expert could subdue it, otherwise, no matter how many more people came, they would just be sending themselves to death. Only Qian Yongxing shouted, "Everyone, calm down. If you don't want to die, then don't hold back. I know you all have hidden trump cards. Right now, immediately, use all your power, or once the Li family is destroyed, our family will be next." His words struck like a bomb, instantly waking up the many clan warriors present. They turned to look at Qian Yongsheng, who had already taken action. He stepped forward and leaped into the air, activating his combat skill, Wind Whirlwind. Whoosh! Around Qian Yongsheng, violent tornadoes suddenly gathered, sweeping towards the blood demon. Boom! The incredibly powerful hurricane lifted the blood demon, weighing dozens of tons, off the ground. Qian Yongxing shouted to the crowd, "Now is the time, quickly destroy it." As soon as he said this, all the clan warriors sprang into action at once. The Sun family warrior formed seals with both hands, and dense beast fire surged around him. Then, he waved his hand, invoking the combat skill, Dragon Fire Burn Heaven. A dragon-shaped flame shot straight from the Sun family warrior's hand, piercing through the blood demon's body right in front of everyone's eyes. It was hard to imagine that the penetrative force of that dragon-shaped flame could be so strong. But the event wasn't over. A warrior from the Zhao family also unleashed his family's secret skill, Purple Lightning Calamity, and charged towards the blood demon. Like a giant net, purple lightning wrapped around the blood demon, making it experience a relentless barrage of lightning strikes every second. In addition, the other family warriors below also unleashed their strongest attacks, aiming at the blood demon in the sky. The colorful magic seemed to illuminate the night. The next moment, all these magics were gathered into one point by Qian Yongxing's Wind Whirlwind. Wrapped the blood demon lord, compressing its body into a space only the size of a fist. Qian Yongxing clapped his hands and shouted, "Explode!" That fist-sized ball of light immediately exploded. Boom! A brilliant fireball burst forth in the sky, spreading outwards. Even those below were nearly blown away by the overwhelming wave of heat. Then, pieces of the blood demon lord's flesh fell like raindrops. Seeing this, Qian Yongsheng let out a small sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a look of gratitude, and said, "Finally, it's dead." The surviving younger members of the Li family cheered upon seeing this. The other strong warriors exchanged knowing smiles, looking like they had survived a disaster. Only Chen Haoling, atop the demon-suppressing tower, quietly watched the scene, murmuring slowly, "The bloodthirsty clan, one of the 8 tribes of the Abyssal Cave, could die so easily?" Just as his voice fell, the pieces of the blood demon lord's flesh suddenly transformed into sharp silver needles. Then came a series of soft sounds, and more than 30 true martial realm strong warriors were attacked and killed by those silver needles. Even Shen Yongxing was pierced in the left shoulder by a sudden blade. For a moment, the crowd was in an uproar. More than half of the strong warriors fell on the spot, and the remaining ones were severely injured and in critical condition. Next, everyone despaired as they saw the blood demon lord's body actually gathering together. Before long, the pieces of flesh formed the complete body of the blood demon lord, perfectly unharmed. At this moment, the crowd could only think of one word to describe the blood demon lord: monster. It was really a monster, completely unkillable and unbeatable. The next moment, the restored blood demon lord let out a low growl, and then it breathed out intense black flames. These flames ignited everything around them, appearing like a sea of fire rushing forth from afar. Faced with the terrifying wave of flames, countless people were instantly overwhelmed, and those who could still move sought shelter on large rocks or artificial hills to escape the disaster. Just as the blood demon lord was about to start another slaughter, a sudden crack echoed loudly. Then, Chen Yongsheng, along with the city lord Zhou Hongsheng and the surviving strong warriors, saw that the protective barrier on the demon-suppressing tower had actually shattered. Like shards of glass, and beneath the protective barrier, Li Xiao stood upright next to a formation eye. Behind her, Li Qingyun and others had been beaten unconscious by her. Without a doubt, it was Li Xiao, relying on her knowledge of the protective barrier of the demon-suppressing tower, who forcibly destroyed the formation eye from within and successfully wrecked the protective barrier. Chapter 52, Chen Haoling is backstabbed by Li Xiao again. This scene also drew the attention of the blood demon lord, which turned to look at Li Xiao. But Li Xiao loudly said to the blood demon lord, "Blood demon lord, I know what you want. It's nothing but powerful spiritual blood. Now, I'll tell you. In the 9th layer of the demon-suppressing tower behind me, there is a man named Chen Haoling. He has a bloodline that is thousands of times stronger than our Li family's spiritual ghost blood. It is called God of War bloodline. As long as you consume him, it will be enough for you to complete your evolution and even advance to the level of blood demon Azura. As soon as this was said, flames reignited in the Blood Demon Lord's eyes. As a highly intelligent creature, it could certainly understand Li Xiao's words. Suddenly, its gaze lifted up, looking towards the direction where Chen Haoling was located. Although it had sensed that Chen Haoling's aura was very unusual earlier, it was ultimately uncertain about what exactly was unusual, so it did not rashly take action against him. But now, after hearing Li Xiao's words, the Blood Fiend Demon knew it could act. At that moment, it let out an excited roar and, right in front of everyone, charged straight towards the 9th level of the Demon Suppression Tower. It was like an enormous lizard, with 4 arms and 2 legs, piercing through the walls of the Demon Suppression Tower, climbing rapidly upwards. Many strong warriors were stunned upon seeing this. Qian Yongsheng was lying slanted under a rock, gasping heavily. Blood God Bloodline? What is that? Beside Qian Yongsheng, Qian Jingyi cautiously bandaged his wounds and said, "Brother, don't talk, let me bandage you first. After it's done, let's hurry and leave, okay?" On the other side, City Lord Zhou Hongsheng also looked towards the direction where Chen Haoling was, then suddenly laughed. Last time, it was this Chen Haoling who, at the Extreme Earth Profound Realm level, killed 8 out of 10 true warriors. This time, facing a super monster, I wonder if he can handle it again? As he spoke, Zhou Hongsheng revealed an expectant look. Beside him, Butler Long said, "His strength has grown significantly since the last time, but I still think it's quite dangerous against that monster. City Lord, let's avoid it for now. When the strong from Tiandu Mansion arrive, we can come out and clean up the mess." Zhou Hongsheng waved his hand. How could he miss such a thrilling show? Then, he looked towards Li Xiao and teased, "This Li Xiao has thoroughly offended Chen Haoling. Afterwards, she will probably face his fierce retaliation." Butler Long remained silent about this. Even Li Xiao below already had tears filling her eyes when she saw the Blood Fiend Demon truly charging at Chen Haoling. Her heart was full of guilt and pain. She murmured to herself, "Chen Haoling, I'm sorry, really sorry, I didn't want it to be like this, but I really have no choice. I can't just watch the little bloodline of my Li family die in the mouth of the Blood Fiend Demon. If the strong from other families could deal with the Blood Fiend Demon, I wouldn't want to betray you. I know that afterwards you will definitely hate me a lot, but it's okay, as long as the Li family can survive this crisis, no matter how you punish me, I will have no regrets." Saying this, Li Xiao wiped her tears away vigorously, then turned around to rescue those young children of the Li family, who were only 15 or 16 years old, or even just 7 or 8. At the 9th level of the Demon Suppression Tower, Chen Haoling had already put on his clothes and also took out the boundless blade. Li Xinyue stood beside him, helping arrange his collar, just like a virtuous wife. "Are you really planning to fight the Blood Fiend Demon?" Chen Haoling looked at the shaking Demon Suppression Tower and said helplessly, "That beast has already come up, I can't dodge anymore. What else can I do but fight? But this is also good, as long as I can get the blood core from its body. When the full moon night arrives, my boundless blade can also be empowered." As he spoke, he drew the Tang Hung blade from its sheath in front of Li Xinyue. Li Xinyue was slightly stunned upon seeing this. Isn't this blade supposed to be impossible to draw? Chen Haoling stroked the blade. "I don't know why, but after breaking through to the true martial realm, I'm able to unsheath it. But its blade energy couldn't get released at all. And this led to its unique knife skills and secrets being completely unusable. In this state, the boundless blade was at best just a very hard, very sharp ordinary tang knife." He shook his head bitterly. Sure enough, it can only be used after it's consecrated. While speaking, Blood Fiend Moro had already rushed to the 9th floor, but its body was too enormous, and in that moment of rushing up, it even forcibly lifted the entire ceiling of the Demon Suppression Tower. That huge face was staring straight at Chen Haoling, as if it was looking at delicious food. Chen Haoling turned to look at Blood Fiend Moro and said to Li Xinyue, "You go ahead, I'll find you later." Li Xinyue took a few steps back and said to Chen Haoling, "Be careful, don't be too reckless." After saying this, she turned around and flew away with a floating artifact. At that moment, Blood Fiend Moro lunged straight at Chen Haoling. Under the Demon Suppression Tower, Li Yuza leaned against his machete, trying to support his battered body, wanting to rush up to aid Chen Haoling. But at that moment, Li Mingxiao, who had appeared from nowhere, pulled him back and said, "Eldest brother, are you crazy? You're injured like this, what are you going up for?" Li Yuza looked at this coward, who had been hiding since the battle started, and felt an anger rising, but still said, "Although Chen Haoling isn't of the Li family, he is fighting for the Li family. No matter what, I can't just watch him get eaten." Li Mingxiao cursed loudly, "Stop it. If you go up, you'll end up being eaten too. Come on, hurry up and hide with me. If you die, the big uncle's family will be finished." Li Yuza instinctively wanted to refute something. But suddenly, Blood Fiend Moro's body fell from the Demon Suppression Tower. Seeing this, Li Mingxiao screamed in fright and immediately pulled Li Yuza to run far away. Just as they escaped, the massive body of Blood Fiend Moro crashed to the ground. Boom! The ground instantly created a deep pit, and a wave of air swept outwards, directly sending Li Mingxiao and the others flying, causing them to fall hard. Chapter 53, Li Xiao orders Chen Haoling and Blood Fiend Moro. In the next moment, the tongue close to Chen Haoling spontaneously ignited, a burst of white demon fire quickly burning the tongue. Chen Haoling's hell was a self-igniting area formed within a radius of 4 meters centered on himself, where any object approaching this domain would swiftly catch fire. As that tongue was ignited, the blood-slaughtered demon roar let out a painful scream, quickly retracting its tongue. It then used other tentacles to attack Chen Haoling. Seeing this, Chen Haoling swung the boundless blade and charged forward again. Soon, both sides were locked in a fierce struggle. It is hard to imagine that just a second ago the blood-slaughtered demon roar could knock down over 30 true martial realm powerhouses, yet now it was being suppressed by Chen Haoling. At the same time, Li Xiao quickly approached, but she was not there to help Chen Haoling. Instead, she reached the stone tablet that opened the barrier of the demon suppression tower. Then, Li Xiao loudly called out to the powerful families in the distance, "Quickly bring a few people over to help me, we need to reopen the protective barrier." Upon hearing this, the Qin family, the Zhao family, and the Sun family suddenly realized that the blood-slaughtered demon roar was still within the protective barrier of the demon suppression tower. If they reopened the protective barrier at this moment, they could trap the blood-slaughtered demon roar inside. Immediately, countless strong individuals surged over, and Chen Yongxing approached Li Xiao and asked, "What do you need us to do?" Li Xiao glanced at the remaining active powerhouses and quickly outlined the positions of the barrier's formations. Then she handed over the spiritual formation diagram for the barrier to these people and finally instructed them on how to inject their magic into the formation points to reopen the barrier. Her words were simple, and soon everyone on site understood. Then they followed her instructions to the various formation points of the demon suppression tower. But at this moment, Li Yuza stepped forward, saying to Li Xiao, "Sister, wait a minute, Chen Haoling is still inside. If you open the protective barrier now, it will trap both him and the blood-slaughtered demon roar together." Li Xiao, with red eyes, shouted, "I'm not blind, I don't need your reminder." Though she said this, her actions at the stone tablet did not stop for a moment. Soon, the command to restart the protective barrier was injected, and they would just need to wait for all the powerful individuals to get in position before the barrier could be reactivated. But Li Yuza immediately stepped up and said to Li Xiao, "I'll go remind Chen Haoling to find a chance to escape." "No." Tears flowed from Li Xiao's eyes once again, and she sobbed, saying, "I know, I have wronged him, but I truly have no other way. Moreover, at most, in 1T's time, 15 minutes, the sun will rise, and then the blood-evil demon will die under the sun's scorching heat, and Chen Haoling will also be saved. With Chen Haoling's strength, he can definitely hold out for 1T's time." Li Yuza looked again at Chen Haoling, who was still fighting fiercely against the blood-evil demon. Finally, he did not say more, but instead murmured to himself, "What if he can't hold on?" Li Xiao replied straightforwardly, "Then I will die with him." As soon as she said this, her palm slammed on the stone tablet. At this moment, the powers of the great masters had already infused into the core of the protective barrier. As Li Xiao activated the decree, a semicircular protective barrier appeared from top to bottom, enclosing the entire demon suppression tower along with Chen Haoling and the blood-evil demon. Inside the barrier, Chen Haoling had already lost all reason in his rage, completely unaware that the protective barrier had reappeared, trapping him along with the blood-evil demon. Chen Haoling stood on the back of the blood-evil demon, and his infinite blade struck down like a piledriver, crazily striking its skin. This caused a large splash of blood to erupt. However, the moment this blood touched the infinite blade, it was all absorbed. The blood-evil demon cried out in pain after being struck hundreds of times, going insane. The next second, clusters of rotten flesh and pus grew on its skin, and then these pus-filled lumps transformed into many blood-evil demons. Although they were many, they were nearly the same size as an average person, just very small compared to the main body. Chen Haoling was both absorbing the blood within the blood-evil demon using the infinite blade and fiercely hacking at those many blood-evil demons. Chapter 54, The Fall of Li Xiao. In an instant, sharp blade energy collided with cold light, demonic fire with white flames, magical power with demonic power, combat techniques with demonic techniques, unleashing an astonishing clash. Such an intense battle even made the protective barrier tremble violently. The demon suppression tower in the middle suddenly collapsed under this terrifying battle. From a distance, the city lord, Zhou Hongsheng, watched the battle, his face frozen in shock. He instinctively looked at Butler Long and asked, "Uncle Long, is that Chen Haoling really only 19 years old?" Butler Long swallowed his saliva and had an expression that looked at Chen Haoling and the blood-evil demon like a monster. Though this old servant is unwilling to admit it, his age is indeed only 19. He is even 2 years younger than our young master Zhou Haoran. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hongsheng's mouth twitched. His son Zhou Haoran was known as the #1 genius of Changyue City, who initially fought against Li Xiao at the clan competition. But whether it was Zhou Haoran or Li Xiao, in front of Chen Haoling, they might not even be comparable to ants. Zhou Hongsheng completely believed that if his son faced Chen Haoling, he would probably be severely injured before even taking a breath. Compared to Chen Haoling, those so-called geniuses and talents in Changyue City seemed like a joke. Just as Zhou Hongsheng was thinking this, a loud bang suddenly occurred. When Zhou Hongsheng looked up, he saw Chen Haoling plunging his knife into the blood evil demon's head and then directing it to slam against the protective barrier like a bull. Once, twice, 3 times. Soon, cracks actually began to appear on the protective barrier. This scene left Li Xiao completely stunned. The protective barrier of the demon suppression tower was created by the ancestor of the Li family, a true Yangyin realm powerhouse, and at this moment, it actually cracked? How could this be possible? Before Li Xiao could figure out why this was happening, the protective barrier let out a faint snap. Then, Chen Haoling rode the blood evil Mo Luo and crashed through the enormous protective barrier, charging straight out. In an instant, many people were frightened and screamed. Even Li Xiao quickly stepped back. But on Chen Haoling's side, he did not stop. He stood on the head of the blood evil Mo Luo, the boundless blade deeply embedded in its skull, crazily absorbing its blood and plasma. Driven by immense pain, the blood evil Mo Luo began to rampage, spewing forth a large amount of demon fire everywhere. At that moment, the entire Li family's estate was set ablaze, countless buildings reduced to ruins. At this time, Li Xiao jumped onto a remaining building, watching Chen Haoling and the blood evil Mo Luo in the distance. She pondered for a while and then took out a bow from her storage ring. It was a big bow forged from bronze, a magical instrument at the superior spirit tool level. When fully activated, it could even injure a Yangyin realm powerhouse. And this bronze bow was one of the Li family's treasures, the Hui Divine Bow. Instantly, Li Xiao slowly drew the Hui Divine Bow, and a sharp arrow materialized. She aimed the arrow at Chen Haoling's position. It was not that she wanted to kill Chen Haoling, but rather, his position was exactly where the demon core in the blood evil Mo Luo's brain was located. As long as the demon core was pierced, then the blood evil Mo Luo could never recover its body again. Li Xiao took a deep breath, whispering, "Husband, I'm sorry. Although I know you could never forgive me. But I still want to say I'm sorry." As soon as she finished speaking, she gently loosened the grip on the arrow. With a whoosh, the arrow shot straight out. The speed was so fast that it seemed almost close to the speed of sound. From the arrow's trajectory, it was clear that Li Xiao aimed to pierce Chen Haoling's heart, taking the demon core in the blood evil Mo Luo's skull with it. But at that moment, the blood evil Mo Luo suddenly made a sharp turn. This move unexpectedly flung Chen Haoling out, and at the very moment they separated, an arrow shot right between them. And this scene was instantly captured by Chen Haoling, who looked at Li Xiao with a fierce glare. But Li Xiao completely ignored Chen Haoling's gaze, because she was terrified to see the blood evil Mo Luo charging towards her. After the bloody battle with Chen Haoling, the blood evil Mo Luo could no longer see, so it was rampaging blindly. And now, it was charging straight towards Li Xiao. In her panic, Li Xiao wanted to draw her bow and shoot again, but the blood evil Mo Luo was coming too fast. So fast that she did not have time to draw the bow. Ultimately, she took a step forward and leaped towards the direction of the blood evil Mo Luo. However, she jumped high, so from an onlooker's perspective, it looked like Li Xiao chose to jump over the blood evil Mo Luo's head in the face of its charge. But just as Li Xiao was in midair, she was horrified to see Chen Haoling suddenly appear in front of her like a ghost. His eyes were blood red, and a cruel smile hung on his face. With a vicious look on his face, he said, "Did you have fun just now? If you did, then let me make you even happier." Saying this, Chen Haoling's boundless blade, like the Grim Reaper's sickle, sliced straight towards Li Xiao's neck. Seeing this, Li Xiao was immediately scared out of her wits, letting out a sharp scream. She realized it was too late to dodge. All they heard was a soft poochy sound. It was like a ray of light piercing through Li Xiao's neck, along with the bloodthirsty demonic Luo beneath her. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Everyone stared in disbelief, especially the many masters of the Qian family and the younger members of the Li family. They just watched as Li Xiao's head flew off her neck. Blood gushed out from the severed neck. Li Xiao's expression still held an air of disbelief. Clearly, until the moment of her death, she never expected that Chen Haoling would actually kill her. Perhaps in her mind, no matter what mistake she made, Chen Haoling would never blame her. Even when she conspired with his female disciple to assassinate him during his ascension to the path of godhood, he did nothing to her. But now, this understanding was completely shattered. Li Xiao, with her head still floating in the air, her consciousness not completely gone, but as she approached death, she gazed deeply at the man who had personally killed her. There was no hatred in her eyes, only relief, gratitude, but most of all, guilt. Even as death approached, she muttered, "Husband, I'm sorry. If possible, in the next life, I still want to be your wife." With those words, her eyes finally closed. Chapter 55, A Past Life's Familiar, Saintess of the Primordial Sword Sect, Xin Yanran. Dawn. A beautiful head rolled and dropped to the ground, staining the surface with blood along its path. For a moment, the remaining younger members of the Li family were all frozen in place. Especially Li Mingxiao, Li Yuza, and others, who nearly fainted. Only then did they dare not believe that the most outstanding second young lady of the Li family was dead, and in such a brutal way, her head severed from her body. This scene was impossible for those younger members to accept. The elder generations of the Li family, parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents, were all long gone, and now, the only person they could rely on was Li Xiao. But now that she was dead too, how did they feel inside? At that moment, Li Yuza, in a rage, raised his large cleaver and charged toward Chen Haoling, shouting, "Chen Haoling, I'll take your life." In that moment, Li Yuza was completely consumed by anger, with only one thought in his mind, to kill Chen Haoling, the culprit of this tragedy. Even though he knew that Li Xiao's death was entirely her own fault, he would still do whatever it took to kill Chen Haoling. But at this moment, Chen Haoling slowly turned his head, his gaze slanting towards Li Yuza. In an instant, an overwhelming fear surged in Li Yuza's heart. It was the instinctive fear of death that all living beings have. This fear was uncontrollable and paralyzing, preventing him from making any movement. For a moment, Li Yuza felt as if he was petrified in place, not daring to move a single finger. He feared that any unnecessary movement might anger Chen Haoling and lead to his own death. Seeing that this man made no further moves, Chen Haoling ignored him and turned to walk straight toward the severed head of the bloodthirsty demonic Luo. Just before, when he decapitated Li Xiao, he had also struck down the bloodthirsty demonic Luo at the same time. However, that enormous head did not die, and it continued to let out a ferocious roar. Such terrifying vitality could explain why it became one of the greatest threats to the human race. Chen Haoling, however, ignored the bloodshot Mo Luo's screeches. After approaching, he raised his hand and struck down with a single slash. Then, that enormous head was split in two, and a thick spray of blood splattered out. At the same time, two crystals flew out along with the blood. Chen Haoling raised his hand and grabbed the two crystals. The two crystals were only the size of a thumb, one yellow and the other red. The red crystal was the bloodshot Mo Luo's blood crystal, which also served as its source of power, similar to the Yuan Palace of Cultivators. With this blood crystal, there was no need to find the owner of the spiritine blood, and the boundless blade could be activated. As for the yellow crystal, it was the bloodshot Mo Luo's magic core, which was its source of life, similar to a human heart. Li Xiao's previous target for shooting was this thing. As long as it was destroyed, the bloodshot Mo Luo's body would never regenerate, and it would die completely. But similarly, as long as this object remained intact, the bloodshot Mo Luo would not die, and it would keep reviving. Chen Haoling first stored the blood crystal in his storage ring. After the moon appeared, he could take it out to offer to the blade. As for the magic core, Chen Haoling raised the boundless blade in his hand, preparing to completely destroy it. However, at that very moment, a delicate shout rang out, "Stop!" As soon as the voice fell, Chen Haoling felt a tremendous force coming directly toward him. Chen Haoling was startled, and quickly raised the boundless blade to block in front of him. Boom! A huge sound erupted, and Chen Haoling felt as if he had been struck by an elephant. His body was sent flying backward. Boom! 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 Like a meteor, he crashed through dozens of large trees, some rocks, and a few ruined buildings, before finally slamming into a small mountain peak, where he came to a stop. Put! Chen Haoling was embedded in the mountain, spitting out a mouthful of blood. When he looked up, he was horrified to find that he had been sent flying over 200 meters. This scene also left the powerful figures in Chanyue City dumbfounded. What's going on? How could someone send Chen Haoling flying such a great distance? And he was even injured? At that moment, everyone's gaze turned in unison toward the person who had just spoken. 8 graceful figures, like immortal beings, appeared on flying swords, slowly descending. At a glance, there were 8 of them, and the woman at the forefront was the one who had just attacked Chen Haoling. She was a 17-year-old beauty, though young. Her slender figure was incredibly eye-catching. Her features were exquisite, with a touch of makeup, and her long black hair was styled in an elegant updo, decorated with various precious hairpins. The sudden mysterious woman extended a hand, palm facing upwards. In the next moment, the magic core that Chen Haoling had been holding fell straight from the sky and landed steadily in her hand. The city lord of Chanyue City, Zhou Hongshang, narrowed his eyes. Noticing the purple golden long gowns the 8 women were wearing, he muttered to himself. Wusher Sword Sect? Are they from the Wusher Sword Sect? Strange, why are they here? Although Zhou Hongshang was puzzled, he still jogged over. Perhaps because he was closer now, he felt the faint magical energy emanating from the leader of the group. What kind of magical fluctuations could this be? Could it be yin-yang Dao essence? Does that mean this woman is a powerful yin-yang realm cultivator? But soon, this thought was denied by Zhou Hongshang, who murmured, if she had reached the yin-yang realm, she wouldn't need a magical flying sword. Thinking this, Zhou Hongshang approached the woman and knelt on one knee, saying, I am Zhou Hongshang, the city lord of Chanyue City, respectfully welcoming the arrival of the immortal from the Wusher Sword Sect. As his words fell, everyone present took a deep breath, looking at the stunningly beautiful woman in terror. The visitor was actually from the Wuxia sword sect? In an instant, everyone who was still alive and able to move rushed over, including Qin Yongsheng, Xian Jingyi, Li Mingxiao, and Li Yuza, all kneeling together and chanting. We respectfully welcome the arrival of the immortal from the Wuxia sword sect. However, the woman didn't even glance at these people's bows, she only examined the magic core in her hand and directed the magical flying sword towards Chen Haoling. The 7 young girls behind her also controlled their flying swords to follow closely. Seeing this, everyone instinctively looked in the direction of the 8 people. Then, they saw the leading girl from the Wuxia sword sect approach Chen Haoling, smiling sweetly as she said, "Senior brother, long time no see." As her words fell, the scene fell into a dead silence like the grave. All the experts from Changyue City stared at this moment with horror in their expressions. Especially Qin Yongsheng, his eyes wide as he asked his sister, "What did the immortal just say? She called Chen Haoling senior brother?" Xian Jingyi also wore a look of disbelief. Not only the 2 siblings but even City Lord Zhou Hongsheng had a shocked expression on his face. In contrast, Butler Long seemed very calm, leisurely saying, "No wonder this boy's strength far exceeds his peers in Changyue City, it turns out he's a master in disguise." The younger members of the Li family fell silent, clearly remembering how they once suppressed and humiliated Chen Haoling. At that time, they thought Chen Haoling was just a small insect with no background and no strength, who would have thought he was actually from the Wuxia sword sect. Now, they wondered if Chen Haoling would seek revenge for what happened before. But in fact, not only were these outsiders shocked, even the 7 attendants behind the woman looked at their holy maiden in confusion. Clearly, these attendants were also bewildered as to why there. Even after the fall of the primordial sword sect, Chen Haoling still took care of her for nearly 10,000 years. But in the end, she couldn't escape the conclusion of being backstabbed by her. Recalling this, Chen Haoling lightly said, "You still haven't answered my question. What are you doing here? Surely, you didn't come all the way here just to kill me again, right? After all, I haven't joined the primordial sword sect yet, nor have I become your senior brother." Xin Yanran slightly lifted her head, as if she had already guessed that Chen Haoling would say this. She calmly replied, "Don't get me wrong, I just happened to pass by this place and thought you and Sister Sia should have also been reborn, so I wanted to come and see you. I didn't expect to see you behead Sister Sia." As she said this, Xin Yanran's tone turned cold, and the faint killing intent in her gaze towards Chen Haoling became much sharper. Chen Haoling, however, smiled and retorted, "Li Sia was killed by me, so what? Didn't you also want to eliminate me in the same way back then? Why are you unhappy now that it's your turn to be killed?" Upon hearing this, Xin Yanran's expression changed slightly, but she stood firm and replied, "Do you really not understand why we teamed up to attack you in our last life? Isn't it because you committed too many murders, which forced us to take action to eliminate you? Do you know how much we suffered during that process?" Chen Haoling merely chuckled at her words. In their last life, when they attacked her, they showed no mercy at all, going all out, without any sign of suffering. Then he said, "So just because I committed too many murders, you agreed to Li Xiao's lure and attack me while I was going through the 5 declines of heaven and man? That reason seems a bit unreasonable, right?" Xin Yanran pressed her lips together and then spoke with a somewhat complex expression. "Senior brother, to be honest, I am very grateful for your guidance. I'm also thankful that after the sect was destroyed, you took care of me and master and sister for such a long time, and I'm even more grateful for your various protections during our later cultivation. However, none of this can justify your killing of Xiaofan. If you had not killed Xiaofan, perhaps I would have helped persuade Sister Xiao and the others to give up on their hunt against you. But because you harmed Xiaofan, I had no choice but to stand on the opposite side of you. So, all of this was forced upon me by you." Well, the topic finally returned to the point. Chen Haoling turned his head with a smile, and although he had long known the reason why Xin Yanran and her group tried to kill him, hearing it in person still made his heart ache. "For a moment, I was really curious about how many enchantments you, Qinlan, and you Rushue must have drunk to be so infatuated with that Lu Linfan? That bastard is from the beast race. And the beast race preys on the human race. The threat he poses to the human race is even greater than that of abyssal demons. If I don't kill him, the ones who will die are you, me, Qinlan, Urushua, and all the people of the Tianju Empire, do you understand?" "Fool." Perhaps angered by Xin Yanran, Chen Haoling shouted the last sentence. And Xin Yanran seemed also enraged, retorted sharply. "Do beast race people deserve to die? Does this world only allow the existence of? It has already changed its beast nature under the careful protection and guidance of my master and senior sister. On the contrary, senior brother, although you wear a human skin, the number of humans you've killed is greater than any other alien race, so what right do you have to say that Xiaofan is the greatest threat to humanity?" Xin Yanran calling Xiaofan so affectionately could make one think this Xiaofan must be exceptionally good to them, which is why they are so infatuated with Lu Linfan. But in reality, other than sweet talk, Lu Linfan hardly possesses any other worthy trait. Perhaps women just fall for this type, or else there wouldn't be so many honest men wearing green hats. Chen Haoling took a deep breath. He no longer wanted to argue with this foolish woman over trivial matters. Since they believe the beast race can be guided and that Lu Lingfan's cannibalistic nature can be changed, then let them think this way, it has nothing to do with him. At that moment, he raised a hand and said, "Give me back the magic core, from now on, we won't interfere with each other. You don't come looking for trouble with me, and I won't actively provoke you, nor will I look for that Lu Lingfan. In that case, even if he really causes some trouble, that will be your business." The magic core didn't enhance Chen Haoling himself, but it was a hidden danger because, during his battle with the blood evil demon Luo, some of his blood was absorbed back by it. This meant it had also gained the bloodline power of the battle god. If he left this magic core unattended, in time, blood evil demon Luo could fully revive, and perhaps even break through its current realm to reach the blood evil Azurath level with the help of the battle god bloodline. And according to the blood evil clan's nature of seeking revenge for the smallest slight, after revival, blood evil demon Luo would definitely come looking for Chen Haoling to take revenge. Therefore, Chen Haoling had to utterly destroy the magic core at this time to eliminate the potential hazard. When Shen Yanran heard Chen Haoling's words, she automatically ignored the latter part. Because she didn't believe that Chen Haoling could really stop entangling with them, she simply didn't argue this topic with him but focused her attention on the magic core in her hand. With her own experience of 10,000 years from a previous life, Shen Yanran quickly guessed that this magic core posed a potential danger to Chen Haoling. If that was the case, then it was even more imperative not to give it back to him. She then placed the magic core into her storage ring, sparkling and water-like, right in front of Chen Haoling, and said, "The blood evil Azura has killed too many beings, I will take it back to the sect and let them deal with it." Chen Haoling was puzzled and loudly questioned, "Can't you just deal with such a thing now? Is it necessary to make such a big fuss?" Shen Yanran did not respond to this but recalled a previous conversation with her master, Qin Lan. It was a conversation in a secret room. In the secret room, there were only Shen Yanran and her master, Qin Lan. Qin Lan sat cross-legged on a mat, with a black satin band tied around her eyes, giving people a strangely cold feeling. Opposite her, Shen Yanran clasped her fists and asked, "Master, why did you summon your disciple?" Qin Lan briefly said, "Tomorrow, you will go to Changyue City, find a way to eliminate Chen Haoling. If you cannot eliminate him, bring him back to the sect, and I will take care of it myself." Upon hearing this, Shen Yanran showed a trace of disdain. "Master, Chen Haoling no longer poses any threat to us now. Do we really need to make such a big fuss? And, Xiao Fan has already been hidden by us, even if he wants to do something bad to Xiao Fan, he can't find anyone, right?" Qin Lan sat cross-legged on the cushion, calmly said, "He indeed doesn't pose a threat to us now, but what about in the future? Iran, don't forget, in the last life, he did countless cruel things to get us 3 master and apprentice, even willing to harm Xiao Fan. Even though he is living again now, with his character, he definitely won't let us off easily. He believes we are his women, so we can only be his women. Therefore, he absolutely cannot allow someone like Xiao Fan to exist. In the future, when his strength returns, what awaits us will be once again being kept under house arrest by him, then being tormented by him day and night. Do you want to experience such days again? So, to avoid him bothering us again in the future, we must strangle him in the cradle. Moreover, since we are living again, I absolutely will not allow Chen Haoling to harm even a single hair of Xiao Fan." After hearing this, Shen Yiran understood that, in her master's view, as long as Chen Haoling was alive, he would definitely come to entangle them in the future. At the same time, his existence was also a potential threat to Xiao Fan. That's why the master chose to strangle him in the cradle before Chen Haoling could grow up again. As long as Chen Haoling is dead, then no one can harm Lu Linfan, and they won't have to worry about being bothered by Chen Haoling. After realizing this, Shen Yiran said again, "Then the disciple will go to Changyue City tomorrow to eliminate him?" Chapter 57, Li Xiao's body disappeared. But Qin Lan outright rejected, "No, you cannot act personally." Shen Yiran asked in confusion, "Cannot act personally? Why? Does Master still fear that I cannot defeat him?" Qin Lan said very bluntly, "Exactly." Shen Yiran immediately became displeased and argued, "The disciple has reached 7 turns half-yin stage, with just 3 more turns, I can officially break into the yin-yang realm. But he, Chen Haoling, is currently just lingering in the true martial realm, with such a huge gap, do you really think the disciple might lose to him?" Qin Lan coldly said, "In the last life, didn't you see clearly his methods? We were a group of 17 people, plus your sister Xiao, a total of 18 top experts, forming the #1 killing formation of the ancient times, while encircling Chen Haoling. And this was even under the situation where he had gone through the 5 calamities of heaven and man, unable to unleash even 1% of his peak strength, and still barely defeated him. But in the end, he still managed to escape. Iran, how confident do you think you are against him?" At this point, Shen Yiran fell silent. Indeed, as her master said, Chen Haoling's strength was too strong, with too many hidden cards and endless means. Even with a significant advantage in realm, it couldn't be said to be a sure win, not to mention Shinran had not yet reached the true Yin-Yang realm. Recalling this, Shinran asked again, then how should we deal with him? Should we ask an elder from the law enforcement hall to personally go? Xinlan pondered for a while and then said, the Su family in Chinua City is raising a demonic embryo, which should fully hatch tomorrow. At that time, the Su family and the Li family will face a disaster. If we can use the hand of that blood fiend demon to eliminate Chen Haoling, then the threat to Xiao Fan will be completely erased. Upon hearing this, Shinran showed a thoughtful expression, and soon she had a clear understanding in her heart. She then respectfully clasped her fists towards Xinlan and said, the disciple understands what to do. Xinlan nodded, but still reminded, one more thing, even if the blood demon Luo doesn't kill Chen Haoling, you should still try to avoid direct confrontation with him. After all, he is a worthless life, if he dies, no one will care, but you cannot be compared to him, understand? Shin Yanran forcefully affirmed, indicating that she understood. Recalling the scene from last night, Shin Yanran smiled knowingly. From that memory, it was clear that Shin Yanran and her master were willing to eliminate Chen Haoling, a person who had protected them for 10,000 years, in order to protect the monstrous Lu Linfan. Yet, they themselves did not feel anything amiss. Shin Yanran's gaze fell on Chen Haoling again, and she said slowly. You want this magic core? That's fine, but you have to come back to the primordial sword sect with me? Upon hearing this, Chen Haoling showed a hint of alertness. Although he had originally planned to return to the primordial sword sect, being taken back by someone made it feel entirely different because he couldn't figure out what Shin Yanran was really thinking. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Haoling replied, I will go to the primordial sword sect, but not now. Hearing this, Shin Yanran smiled, her gaze turning increasingly fierce, thinking. The master was indeed not wrong, Chen Haoling really wants to kill Xiao Fan. To get both me and my master, he will use any underhanded means. At this thought, Shin Yanran's tone became suddenly firm as she coldly said to Chen Haoling. I'm not discussing with you, I'm reminding you, this time you're being summoned back to the sect by the master's order, you must return even if you don't want to. Chen Haoling frowned and said, Xinlan? Doesn't she wish I would die far away? Why is she calling me back? Shin Yanran dismissively replied, that's not for me to concern myself with, you just need to come back with me obediently. Though Shin Yanran really wanted to wipe Chen Haoling off the map right then, and she was confident she could make him completely close his eyes, she still obeyed her master's order and did not engage in a direct confrontation with him. Upon hearing this, Chen Haoling calmly thought for a while. Now that the blood demon Luo's blood crystal was in hand, there was no longer any meaning in staying in Chinua City. What he needed to do next was to empower the boundless blade and then awaken his blood will I to prepare for the upcoming disaster. Since that was the case, following her back wasn't too unreasonable, even if those foolish women wanted to attack him, he was confident he could escape. With that in mind, Chen Haoling slowly sheathed the boundless blade and returned the entire sword to his storage ring. Finally, he raised his hands to signal that he could be tied up. Seeing Chen Haoling cooperate like this, Shin Yanran decisively took out the binding immortal rope from her storage ring and tightly bound Chen Haoling's upper body. Then she raised her hand to make her flying sword grow longer and wider, allowing Chen Haoling to stand on it as well. Once Chen Haoling was aboard, Shin Yanran controlled the flying sword to rise into the air, flying towards the direction of the primordial sword sect. The remaining 7 female immortals saw this and also controlled their flying swords to rise into the air, following behind Shin Yanran. Chen Haoling stood silently, watching the distant horizon. He suddenly thought, primordial sword sect, I'm back. Below, the people of Chinua City watched as Chen Haoling was taken away by people from the primordial sword sect, and they stared at each other. Zhou Hongshang let out a slight sigh of relief and said, finally, we've sent these killing gods away. But the dragon steward looked at the heavily damaged Li family mansion and said, but the aftermath work will keep us busy. Qian Yongqing struggled to stand up from his seat and then said, the Wuxia sword sect, I will become one of its disciples in the future. Qian Jingyi supported his arm and scolded playfully, stop talking, don't let your wound open again. On a big tree, Li Xinyue was sitting cross-legged, eating fruit, and looking at the retreating figures of Chen Haoling and the others. She then giggled and said, looks like that woman, Xinlan, can't sit still anymore. She's planning to take action against Chen Haoling. But I wonder if she can bear the cost of being his enemy. As she spoke, a pigeon suddenly flew over and landed on Li Xinyue's shoulder. It then spoke in human language, saying, Master, something's wrong, something happened. Li Xinyue leisurely continued eating her fruit and said, what happened? The pigeon said with difficulty, Li Xiao's body is gone. At these words, Li Xinyue's pupils contracted, and she turned to the pigeon and said, the body is gone? How could that be? It was just here. Saying this, Li Xinyue immediately stood up and quickly ran towards where Li Xiao's body had been. Soon, when she arrived at the place where Li Xiao's body had been, she saw that the decapitated body was gone, and even the bloodstains had disappeared, as if it had evaporated into thin air. Seeing this, Li Xinyue immediately jumped down from the tree, her face showing a trace of panic. She turned her head and looked around. Just now, she had only watched the battle between Chen Haoling and Shen Yanran for a short while, but in that little time, the body had been stolen? But what would someone want with a body? Could it be some kind of special fetish? But that wouldn't make sense, right? After all, who could accept a decapitated corpse? Then there's only one possibility left: someone wants to use Li Xiao's body for corpse refining? Thinking this, Li Xinyue felt a chill run down her spine, as if someone were watching her. When she turned her head, however, she found no one. Chapter 58, Wusher Sword Sect. On the way to the Wusher Sword Sect, Chen Haoling's upper body was tightly bound by the immortal binding rope. He glanced around at the 7 sword-wielding female immortals who had surrounded him. It felt like he was a prisoner, being escorted to his execution. Then, his gaze shifted to Shen Yanran in front of him, and he said, "Are you planning to give that magic core to Lu Linfan for him to devour and absorb, or are you planning to use it against me?" At these words, Shen Yanran, standing in front, slightly trembled, feeling as though her thoughts had been seen through. But even so, she still said calmly on the surface, "I will return the item to you. You don't need to worry about that. However, it also depends on how the master decides to handle you, and how the law enforcement hall elders will judge you." Chen Haoling furrowed his brows slightly. "I'm not even a disciple of the Wusher Sword Sect yet. Why would the law enforcement hall elders judge me?" Shen Yanran hummed softly in a sweet voice, "All cultivators within the Tiandu territory fall under the jurisdiction of our Wusher Sword Sect. As a true martial realm cultivator, you openly killed your own wife. How can the law enforcement hall elders not judge you?" Chen Haoling laughed coldly. This was just a case of fabricating a charge. "Why would I kill Li Xiao? Don't you know? Or is it that only you are allowed to attack others? Can others not fight back?" This sentence felt like a steel needle piercing deeply into Shen Yanran's heart. "That's all in the past, constantly bringing it up is pointless." Chen Haoling snorted coldly in disdain. He wanted to argue with Shen Yanran again, but after thinking for a moment, he ultimately kept silent, feeling it unnecessary. Soon, the majestic gates of the Wusher Sword Sect appeared before a few people. From a distance, it resembled a colossal mountain soaring up 1,000 feet, surrounded by 7 smaller peaks. Each smaller peak corresponds to a peak master of the Wusher Sword Sect. According to Chen Haoling's memories from his previous life, each of these master cultivators seems to possess the strength of the Yin-Yang realm. From this, one could roughly deduce that there are at least 10 individuals in the Yin-Yang realm within the Wusher Sword Sect. 10 Yin-Yang realm experts. No wonder the Wusher Sword Sect has held its position as the #1 cultivation sect in Tiandu Prefecture for 200 years without falling. Shen Yanran piloted her flying sword and landed gracefully upon entering the sect. Then, following the requirements of the Mountain Guardian disciples, she completed the necessary entry procedures before finally allowing Chen Haoling to enter. Chen Haoling took a quick glance at the Mountain Guardian disciples, mostly advanced Gathering Qi realm cultivators. Some squad leaders of patrols even reached the level of Earth Profound Realm. Using Gathering Qi realm disciples as gatekeepers is simply extravagant. After finishing everything, Shen Yanran led Chen Haoling to one of the smaller peaks. Qinghuan Hall, the main hall of Qinghuan Peak, is also the residence of the Peak Master. Upon entering through the main door, a faint, delicate fragrance fills the air. It feels as if one has stepped into a woman's boudoir. Chen Haoling glanced around at the decorations, which were almost unchanged from his previous life, with hardly any differences. Then Chen Haoling's gaze shifted to a figure sitting at a high position in the hall ahead. This was a graceful figure clad in black and golden gauze, with a thin ribbon covering her captivating eyes, concealing a pair of stunningly beautiful orbs. Yet even so, it was still hard to hide her astonishing beauty. This person was none other than the Peak Master of Qinghuan Peak, Qin Lan, who was also the first Master Chen Haoling apprentice to after joining the Wusher Sword Sect in his previous life. However, when Chen Haoling looked at Qin Lan, his eyes widened slightly as he murmured, "An external incarnation?" Indeed, the Qin Lan sitting at the high position was not her true body but rather a manifestation of her consciousness. Yet even as an incarnation, the aura she exuded reached the level of 10 turns half-yin stage. When a true martial realm cultivator breaks into the Yin-Yang realm, there is a transitional phase known as the half-yin stage. Its purpose is to help true martial realm cultivators convert their internal magical power into a higher-grade energy form, called Yin-Yang Dao Essence. When a cultivator has converted 10% of their magical power into Yin-Yang Dao Essence, it is referred to as 1-turn half-yin stage. Similarly, when 20% of their magical power is converted, it is called 2 turns half-yin stage. Only when all of their magical power, 100%, has been transformed into Yin-Yang Dao Essence can they attempt to break through to the Yin-Yang realm. This clearly shows how difficult it is to achieve the Yin-Yang realm. It's also easy to speculate that if an incarnation has already reached the 10 turns half-yin stage, then Qin Lan's true body must be on a level beyond imagination. As Shen Yanran brought Chen Haoling into the Grand Hall, she immediately bowed deeply to Qin Lan, saying, "Disciple pays respects to master." With that, she knelt on one knee, and the few female immortals behind her also half-knelt. Only Chen Haoling stood straight in place without any gesture, partly because his upper body was tightly bound, making it indeed inconvenient to pay respect. On the other hand, Chen Haoling is no longer a disciple of Qin Lan, so why should he bow to a stranger? The exalted Qin Lan did not mind Chen Haoling's actions, she merely raised her hand, signaling the female disciples to refrain from bowing. The women then straightened their backs. In the next moment, Qin Lan's voice rang out clearly from the high platform, asking Chen Haoling, do you know why I summoned you? Her voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Chen Haoling felt as if his eardrum was jolted painfully by her voice, even causing a dizzy sensation. Then, he shook his head to clear his mind and glanced at the female immortals who had stepped back, before smiling lightly at Qin Lan. Master, long time no see. You still look as beautiful as ever. It would be even better if your true form could come out to see me. Beside him, Shen Yanran suddenly shouted, pointing her long sword directly at Chen Haoling's neck, impudent. Chen Haoling, who allowed you to speak to Master in such a frivolous tone? Chen Haoling glanced at her, then turned to Qin Lan, asking, isn't the reason you summoned me about those few? Either like in my past life, to take revenge on Lu Linfan? Or simply because you find me displeasing and want to eliminate me? Shen Yanran widened her beautiful eyes slightly, about to scold him again, but Qin Lan raised her hand to signal her not to be angry. Then, Qin Lan spoke straightforwardly, directly expressing her thoughts. Since that's the case, I don't want to play guessing games anymore. Let me be direct, I don't wish for you to continue living, which is why I had Yanran bring you back to the Wuxia sword sect. Oh. Chen Haoling uttered this word nonchalantly, as if he had just heard something trivial. He then asked. So, what is your reason for wanting to kill me? It can't just be because you find me displeasing, right? Qin Lan lifted a cup of tea from the table in front of her and took a gentle sip before saying, reason? You should know very well. First, your existence is a considerable threat to Fanner. Even if this lifetime he has not had any conflict with you, I cannot guarantee that you will not act the same way in the future. Besides, you should know how important Fanner is to me, he is my reverse scale, my forbidden treasure. I will not allow anyone to harm him even the slightest bit. So, to ensure that you do not pose a threat to Fanner in the future, I have decided to eliminate you. Chapter 59, Are You All Crazy? Chen Haoling chuckled. In his last life, he had a moment of madness and saw Lu Linfan wanting to sacrifice Qin Lan and Shen Yanran, these foolish women, to summon his beast army to conquer the entire Tianzhu Empire. Hence, he killed Lu Linfan in advance. But unexpectedly, these foolish women held a grudge against him for this, believing he had taken away their beloved, and decided to attack him on the day of his tribulation. Now, living this life again, Chen Haoling would never repeat such a foolish act. Thinking of this, Chen Haoling said again, what if I tell you that I won't do anything to Lu Linfan in this life? Will you let me go? Upon hearing this, Qin Lan's delicate red lips curved slightly as she countered, do you think I would believe you? Chen Haoling, I have spent so many years with you in the last life, and I know you too well. You would never change for anyone or anything. Even if this lifetime, you. Fanner will not have a conflict with you, and you absolutely cannot let him go. Chen Haoling's lips twitched, and he immediately questioned, why? Qin Lan succinctly replied, in the last life, you killed Fanner just to occupy me and your senior and junior sisters. In this life, once you grow up, do you dare say you won't have wicked thoughts about me and your senior and junior sisters? As she spoke, Qin Lan's delicate body even trembled slightly, clearly very upset with anger. Although many years have passed from the last life until now, whenever she thought of how Chen Haoling killed Lu Linfan to get her and her two junior sisters, she felt an intense discomfort. In the last life, countless nights, she lived under the torment of nightmares. Now that she has a second chance at life, no matter what, she will not allow Chen Haoling to possess her as he did in the last life. Thus, there are only two reasons she is tirelessly cultivating now. One is to protect Fanner from being harmed by Chen Haoling. The other is to desperately cultivate to gain stronger power, ensuring that if she cannot successfully kill Chen Haoling, she will not have to worry about being disturbed by him. But when Qin Lan's words reached Chen Haoling's ears, he was utterly stunned. In his last life, he explained countless times to them that it was Lu Linfan who truly wanted to harm them, but they completely refused to listen. Because for them, even if Lu Linfan wanted to hurt them, they were willingly accepting it, they would even agree to serve one man together. Thus, in his last life, when Chen Haoling wanted to protect them, he had no choice but to kill Lu Linfan. But Chen Haoling never expected that his act of eliminating Lu Linfan to protect them was seen by them as him doing it to possess them. Fine, now it's completely inexplicable. At that moment, Chen Haoling had a very speechless expression and said, Master, to be honest, although you are very beautiful, I really have no thoughts about you in this life. As for Lu Linfan, I completely don't care what he wants to do with you. If you truly don't believe me, then lock me in the sky prison, then you can rest assured, right? But Qin Lan scolded, no. This voice was very loud, even carrying the power of a magical sound wave, instantly making Chen Haolang retreat more than 10 steps, his head nearly exploding from the sudden magical sound wave impact. Even the entire Qingyuan palace shook slightly. When Chen Haolang looked up again, his vision was becoming blurry. This is the strength of 10 transformations, half-in phase, even a physical avatar like her is completely beyond what Chen Haolang could handle. Then Qinlan stood up from her position, and the next second, she suddenly disappeared from the spot, and then appeared right in front of Chen Haolang. Chen Haolang's pupils constricted, instinctively wanting to escape, but one of Qinlan's hands suddenly gripped his neck and lifted him high. Then, they saw the satin ribbon on Qinlan's eyes slowly fall away, revealing a pair of sapphire-like beautiful eyes. However, in those bright beautiful eyes, red bloodshot veins had already appeared. Qinlan coldly said, "I will not be your tool for relieving desires, nor will I be imprisoned like a pet. I want to protect Fanner, protect Yanran, protect Rushue, protect everyone. So, to do all of this, I must send you to hell immediately. Chen Haolang, someone like you, selfish and addicted to lust. Those who are born for slaughter should go to hell and suffer the eternal pain of never being reborn." As she spoke, Qinlan's grip on Chen Haolang's neck tightened, making Chen Haolang feel as if she was about to suffocate. For Qinlan, she could accept Xin Yanran and Yu Rushue serving Lu Linfan together, even being Lu Linfan's dog, if necessary. But she could not accept Chen Haolang having even a bit of inappropriate thoughts towards her, not even a little. Because even if Chen Haolang just touched her fingertip, it would make her feel nauseous and want to vomit. So, in order to protect Lu Linfan and ensure that Chen Haolang would not disturb her again, she had to eliminate Chen Haolang. But could Chen Haolang be so easily killed by her? At that moment, a mist of power quietly erupted from Chen Haolang's eyes, and it was clear she was ready to fight for her life. Just then, a soft voice rang out. "Master? What are you doing?" As soon as the voice sounded, Qinlan's hand around Chen Haolang's neck suddenly loosened. She turned to look at the source of the voice, showing a hint of panic, and said, "Fanner? Why are you here? Quickly, go back, it's dangerous here." At this time, Chen Haolang fell to the ground and instinctively looked towards the source of the voice, seeing a boy around 17 or 18 years old, hiding behind a side door and secretly observing them. The boy, stunningly beautiful with red lips and white teeth, was Qinlan's cherished disciple, Lu Linfan, whom she regarded as her lifetime taboo. However, at this moment, he appeared quite young. In the last life, Chen Haolang's first meeting with him was 10 years later, at which time Lu Linfan was already 28 and at his peak in appearance. But just as Chen Haolang was thinking this, she was surprised to see Qinlan rushing to Lu Linfan's side and protecting him behind her. At the same time, numerous experts, guards, and soldiers from the Qingyuan palace rushed out at Qinlan's secret summons. They quickly surrounded Lu Linfan in layers, seemingly afraid that Lu Linfan would suffer even the slightest harm. Meanwhile, the soldiers raised their long spears and blades, all pointed directly at Chen Haolang. As one of Qinlan's disciples, Xin Yanran stood at the very front, her eyes vigilant and fixed on Chen Haolang. For a moment, everyone looked like they were facing a great enemy. Even Qinlan had a tense expression and said, "Chen Haolang, I tell you, even if you have many methods today, don't think you can harm Fanner even a single finger." At this moment, Xin Yanran also shouted, "Chen Haolang, I warn you, it's best not to act recklessly. If you dare to make any move against Xiaofan, I will definitely drag you down with me to die together." As she spoke, Xin Yanran summoned numerous explosive talismans and affixed them to herself. Looking at her setup, it seemed that as long as Chen Haolang dared to approach Lu Linfan even a step, she would indeed dare to perish together with Chen Haolang. But in contrast, Chen Haolang looked at such a big scene, her face showing a look of disbelief, saying directly, "Are you all crazy?" Saying that, Chen Haolang stood up from the ground and casually removed the binding ropes. Such low-level things couldn't hold her. Looking up at the tense Qinlan and the others, Chen Haolang revealed a face of disgust, spitting in their direction. "Ah, Tue." After finishing, she turned around and swaggered out. Seeing this scene, Qinlan, Xin Yanran, and the other warriors and guards were all dumbfounded. Clearly, neither Qinlan nor Xin Yanran had expected that Chen Haolang, upon seeing Lu Linfan, would show no intent to kill at all. Could he not feel jealous because they risked their lives to protect Lu Linfan? You have to know that in the previous life, just seeing Qinlan protect Lu Linfan would drive Chen Haolang into a jealous rage, wanting to tear Lu Linfan apart. But now, what was with this crazy look in his eyes? Qinlan and Xin Yanran exchanged glances, and even the young Lu Linfan looked confusedly at Qinlan, softly saying, "Master, what's happening? Who is that person? Why is everyone so nervous?" Hearing Lu Linfan's voice, Qinlan snapped out of her daze, gently ruffling his hair, and softly said, "Fanner, be good, wait here for a moment, I will come over soon." As she spoke, she gave Lu Linfan a kiss on the cheek and turned to rush toward the direction Chen Haolang had left. Fortunately, at that moment, Chen Haolang had not gone far, he hadn't even exited the gates of the Qingyuan palace. So, Qinlan raised her hand and slapped at Chen Haolang's back. For Qin Lan, though Chen Haoling wouldn't feel jealous enough to kill Lu Linfan now, there was no guarantee he wouldn't in the future. Thus, to eliminate this hidden danger, she decided to deal with Chen Haoling first. But at that moment, Chen Haoling stopped, shouting in a direction. "Sir, I'm about to be killed by this stupid woman, aren't you going to take action?" As soon as these words came out, Qin Lan's hand, which was striking toward Chen Haoling, suddenly halted. In an instant, the space in front of Qin Lan seemed to become a ripple in water, sending out waves of disturbance. Then, a laughter echoed, "Qin Peakmaster, why are you so angry?" As this voice rang out, the posture of Qin Lan, suspended in midair, was suddenly affected by a repelling force, and she was instantly sent flying backward. Whoosh! Boom! The streak of light crashed steadily into the wall opposite, instantly breaking through it, and a terrifying explosion erupted from there. The Qingluan Palace, made of Xianjing steel, was shaken by this explosion, and appeared as if it might collapse at any moment. The crystal chandelier above was shaking violently, and the surrounding large windows exploded on the spot. Even the pillars supporting the palace showed cracks. Seeing this, Shen Yanran immediately exclaimed, "Master!" As she spoke, she rushed over with her people. Only Lu Linfan, standing in place, glanced at the Qin Lan who had been knocked away, and then revealed a hint of disdain in his eyes, murmuring, "What a useless fool, can't even handle one encounter, and gets sent flying, and yet has the nerve to be the peak master of the Wuxia sword sect." Of course, he would never say this out loud. Instead, he pretended to look extremely anxious and jogged toward the rubble with Shen Yanran, shouting, Master, are you okay?" But before Shen Yanran and Lu Linfan could start digging, the next moment, the rubble dispersed around, releasing a repelling force. In an instant, it revealed Qin Lan standing in the center of the debris. Qin Lan looked grim, her gaze fixated on a direction, saying, "Elder Nya, I believe my Qingluan Peak did not invite you here? Don't you think it is a little rude to come uninvited?" As soon as the words fell, everyone's gaze turned towards Chen Haoling's side. Then they saw an old man in a white robe, suspended beside Chen Haoling without them realizing it. There were no waves of power emanating from him, giving the feeling of being as light as air. If it weren't for the fact that the eyes could see, one wouldn't even notice a person was there. Yet, this seemingly breathless man was truly a real Yin-Yang realm master. Even Chen Haoling couldn't help but turn his head towards Niet Sangxiong, then cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, sir, for coming to my aid." Niet Sangxiong slowly descended to the ground. His hair and beard were white, but his skin bore not a single wrinkle, giving an impression that could only be described with 4 words: white hair, youthful face. Niet Sangxiong smiled at Qin Lan and said, "This young friend has a mysterious atmosphere about him. It seems to have some connection to my methods. I wonder if the leader Qin could extend a small favor and send him to me. I will certainly repay this kindness later." Though Niet Sangxiong's words sounded like a negotiation, to an outsider, it felt more like a direct demand. And this felt like a tone that suggested, "If you dare to refuse, I will annihilate your entire family." Even Qin Lan's face darkened at this point. Niet Sangxiong was a long-established master of the Yin-Yang realm in the Wuxia sword sect, and even if she were in her true form, she might not be his match. Understanding this, Qin Lan spoke carefully, "Elder Nya, if you were to ask me for something else at any other time, I would offer it without hesitation. But this person, I simply cannot give to you." Hearing this, Niet Sangxiong stroked his goat beard and laughed, asking, "Why? Could it be that leader Qin has taken a liking to this young friend's beauty and wants to pull him in as your dual cultivation partner?" "You." Shen Yanran, hearing the old man speak so indifferently with her master, felt rage bubbling inside her, almost letting out a curse on the spot. But the words caught in her throat, swallowed back down. Shen Yanran knew very well how terrifying the smiling old man before her truly was. He was the highest judge in charge of all the laws of the Wuxia sword sect, and in the entire sect, besides the sect leader and the elder, he could deal with anyone. On top of that, he also oversaw matters related to pill refining, weapon forging, and array formations among other things. It's not an exaggeration to say that Niet Sangxiong held a position in the Wuxia sword sect that could be described as one person beneath everyone else. How could Shen Yanran dare to offend such an old man? Therefore, after taking a deep breath, she turned her head away, unwilling to look at the old man. Only Qin Lan spoke to explain, "Elder Nya, this man is named Chen Haoling, and he has harbored strong hostility towards my junior disciple Lu Linfan. If we let him leave today, he might seek a chance to harm my junior disciple in the future, so no matter what, I must execute him today. So I kindly ask Elder Nya to not interfere in the matters of my Qingluan Peak." As she spoke, Qin Lan respectfully cupped her hands and bowed to Niet Sangxiong, giving due respect to the highest judge of the Wuxia sword sect. Standing beside Qin Lan, Lu Linfan was stunned upon hearing this. He instinctively glanced towards Chen Haoling and muttered, "He holds strong hostility towards me? Who is this guy? Why would he hold hostility towards me? I don't think I have ever provoked him, right?" But when Lu Linfan looked at Chen Haoling, he found that Chen Haoling didn't even throw him a sideways glance, treating him as if he was air. This was completely opposite to the explanation that he held great hostility towards him as mentioned by Qin Lan. For a moment, even Lu Linfan was left in a daze. Even Niet Sangxiong couldn't help but burst into laughter. This young friend Chun Haoling seems to bear hostility towards your little disciple. I can see that clearly. Since your little disciple appeared, he has hardly even looked at him with a real gaze. Tell me, how could he bear any hostility towards your little disciple? Hearing this, Qin Lan was momentarily speechless. Indeed, since Lu Linfan appeared, she had gathered a lot of soldiers to protect him, and now with Niet Sangxiong's arrival, throughout the whole process, Chun Haoling hadn't even given Lu Linfan a glance. In this way, to say that Chun Haoling wanted to kill Lu Linfan was indeed a bit far-fetched. But she could not just let Chun Haoling be taken away, so she said. Even if he doesn't want to kill my Fanner now, what about in the future? If he develops ill intentions towards Fanner, who will take responsibility for that? Niet Sangxiong straightforwardly replied, I will take the responsibility. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression slightly changed, even Chen Haoling looked at Niet Sangxiong in surprise. Because Niet Sangxiong's words were essentially a guarantee for Chen Haoling. If Chen Haoling really acted to kill Lu Linfan in the future, then Niet Sangxiong would be the first responsible person. Chapter 61, Chen Haoling is on the blacklist of Qinghuan Peak. This scene immediately left Qin Lan dumbfounded. But before she could say anything, Niet Sangxiong spoke up first. I have lived for so many years, although I can't say I have seen countless people, I can at least discern right from wrong. This young friend is not interested in your little disciple, or anyone among you. Therefore, I dare to guarantee that this young friend will not harbor any ill intentions towards your little disciple. Of course, the premise is that your little disciple does not bring trouble upon himself and provoke this young friend, or else even the sect leader himself won't be able to save him. After speaking, Niet Sangxiong turned to Chun Haoling and said, Young friend, are you willing to follow me to learn alchemy? Upon hearing this, Chen Haoling clasped his fists and said, I am willing. Niet Sangxiong nodded in satisfaction, very good. Let's go, leave with me. No one here can stop you. After saying this, Niet Sangxiong fell silent and walked directly outside, with Chen Haoling confidently following him out. As they were leaving, Chen Haoling shot a disdainful glance at Qin Lan and the others. That gaze seemed to be looking at a group of clowns. Only Qin Lan gnashed her teeth in anger, but she had no way to respond. Seeing this, Shen Yanran was anxious and stomped her feet. She watched Chun Haoling swagger away and reluctantly asked Qin Lan, Master, are we just going to let them leave like this? Furious, Qin Lan raised her hand and gave Shen Yanran a slap on the face. The sound of the slap caused Shen Yanran to momentarily freeze, and then she heard Qin Lan angrily say. Since Niet Sangxiong has said so, who would dare to stop them? What else can we do if we don't let them go? I already told you before to try to execute that Chun Haoling while we were in Changhua City. But you wanted to bring him back. Now look, he was taken away. In the future, if he comes back to harass us or harm Fanner, all the responsibility will be on you. After saying this, Qin Lan angrily turned away, pulling Lu Linfan's hand as she left. Only Shen Yanran stood there with a wronged expression, one of her hands covering her reddened face, saying, Wasn't it you who ordered me not to engage him directly and to bring him back to the sect? Now that something has happened, you're pushing the blame onto me. Saying this, Shen Yanran stomped her foot in anger. At the same time, she directed all her dissatisfaction and anger towards Chun Haoling. Because she believed that all the trouble today was brought on by Chun Haoling. If it weren't for Chen Haoling, how could she have been punished by her master? At that moment, she turned and left. Meanwhile, the main body of Qin Lan released the Supreme Peak Master Order at the first opportunity, putting Chen Haoling on the highest level blacklist of Dao Qinghuan Peak. Under no circumstances was Chun Haoling allowed to step near Qinghuan Peak. Furthermore, all ordinary disciples entering and exiting Qinghuan Peak would be subjected to checks. If anyone was found to be Chun Haoling disguised as another disciple sneaking into Qinghuan Peak, they would be immediately killed, and all consequences would fall on the Peak Master. It was obvious that the main body of Qin Lan had guessed that this capture of Chun Haoling would not go smoothly and that he could not be easily killed. Otherwise, he wouldn't deserve to be called Chen Haoling. But at the same time, to prevent Chen Haoling from growing stronger and coming to trouble her or her other female disciples, Qin Lan had made many preparations. This included putting him on the blacklist, as well as arranging various deadly formations. If Chen Haoling dared to break into Qinghuan Peak or wanted to harm Lu Linfan in any way, these deadly formations would activate immediately. At that time, even if the master of the Endless Sword sect came, Chen Haoling would still meet his doom on the spot. On the other side, Niet Sangxiong and Chen Haoling strolled leisurely along a winding mountain path. The old man seemed to dislike flying in the air and preferred the feeling of walking on solid ground. In his hand, he held a wine gourd, and while walking, he asked Chun Haoling, Your name is Chun Haoling, right? Chen Haoling nodded in response. Niet Sangxiong took a sip of fine wine and then said, I remember, I haven't seen you before, right? Chun Haoling nodded again, I haven't seen you either, senior. Niet Sangxiong looked at Chun Haoling with curiosity and asked, Then how did you sense my presence just now? Clearly, Niet Sangxiang was still very curious about why, despite disguising himself so well when he snuck into Qingluan Hall, Chen Haoling could still notice him. Moreover, only Chen Haoling was aware of him. It is known that Niet Sangxiang was a true Yin-Yang realm powerhouse. Only someone far stronger than him or someone very familiar with him could detect his aura, otherwise, no one else could do it. But it was clear that Chen Haoling couldn't be the former, so the old man suspected that Chen Haoling had seen him before. However, Chen Haoling smiled lightly and said, "My nose is quite sensitive. When you appeared, the rich scent of wine came wafting towards me. So I guess that some senior had appeared and decided to take a chance by calling out, hoping to save myself. I didn't expect that the senior really made a move, which was a bit surprising for me." Chen Haoling wouldn't be surprised, as he had purposely released his aura to attract Niet Sangxiang to come and save him. In his previous life, Chen Haoling and Niet Sangxiang had been friends despite their age difference, so Chen Haoling was confident that as long as Niet Sangxiang sensed his unique magical aura, he would definitely come to his rescue. In short, all of this was within Chen Haoling's predictions. And Niet Sangxiang clearly hadn't thought too much about it. He accepted Chen Haoling's explanation rather well. Because when he snuck into Qingluan Peak, he indeed hadn't covered up the scent of wine on him. In this way, it is indeed possible to perceive his existence without knowing him. Thinking of this, Niet Sangxiang continued to walk forward and asked, "How did you offend that crazy woman Qinlan? How could she put you on her highest blacklist? If I don't intervene today, I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out of Qingluan Peak alive." Chen Haoling shrugged in response, "I don't even know that woman. Her female disciple encountered me while traveling outside and then brought me back. After that, she talked to me about a bunch of nonsensical things, and then wanted to deal with me." Upon hearing this, Niet Sangxiang clicked his tongue and sighed lightly. "Qinlan, this crazy woman is really getting more and more paranoid. She acts as if everyone wants to claim her as their own. Especially her little disciple Lu Linfan, who is always by her side, looking like everyone in the world wants to harm her little disciple." As he spoke, Niet Sangxiang sneered and added lightly, "A woman like a madwoman, only she would treasure that little disciple. Once out of Qingluan Peak, who would care whether Lu Linfan is dead or alive?" Although the old man was of advanced age, his tone felt young, even giving off a sense of being easy to get along with. When Chen Haoling heard this, he couldn't help but smile, thinking, it seems that after being reborn, Qinlan's reputation in the Wusher sword sect has also become worse and worse. Even Niet Sangxiang calls her a crazy woman, which shows just how fearful she is of someone harming her fan. Then, Niet Sangxiang looked at Chen Haoling and asked strangely, "But why does she think you would harm her little disciple? Moreover, she even said that if you dare to disturb her and her other female disciples, she'll make you suffer 1,000 cuts? Hey! Are you really interested in those women? Otherwise, why would they be so worried about you bothering them?" Chen Haoling chuckled and said, "Maybe they think I can't live without them? Who knows?" Seeing Chen Haoling's nonchalant attitude, Niet Sangxiang took another sip of wine and said, "Since that's the case, I don't want to say much more. From now on, you will be my disciple. Since you are my disciple, don't go to Qingluan Peak unless necessary. To prevent those fools from thinking my disciple will drool over them. Moreover, they have set up various traps on Qingluan Peak. If you really go in, it's likely you'll be facing certain death." Chen Haoling rolled his eyes, puzzled as to why everyone assumed he would seek out Qinlan and the others. Even Niet Sangxiang said so. Do I really look so desperate? However, just as Chen Haoling thought this, his shadow suddenly spoke up and reminded, "Hey, Chen Haoling, did you forget something is still on Qingluan Peak?" As soon as this was said, Chen Haoling suddenly halted his steps and looked viciously toward the direction of Qingluan Peak, muttering, "Oh no, the magic core is still in the hands of that B***TCH Shin Yanran." Chapter 62, The Moon Like Snow. At this moment, Niet Sangxiang also stopped and turned to Chen Haoling, asking, "Is there something left on Qingluan Peak?" Chen Haoling nodded and then recounted everything that had happened in Changyue City. After listening, Niet Sangxiang laughed heartily. "I thought it was a big deal. Turns out it's just a little magical creature." Chen Haoling's face turned grim as he said, "Magical creatures are inherently vengeful. If the magic core revives, then it will definitely come to trouble me later, so I want to find an opportunity to return to Qingluan Peak and take back what belongs to me." Niet Sangxiang took another sip of the gourd wine. "Did you forget what I just told you?" Upon hearing this, Chen Haoling instinctively slapped his forehead. He had completely forgotten that crazy woman, Qinlan, was currently on high alert against him. If he ran back at this moment, he would probably be immediately killed by her deadly formation that she had set up in advance. Thinking of this, Chen Haoling looked at Niet Sangxiang and asked, "Senior, what should I do now? I can't just sit here and wait for the monster to revive and come kill me, can I?" Niet Sangxiang casually replied, "This is the Wusher sword sect, not your Changyue City. A mere little monster can't stir up any trouble here. If that thing really appears, you don't need to lift a finger. I will personally eradicate it." As soon as the words fell, Niet Sangxiang's figure floated up, while Chen Haoling, seeing this, wanted to say something else. But Niet Sangqiang clearly had no patience to continue talking to Chen Haoling. He spoke first. Alright, don't mention the magic core business anymore. That girl took it, so let her have it. Just treat it as a lesson learned. When the apprenticeship ceremony is held later, and you officially become my disciple, I will protect you. Wait, you can go back to Tsuncheong Peak first. There will be disciples there to arrange your accommodation. I need to go to the main peak to meet the sect master and will return later. After speaking, Niet Sangqiang flew straight towards the distant main peak, leaving Chen Haoling all alone in the wind, feeling lost. At this moment, a shadow emerged. It looked in the direction where Niet Sangqiang had left and said, "That old guy doesn't seem very reliable. He is in the yin-yang realm, so he is fearless, but you are not. Moreover, the blood evil demon Luo has absorbed your battle god bloodline. When it revives, it might evolve to the level of blood evil Azura. At that time, even strong figures in the yin-yang realm might not be able to save you." Chen Haoling sighed and helplessly shook his head. It seems that some things have to be done by myself. If I rely on others, I won't even know how I died. The shadow then asked, "What's wrong? You aren't planning to go back to Qingluan Peak right now, are you?" Chen Haoling chuckled softly. "How could I be that foolish? Go back now?" As he spoke, he took out his boundless blade and walked towards Tsangqiang Peak, saying, "First, I need to activate the boundless blade, then I'll think of a way to steal the magic core." Upon hearing this, the shadow didn't say anything more. It seemed this was the only way left for now. That night, in the training chamber of Qingluan Peak, Qinlan slowly opened her eyes. She looked down at her hands, revealing a hint of annoyance in her eyes. Clearly, she had been given a second chance at life, but the path to cultivation had not become any easier. In fact, it was much harder than in her past life. Even now, she couldn't advance her cultivation further from her original level. Could it be that without Chen Haoling's assistance, she would really be unable to reach the heights of her previous life? No, she wouldn't believe that. In her last life, before Chen Haoling appeared, she was already known as the top genius of Wuxia Sword Sect. By the age of 30, she broke through to the yin-yang realm, shocking the entire Tiandu prefecture. Living this life again, her path would only go further, and she would stand even higher. And it would all be completely achieved by her own abilities. Thinking of this, Qinlan prepared to continue her cultivation, but at that moment, a knock sounded on the door of the training chamber. Then, her eldest disciple, Urushua's voice came from outside. "Master, is it convenient for me to come in?" Qinlan heard the voice of Urushua and said, "Come in." In the next moment, the door to the cultivation chamber opened automatically, and a woman with hair as white as snow gracefully walked in. Her aura was very strong, and a chilling energy surrounded her, making anyone who approached feel an inexplicable cold. Although she had just turned 20, her aura had already reached the level of 10 transformations, half-yin phase. This meant that all of her magical power had been transformed into the essence of yin and yang. As long as she gathered this essence into her origin palace and fused it into a Dao seed, she would then truly enter the realm of yin and yang. Urushue approached Qinlan, sat down gracefully, and seeing that there was no one around, asked Qinlan, "Sister, the absolute kill array has been set up, and Xiaofan has already found someone to keep watch over it. We can basically confirm that there is no need to worry about Chen Haoling causing him any trouble." As she spoke, Urushua's expression turned somewhat strange, and she bit her lip before mustering up the courage to say, "But do we really need to go to such great lengths?" Qinlan immediately frowned at Urushua's question and retorted, "Why is it unnecessary? Xiaoxue, have you forgotten how Chen Haoling killed Fanner to get us 3 in the last life? Do you want to relive that again in this life?" Urushua recalled memories of her past life and displayed a hint of complexity, then explained, "That's not what I meant. I just feel that Chen Haoling seems a bit different now. He seems less concerned about us than he was in the last life." As she said this, she looked up at Qinlan. "You should have noticed this too, right?" But Qinlan shouted loudly, "Impossible." This surprised Urushua, as she clearly did not understand why her cousin reacted so strongly. Then, with a face full of anger, Qinlan said, "Chen Haoling is just pretending. You think he doesn't care about us? That's just because his current strength is too weak to do anything to us, so he has to act nonchalant. If we let our guard down because of this, it won't be long before he comes back and forces us to marry him, to be his Dao partners." Upon hearing this, Urushua displayed a hint of displeasure. "Sister, when has Chen Haoling ever forced us to marry him? Don't you remember? In the last life, when the Wuxia Sword Sect perished, it was Chen Haoling who kindly took us in and provided us protection. It was also us who voluntarily proposed to marry him and become his dual cultivation partners, to become his refining furnace. Do you not remember all this?" Qinlan argued, "Even if we initiated, it was still under his coercion and lure. If he hadn't threatened us about reducing our cultivation resources, why would we have proposed to marry him and be his partner? To put it simply, it was all part of his scheme." Urushua countered, "But if we don't become his partners, why would he go to the trouble of providing us with enough cultivation resources? Sister, we should at least apply some logic. Just like how our sect treats us, if we can't provide value to the sect, won't they also cut off our cultivation resources? Chapter 63, Bet. Urushue's view on the issues of her past life was actually quite rational. Unfortunately, it was because Chen Haoling killed Lu Linfan that Urushue turned dark in her past life and joined the plan to assassinate Chen Haoling. Living once more, Lu Linfan is doing well, and naturally, she no longer holds any hatred towards Chen Haoling from her previous life, allowing her to view these issues from a more rational perspective. However, at this moment, Qinlan let out a cold laugh. It seems you have gotten used to wagging your tail under Chen Haoling's hips, begging for mercy. Hearing this, Urushue angrily stood up from her seat and said in a dissatisfied tone. Who has gotten used to wagging their tail under Chen Haoling's hips? Sister, can you calm down a bit? Why always think of things in such disgusting directions? Qinlan also stood up, facing Urushue's questioning with a mocking expression on her face. Since you care so much about him, how about we make a bet? Urushue asked with confusion, a bet? What are we betting on? Qinlan turned to a mural, looking at the marked diagrams of the various deadly formations on Qinghuan Peak, and then said coldly. Let's bet on whether he will sneak into our Qinghuan Peak within 10 days. If he does, it means he is still planning to eliminate Fanner and force us to be his partners. If it really comes to that, you must not plead for him anymore, nor say a good word for him. You must stand firmly on my side. But if he doesn't come, then I will admit you are right. This lifetime, Chen Haoling has indeed changed and will not bother us again, nor will he harm Fanner. At that time, I will personally announce that Chen Haoling has been removed from our Qinghuan Peak's blacklist. After saying that, she looked at Urushue again and asked, so, how about it? Do you dare to take this bet? Upon hearing this, Urushue showed a hesitant expression on her face. Although she was much calmer and more rational than Qinlan, when she truly thought of Chen Haoling, she became uncertain again. Because deep down, she really couldn't be sure if Chen Haoling had truly forgotten about them. After all, in the last life, Chen Haoling's pampering of them could be described as getting everything they wanted. Could it be that in this new life, Chen Haoling could truly forget them entirely? To be honest, Urushue thought it was unlikely. For a moment, facing her cousin's question, she stood there in a daze, not knowing how to respond. Seeing her state, Qinlan smiled proudly without caring whether Urushue accepted the bet, saying directly, if you don't say anything, then I will take that as you accepting. So from now on, let's quietly wait for 10 days. After 10 days, the outcome of our bet will naturally be revealed. As she said this, Qinlan extended a finger, gently lifting Urushue's chin, and said softly, when that time comes, you will completely have to listen to me, understand? Urushue pressed her lips together and then nodded with difficulty. Although Urushue and Qinlan were cousins, Qinlan had always had a strong desire for control over Urushue. She wished to keep Urushue locked by her side always. This time, taking advantage of this bet, it was a perfect opportunity for Qinlan to make Urushue completely turn to her side. After the two sisters talked about other matters, they parted ways. Then, Qinlan took out her communication jade slip and sent a message to Shen Yanran. Yanran, find a few people to enter Tsangqiong Peak in the next 2 days and let Chen Haoling know a message. All the deadly formations of our Qinghuan Peak have been disabled, and all disciples can come and go freely. Also, in 3 days, there will be a martial arts competition for Fanner, inviting disciples from all peaks to come and observe. After sending out this message, it wasn't long before Shen Yanran replied. She asked, somewhat confused. Tell Chen Haoling that the ultimate killing formation has been shut down, and we still want to hold a martial arts competition for Xiaofan? Isn't this inviting a wolf into the house? Master, aren't you afraid that Chen Haoling will do something harmful to Xiaofan? After seeing this message, Qinlan couldn't help but smile and replied, you don't need to worry about that. Just do as I say. Remember, this time, you must not mess up. Otherwise, I will lock you up for half a year. Shen Yanran immediately assured, okay, I will handle it. After saying this, the communication jade tablet dimmed. Seeing this, Qinlan put away the communication jade tablet and revealed an expectant expression. She thought about how to play tricks on Chen Haoling after capturing him alive. Perhaps thinking of Chen Haoling's incredibly embarrassed appearance, Qinlan couldn't help but laugh out loud at that moment. On the top of Tsangqiong Peak, in a small villa prepared by Niet Tsangqiong for Chen Haoling sat cross-legged on the floor, a sharp Tanghung knife resting across his knees. As the bright light of the full moon in the sky poured down on Chen Haoling, the boundless blade quietly floated up at this moment, its sharp edge appearing particularly sinister under the moonlight. It rotated slowly above Chen Haoling's head like a propeller. Next, Chen Haoling took out the blood crystal of the blood fiend demon Luo. The blood crystal also floated up and gradually landed on the boundless blade. As Chen Haoling changed the seal in his hand, the exceptionally hard blood crystal melted into the blade of the boundless blade, just like a melting candle. In an instant, the silver-white blade looked as if it had been coated with a layer of red paint, causing the blade to tremble slightly. Chen Haoling closed his eyes, beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead, and continuously changed the seal in his hand, pouring more magical power into the boundless blade. Time started to flow quickly at this moment. By the time the power of the blood crystal was fully integrated into the boundless blade, the moon in the sky had already gone down. With a trace of fish belly white appearing in the distant sky, the boundless blade suddenly erupted with a sharp knife aura. Swish! The boundless blade, floating 2 meters above Chen Haoling's head, suddenly swung out a cut towards a distant direction. In an instant, a sharp knife aura shot out, cutting through the wall of the villa and then splitting a towering ancient tree behind the wall in half. At this moment, Chen Haoling opened his eyes. Seeing such tremendous destruction caused by the gentle swing of the boundless blade, he couldn't help but laugh. It worked. As he spoke, he raised his hand to summon the boundless blade, which floated in the air, landing steadily in his palm. Chen Haoling stroked the now silver-colored blade and murmured. It seems that using the blood crystal of the blood fiend demon Luo to activate the boundless blade is indeed more effective than the spiritine blood of the Li family. At that moment, a shadow appeared and suddenly asked, "When are you planning to go to Qinghuan Peak to steal back the magic core?" Chen Haoling sheathed the knife, looked up at the rising sun, and then stood up. "Now, because the longer we delay with a magic core like this, the more unfavorable it is for me." As he finished speaking, Chen Haoling prepared to set off for Qinghuan Peak. Although he knew that the place had already been set up with a web of traps by Qinlan, as long as he was careful, there should not be a big problem. Even if he couldn't force his way in, he should be able to steal it out. Moreover, the boundless blade is now fully charged, and its various secrets, as well as the immense blade energy, can be utilized. With this, it becomes even more impossible for that woman Qinlan to capture Chen Haoling. Chen Haoling puts the boundless blade into the storage ring and prepares to set off. However, at that moment, Chen Haoling's heart suddenly raced violently, followed closely by an intense wave of weakness. This sudden impact nearly caused Chen Haoling to collapse to the ground. Seeing this, the shadow was slightly startled and instinctively stepped forward to support Chen Haoling, asking, "Hey, Chen Haoling, what's wrong with you?" Chen Haoling glanced down at his palm, then furrowed his brow and said, "The mana within me is transforming toward the yin-yang Dao essence, but..." Upon hearing this, the shadow was dumbfounded. "Wait, are you really going to advance to first transition Hafin phase now? What about the demon core? What if Xin Yanran or that fool Qinlan secretly hides the demon core during your breakthrough? Wouldn't it be even harder for you to get it back?" At this moment, Chen Haoling's complexion was dark and filled with helplessness. According to the normal cultivation path of an average cultivator, after reaching limit true martial realm, one would need to invite a true yin-yang realm expert to assist in the transformation of their mana into yin-yang Dao essence. Alternatively, one could seek the ice and fire opposing elemental energies to temper their mana. However, either path would typically require at least 5 years for the transformation. Especially the second path, using one's own ability to temper mana with ice and fire elemental energies. This would require at least 20 years to temper even a trace of yin-yang Dao essence. Yet Chen Haoling was completely different. As the possessor of the God of War bloodline, his cultivation journey faced no bottlenecks or barriers. As long as he had enough spirit stones, his strength could grow endlessly. But this also created a disadvantage. Each breakthrough for Chen Haoling required spirit stones almost 3 to 5 times more than an average cultivator. Moreover, as time went on, this multiplier would continue to increase, leading to Chen Haoling almost always lacking in spirit stones. In addition, there was an even more fatal flaw. Chen Haoling could not effectively control the timing of his breakthroughs. Sometimes, during battles, a breakthrough reaction might suddenly occur, and in such cases, it could be life-threatening. Chen Haoling struggled to get up from the ground and walked toward the room, speaking to the shadow as he walked. "You disguise yourself as me and go tell that old guy Niet Sangcheng that I am about to break through, and the apprentice ceremony will be delayed for a few days. As for the demon core, that will have to wait a while." After saying this, Chen Haoling wobbled his way into the inner room. The shadow suddenly asked, "But if you break through now, will you have enough spirit stones? If you reach halfway and find there aren't enough spirit stones, that will also be life-threatening." Chen Haoling replied slowly, "There are about 40 or 50,000 spirit stones left, that should be enough. That womanly Xin Yue gave me quite a lot the last time." Hearing this, the shadow held its tongue, but just to be safe, it decided to find time to help Chen Haoling get some spirit stones. After all, if Chen Haoling died, it would also be doomed. Next, the shadow transformed into a dark figure and vanished from the spot, while Chen Haoling headed straight back to his cultivation secret chamber. He sat cross-legged on a mat, ready to begin his breakthrough. He also took out the storage ring, and began to absorb all the spirit stones inside one by one. At this moment, time started to flow slowly. Compared to the realm before the true martial realm, this breakthrough obviously required much more time. The reason is simple: the gap between the true martial realm and the yin-yang realm is a colossal watershed. The difference between the two is so great that it cannot even be described using the same kind of beings. It is like the difference between a mortal and a land god. No matter how strong the former is, they are still merely mortals. After living for over 100 years, they enter a period of weakness, and at most, they can only live for 140 years before they will pass away. On the other hand, the latter, though just a land god, can already ride the clouds and fog, perceive with thought, and even create their own mystical powers. Moreover, their lifespan can be extended to 300 years. They are the true half-immortals. Looking across the entire Tiandu prefecture, if any family produces a yin-yang realm powerhouse, that family can directly rise to become a top family, and even the lord of Tiandu prefecture would treat them with respect. Currently, an endless stream of magical power was pouring into Chen Haoling's Yuan Palace world. These magical powers, under the enhancement of a mysterious force, transformed from gas into liquid. And this liquid magical power is refined to the extreme yin-yang Dao essence. They fell into the Yuan Palace world like tiny droplets of water, one by one. As long as Chen Haoling could transform around 10% of his own magical power into these Dao essence water droplets, he would officially step into the first turn, half-yin period level. Though he was still far from the true yin-yang realm, at least he would have taken the first step. When a cultivator is in seclusion, there is no concept of time. Especially when the shadow disguised itself as Chen Haoling and told Nietsangtian that a breakthrough was needed, Nietsangtian immediately ordered that the area within 100 meters of Chen Haoling's courtyard be sealed off, prohibiting anyone from entering. In such a completely undisturbed environment, Chen Haoling's seclusion lasted another 9 days. During these short 9 days, most of the people from the Wusher Sword sect carried on with their missions and cultivations as usual, hardly affected at all. But some people were starting to get restless. On Qingluan Peak, in the Peak Master's study, Qin Lan was smashing furniture and teacups like a shrew. This scene instantly frightened all the maids and servants, who prostrated on the ground, too scared to move. Even Yu Rushua and Xin Yanran exchanged glances and did not step forward to stop her. Fortunately, Qin Lan did not use the power of the yin-yang realm, otherwise, all the maids, as well as Yu Rushua and Xin Yanran, could have been killed on the spot. Get out! Get out of here! Qin Lan forcefully smashed a vase to the ground and then shouted at everyone to leave. The servants immediately scattered in all directions, afraid to linger in front of the Peak Master, worried that they might somehow provoke her and get slapped to death. Only Yu Rushua and Xin Yanran did not leave. Chapter 65, Chen Haoling breaks through to first turn, half-yin period. Xin Yanran kept her head down in silence, while Yu Rushua was the first to speak up, saying, "Sister, isn't it a good thing that Chen Haoling hasn't come? Why are you so angry?" But Qin Lan glared at Yu Rushua fiercely and coldly replied, "Good thing? You think this is a good thing?" Yu Rushua bit her lip and comforted her. Chen Haoling not coming means he truly has let us go. In this case, we don't need to be on guard against him every day, and also, Xiaofan doesn't have to be locked in a room all the time. Isn't this a good thing? Of course, if you are angry because you lost that bet, then I think there is no need for that at all. Because that kind of thing was just something we agreed upon verbally, it wouldn't matter much whether we won or lost. But if you are angry enough to hurt yourself, then it really isn't worth it, don't you think? Yu Rushua's gentle personality, just like in the past life, gives a sense of a friendly older sister next door. However, after hearing Yu Rushua's words, Qin Lan became even angrier and shouted, "Impossible! I am the one Chen Haoling loved the most. Would he just give me up? Unless the sun rises from the west." From this, it's not hard to hear that Qin Lan cannot accept the fact that Chen Haoling no longer cares about her. Perhaps she didn't even notice that ever since Chen Haoling came to Wusher Sword sect, she became extraordinarily anxious and even a bit depressed. Even though Chen Haoling had hardly done anything to her, she still couldn't forget his figure. At this moment, Yu Rushua said again, "Today is already the 9th day. He hasn't even infiltrated our Qingluan Peak, let alone left Sengqiong Peak. With this, do you still think he cares about us?" Yu Rushua was obviously much calmer than Qin Lan, and she didn't care whether Chen Haoling would come to Qingluan Peak or not. Because in Yu Rushua's eyes, as long as Chen Haoling didn't harm Lu Linfan, she didn't care what he did elsewhere. But Qin Lan thought otherwise. She clearly remembered how Chen Haoling pampered her in the previous life, and it was impossible to forget easily. At that moment, she loudly retorted, "Chen Haoling is just using the excuse of closed-door cultivation to cover his own guilt. He must be plotting a bigger conspiracy." As she spoke, Qin Lan's gaze turned to Shen Yanji, questioning, "Yanji, tell me honestly, did the news I let you send out reach Chen Haoling's ears? Does he know that we, Qingluan Peak, have relaxed our guard and also held a martial arts competition for Fanner?" Shen Yanji, upon being asked by her master, immediately replied, "Master, I have already spread the news as you requested, and almost everyone in the sect knows. But, Chen Haoling has been in closed-door cultivation, so I don't know whether he is aware of these things." Upon hearing this, Qin Lan seemed like she wanted to reprimand Shen Yanji again, but in the end, she swallowed her words. Then, she started pacing back and forth in front of the two women, muttering something, "Conspiracy, must be a conspiracy, how could he take so long during his breakthrough to semi-innate stage? So, it must be a conspiracy. Saying this, Qin Lan approached Yu Rushui frantically, grabbing her shoulders with both hands. Her expression twisted as she said, "One more day, just one more day. Before midnight tomorrow, Chen Haoling will definitely come. He will definitely come." Seeing her sister's appearance, Yu Rushui let out a long sigh. Indeed, no matter how powerful one is, they are still bound by human nature. In the previous life when her sister was pampered by Chen Haoling, she was always annoyed and resisted, constantly cursing Chen Haoling for confining her and not giving her any freedom. Now, living a second life, Chen Haoling ignored her and let her be free, but she was even more restless and anxious. What a surprise, as if nothing Chen Haoling did was right. In the end, Yu Rushui did not argue with her sister anymore. She turned to Shen Yanji and said, "Yanji, you take master down to get some good sleep, she has been too tired these days." Shen Yanji replied softly with an "oh," then came to Qin Lan's side and said gently, "Master, let me help you down to rest." After hearing Yu Rushui's words, Qin Lan, who was originally somewhat excited, calmed down at this moment. She let go of her grip on Yu Rushui's shoulder and allowed Shen Yanran to help her down. However, at this moment, Qin Lan's expression appeared incredibly lonely. In her mind, the words spoken by Yu Rushui kept echoing, "Chen Haoling didn't come, which shows he has really let us go. Chen Haoling didn't come, which shows he has really let us go. Chen Haoling didn't come, which shows he has really let us go." This one sentence echoed in her head like a broken record, making her involuntarily say, "He really doesn't care about me anymore?" In an instant, Qin Lan's gaze became empty, and she seemed to age 100 years. The next day, in the afternoon at dusk, on Sangxiang Peak, the door of the training secret room belonging to Chen Haoling was suddenly kicked open. Then, Chen Haoling swaggered out of the secret room. Although only 10 days had passed, Chen Haoling's temperament and his magical energy had undergone a tremendous change. At this moment, Chen Haoling had truly stepped into the stage between mortals and terrestrial immortals, known as the Halfing period. Though only first turn, Halfing period, his overall strength could no longer be compared to the limit, true martial realm period. If combined with the use of the boundless blade, Chen Haoling could even spar with strong opponents in the second turn, Halfing period. He flexed his hand and produced a creaking sound from his bones. Feeling the threads of yin and yang Dao essence within his Yuan Palace world, a look of indescribable comfort appeared on his face. Indeed, this feeling of breaking through to a new level was the most exhilarating. If only there were someone to spar with him and test his current strength, that would be even better. After some thought, perhaps Qinghuan Peak would be a good choice. However, he didn't set off immediately. Instead, he first took a hot shower, then changed into clean clothes, and finally stepped out leisurely. Perhaps the breakthrough in strength had brought him immense confidence. As he made his way to Qinghuan Peak, he didn't even bother to hide his aura, walking proudly forward. At that moment, a shadow appeared behind him and said, "That madwoman Qin Lan has been almost driven crazy thinking about you these past 2 days. She's not even training, just muttering, 'Why hasn't he come, why is he still not here, this must be a conspiracy,' and other such phrases." Chapter 66, What's going on, are we playing? Upon hearing this, Chen Haoling paused slightly and instinctively asked, "She set up so many deadly formations because she was afraid I would go back to her Qinghuan Peak, right? What does it mean to say such nonsense now?" The shadow shrugged, "Who knows? Oh, right, I have already found out for you. Shen Yanran's magic core is now in Lu Lingfan's hands. Just as you guessed before, Shen Yanran intends to use this magic core to enhance Lu Lingfan's strength. She should know that if the beast race devours the power of the magic core, they can grow rapidly, so she gave the magic core to Lu Linfan." As soon as he heard this, Chen Haoling was slightly taken aback and said in surprise, "Gave it to Lu Linfan? Has he devoured it now?" For Chen Haoling, if Lu Linfan had indeed consumed the magic core, then there would be no need for him to go to Qinghuan Peak anymore. After all, if the magic core was destroyed, then the potential hidden danger would also disappear. As for whether Lu Linfan's strength would rise significantly, that was none of his concern, since in this lifetime, there was no conflict between him and Lu Linfan. The shadow shook its head. Lu Linfan did not immediately absorb it, but instead stored it away. "Originally, I planned to manifest it and then tempt him to devour the magic core. But I was afraid that if I manifested my true form, Qin Lan would sense it." Chen Haoling's face changed upon hearing this. His expression grew a bit grim. As a powerful being in the yin-yang realm, Qin Lan could already manifest her perception as divine thought, and under the scrutiny of divine thought, even the shadow would find it hard to evade her gaze. If the shadow manifested its true form at that moment, even for just 1 second, it would likely be discovered by Qin Lan immediately. At that time, escaping would probably be impossible. Thinking of this, Chen Haoling slowly said, "Indeed, the yin-yang realm is the most troublesome existence, regardless of where it is." As he spoke, Chen Haoling raised his hand to take out his boundless blade, quickening his steps towards Qinghuan Peak. Chen Haoling's actions were quickly noticed by many watchful eyes. This included the spies Qin Lan had planted around Chen Haoling, one of whom immediately reported to Qin Lan. Master Peak leader, Chen Haoling has exited his closed-door cultivation and is now heading towards our Qinghuan Peak. Meanwhile, in the grand palace of Qinghuan Peak's leader, Qinlan sat in a white nightgown in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling window, her face devoid of any expression, staring blankly at the moonlight outside. Today was already the 10th day, in a few hours, it would be midnight. It seemed that Chen Haoling really would not come. But why wouldn't he come? Could it be that he was angry? Qinlan bit her lower lip and muttered to herself. Even though in my last life, I was one of the main members who attacked him during his tribulation, he was at fault first, right? If he hadn't killed Fanner, if he hadn't forced me to be his partner, how could I hate him? Why should he be angry? Why should he ignore me? Why? Or perhaps... Qinlan seemed to have thought of a possibility. She suddenly stood up from the floor-to-ceiling window, her eyes turning blood red, her voice sharp as she said, "Did he find another woman?" The mere thought of this possibility ignited a surge of rage within her. In her view, only this situation could explain why Chen Haoling could resist coming to her. At that moment, Qinlan pulled out a sharp sword, her entire being radiating a strong killing intent as she grinned fiercely, saying, "I want to see just which vixen dares to seduce another's partner." It seemed she had forgotten that she and Chen Haoling were no longer partners. Just then, a communication jade tablet rang, catching Qinlan's attention. She instinctively picked it up, and upon seeing the contents, her expression froze again. At this moment, Yurushue, who was still outside, ran in and asked her cousin Qinlan, "Sister? What happened? Why is so much magical energy suddenly released?" But as soon as she finished speaking, Yurushue noticed that the corners of Qinlan's mouth began to slowly rise, her face turning red, even her breathing becoming a bit hurried. The ecstasy radiating from within her was almost uncontrollable. Not only that, but the magical energy around her surged uncontrollably outward, and for a moment, the vast palace looked as if it was swept by a violent wind. The curtains billowed, and various chairs and tables fell to the ground. Seeing this, Yurushue instinctively said, "Sister? What's wrong? Who sent you a message?" Yet Qinlan crushed the communication jade tablet in her hand, unable to contain her overwhelming joy, and shouted to the sky, "Ah!" This loud sound wave even caused the glass on the floor-to-ceiling windows and the chandelier crystals on the dome to shatter instantly. The power fluctuations from the strong practitioner of the Yin-Yang realm instantly sent Yurushue flying out. With a huge bang, Yurushue crashed into the wall, creating a human-shaped indentation there. At the same time, she spat out a mouthful of blood. In her eyes, a hint of fear emerged. Is this the power of a Yin-Yang realm expert? Even a mere trace of their aura could make her, a 10-turn, half-yin period expert, spit blood, with no ability to resist at all. Then, Qinlan cheerfully came to Yurushue's side, pulling her out of that human-shaped indentation and said, He's here, he's here. Rushue, sister didn't lie to you, right? I told you he would definitely come. This time, I won the bet, I won." At this moment, Qinlan was happily jumping around like a little girl. But Yurushue was a bit surprised and said, "Chen Haoling is here? Isn't he still in closed-door training? And why is he coming at this time?" Qinlan didn't care about that, she still smiled brightly and said, "What else could he be here for? It must be to find me. Now that I think about it, he really treats me better than some other lousy men. If he comes this time and can properly apologize to me, then I might be able to forgive him for his previous disrespect. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll agree to continue being his partner." Seeing Qinlan's beaming smile, Yurushue suddenly showed a speechless expression. She suddenly felt that her sister might have some kind of split personality. Because just 10 days ago, she was terrified that Chen Haoling would return to Qinghuan Peak and had set up various deadly formations. But now, in just 10 days, when she heard that Chen Haoling was really coming, she was instead overjoyed. What's going on? Is this a game? But suddenly, Qinlan looked at her nightgown and said a bit anxiously, "Oh, right, I need to change this outfit. I can't just go meet him like this, can I? Hurry, little Snow, help me find a new outfit, something that shows off my figure, something classy. And it can't be something I've worn before. Oh right, I still haven't put on my makeup. I look simply awful. Ah, what should I do? He's coming soon, I won't have enough time. Why can't that guy Chen Haoling notify me in advance? He makes it so I have no time to prepare at all." Yurushue looked at Qinlan and felt like she was a little girl who was about to meet her crush, so she pressed her hands on Qinlan's shoulders and said, "Sis, have you forgotten what Chen Haoling did to Xiao Fan? His purpose in coming this time could very likely be harmful to Xiao Fan, but why are you so happy right now?" Yurushue still held her principles. If Chen Haoling dared to harm Lu Linfan, she would certainly strike back and try to kill Chen Haoling again. So at this moment, she wanted Qinlan to calm down a little. But Qinlan casually said, "Happy? What are you talking about? How could I be happy to see him? I just want to present myself perfectly in front of others." As she spoke, Xinlan happily said to a maid, Shuier, come help me put on some makeup, I need to go out immediately. The maid answered and hurriedly followed Xinlan to the dressing room to get ready. At this moment, less than 2 miles away from the gate of Qinghuan Peak, Chen Haoling was puffing on his smoking gun while saying, if I straightforwardly tell that woman Xinlan, that magic core is mine, I wonder if she will return it to me. The shadow followed closely behind Chen Haoling. He glanced at the distant gate of Qinghuan Peak and said, isn't that obvious? She definitely won't give it back to you. With that kind of thing to deal with you, she won't even need to lift a finger. Chen Haoling thought about it and felt the same. Then he said, so it seems, the only way is to steal it back. I just don't know if it will work. But the shadow suddenly suggested, actually, I think there's no need to fight them to get the magic core back. Chen Haoling turned to him and asked, what do you mean? The shadow smiled, the head of the law enforcement hall of the Wuxia sword sect, Yi Wuxuan, doesn't he have a grudge against abyss demons? If he knew that someone was hiding the magic core of an abyss demon inside Qinghuan Peak, what would happen? Chen Haoling's eyes brightened at this, and he excitedly said, you mean, to use someone else's knife to kill? The shadow snapped his fingers, with Yi Wuxuan's hatred for demons, we need not worry about the magic core being destroyed. And Xinlan wouldn't offend Yi Wuxuan over a mere magic core. This way, we can avoid conflict with the people of Qinghuan Peak. Hearing this, Chen Haoling was thrilled and praised the shadow, you're pretty clever, your brain really got sharp all of a sudden. The shadow snorted proudly, of course. Chen Haoling immediately quickened his pace towards Qinghuan Peak. Seeing this, the shadow asked, hey, what are you going to Qinghuan Peak for? Isn't the law enforcement hall on the other side? Chen Haoling rolled his eyes and said, I know that, but if I go this way, it will be a shorter distance. The shadow quickly followed up and said, but walking so openly past their door, won't they take action against you? Chen Haoling shouted, do they dare? I'm not entering Qinghuan Peak, I'm just passing by. What right do they have to act against me? The shadow rubbed his head, Chen Haoling did have a point, but for some reason, he felt an uneasy premonition. On the other side, Xinlan had already put on a beautiful makeup and swaggered to the foot of Qinghuan Peak with a large group of followers. She sat on a spirit seat held aloft by a beast the size of a rhinoceros, carefully carrying her forward. When everyone arrived at the mountain gate, Xinlan felt a little excited, she constantly checked her makeup in a small mirror. She even kept asking her maid beside her if there were any wrinkles on her clothes. At this moment, Xinlan was truly striving to present her most perfect self. In her heart, she even imagined Chen Haoling blushing and feeling embarrassed upon seeing her. Thinking of this, Xinlan couldn't help but smile cheerfully. Then she turned to the following Yu Ruxue and asked, Little Shui, how should I refuse Chen Haoling's apology later? Yu Ruxue looked at her and asked, how do you know he's here to apologize? Xinlan said with certainty, what else could it be? Why would he come to Qinghuan Peak otherwise? Yu Ruxue's face darkened, what if he came to assassinate Xiaofan? However, Xinlan sneered, if he really came to assassinate Xiaofan, he wouldn't be foolish enough to expose his whereabouts. Daring to be so brazen means he's not worried about anyone seeing him. So, aside from coming to ask me to get back together, what other reason could he have to come to Qinghuan Peak? To put it simply, this guy Chen Haoling. If I lose you, I won't be able to live. Xinlan seemed quite pleased when she spoke these words. Yu Ruxue sighed upon hearing this, I hope so. Soon, Xinlan saw a figure slowly walking towards them from afar. On the other side, Shen Yanran immediately said, Master, Chen Haoling is coming. Upon hearing this, Xinlan looked up and indeed saw Chen Haoling, casually strolling towards them with a smoking pipe in hand. However, his demeanor was far from that of someone coming to apologize, he didn't even bring a gift. Though Xinlan felt a bit dissatisfied, she still forgave Chen Haoling for his rudeness. She quickly tidied her hair and sat up straight. At the same time, she cleared her throat, already imagining various scenarios of Chen Haoling kneeling to apologize to her. She also practiced how she would refuse his apology in her mind. Of course, if Chen Haoling's apology had enough sincerity, she wouldn't be unable to forgive him. As long as he could guarantee not to hurt Lu Linfan and no longer interfere with her freedom, she would allow Chen Haoling to continue being her husband, providing her with various cultivation resources to help her break through. However, just as Xinlan was lost in her thoughts, she saw Chen Haoling slowly walk past her. In the process, he didn't even take a second glance at her. He completely acted like a passerby. In that moment, Xinlan felt as if she were petrified where she stood, staring in disbelief at Chen Haoling's gradually receding figure, suddenly shouting, Chen Haoling. Chen Haoling, having taken a few steps away, suddenly stopped, instinctively turning to look at Xinlan and asking, what? Xinlan jumped off her seat angrily and said, where do you think you're going? I'm sitting right here, are you blind? Chen Haoling, however, looked puzzled and said, what does it matter to me where you sit? It's the middle of the night, and here you are barking like a dog at me. If you want to go crazy, do it in your courtyard, don't scare people here. As he spoke, Chen Haoling turned his head, ignoring her, and continued walking forward. Only Qinlan was left in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. Chen Haoling actually dared to scold her for going crazy in front of so many people? He even called her barking like a dog. Was this still the gentle partner she knew? At that moment, a hint of danger flickered in her eyes as she coldly commanded, "Stop him. Don't let him escape." As her words fell, Chen Haoling, who had not gone more than 2 steps, suddenly found a large group of people directly blocking his path. They all wore the standard armor of Qinghuan Peak, holding various weapons that were exclusive artifacts of the Wusher sword sect. These outfits, combined with their already strong cultivations, could easily sweep away a small sect. But now, Qinlan had actually used such an elite team to surround Chen Haoling? Chen Haoling chuckled and turned back to Qinlan, who was approaching him slowly, saying, "Head of the Qin faction, is there anything else?" With a blank expression, Qinlan stepped closer to Chen Haoling and suddenly asked, "You've been at Wusher sword sect for almost 10 days now, what have you been doing all this time?" Chen Haoling glanced at Qinlan curiously and replied, "I've been in closed-door cultivation, what else? What do you think I should be doing?" Qinlan shouted, "Bullshit." She had now approached Chen Haoling closely, her face less than 30 centimeters away from his. Suddenly, he coldly said, "A majestic insane king, the strongest in the entire northern frontier, takes a full 10 days to break through from the true martial realm to the halfing stage. Chen Haoling, are you messing with me?" Qinlan was clearly a bit anxious, and even revealed Chen Haoling's past identity. But looking at the reactions of those around, it seemed there was no confusion, perhaps they had already gotten used to their peak master's ramblings. Even Yurushue stood up at this moment and said to Chen Haoling, "Chen Haoling, if it were someone else breaking through from the true martial realm to the halfing stage in just 10 days, I would think he is an unprecedented genius. But if that person is you, then I think this time is clearly abnormal. Because with your abilities, you definitely wouldn't need 10 days, at most, you could completely break through in 3 days. So, during these 10 days at the Wusher sword sect, at least 7 days were spent on something else. So I'm curious, what have you been doing for those 7 days? Chen Haoling glanced at Yurushue, then looked towards Qinlan, who was eyeing him like a tiger, and finally said with some irritation, "Whether you believe it or not, this is indeed the truth, it took me 10 days to break through. Moreover, even if I truly had an extra 7 days of free time, that 7 days is still my personal time. What I did during this time, where I went, is my freedom. Do I need to report everything to you?" This statement immediately left Yurushue speechless, perhaps she was used to looking down on Chen Haoling in her previous life, but at this moment, facing his retort, she was surprisingly at a loss for words. But Qinlan spoke up, "Fine, I'll assume you spent the last 10 days in secluded cultivation, now tell me, why are you here in front of my Qinghuan Peak?" Chen Haoling answered very directly, "I'm going to the law enforcement hall, this route is relatively closer." Qinlan asked again, "What do you want at the law enforcement hall?" Chen Haoling retorted, "Does that have anything to do with you?" Qinlan's eyes turned blood red, and the mystical energy around her began to uncontrollably radiate outwards as she loudly questioned Chen Haoling. "I am your dual cultivation partner. How does it not relate to me? Chen Haoling, have you forgotten your own name after leaving for a while? And I waited for you for a whole 10 days, yet you didn't even glance my way, you didn't even send me a message. Do you really think I don't exist?" As she said this, an invisible pressure suddenly enveloped the surroundings. Before long, the many guards and soldiers on site all turned red-faced, feeling as if tens of thousands of pounds had been added onto them, nearly collapsing to the ground. Even Chen Haoling was gasping for breath under that invisible pressure. If he hadn't broken through to the halfing stage, he would likely have knelt on the ground right then and there. He took a deep breath and coldly said to Qinlan, "You and I are no longer partners. From the day you teamed up with others to surround and attack me, there has been no relationship between us. Also, you keep saying you've been waiting for 10 days on Qinghuan Peak, but you should not forget, this Qinghuan Peak is already filled with various lethal formations. Furthermore, my name is already on your blacklist. May I ask, even if I wanted to see you, how should I get past these obstacles you set up?" Chen Haoling's voice was not loud, but to Qinlan, it felt like a deflated balloon. She withered right there. Her expression was a bit complicated, and her gaze couldn't help but flicker. Indeed, the deadly formations on Qinghuan Peak were all set up by her, and Chen Haoling's name was also personally placed on the blacklist by her. Clearly, she had arranged this series of actions to prevent Chen Haoling from coming near Qinghuan Peak, but why, when he really didn't come, was it she who felt anxious? Furthermore, Chen Haoling's earlier words, "You and I are no longer partners." To her, it felt like a sharp silver needle piercing deep into her heart. Though it didn't cause her any substantial impact, it made her feel discomfort all over, and even gave her an impulse to cry. But there were so many people present, she was the master of a peak in the Wusher sword sect and absolutely could not shed tears in front of them. Taking a deep breath and adjusting her state, she looked back at Chen Haoling and questioned. "Alright, even if you say we are no longer partners, can you dare to say you have no feelings for me at all?" Chun Haoling answered directly and clearly, yes. Not just you, but also Yurushue, Shin Yanran, and the other 15 people who attacked me at that time, they all have nothing to do with me now. What you do, where you go, who you meet has nothing to do with me. I don't care at all. This was said without any emotion, and there was no hint of evasion in his eyes, clearly in a very serious tone. But this serious demeanor made Qin Lan's eyes become moist, yet she still forced herself not to let the tears fall. She lifted her head and asked one last time, fine, even if what you say is true, then why did you follow Yanran back to the sect? If you really have no feelings for us at all, why come back to this place of trouble? Seeing Qin Lan's expression, Chen Haoling scratched his forehead, feeling thoughtful, then helplessly said. Shin Yanran took my magic core and threatened me to return to the sect with her, otherwise, she would not give it back. Oh, and if I remember correctly, she seemed to say it was your order at that time. So why are you questioning me now about coming back to this place of trouble? Upon hearing this, Qin Lan understood. So all this time, Chen Haoling's purpose was just for that magic core. She turned to Shin Yanran and said, go, bring the magic core over here. Shin Yanran was slightly stunned. She wanted to say that she had already given the magic core to Lu Linfan, but after seeing Qin Lan's fierce gaze, the words were swallowed back, and she finally bowed and said, disciple will go do that now. Saying that, she turned and left. Before long, Shin Yanran returned with the yellow magic core. She was about to hand it to Qin Lan, but Qin Lan looked at Chen Haoling and said, didn't you say you have no feelings for me anymore? Then good, prove it to me now. I and this magic core, you choose. If you choose me, then we still have the possibility to bring ourselves back to life and become partners again. But if you choose that magic core, I guarantee, from now on, you will never see me again. We will live our lives separately from now on. Upon hearing this, Chen Haoling's mouth involuntarily curled up, thinking, is there really such a good thing? Before coming here, Chen Haoling had been thinking about how to explain the magic core matter to the elder of the law enforcement hall to ensure he could destroy it smoothly. But he never expected that Qin Lan would take the initiative to present the item. Not only that, she even volunteered to say she would never come to see him again. This buy one get one free deal is simply too good to miss. Chapter 69, The Reasons for Yurushua's Hatred Towards Chen Haoling. At that moment, Chen Haoling smiled and took the magical core, then said, I want this magical core, Master Qin. I wonder if your words hold any weight. Seeing that Chen Haoling actually chose the magical core instead of her, Qin Lan was instantly shattered. Tears streamed down her cheeks, but her expression twisted into a sneer as she said, good, that's a great choice, I hope you don't regret your actions today. With that, Qin Lan turned and leaped into the air, quickly flying back to Qinghuan Peak, her speed so fast it was almost impossible to see. The soldiers around, seeing their master suddenly leave, looked at each other in confusion. Their master is gone, so what should they do now? Should they continue watching Chen Haoling? Or should they all leave together? This awkward situation did not last long before Yurushue spoke up first. You all go back, just leave this to me. I will explain it to the master. Only then did the soldiers put away their weapons and retreat like a receding tide. Next, Yurushue looked at Shin Yanran and said, Yanran, you should go back too, and keep the master company. Shin Yanran muttered an oh, but as she left, her eyes took a peculiar glance at Chen Haoling. Unlike Qin Lan, who fell apart in front of Chen Haoling's cruelty, Shin Yanran couldn't do what Yurushue did and completely ignore everything. Especially when she heard Chen Haoling say that he no longer cared about any woman from his past life, her heart still ached painfully. However, this feeling did not show clearly. She really wanted to question Chen Haoling, but when the words were on her lips, she didn't know how to say them, so in the end, she held it back. With a soft sigh, Shin Yanran turned to leave. Could it be that her senior brother was really angry with them because of what happened in the last life? Could it be? Although they did do something a bit excessive, but wasn't her senior brother fine? Was he still mad about it? Shin Yanran kicked a stone angrily, cursing, stupid senior brother, I won't care about you anymore. Saying this, she walked away quickly. For a moment, only Chen Haoling and Yurushue were left on the scene. Chen Haoling didn't want to waste more time talking with Yurushue and wanted to turn and leave. But Yurushue suddenly said, do you know why my master, Yanran, and I are so good to Xiaofan? Even to the point of betraying you for revenge? Chen Haoling scratched his head and replied, who knows? That's your business. Yurushue took a step closer, dissatisfied, and said, it's because you have never considered our feelings and emotions. Perhaps in your eyes, as long as you provide us with enough training resources and a safe living environment, that is enough to fulfill your responsibilities as a partner. But what is the truth? The truth is, what we need is emotional value. Respect, care. Just like that scene earlier, you clearly noticed that my sister was in a very sad state. In such a situation, instead of comforting her, you made her uncomfortable in front of so many people and put her in a tough spot. Is that what a man should do? Saying this, Urushua took a deep breath, turned her head to the side, and with disappointment in her eyes said, "You are not as good as Xiao Fan, not even close, not even 1%. He comforts us when we are sad, tells jokes to make us happy when we are feeling down. And you? Have you always just controlled our lives with your own logic? Treat us like livestock, like a potted plant. So, now you know why all the women around you choose to betray you, right?" Chen Haoling laughed softly after hearing this. In this ever-changing world of cultivation, countless scenes of cannibalism unfold every day. Living in a place like this, there are only two choices: either eat others or be eaten. How many cultivators have fought to bloody extremes over a single spirit herb or a spirit stone? And how many people strive to become stronger at all costs to avoid being made into medicinal pills by others? Chen Haoling looked at Urushua and jokingly asked, "Senior sister, I suddenly realized that you are like a flower in a greenhouse, completely unaware of how cruel the real world of cultivation is. You also do not understand how many cultivators would want an environment rich in cultivation resources without survival crises. But you, along with those women, consider all of this as restraints. Fine, if you all think that everything I'm doing is harming you, then I apologize to you now. And I, Chen Haoling, pledge that from now on, if I interfere in your lives again, I will die a miserable death, struck by 5 bolts of lightning." This was indeed a harsh oath. However, this made Urushua very satisfied. She seemed to have been waiting for Chen Haoling to promise her that he wouldn't interfere in her life again. But she couldn't help but add, "By the way, besides that, when the beast tide comes in a month, you also cannot forcefully take me away. Can you guarantee that?" Upon hearing this, Chen Haoling recalled scenes from his past life. At that time in his previous life, the Li family had just been slaughtered by the Blood Fiend, so Chen Haoling brought Li Xiao back from Imperial City Xinlua Holy City. He originally planned to collect the bodies of the Li family, but unexpectedly discovered that a small-scale beast tide was about to sweep into another city, Yangon City, in Tiandu Prefecture. Chen Haoling originally didn't want to get involved, but he couldn't resist Li Xiao's overwhelming compassion and desire to save people, so in a rush, he randomly pulled a few people to escape the city, one of whom was the current Urushua. But the moment Chen Haoling took Urushua and fled Yangon City, the beast tide arrived, and Yangon City was completely destroyed, with over 80,000 citizens perishing, not one survived. It was at that time that Urushua, saved by Chen Haoling, developed a murderous intent towards him. Yet, even until now, Chen Haoling still couldn't completely understand why Urushua had murderous thoughts towards him back then. Now, after hearing Urushua's words, he seemed to guess something and asked, "You mean to say, with your strength, you can survive in the beast tide without being taken away?" Urushua slightly raised her chin and proudly said, "Why not?" Saying this, she took out a formation scroll from her storage ring and threw it to Chen Haoling. Chen Haoling caught it and began to look at it. Urushua continued, "This Great Luo Heavenly Array is an extremely powerful formation that I painstakingly crafted. As long as this formation is activated when the beast tide arrives, it can completely withstand the impact of the beast tide." Speaking of this, Urushua also reminisced about her previous life, and in her gaze towards Chen Haoling, there was a hint of hatred. She said coldly, "In my past life, as long as I had activated this formation, Yangon City could have been safe and sound. But because of your meddling, forcefully taking me away, I had no chance to use this formation. The result was that I could only watch helplessly as my father, mother, along with 2 younger sisters and other relatives and friends, all died under the beast tide. Since that day, my purpose for living has been only one: to kill you with my own hands, to avenge my family. But at that time, I was very clear that I couldn't defeat you, so I chose to join the Wuxia sword sect. I practiced hard every day, always yearning to grow stronger, just so I could one day kill you. Although in the end, I never achieved this goal, it no longer matters because heaven has given me a second chance. So this time, I will correct the mistakes that you caused with my own hands. I will protect Xiaofan and will not allow him to be killed by you. I will also protect myself and will not be forcibly taken by you. I will even protect my homeland, Yangon City, and will not let it perish under the beast tide." The tone of this speech surprisingly gave a feeling of ambition. Even Chen Haoling was a bit surprised, but after he saw the array diagram of the Great Luo Tongtian formation drawn by Urushua, he scoffed and tossed the scroll back to her. "You think you can withstand a beast tide of such scale with something like this?" Urushua is even more insane than Qin Lan. However, after hearing Urushua's words, Chen Haoling began to understand why, among his many women, only Urushua treated her feelings towards him the coldest. It turned out that from the very beginning, she had the determination to kill him while being with him, yet he foolishly provided her with so many resources to help her grow. In the end, the resources invested in her became a sharp sword aimed at his own heart. Thinking this way, Urushua wasn't wrong. Chen Haoling was indeed meddling in affairs that weren't his own. He shouldn't have taken Urushua away when the beast tide came, allowing her to die together. That would have been the wisest choice. Thinking of this, Chen Haoling couldn't help but smile wryly and shook his head, but then he seemed to remember something and said, "Wait a minute, if we follow the timeline from the last life, you should still be in Yong'an City right now. How did you become a disciple of the Wuxia sword sect so quickly? Yurushue proudly said, don't worry about that, in any case, I have applied to the sect to go guard Yong'an City in a month. At that time, I will prove to you, without your interference, how well my family can live and how vulnerable those beast clans are. Chapter 70, The Demon Core is Fake. After saying this, Yurushue no longer paid attention to Chen Haoling and turned to leave. Chen Haoling pressed his lips together and then looked down at the demon core in his hand. Since he already had the item, there was no need to continue to the law enforcement hall, he could just find a random place to destroy it later. Thinking this way, Chen Haoling returned along the path he came. The shadow quietly appeared and asked Chen Haoling, when are you planning to go to the martial tomb? Chen Haoling walked ahead, then fell silent for a moment after hearing the shadow's words. The martial tomb mentioned by the shadow was naturally the main purpose of his visit to the Wuxia sword sect. Because in that tomb, there was a top-notch treasure called Hellblood, and this item was the key element to reawakening Chen Haoling's Blood Will Eye. As long as he had the Blood Will Eye, he would have enough means to deal with the first disaster. With these thoughts, Chen Haoling suddenly said, I don't even know where the martial tomb is, how can I go? The shadow was slightly taken aback and reflexively asked, didn't you go to the martial tomb in your last life? What's wrong, can't you remember where the location is? Chen Haoling rolled his eyes and said, the martial tomb is not a fixed burial site, it is a special space that buries ancient deities. And the location of this special space changes every 5 years. In my last life, I entered the martial tomb 12 years later, and at that time, the location was within the cave of Wanku Mountain on the west side of the Wuxia sword sect. As for now, that place is likely just a cave, and we might not even see a single strand of the martial tomb. Upon hearing this, the shadow understood and then said a bit frustratedly, if the location of the martial tomb keeps changing, how are you going to find it? It's not like you can wait in that Wanku Mountain cave for 12 years, right? Chen Haoling also found this a bit puzzling. In fact, he had no great way to pinpoint the exact location of the martial tomb. He just knew that each time the martial tomb appeared, the distance from the last location wouldn't usually exceed 100 miles. Chen Haoling also deduced from this characteristic that the opening of the martial tomb this time would likely be near the Wuxia sword sect. But even if he narrowed it down to a 100-mile radius, it was still a vast area. To find it alone would take an eternity. At this moment, the shadow seemed to have thought of something and reminded, generally speaking, special spaces like the martial tomb, once opened, are often accompanied by certain unusual phenomena. Do you remember what strange things happened when the martial tomb opened in your last life? Let's see if we can infer where the martial tomb will open based on those events. Upon hearing this, Chen Haoling began to think carefully, his brow instinctively furrowing, and one hand unconsciously stroked his chin. After a moment, Chen Haoling finally spoke, I haven't entered the martial tomb that many times, if I had to mention something strange that happened, it should be natural disasters. The shadow responded with a light "oh," instinctively asking, natural disasters? Chen Haoling nodded, in my memory, every time before the martial tomb opens, it is accompanied by a natural disaster. The first was 100-year disaster, night rain, and the second was 300-year disaster, landslide. As he said this, a flash of inspiration struck Chen Haoling, and he stopped in his tracks, while the shadow seemed to have thought of something as well, looking directly at Chen Haoling, and they both said in unison, Beast Tide. Yong'an City. That's right. If there was going to be a natural disaster somewhere recently, it could only be Yong'an City. Although the Beast Tide is different from those natural disasters, its destructive power is equally astonishing. Thus, the martial tomb might only be found in Yong'an City. Thinking of this, Chen Haoling hit his forehead with his hand in irritation and wiped it down hard, cursing under his breath, am I just stepping in dog poop luck? Wherever those stupid women go, I inexplicably follow along? Is it that I'm destined not to shake them off in this lifetime? The shadow chuckled lightly, crossing its arms seriously, and said, the martial tomb opens only after a natural disaster. If you calculate it this way, you can completely wait until that stupid woman, Yurushue, dies under the beast tide, and then go find the martial tomb. Then you wouldn't have to worry about running into them. Chen Haoling continued walking forward, feeling inexplicably irritable, that's true, but just thinking about going to the same place as Yurushue makes me unreasonably angry. The shadow chuckled again, comforting, you'll get used to it. After that stupid woman Yurushue dies, there are still 14 more to deal with. I have a feeling that even if you don't want to provoke them, they will definitely come to provoke you. Chen Haoling's expression became a bit complex upon hearing this, but he didn't say anything more. Soon, he arrived at a small grove, then he took out the magic core, preparing to destroy it in this place. At this moment, to Chen Haoling's surprise, he discovered that the soul inside the magic core had actually disappeared. Only a shell remained. It was like wanting to eat an egg, but after breaking the shell, there was no egg inside, just a layer of shell. Seeing this, Chen Haoling was stunned, cursing out loud, what the hell is this? Where's the soul inside the magic core? How did it disappear? The magic core was the shell, and the soul inside was the key to whether the magical creature could successfully revive. Now that the soul was gone, the magic core was useless. At that moment, Chen Haoling realized he might have been played by that foolish woman, Xin Yanran. He angrily smashed the magic core on the ground and then stomped it to pieces, cursing, Xin Yanran, Xin Lan, how dare you trick me? As he spoke, he drew his boundless blade, preparing to fight back. But at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Are you looking for this thing? Upon hearing these words, Chen Haoling's steps paused slightly, and he instinctively turned to look behind him. He saw a handsome figure slowly walking out of the darkness, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Seeing the visitor, Chen Haoling narrowed his eyes and murmured, Lu Linfan? Indeed, the person appearing in this place was none other than the treasure cherished by Qin Lan, Xin Yanran, and Yurushue, Lu Linfan. In his hand, he held a crystal ball, inside which the soul of blood evil demon Luo swam around like a little fish. Upon seeing this, Chen Haoling immediately understood. The soul inside the magic core had been extracted by Lu Linfan, and it seemed he had been waiting here specifically for him. Thinking of this, Chen Haoling said coldly, if you don't want to die, you'd better give me that thing right now. As he spoke, Chen Haoling gripped the boundless blade tightly and took a step closer to Lu Linfan. Although, having lived a second life, Chen Haoling had no interest in killing Lu Linfan anymore. If this brat dared to provoke him, he wouldn't mind giving him a stab. Moreover, Lu Linfan's current strength was only equivalent to extreme Jinwu realm. At this level, Chen Haoling wouldn't even need a blade, one palm could easily kill him. But Lu Linfan showed no signs of panic. As he saw Chen Haoling approaching, he directly put the fist-sized crystal ball into his mouth. In front of Chen Haoling, he opened his mouth wide beyond what a human face could bear. Then, with a hard swallow, the fist-sized crystal ball was forcefully swallowed down. During the swallowing process, it even caused a large bulge to form on his neck, which then descended as it was swallowed into his stomach. After swallowing, he stuck out a long snake-like tongue and licked his lips. Seeing this scene, Chen Haoling's forward steps halted. He almost forgot that the Lu Linfan in front of him was not human, but a beast tribe disguised as a human. Chapter 71, Killing with a Borrowed Knife. Suddenly, Lu Linfan grinned savagely and said, Chen Haoling, I may not know what your relationship with the master is, but it's because of you that the master started to neglect me, even refusing to sleep with me. Even senior sister Yan Ran has become indifferent to me, as has senior sister Rushue, who no longer cares for me like before. And this situation has never happened before. So, can you tell me why, from the moment you arrived at the Wuxia Sword sect, their attitude towards me has become so cold? Why does the master get so excited when she sees you? Why does senior sister Yanran become absent-minded whenever you are mentioned? Why does senior sister Rushue completely ignore me when she sees you? Why is this happening? Lu Linfan shouted angrily at Chen Haoling. It seems that during the 10 days Chen Haoling was in seclusion, those three women unintentionally neglected this guy multiple times, which is why he specially came to find Chen Haoling. At this moment, Chen Haoling, with a blank expression, said, if they have neglected you, you should ask them. What use is it to ask me? I don't know what they think. Besides, this does not justify your act of swallowing someone else's possessions. I will give you 3 breaths to spit out the soul of the blood fiend demon, or I will stab you along with that soul. Upon hearing this, Lu Linfan defiantly said, oh really? Then come. As he spoke, he arrogantly spread his arms, signaling Chen Haoling to come and hit him. But at the same time, the communication jade slip in his storage ring had already sent the situation back to Qinghuan Peak. Lu Linfan actually knew very well that he could never defeat Chen Haoling, so the only way to deal with Chen Haoling was to borrow a knife to kill. As long as the master and senior sisters saw him being bullied by Chen Haoling, they would definitely come to his rescue. Given the master's level of indulgence towards him, this Chen Haoling wouldn't live to see the sun rise the next day. Thinking of this, Lu Linfan felt a surge of excitement. However, Chen Haoling raised the boundless blade in his hand and charged straight at him. Whoosh! The blade's slash was incredibly fast, like a flash of lightning, shooting toward him. This scene left Lu Linfan stunned. He had only hoped that Chen Haoling would give him a beating, but he never expected he would really try to kill him. In the face of Chen Haoling's attack, Lu Linfan leaned back, performing a backward bend to dodge the strike narrowly. However, the trees behind Lu Linfan bore the brunt of Chen Haoling's blade energy. There was a soft swoosh, as if a gigantic silver-white shadow swept past, and in an instant, 4 or 5 dozen towering ancient trees were cut in half, their cross-sections impossibly smooth, even some rigid rocks split apart evenly. After narrowly avoiding the attack, Lu Linfan quickly retreated. Seeing those dozens of trees split open in an instant, cold sweat began to flow down his forehead. If he had been hit just now, he would have certainly died without a doubt. Then Lu Linfan looked toward Chen Haoling and found that Chen Haoling's fierce gaze had locked onto him again, raising the boundless blade and charging at him once more. Seeing this, Lu Linfan didn't think twice and ran wildly towards Qinghuan Peak, shouting, "Help! Help! Master, senior sisters, save me! Save me!" He screamed hysterically, fearing others might not hear him, but in the deep of night, who could hear his cries? Meanwhile, Chen Haoling chased after him without a second thought. Although Lu Linfan's strength was merely ultimate true martial realm, relying on the beast tribe's inherent physical strength, as well as its innate abilities, it could easily match the level of a human cultivator in the first turn, half-shadow phase. Furthermore, after Lu Linfan devoured that magic core's soul, he gained a portion of its soul power as reinforcement. As a result, Lu Linfan's current power is actually at the level of second turn, half-shadow phase. It is precisely because of these buffs stacking up that Lu Linfan was able to dodge the first strike from Chen Haoling. But can he dodge the second strike? Chen Haoling's speed suddenly increased, and he immediately unleashed his battle technique, Phoenix. In an instant, a fireball wrapped around Chen Haoling, transforming him into the appearance of a phoenix, and he charged straight towards Lu Linfan. But at this moment, Shadow warned Chen Haoling, "Hey, Chen Haoling, this wants to use you to kill. If Qin Lan and Urushua, those few people, come here and see you chasing Lu Linfan, you won't be able to explain yourself." Chen Haoling coldly responded, "Then we should just kill Lu Linfan before they arrive." As he spoke, a murderous intent burst forth from Chen Haoling's eyes, and he said, "This guy devoured the soul of the blood-slaughtered demon lord, he might merge with it later. If he inherits the blood-slaughtered demon lord's hatred towards me, he will definitely seek revenge on me. By then, I will be in trouble." Hearing this, Shadow also realized the seriousness of the situation. Imagine a super monster fused with the soul power of a demon and the physical body of a beast. How terrifying would it become once it matures? Moreover, it would have the enhancement of Chen Haoling's combat god bloodline. Its growth rate could even surpass Chen Haoling himself. Because Chen Haoling still needs to find spirit stones to absorb, while Lu Linfan can easily obtain them from Qingwan Peak. Given Qin Lan's personality, she would definitely satisfy all of Lu Linfan's cultivation needs. And yet Sangxian would not provide all his resources to support Chen Haoling. Thus, Lu Linfan would gain terrifying power in a very short time, and his threat to Chen Haoling would even surpass that of the bloodslaughter Azura. For all these reasons, Chen Haoling had to eliminate Lu Linfan immediately, even if it meant tearing apart ties with Qingwan Peak. At this moment, Chen Haoling relied on the terrifying speed of the Phoenix technique and aimed a kick at Lu Linfan's back. Lu Linfan was startled and suddenly rolled sideways, narrowly avoiding Chen Haoling's stump. Chen Haoling's foot landed firmly on the ground where Lu Linfan had been standing. Boom! The Phoenix flames exploded upon contact with the ground, a thick wave of heat swept outward, instantly sending Lu Linfan flying. Pooh! Lu Linfan spat out a big mouthful of blood, his body crashing to the ground like a stiff log. At that moment, Chen Haoling, who was at the center of the... Not long after parting, Urushua reappeared, standing tall in front of Lu Linfan. In her hand, she held a silvery whip, which coiled around her like a spirit snake, the tip adorned with a snake's head gleaming with dangerous light. Seeing Urushua arrive, Lu Linfan quickly stood up and hid behind her, his face filled with fear and grievance as he said, sister, this guy wants to kill me. He was trying to cut off my neck with his knife, I was almost dead, just a little bit, I was nearly killed by him." As he spoke, tears actually welled up in Lu Linfan's eyes, looking very round. Urushua only gently patted his shoulder, indicating that everything was fine, and then she turned her furious gaze toward Chen Haoling, coldly saying, "Chen Haoling, you are truly hopeless. I even told the master that you had changed, that you wouldn't kill Xiao Fan for us as you did in the previous life, but unexpectedly, you are still the same, unchanged at all. What master said is indeed not wrong, everything you did before was just an act. You still want to take me and the master into your harem, right?" Chen Haoling suddenly shouted back at her, "Get the hell out of here. You bastard, get lost. If not, I'll kill you too." Chapter 72, Furious Chen Haoling. At this moment, Chen Haoling was extremely furious, not even caring to explain to Urushua why he wanted to kill Lu Linfan, all he wanted was to eliminate Lu Linfan immediately. But when Urushua heard Chen Haoling daring to shout at her, she too became furious, immediately shouting, "Come here." As her voice fell, many armored soldiers from Qingwan Peak arrived in unison. Urushua calmly said, "Protect Xiao Fan well. If anything happens to him, I will wipe out your entire family." The soldiers all clasped their fists in response, surrounding Lu Linfan and keeping a vigilant eye on Chen Haoling. Then, Urushua's gaze turned fiercely towards Chen Haoling, and she said coldly, "Chen Haoling, I don't want to kill you, truly don't. But why do you force me?" Her last words were shouted out, clearly filled with immense anger. Chen Haoling's attempt to kill Lu Linfan had already touched her sore spot. Living again, her purpose was to prevent the tragedy of the previous life from repeating, but now, Chen Haoling was pushing everything back to the original direction, bit by bit. And this way, didn't it force her to have to kill Chen Haoling with her own hands? As a person with a clear sense of grudges, Urushua remembered all of Chen Haoling's actions, but also remembered his care for her in the previous life. So, unless absolutely necessary, she really did not want to confront Chen Haoling. But now, not killing Chen Haoling was no longer an option. As Qin Lan said, if Chen Haoling didn't die, then Lu Linfan would be in danger. Perhaps he would intervene in the Beast Tide event in Yong'an City a month later. Yu Rushue would absolutely not allow her parents, relatives, and friends to die before her eyes again. Thinking of this, tears welled in Yu Rushue's eyes as she raised the spirit snake whip and struck towards Chen Haoling. In the previous life, she had received care from Chen Haoling for 10,000 years, pampered for 10,000 years, and today she was going to personally kill this man who had cared for her for 10,000 years. But was Chen Haoling so easy to kill? At that moment, Chen Haoling raised one hand and formed a seal, spatial technique, phaseless, open. In an instant, the spirit snake whip that struck toward Chen Haoling. It passed straight through Chen Haoling. Yet it caused no real attack on Chen Haoling, feeling more like it struck a phantom. In the next moment, Chen Haoling charged straight toward Lu Linfan. Yu Rushue was at the 10 turns, half-yin phase, while Chen Haoling was only at 1 turn, half-yin phase. In a fair fight, Chen Haoling was simply no match for her, so he absolutely couldn't get entangled with her now. Therefore, Chen Haoling's strategy was to finish things quickly, kill Lu Linfan first, and then immediately escape from the Endless Sword sect. Anyway, he had roughly guessed the location of the martial tomb opening, so there was no need to stay any longer. However, just as Chen Haoling bypassed Yu Rushue, she suddenly let out a startled scream. Sing! This was a terrifying soundwave skill, like the cry of a phoenix, causing Chen Haoling to spit out a mouthful of blood. His forward momentum was abruptly halted, and his ethereal form quickly solidified. Thud! Chen Haoling fell to the ground, and Yu Rushue seized this moment to swing the whip in her hand toward him. Chen Haoling performed a backflip, narrowly dodging the whip. With a light sound, the ground where Chen Haoling had just stood cracked open upon contact with the spirit snake whip. It was like an earthquake, with a massive crack extending 50 meters long. It was clear that this was a deadly strike. Seeing that her attack missed, Yu Rushue retracted the whip and then thrust it toward Chen Haoling again. Just like thrusting a sword, she drove the whip forward, instantly causing the spirit snake whip to split into countless white giant pythons, rushing toward Chen Haoling to bite him. Due to their incredible speed, Chen Haoling couldn't evade them at all, so he swung his boundless blade wildly. The speed of his movements was tremendous, leaving behind afterimages, and the white giant pythons that approached were sliced into pieces. But at that moment, a white python suddenly emerged from beneath Chen Haoling's feet, sinking its fangs into his abdomen. Then, it pushed Chen Haoling's body into the air. Put! Chen Haoling was struck in the abdomen by the massive creature, spitting out a mouthful of blood. With a quick swing of his hand, he cut the white giant python that had bitten him in half. Then, he turned his gaze toward Yu Rushue below, opened his mouth, and took a deep breath, activating the battle skill, Vermilion Bird. Whoosh! A ball of flame erupted from Chen Haoling's mouth, transforming into the shape of a vermilion bird and charging straight at Yu Rushue. But Yu Rushue also took a deep breath and unleashed her technique toward Chen Haoling, releasing secret skill, Cold Gleam. A cloud of white icy mist surged toward the direction of the vermilion bird. From a distance, one could see the red flame of the vermilion bird colliding with the white icy mist in mid-air. The clash of ice and fire properties instantly created a massive amount of. After entering the halving period, each small realm's gap is enormous. Even greater than the large gap before the true martial realm. Chen Haoling, with his first turn halving period strength, single-handedly challenged 10th turn halving period Yu Rushue, but he wasn't instantly obliterated. Instead, he withstood many attacks, which is indeed impressive. Because the difference between them is like comparing the strength of a sheep to an elephant, it is simply incomparable. However, it was at this moment that Yu Rushue's icy mist hit Chen Haoling with tremendous impact, sending him flying away. And the direction he flew in was actually the route Lu Linfan was escaping. Seeing this, Yu Rushue's pupils constricted sharply, and she exclaimed, "Not good." But at this point, Chen Haoling's body had already drawn a brilliant arc in the air and was slicing down towards Lu Linfan's direction. Below, Lu Linfan looked up and screamed, "Ah!" Chen Haoling roared, "Die, you bastard!" However, before Chen Haoling's boundless blade could slice through Lu Linfan's neck, an incredibly strong yin-yang energy rushed in. Boom! When Chen Haoling was less than 2 meters away from Lu Linfan, he was instantly blasted away. Whoosh! Like a beam of light, he crashed through a massive mountain, even flying back over 100 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Ugh, cough! Chen Haoling's boundless blade had already been knocked away, several bones in his body were broken, and he instantly fell into a heavily wounded and critical state. In front of him, Qin Lan slowly descended from the sky. One strike, just a casual blow from Qin Lan, had sent Chen Haoling to this near-death state. The gap between the halving period and the true yin-yang realm is truly unimaginable. At this moment, Qin Lan coldly said, "Did you not say you were no longer interested in Fanner? What are you doing now?" An hour ago, Qin Lan had wept because Chen Haoling ignored her, but now, she struck him mercilessly, heavily injuring him because it involved Lu Linfan. This shows that in her heart, Chen Haoling's status was far below that of Lu Linfan. At this time, after spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, Chen Haoling slowly got up, only he could stand up even after such severe injuries. Then, as if nothing had happened, he casually brushed off the dirt on his body and said, "Today, Lu Linfan must die, besides him, you, and that Yurushua must die as well." Chapter 73, Blood Sacrifice of the Resentful Spirit Technique. Xinlan's expression changed slightly. She seemed to think of something and almost instantly struck toward Chen Haoling's head. The force of this palm was very strong, enough to explode Chen Haoling's head with the strength of a yin-yang realm expert. However, Xinlan saw her palm pass right through Chen Haoling's head as if she struck thin air. In the next moment, Chen Haoling swiftly retreated while a mysterious magic seal appeared in his hand. Forbidden Technique Blood Sacrifice of the Resentful Spirit, he instantly cast. In an instant, Chen Haoling's face turned red, and his aura began to surge rapidly. The so-called Blood Sacrifice of the Resentful Spirit technique is a forbidden technique that allows one's lifespan to be burned in exchange for a temporary surge in strength. At that time, the Lord of Chingyue City, Zhou Hongsheng, had once used a similar divine ability to stop the rampaging Chen Haoling. Half of his life was put into it. And the forbidden technique that Chen Haoling is using now is countless times stronger than the one Zhou Hongsheng used. When Xinlan looked at Chen Haoling, a rare trace of panic appeared in her eyes. Clearly, she should know how terrifying Chen Haoling's blood sacrifice vengeful spirit technique is, which is why she acted without hesitation to strike at him just now, but unfortunately she missed. Suddenly, Xinlan's body floated in midair, and petals appeared all around her. Though they were petals, they gleamed with a metallic luster under the moonlight. Then, these sharp petals lashed out towards Chen Haoling. At this moment, Chen Haoling's aura was still expanding continuously. Faced with this massive wave of petals, Chen Haoling took a deep breath and whispered, "Endless hell." As soon as he spoke, all the petals approaching him burst into a swirl of white demonic flames, which almost instantly burned the petals to ashes. From afar, it looked as if the petals Zhou Hongsheng sent out were like laser beams, densely shooting towards Chen Haoling. It seemed as if an invisible shield appeared before Chen Haoling. When those rays neared about 2 meters to him, they all turned into a burst of sparks and vanished. No matter how fast or hard the rays were, they could not touch Chen Haoling's body in the slightest. With a cold sneer, Chen Haoling levitated into the air and, in the blink of an eye, reached close to Xinlan. Xinlan was terrified by this horrifying speed and kept retreating, her little face turning pale. Because, in her senses, Chen Haoling's aura had actually reached the level of yin-yang realm. But how long has it been? Not even 2 breaths, right? His strength had jumped from the first turn half-yin period to the level of yin-yang realm. Even if it was only temporary, was this way too fast? At this moment, Chen Haoling clearly did not plan to let Xinlan understand why. He directly swung his fist and charged towards her. Bang! With one punch, without any fancy moves, just a simple fist, he directly struck Xinlan's face. This punch even knocked a tooth out from her mouth, and then a clear fist mark appeared on her delicate little face. Boom! Xinlan heavily crashed to the ground, raising a thick cloud of dust from the ground. Chen Haoling lifted a finger and pointed towards Xinlan. A concentrated beam of flame shot directly from his fingertip. Whoosh! A red beam streaked across the dark night sky, accurately hitting the fallen Xinlan. Puff! The red beam pierced through her heart on the spot. Ugh, ah! Xinlan screamed in pain. At the moment when Chen Haoling reached the yin-yang realm, every passing second consumed 1 year of his life. According to Chen Haoling's current lifespan, which could last a maximum of 120 years, he could only remain in the yin-yang realm for a total of 120 seconds. Once these 120 seconds were over, his strength would fall back to the first turn half-yin stage, and at the same time, his lifespan would be completely used up. This is why, after instantly killing Xinlan, Chen Haoling did not go up to check if she was completely dead. Because time was too tight, he knew he could not check each of their bodies one by one in those short 120 seconds, he had to act fast. Quickly, Chen Haoling flew back to where Lu Linfan had originally been, only to find that Lu Linfan had already run off to who knows where. Fortunately, Chen Haoling directly unleashed his spiritual awareness outward. Wow! A light point emerged from the center of Chen Haoling's brow, then it suddenly exploded outward, appearing like a huge halo, rapidly expanding with Chen Haoling at its center. In just a few seconds, Chen Haoling's spiritual awareness covered a radius of several dozen miles. Then, his eyes brightened slightly as he coldly sneered, "Found you." Saying this, Chen Haoling's figure plummeted straight down toward the ground, and his palm struck downwards. Boom! The moment Chen Haoling's palm made contact with the ground began to shake violently, cracks spreading like a spider web in all directions. At the same time, bursts of light erupted from within those cracks as Chen Haoling roared, "Explode!" In the next moment, the cracked ground began to rapidly expand, and after a huge explosion, countless rocks were blown upwards. From hundreds of meters below the surface, Yurushua and Lu Linfan along with others were blown out together. They gathered within a transparent light shield, likely the secret technique of Yurushua, wrapping her, the soldiers, and Lu Linfan, and then pulling them underground. Unfortunately, they still could not escape Chen Haoling's spiritual awareness probe. Feeling the yin-yang realm aura coming from Chen Haoling, Urushua's pupil slightly shrank, and she murmured, "How is this possible?" But soon, she understood what was happening. She controlled the transparent light shield to land and then raised her eyes to confront Chen Haoling, loudly saying, "Chen Haoling, I know you used the blood sacrifice to summon the resentful spirit, but..." Bang! Before Urushua could finish her sentence, Chen Haoling suddenly. The spikes from the ground surged out at an incredible speed, instantly piercing through the armored soldiers standing in front of Chen Haoling. From below, the piercing went upward, and even the last line of defense, Lu Linfan, was pierced through his body. Ah! Lu Linfan cried out, his chest struck by a spike, lifting his body into the air. Chen Haoling seized this opportunity, drawing the boundless blade and slashing towards Lu Linfan. Lu Linfan was a member of the beast tribe, and his body structure was different from humans. In order to kill him, one must destroy his beast soul. However, just as Chen Haoling was about to strike down Lu Linfan's head, a sharp beam of sword light shot towards Chen Haoling's vital point. Chen Haoling's eyes turned red at that moment. Why does this always happen? Whatever he tries to do, he faces all kinds of obstacles. Is heaven deliberately against him? Filled with anger, Chen Haoling had no choice but to redirect the boundless blade and slash at the long sword. Clang! When the knife and sword met in midair, Chen Haoling was immediately sent flying back by the force. Stumbling backwards for several steps, Chen Haoling finally steadied himself. When he looked at the attacker, his pupils shrank slightly. He saw a silver ancient dragon phantom hovering in the air, with countless sharp long swords weaving in and out of the ancient dragon's form. And controlling the ancient dragon phantom was actually Xin Yanran. Behind her stood 15 beautiful young girls, each stationed at key points of the ancient dragon phantom, supporting its proper operation. Xin Yanran glanced at the severely injured Lu Linfan, then fixed a fierce gaze on Chen Haoling, finally erupting into mad laughter, tears streaming from her eyes as she said to Chen Haoling, "Senior brother, do you still remember this set of sword techniques? Back then, the 18 of us used this formation to defeat you." Saying this, Xin Yanran commanded the enormous ancient dragon phantom to let out a deafening dragon roar that echoed far and wide. The massive sound wave caused the spikes to snap apart, and even Chen Haoling, who stood still, wore a look of astonishment. Because at that moment, Xin Yanran unleashed this ancient dragon phantom, which was precisely the ancient divine slaying sword formation used by Li Xiao and others in the previous life to deal with him. Chen Haoling could never forget the scene of his defeat under this formation. Meanwhile, a figure flew over from the distance and quickly merged into the ancient dragon phantom. The newcomer was actually Qin Lan, who had just been pierced through the heart by Chen Haoling. She was still alive. At this moment, she even replaced Xin Yanran, taking her place at the head of the dragon, and her cold gaze fixed on Chen Haoling as she said, "Chen Haoling, I couldn't kill you in the previous life, but in this life, you won't escape no matter what." Chen Haoling remained silent at his spot. On the other side, Urushua emerged from the ruins. Although her clothes were tattered, her main fighting power was still intact. Upon seeing the ancient divine slaying sword formation being formed, she rushed forward without a word, quickly finding her position, and swiftly taking her place. With Urushua's addition, the 18 formation nodes were perfectly completed, and the size of the ancient dragon phantom expanded sharply at that moment. Originally about 10 meters long, the ancient dragon's form suddenly grew to nearly 50 meters. At the same time, Urushua's incredibly furious voice echoed out. He shouted at Chen Haoling, "You will pay the price for hurting Xiaofan." As Urushua's words fell, a sudden rumble of thunder echoed in the sky, and electric snakes danced through the clouds. With the sound of thunder, howling winds followed closely behind. Under the ancient god-slaying sword formation, Chen Haoling slowly raised his head to glance at the shadow of the ancient dragon sword formation and then looked around at his surroundings. In this scene, it felt as if he had returned to his previous life, to when he had just crossed his tribulation. Qin Lan, Urushua, Xin Yanran, all familiar faces. If Li Xiao and the others were present, then the scene of them joining forces to slay Chen Haoling would appear once more. Chen Haoling finally looked up at the dragon's head. Qin Lan and Urushua, like in the last life, looked down at Chen Haoling from a high vantage point. Those he had dedicated his life to protecting and loving, his disciples, junior sisters, senior sisters, masters, wife, and maid, were all united at this moment for only one purpose: to kill him, to eliminate this demon. But unlike the last life, in this one, their goal in slaying Chen Haoling was to protect another man, a man who wanted to put them to death. Thinking of this, Chen Haoling couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. Then the laughter grew louder, even as tears threatened to fall. It seemed he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Then he suddenly drove the boundless blade into the ground and shouted at Qin Lan and the others. "Do you think the same tricks will still work against me?" As he spoke, Chen Haoling brought his hands together and began to breathe deeply. The ultimate skill, the Kunping breathing method, was unleashed to its maximum. Then, a shadow of a Kunping appeared around Chen Haoling. Seeing this, Qin Lan coldly snorted, "Trivial techniques. As she spoke, the seal in her hand changed again, and the shadow of the ancient dragon sword formation twisted in the sky, then directly hurtled toward Chen Haoling. In an instant, countless sharp swords materialized from the shadow, and then the shadow of the ancient dragon sword formation encircled Chen Haoling. From the outside, it appeared that Chen Haoling was surrounded by countless sharp long swords. Then, the encirclement area rapidly expanded, and in a moment, it formed a massive tornado. A tornado made up of millions of sharp swords, with terrifying pulling power, sucked everything around towards it and then sliced it into dust with its sharp blades. At this moment, the tornado was like a meat grinder, intent on shredding Chen Haoling, at the center of the formation, into pieces. At this time, with the shadow of the Kunping, Chen Haoling could naturally feel that his Kunping shadow had to endure millions of slashes every second. Although this ancient god-slaying sword formation was weakened by billions of times from his last life, Chen Haoling's current strength might not be enough to withstand it. Thus, in his fury, Chen Haoling used the Kunping breathing method to slow the consumption of his lifespan, allowing him to linger a while longer in the realm of yin and yang. Now, his magical power had gathered enough, it was time to counterattack. Chen Haoling's seal transformed, demon fire burning heaven, activate. In an instant, the Kunping shadow around Chen Haoling rapidly shrank, forming a protective shield, which began to glow and radiate heat. And the temperature soared higher and higher, becoming increasingly hot. In an instant, under the pitch-black night sky, a blinding light shone in the center of a tornado of long swords, forming a deadly formation. The light resembled the sun, dazzling enough to make one unable to open their eyes. The scorching heat even melted the long swords into steam. This terrifying aura also caught the attention of the powerful warriors of the unmatched sword sect. Chapter 75, Are You Really Unkillable? Inside the main hall of the Peak sect, the sect master of the unmatched sword sect, Qin Shella, strolled out of the hall, his gaze directed towards the direction where Chen Haoling and the others were fighting, revealing a hint of playful interest on his face. Beside Qin Shella, the hall master of the enforcement hall, Yi Wushuang, and the master of the celestial peak, Nyat Sangxiong, also stepped out, and both old men appeared somewhat displeased. At this moment, Yi Wushuang spoke first. This is really too chaotic. How can they create such a big disturbance within the sect? Do they want to tear down the entire sect? As he spoke, he cupped his hands towards Qin Shella and said, Sect Master, let me go and capture them all. But Qin Shella laughed and said, There's no rush. I'm actually curious to see who will win or lose if we let them continue fighting like this. With that, Qin Shella sat down on a throne, leisurely observing. Only Nyat Sangxiong had a dark expression. Chen Haoling was his apprentice. If he really caused any trouble, he would be held accountable. For a moment, he even regretted saving Chen Haoling back then. Just as he was thinking this, on the battlefield where Chen Haoling and the others were, a terrifying explosion erupted, igniting right at the center of the ancient god-slaying sword formation. It was like a nuclear bomb exploding, the intense heat instantly pushing the surrounding air up to tens of thousands of degrees. The ground began to violently shake at that moment, and the howling heat wave evaporated everything around. This extremely terrifying destructive power directly triggered the sect-protecting formation of the unmatched sword sect to sound an alarm. At the same time, a large number of experts from the enforcement hall rushed out and headed towards the center of the explosion. When these enforcement hall experts arrived, they were stunned to see 18 charred figures lying stiffly on the ground, resembling burnt salted fish, with a strong smell of burnt flesh wafting around. At that moment, Chen Haoling also fell from the sky. The power of the demon fire burning heaven was indeed tremendous, but given his current strength to unleash it, Chen Haoling felt that his body might be ruined. But fortunately, he was not dead yet, struggling to support his body with the boundless blade, and he limped toward the unconscious Lu Linfan. That guy had been knocked out cold after being hit by Chen Haoling's heavenly kill, but now it seemed no one could stop him from killing him, right? However, just as Chen Haoling was thinking this, a hand suddenly grabbed his ankle. Chen Haoling paused for a moment, instinctively looking down at his feet, only to see the charred Yu Rushua, pleadingly saying, Please, don't kill him. If you want to kill someone, kill me instead. I know the only person you hate is me, the only one you really want to kill is me. Just let him go, and I will agree to any condition. Even behind them, Shen Yanran was sobbing and saying, Senior brother, I also beg you, don't hurt Xiaofan, he is innocent. If you... She couldn't even speak at this moment, her whole body had become as weak as it could possibly be. But even in this state, she still looked at Chen Haoling with teary eyes, clearly trying to plead with him not to harm Lu Linfan. When Chen Haoling saw this, he nearly broke down in tears, shouting in despair. Ah! Are you really impossible to kill? I clearly pierced your hearts, even hit your vital spots, but why are you still alive? Why can't you die? Why? At this moment, Chen Haoling was truly at the height of despair. He had given everything, showing no mercy. He even used the forbidden technique Demon Fire Burning Heaven, a move that would harm him as much as it would his enemies. But still, they didn't die. Chen Haoling felt as though he had gone mad, completely insane. His mind was no longer functioning normally. In his fury, Chen Haoling raised the boundless blade in his hand and coldly said to Urushua, I don't believe that if I cut off your head, you still won't die. But at that moment, a hand grabbed his wrist, and a voice rang out, enough, this farce should end now. Hearing this, Chen Haoling turned his head to see the one who spoke. It was Yi Woyang, the captain of the law enforcement hall's patrol squad, staring at him expressionlessly. Chen Haoling squinted his eyes, thinking about whether or not he should kill this guy too, when suddenly a loud laugh echoed from the sky. Woyang is right, this farce should come to an end. As soon as the laugh rang out, Chen Haoling's expression changed slightly, and he painfully looked up. He saw the sect leader of the Wuxia sword sect, Qin Xiaohua, hovering in the air not far away. And the fluctuations in his spiritual power were at the great completion Yinyang realm. Not only that, but Yi Wushuang, the head of the law enforcement hall, and Niet Sangxiong, the master of Sangxiong Peak, also followed closely behind. Though these two powerful figures weren't at Qin Xiaohua's high level, they were also seasoned experts in the Yinyang realm. As soon as the three of them appeared, Chen Haoling knew it was over. He hadn't killed Lu Linfan, and Urushua, Jin Lan, and the others were still alive and well. But he was left severely wounded, his life force nearly drained. If this was the result, what was the meaning of everything Chen Haoling had done up until now? Thinking of this, Chen Haoling let go of the boundless blade in his hand, allowing the blade to fall to the ground, and then he fell straight down, unable to stand any longer. At that moment, he had no strength left, and his breath had returned to the level of first transmutation half-een period. Niet Sangxiong stepped forward to support Chen Haoling and then asked Qin Xiaohua, sect leader, how should we deal with this kid? Qin Xiaohua glanced at the damaged scene, then looked at Chen Haoling, saying, take him back to your Sangxiong Peak for confinement. Upon hearing this, Yi Wushuang immediately disagreed, stepping forward to say, sect leader, this kid has caused so much destruction, are we just going to let him off like this? Qin Xiaohua replied indifferently, his vitality is already nearly extinguished. He will die completely within 3 days at most. Do you expect a dying man to compensate for our losses? At these words, Yi Wushuang looked at Chen Haoling in shock and asked, his life only has 3 days left? Qin Xiaohua clasped his hands behind his back, turned away, and said with some regret, forcibly increasing one's cultivation is itself an act of defying the heavens. Moreover, he unleashed such powerful techniques, further accelerating the depletion of his lifespan. What a pity, this kid could have been a good prospect. If I can survive, I will cultivate well in the future. Perhaps our Wuxia sword sect will give birth to another young powerhouse. Chapter 76, Lu Linfan has become a disciple of the Wuxia sword sect. When Chen Haoling woke up, it was already 2 days later at the hour of the dragon, 8:30 a.m. He struggled to sit up from the bed, glancing at the surroundings and realizing that he was in the courtyard of Sangxiong Peak. Seeing this, Chen Haoling instinctively wanted to get out of bed. But at that moment, Niet Sangxiong walked in holding a bowl of herbal soup. It's best not to move around. Otherwise, your wound will reopen. Upon hearing this, Chen Haoling noticed that his body was already wrapped in layers of bandages, and a strong herbal smell assaulted his nostrils. Only then did Chen Haoling slowly recall the scene before he fainted. He looked up at Niet Sangxiong and asked, Master, did you save me? Niet Sangxiong placed the herbal soup on a table beside him and slowly sat down, sighing. Don't call me master yet. I haven't officially taken you as my disciple. And you're still not saved. Chen Haoling was slightly taken aback. Not saved? What do you mean? Niet Sangxiong took out a yuan stone from his storage ring and threw it to Chen Haoling. Do you recognize this? Inject your spiritual power into it, and you can see your current lifespan. Chen Haoling caught the yuan stone without thinking much, then injected his spiritual power into it. The stone, about the size of a fist, clearly displayed a number. 13 hours. Seeing this number, Chen Haoling's pupils shrank slightly, and he exclaimed, my lifespan, there are only 13 hours left? 2 days ago, when Chen Haoling used the blood sacrifice of resentful spirits, he had a premonition that his lifespan would be nearly exhausted. But he never expected that when he woke up, he would have only a little over a day of life left. Based on this time, it meant that he would immediately fall into a meditative state by the hour of the serpent, 10:30 a.m., tomorrow. Realizing this, sweat immediately began to flow down Chen Haoling's forehead. His eyes showed a hint of panic, and his hand holding the yuan stone trembled slightly. Even ants strive to survive, let alone a living person? Seeing Chen Haoling's expression, Niet Sangxiong shook his head again. He took out a scroll from his storage ring and handed it to Chen Haoling. I don't know what the sect master is thinking, willing to give this to you. Saying this, Niet Sangxiong even looked at the scroll with a hint of regret. After Chen Haoling took it, he asked, what is this? Niet Sangxiong simply replied, soul nourishing technique, a technique for nourishing the soul. It is one of our Wuxia sword sect's secret techniques. This technique can allow your soul to gain a certain degree of nourishment, thus extending your lifespan to some extent. However, how much it can extend depends on your comprehension ability. Upon hearing this, Chen Haoling was slightly shocked. A technique that can nourish the soul? In his previous life, Chen Haoling, as the strongest person in the North Border continent, had learned various top-level methods, but he had never learned a technique that nourished the soul. The simple reason is that Chen Haoling's breakthroughs came too quickly, always having much lifespan left to expand before breaking through to a higher level. This resulted in an increasing amount of lifespan as time went on. By the time he reached the Saint King realm, his lifespan could even be measured in billions of years. The so-called soul-nurturing technique, to him, was something completely unnecessary. Chen Haoling looked at this book soul-nurturing technique and then said to Niet Sangxiong, "Senior, there's no reward without merit. The sect leader must have given me this with conditions, right?" Niet Sangxiong took out his wine gourd and drank a big mouthful, then cursed and said, "Look at you, kid, you still know there's no reward without merit. Well, let me speak frankly, 2 days ago, the huge explosion you triggered near Qinghuan Peak destroyed quite a few facilities of our Wusher sword sect, and even killed many people. According to the sect rules, you should be imprisoned in blood prison for punishment. But you, kid, don't know what kind of luck you stepped in, actually earned the sect leader's appreciation, and he decided to reduce your punishment. This time, the total loss of the sect is 124,000 spirit stones, and you will bear 70% of it, while the remaining 30% will be borne by Qin Lan and the others." When Chen Haoling heard this, he immediately understood and replied, "The sect leader is afraid that after I die, there will be no one to bear these losses, so he gave me this book soul nurturing technique, with the aim of keeping me alive to repay those fines?" Niet Sangxiong took another sip of wine, and in that moment, the old guy's face turned red, cursing. "If not, what? Soul nurturing technique is a secret method sought after by many, and just like that, it's given to you, kid." Chen Haoling chuckled at this. The compensation of 124,000 spirit stones, even if he bore 70%, still meant he had to pay 86,000 spirit stones. But he had almost used up all his spirit stones. How could he come up with that amount? Then he heard Niet Sangxiong leisurely say, "Tomorrow morning, you will go with Yu Rushue to Yong'an City." Chen Haoling instinctively responded with an ah, as Niet Sangxiong suddenly changed the subject, leaving him momentarily unresponsive. The other party was straightforward, saying plainly, "I have already applied to the sect to transfer you and Yu Rushue to Yong'an City to serve as guardians. At that time, you should have a chance to earn enough spirit stones in that place to pay this fine to the sect." Chen Haoling raised an eyebrow and said strangely, "Can one earn more than 80,000 spirit stones at once as a guardian of Yong'an City?" Niet Sangxiong laughed and then cursed. "What do you think? 80,000 spirit stones are as easy to earn as buying Chinese cabbage? I'm telling you, after you get to that place, you'll earn spirit stones by hunting some beasts there. Now do you understand?" Chen Haoling responded with a few O sounds, indicating he understood, but then his eyes widened slightly as he asked, "Beasts in Yong'an City?" Niet Sangxiong nodded. "The sect's spies discovered that recently, some beast packs have left the wilderness forest and entered our Tiandu prefecture territory. Among them, many beast packs are camping near Yong'an City. Once you get there, find a way to hunt down a few barbaric beasts and use their beast souls to exchange for spirit stones. You should be able to earn 80,000 spirit stones." After hearing this, Chen Haoling frowned tightly. The Wusher sword sect had already observed that the beast packs from the wilderness forest were gathering towards Yong'an City, but if that was the case, why did they still watch Yong'an City get destroyed in his last life? Though he had some doubts in his heart, Chen Haoling did not ask too much, but generously stated, "Alright, when I get to Yong'an City, I will try my best to hunt more barbaric beasts." Niet Sangxiong saw that Chen Haoling had understood and nodded, but he didn't forget to remind him, "There's one more thing, I must remind you." Chen Haoling instinctively asked, "What?" Niet Sangxiong moved a little closer to Chen Haoling and said slowly, "Don't think about killing that Lu Linfan anymore. In the 2 days you were unconscious, he has already become one of the disciples of the sect. If you make a move against him, it's equivalent to going against the entire Wusher sword sect. At that time, neither the sect master nor I can protect you." Chapter 77, Chen Haoling's Lifespan Resurgence. Upon hearing this, Chen Haoling's pupils slightly constricted, and he exclaimed, "What? That fool actually became one of the sect's disciples?" Chen Haoling naturally knew what a disciple meant. In simple terms, it meant a candidate for the sect master, representing the core of the sect and its foundation. In the secular world, it was like being a prince of the emperor. When Qin Shaohan ascends, or withdraws behind the scenes, one of these disciples would be chosen to become the new sect master. Chen Haoling was somewhat dumbfounded and said, "No way, what does that fool Lu Linfan have? How did he become one of the sect's disciples?" Niet Sangxiong crossed his arms and sneered, "Isn't it because of your good deed?" Chen Haoling instinctively raised a finger to himself, "Me? What does it have to do with me?" Niet Sangxiong slowly said, 2 days ago, you beat him up, and in doing so, you unintentionally opened his meridians, allowing him to show amazing cultivation talent and strong spiritual perception. This even alarmed several elders in the heavenly temple. It was after their decision that Lu Linfan was accepted as a disciple of the sect. After hearing this, Chen Haoling came to understand that a sudden surge in cultivation and strengthened spirit meant that Lu Linfan's soul had merged with the blood demonic core. Thinking of this, Chen Haoling chuckled, well, it really is a case of biting off more than one can chew. He had initially planned to destroy the demon core and leave the Wusher sword sect, but instead, he hadn't destroyed the core and had allowed it to merge with that idiot Lu Linfan. It was one thing for them to merge, but he himself was left with only one day to live. What the hell was this? Then, Nyat Sangxiong stood up again and walked toward the door. Alright, I've told you everything I needed to say. What to do next is up to you. Whether you can survive smoothly depends on your luck. Besides, I have one more thing to remind you. Chen Haoling looked up at Nyat Sangxiong and asked, is it bad news again? Nyat Sangxiong smiled, the beast pack near Yong'an City seems to be different from the beast packs that forage in the wild in previous years. I fear that once these beasts gather to a certain scale, it may trigger a beast tide. So, if necessary, don't care about sect regulations, take Yu Ruxue and others and leave immediately. Chen Haoling pursed his lips, you could report this to the sect master, have him give the order to withdraw all sect branches from Yong'an City, what's the use of telling me? Nyat Sangxiong snorted coldly, the sect master won't order an evacuation based on my single word, and the 80,000 people in the city won't agree to move. Moreover, this is merely my guess. Whether a beast tide will really happen remains to be seen. I'm just reminding you, whether you listen or not is up to you. With that, Nyat Sangxiong said no more and walked straight out the door. After the door closed, Chen Haoling snorted. In his past life, that fool Yu Ruxue was saved by him, and then she helped that foolish woman Li Xiao to attack herself. In this new life, how could he possibly save her again? Moreover, didn't she claim to have studied a formation to resist the beast tide? In that case, he had even less reason to care about her troubles, let her die for all he cared. Thinking this way, Chen Haoling opened the book Soul Nourishing Technique, preparing to study it carefully. Now, Lu Linfan could no longer move against him, so before it retaliated, all he could do was to desperately cultivate. Trying to elevate his strength to the level of yin-yang before it came looking for him. But the deadly thing was that there were still many things he needed to do. Was there really enough time to cultivate? A trace of worry appeared on Chen Haoling's face as he casually picked up the medicinal soup given to him by Nyat Sangxiong, gently sipping it. He then began to think about how to proceed next. First was the issue of lifespan, this was the most urgent matter. Although he could recover some life force through the soul nourishing technique, it was ultimately not a long-term solution. He would definitely need to find a permanent solution later on. Secondly, there was the matter of the martial tomb. There was about another month before the first disaster would erupt. If he couldn't smoothly find the martial tomb and open the blood will within this month, even if he found a way to greatly extend his lifespan, he would still die after the disaster struck. Next, the third issue to resolve was Lu Linfan. Next time, he definitely wouldn't let it escape again. Finally, there was the fine imposed on him by the sect. In total, it amounted to 86,000 spirit stones. However, since there was no fixed time to pay this fine, Chen Haoling placed it last, waiting until the problems in front were resolved before handling this final matter. He then sat down at the table, took out some paper and a pen, and wrote down these issues one by one. Lifespan, martial tomb, Lu Linfan, sect fine. For matters in total, ranked by urgency, and after finishing, Chen Haoling took a deep breath and muttered to himself. I guess I am going to be quite busy for a long time to come. At this moment, a shadow suddenly emerged, saying to Chen Haoling, can you master that soul-nourishing technique in a short time? Chen Haoling scoffed and replied, does this kind of mediocre secret technique really need a long time to learn? The shadow asked with some concern, then why aren't you quickly practicing? You only have 12 hours of lifespan left. Upon hearing this, Chen Haoling was slightly startled. Had another hour passed while he was talking with Nyat Sangxiong? Immediately, he sat back down on the bed, ready to cultivate his soul body according to the soul-nourishing technique. At the same time, he took out a spirit stone, placed it between his palms, and began to nourish his soul body following the operation track of the soul-nourishing technique. Before long, wisps of soul power began to emerge from Chen Haoling's body. Seeing this, the shadow instinctively looked at the soul-nourishing technique scroll, picking it up to examine it closely. Then, it looked at Chen Haoling with some amazement and murmured, good boy, you can actually play like this? Following the cultivation track of that soul-nourishing technique, Chen Haoling could actually only extend his lifespan by about 7 days at most. Because its principle was to accelerate the body's self-repair to nourish the soul body, ultimately achieving the effect of extending lifespan. But this way, the effect of extension would be severely limited, it might increase to 7 days, but then it could no longer continue. But when this soul-nurturing technique fell into Chen Haoling's hands, the result was different. He directly modified the operation path above, nourishing the soul body by absorbing the spiritual energy from the spirit stones, which allowed the lifespan of the soul body to increase, breaking the 7-day bottleneck. However, as a result, Chen Haoling's already pitiful stock of spirit stones became even scarcer. Soon, 7 hours quietly passed. When the moonlight wrapped the earth, the spirit stone in Chen Haoling's hand was also completely consumed. Then, he took out the Yuaning stone that Niet Sangqiong had given him to test his lifespan, and a segment of numbers clearly appeared on it. 3 days 5 hours. This meant that Chen Haoling's lifespan had been increased from the original 12 hours, which was 1 day and 1 night, to now 3 days and 5 hours. Chapter 78, Moon Like Snow Comes to the Door. Seeing this result, Chen Haoling was completely stunned. Not just him, but the shadow was also stunned, and they both said in unison, "Why only increase 3 days?" The shadow looked at Chen Haoling and said, "Big brother, don't scare me. You now only have 12 spirit stones left. According to one stone increasing the lifespan by 3 days, these can only let you live an extra 36 days at most. If we deduct the 7 hours required to digest these spirit stones, the time you can actually use is even less than 36 days. If you want to recover to the previous standard of 120 years of lifespan, you'll need at least 14,000 spirit stones. Oh, by the way, also breaking through from first transition halving stage to second transition halving stage will require at least 15,000 spirit stones. Adding all these scattered expenses together, your remaining 12 spirit stones are really not enough to even fill a gap." Chen Haoling's lips twitched, then he cursed, "I already know. No need for you to remind me." At this moment, Chen Haoling was truly very irritable. Right now, his mind started to think about where to get spirit stones. Logically speaking, after he became a disciple of the Wuxia Sword sect, he could receive 30 spirit stones as monthly salary, but the premise was that he needed to complete various tasks assigned by the sect. Furthermore, what could 30 spirit stones do? To break through from first transition halving stage to 10th transition halving stage would require at least 200,000 spirit stones, and if he wanted to challenge the yin-yang realm, the spirit stone consumption would only be more. But where could these spirit stones come from? Disciples like Lu Linfan, who had become core disciples of the sect, did not need to worry about cultivation resources, and moreover, Qin Lan would provide him with the greatest support. But Chen Haoling couldn't. He was basically fighting alone, and Niet Sangqiong was obviously not going to treat him like Qin Lan treated Lu Linfan. So he could only find a way by himself. However, in the end, Chen Haoling couldn't think of any effective method, so he took out all 12 remaining spirit stones. Seeing this, the shadow asked, "Hey, Chen Haoling, what are you doing?" Chen Haoling frowned and said, "I plan to use the Divine Martial Nirvana Sutra to refine all these spirit stones in one go, and then fill them into my lifespan." The shadow, however, retorted, "Refine them all at once? Then, what about after that?" Chen Haoling pressed his lips together and said, "We'll talk about the later things later, saving my life is the priority." The shadow seemed to want to say something more, but in the end, it sighed and did not stop him. Indeed, without cultivation resources, even a low-level cultivator had to fight with all their strength to survive. Then the shadow said slowly, "I suddenly missed the time when you were kept by Li Xin Yue. At least during that time, there was no need to worry about spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Chen Haoling pursed his lips. Indeed, when Li Xin Yue was still by his side, he casually handed over tens of thousands of spirit stones to him. How could it be like now, struggling to make decisions over just a few spirit stones? For a moment, Chen Haoling even missed her a bit, but he didn't know what she was doing. Since parting ways in Qingyue City, it had already been half a month without any news from her, and he didn't know where she had gone during this time. Shaking his head, Chen Haoling forced himself not to think about Li Xin Yue and focused on refining the spirit stones in his hand. Relying on the powerful refining ability of Divine Martial Nirvana Scripture, Chen Haoling quickly increased his lifespan to a certain extent. However, at the same time, the consumption rate of spirit stones reached a very astonishing level. Originally, if he refined them slowly by himself, it would take an average of 7 hours to refine one spirit stone, but now, with the ability of Divine Martial Nirvana Scripture, his refining time was shortened to an average of half an hour per spirit stone. Before long, 6 hours had quietly passed. At this moment, the sun was out, and sunlight streamed through the window into the room. Chen Haoling's eyes also slightly opened, and in his hands, the 12 spirit stones he originally had were all completely consumed, leaving none behind. At this moment, Chen Haoling had truly become a super big poor ghost, his pockets cleaner than his face. He took out a Yuaning stone and injected a bit of mana into it. Soon, it displayed the remaining lifespan of Chen Haoling. 35 days 10 hours. Seeing that his lifespan had increased to 35 days, Chen Haoling's mood lightened a bit. After all, who wouldn't feel happy when a dying person learned they could live for over a month longer? As his lifespan increased, the wounds on Chen Haoling's body also quietly healed during the night. It was as if he had never been seriously injured. Next, he entered the bathroom and washed himself thoroughly with a hot shower. After finishing, he changed into clean clothes. As a person with mild cleanliness obsessions, Chen Haoling couldn't stand being in a dirty state. He had thought of taking a shower yesterday, but he hadn't done so because his injuries weren't healed yet. Now that he was healed, it was natural to clean himself up right away. At that moment, Chen Haoling also wanted to eat something before heading to Yong'an City. But just then, a delicate shout rang out from outside the door. Chun Haoling. Are you dead? If not, hurry and come out. Chen Haoling ignored the voice because he knew it was Yu Ruoxue looking for him. Clearly, 3 days ago, this fool almost got killed by him, yet she still dared to come on her own. Chen Haoling prepared a bowl of plain porridge, some flatbreads, and a few eggs, and just started eating on his own. Although he was no longer a mortal, he still retained some appetite. At this time, Yu Ruoxue directly pushed the door open and walked in. She glanced around and quickly spotted Chen Haoling sitting in the courtyard, having breakfast. Yu Ruoxue walked over, somewhat annoyed, and said to Chen Haoling, "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me calling so many times?" Yu Ruoxue was obviously still angry over the incident 3 days ago when Chen Haoling attacked Lu Linfan. Otherwise, with her gentle nature, she would never have said such harsh words. Chen Haoling finished the porridge in one gulp and leisurely said, "Do you need something?" Yu Ruoxue coldly replied, "Are you stupid? Have you forgotten all the tasks assigned to you by the sect?" Chen Haoling peeled an egg for himself. Why the hurry? There's still a month until Ever Peace City gets destroyed by the beast tide, right? Isn't this month enough for you to set up your formation? With that, Chen Haoling looked up at Yu Ruoxue and teased, "Oh, you're looking good. Just 3 days ago, you were burnt to a crisp, and now you're back to normal." Yu Ruoxue, hearing that teasing tone, felt anger bubbling inside her. However, thinking about the important matter she needed to discuss with Chen Haoling, she eventually held back her fury and sat up straight across from him, saying seriously, "Chen Haoling, listen carefully. I don't want to hold a grudge about the past, but this time, when we go to Ever Peace City, you absolutely cannot stir up trouble for me. As long as Ever Peace City can withstand the beast tide this time, we can wipe the slate clean of all our previous conflicts. I won't bring up how you hurt Xiaofan, so you don't mention what happened when my master and I attacked you, okay?" Chapter 79, 6,000 Spirit Stones Obtained. Chen Haoling glanced at the sun hanging in the sky, then looked toward Yu Ruoxue, saying, "Did you come all the way here this early just to talk about this?" Yu Ruoxue's eyes widened, her face turning slightly red with anger. In truth, she didn't want to visit Chen Haoling at all. After all, the scene from 3 days ago was still fresh in her memory. However, she had no choice but to come. The sect approved her to be the guardian of Ever Peace City, but unexpectedly also appointed Chen Haoling as her deputy. This meant that during her duty in Ever Peace City, she would be hindered by Chen Haoling. If Chen Haoling were to deliberately sabotage her orders, it would undoubtedly become a serious problem for her. Therefore, to ensure that Ever Peace City survives the beast tide crisis in a month, Yu Ruoxue came specifically to find Chen Haoling, with only one purpose, to get him to do nothing. Yu Ruoxue took a deep breath and said earnestly to Chen Haoling, "Although I don't know what kind of spell you cast on that old guy Niet Sengxiong, to have him recommend you as my deputy at the sect's high-level meeting. But ultimately, this trip to Ever Peace City is still under my full responsibility, and your presence is entirely optional for me. So, I will arrange a quiet job for you, allowing you to pass this time peacefully. And my only request is this: during my time in office, do not interfere with any of my decisions." "Can you do that?" After hearing this, Chen Haoling smiled. Half an hour ago, he was still worried about where to find spirit stones. Now, someone had come right to his door. One must say, the heavens really seemed to favor him. Just when he was feeling drowsy, someone came to offer him a pillow. Thinking of this, Chen Haoling raised a finger toward Yu Ruoxue. Seeing this, Yu Ruoxue instinctively asked, "What are you doing?" Chen Haoling chuckled lightly, "Aren't you hoping I won't interfere with your decisions? That's why you want to assign me a leisurely role as a vase? Of course, no problem. But during the time I'm being a vase, you must pay me 100 spirit stones a day." As soon as he said this, Yu Ruoxue objected fiercely, jumping up from her seat and exclaiming, 100 spirit stones a day? Are you crazy for spirit stones? My monthly salary is only 80 spirit stones. Where am I going to find that much for you? Chen Haoling leisurely ate the flatbread in his hand and said slowly, "The chief disciple of the great Qinghuan Peak saying they have no spirit stones on them? Do you think anyone would believe that? Let's not even mention that. Those benefits from the disciples at the medicine hall should be quite a lot, right?" As soon as these words were spoken, a flash of panic flickered in Yu Ruoxue's eyes. In a high position, who doesn't have their own side channels? If one relied solely on a meager fixed salary, they would have starved long ago. Yet, facing Chen Haoling's sky-high price, Yu Ruoxue still couldn't accept it, so she wanted to negotiate with him. But Chen Haoling raised a hand to signal her to stop and spoke first, "Don't rush to refute me. You should be very clear about how severe the crisis in Yong'an City is, so if you don't want me to trip you up during this process, it's best to do as I say. 100 spirit stones a day, not a single coin less, or it's off." This statement was essentially a threat to Yu Ruoxue, telling her that if she dared to disobey, he would recklessly undermine her. For a moment, a chilling killing intent even erupted in Yu Ruoxue's eyes. A dignified 10th transmutation, Halfine period Great Cultivator was threatened by a mere 1st transmutation, Halfine period, and this was an absolute humiliation. However, for the sake of saving the many common people of Yong'an City and her own parents, she ultimately chose to compromise. Urushua sat back down, then took out a storage bag specially used for spirit stones from her storage ring and handed it to Chun Haoling. Here are 6,000 spirit stones. In the next 2 months, I don't want to see you raise any objections to my decisions, including the arrangement of the Great Luo Heavenly Array. Can you manage that? Chun Haoling looked at the bag of spirit stones and almost laughed out loud. He knew this woman had plenty of stock. For a moment, he regretted that his initial price was too low. But now that the words were out, he had no reason to go back on them, so he took the bag of spirit stones with a generous attitude and weighed it in his hand. At the same time, he infused his magic power into it, and after confirming that it indeed contained 6,000 high-quality spirit stones, he nodded in satisfaction. Fine, in the next 2 months, I won't raise any objections to your decisions, nor will I obstruct you. I will completely be like air, ensuring I won't get in your way. At this moment, Urushua's expression finally looked a bit better. She didn't propose to sign any soul contract or ask Chun Haoling to swear an oath to heaven, because she understood his character. As long as he promised something, he would definitely do it. So, Urushua stood up, satisfied and ready to leave. But Chun Haoling spoke up. Urushua stopped in her tracks, turned her head, and asked, "Do you have anything else?" Chun Haoling popped the last bun into his mouth and said, "Although I shouldn't say these things now, I still want to remind you. There is still a whole month until the beast tide arrives. At this time, taking everyone in the city to escape and hide in other cities is completely feasible. Don't wait until it's too late and then cry your heart out." The meaning of these words was clear. Chun Haoling was reminding her that her Great Luo Heavenly Array was useless and could not withstand the beast tide. Even 10 beast tribes attacking at once could not be resisted. But if she took the citizens of the city to evacuate now, there would still be hope for survival. Don't wait until the beast horde surrounds the city, as then escape would be impossible. However, Urushua only sneered. She had naturally picked up on Chun Haoling's implications and said mockingly, "Chun Haoling, I do not deny that your previous life's strength was very powerful. But you should also understand one thing: what is called a specialty in one's profession? What qualifications do you have to question the formation I created with hundreds of years of effort, when you don't even understand the formation? Or do you simply want my parents, my relatives, and my friends to lose their homes and live a wandering life like beggars?" Chapter 80, Nya Tsuncheon's granddaughter, Nya Yunshi. Saying this, Urushua stepped back in front of Chun Haoling, fixing her gaze on Chun Haoling's eyes, and coldly said, "To tell you the truth, everything in Yong'an City is under my control. Not even a blade of grass, a flower, or even an ant will I allow them to be trampled by the beast horde. Do you understand?" After speaking, Urushua didn't wait for Chun Haoling to respond and walked away directly. Once she left, a shadow quietly appeared, floating lightly and saying, "Why does she think you know nothing about formations?" At this moment, Chun Haoling also stood up, stretching out lazily, and said, "Perhaps it's because I died under their formations in my past life, so they think I know nothing about formations?" Saying this, Chun Haoling scoffed, "Forget it, since she thinks this way, I can't be bothered to refute her, let her think whatever she wants." He picked up the spirit stones carelessly and walked outside, with the shadow following closely behind. 6,000 spirit stones, this woman really is generous. However, I suddenly realized that all the spirit stones you've earned so far seem to have come from women. As soon as these words came out, Chun Haoling scratched his head. It seemed to be true. The last person who gave him a large handful of spirit stones was Li Xinyue, and this time it was Urushua. Will the next one be another woman? Thinking of this, Chun Haoling chuckled. It seems the heavens believe he has a weak stomach and is only suited for soft food. Arriving at the forward square of the Wusher sword sect, a group of carriages had already been prepared, but the horses pulling the carriages were not ordinary horses, but a hybrid breed known as Dragon Colt. Their heads resembled dragon heads, but their bodies were like those of horses, and they were larger than normal horses. Under the guidance of the carriage management staff, Chun Haoling arrived at a dedicated carriage and sat down directly. It must be said that the internal space of this Dragon Colt carriage was large. Besides the bed, there were even tables, chairs, and a wardrobe. It was almost indistinguishable from a moving house. Of course, these furniture were fixed with rivets and couldn't be moved. At this moment, Chun Haoling wasn't idle. He directly took out the book Soul Engulfing Technique. He intended to improve this technique so that the digestion speed of spirit stones could be a bit faster. Although, with the Divine Martial Nirvana scripture, he could refine a spirit stone in half an hour. But right now, he had a total of 6,000 spirit stones in his hands. If he wanted to refine all of them into his lifespan, it would conservatively take 8 to 9 months. And that would be without sleep or rest, continuously refining. But how could he really have the time to shut himself away for 8 or 9 months all at once? Not to mention, when the martial tomb opens, does he need to go, and when the beast tide comes, does he need to hide? So what Chen Haoling needed to do now was to find a way to strengthen the absorption ability of the soul engulfing technique. Thinking this, Chen Haoling took out another scroll, preparing to simulate the operation path of the soul engulfing technique to find a way to break through it. At this moment, a petite figure suddenly walked up from outside the carriage, cautiously glancing at Chen Haoling.